Elf I am the protagonist template. Invincible Chapter 101-120 Chapter 101 The Last Light. Entrust. Bud. N. For full order. Far away in the ultimate base. An alien plane in the Alola region. The ultimate metropolis. Empty, dark and desolate all over the force field. Liao is uninhabited, like a dead city. But, from the architectural style of science fiction, it can be seen that the technological level of this city is probably not low. And in the very center of this sci-fi city, there is a tower that rises straight into the sky. Below is the circular column, and the top of the tower opens like an umbrella stand, almost completely covering the huge arena in the center of the city. This is the iconic building in the Ultra Metropolis, the Ultra Metropolis Tower. Also, the place where the god is imprisoned. And at this moment, inside the building at the top of the umbrella shade tower, the sleeping being encapsulated in the huge translucent black crystal suddenly opened, like a painted prism eye. Gay, like a whistle, an indescribable roar suddenly resounded, and then, crack, the translucent black crystal was cracked all over, as if it were about to collapse at any moment. But, after all, it's just light. Having lost most of her power, Necrozma, who is sealed in it, is being drawn into power by this strange crystal every moment. The more you struggle, the faster you will be absorbed. In other words, Necrozma is bound by his own power. The crystals are constantly collapsing and breaking apart, but in the same way, they are also rapidly absorbing Necrozma's power to heal and regenerate. I want to break this black crystal seal. Unless Necrozma takes back the power and light, turns into the god of radiance, and destroys it with divine power beyond the limit. Otherwise, the only way is to break this path from the outside. And it must be the same source of power. My family of O2, go look for my descendant. Deep overlapping sounds of tyranny and pain echoed in the tower. Next second, click and click. In a short burst of sound, the dark crystal finally cracked a slit, and then, a painted fragment with a little glow shot out from it. It turned into a stream of light, and flew towards the wilderness outside the ultimate metropolis. I hope I will not pay by mistake again. This is my last light. The sound fades away. Necrozma's breath also plummeted as if he had been severely injured, and soon disappeared. The translucent spar gradually healed and sealed it again. In the tower, it fell into pieces. Just like a specimen, a dark figure trapped and imprisoned in the crystal. Swish swish, shimmering painted fragments one by one pass through wilderness, sand, dense forest, power plant. Finally, they landed slowly in a ring-shaped canyon and landed on a broken square altar in the middle of the canyon. Invisible fluctuations spread out along with the rush of invisible ons, and suddenly awakened the dormant existence in the canyon. There was a slightly shrill sound, and a bat-wing-like beast under the altar slowly approached the altar. Look, instantly excited, move, up. I saw it slightly closed its eyes and touched its forehead to the painted fragment, and for a moment, it made a fierce and sharp cry towards the valley. Next second, boom, countless purple petite figures gathered from all directions. The painted shards cast a faint light on the small purple figures as if they were examining them. Soon, this ray of light stayed on the outermost one, the body of a purple figure. The bat-winged bee-like beast screeched again, and a group of petite purple figures moved out of the way, causing the selected little beast to fly forward. In an instant, the splendid light enveloped the little beast, and then, the painted fragment also converged and fell into the arms of this little purple beast. After a brief exchange, the little purple beast nodded to the bat-winged bee-like beast, took a deep breath, turned his body upside down, and slowly rotated in place. The bat-winged bee-like beast waved its hand. A group of petite figures flew away immediately, leaving the distance for the purple beast holding the painted fragment. Immediately after, bloomed with the colored fragments one by one, and in the void, a gorgeous hole was pulled open a little bit with difficulty. The little purple beast that was prepared early in the morning snorted loudly, and the tube-shaped poisonous needle above its head slammed out a dense purple venom, and it also used this recoil force to rush into the already closed quarters. In the void caverns that begin to close. Elf World, Wuzhong area, Feiyan City, northern suburb, above a dense forest. A small, purple-looking beast that looked a little like a humanoid child was squeezed out of a twisted void for a moment. It fell nearly halfway at a rapid speed, but suddenly stopped in mid-air, with its head down and its tail spinning upward. Made a giggling sound similar to that of a human child, but then, feeling the vibration and pulling sensation in his arm, the little beast's expression suddenly tightened, and just as it was about to take off, there was suddenly a cute female voice from below. Oh, wait, that, never seen before. A girl with two red-brown ponytails pulled out from two pairs of meatball heads and ran quickly. The eyes twinkled with star eyes. Holding up a red and white pokeball, he asked excitedly, that one, my name is May. Are you willing to play against me? I want to take you as my partner and go on a trip together. The little purple beast obviously didn't understand what the girl was trying to convey, but it doesn't even recognize it. After descending, curious Nervously, he circled around Mei for several times, and then patted the pokeball in Mei's hand with an inquiring face. An unfortunate one. Just hit the button on the pokeball. Immediately, the red light rose, wrapping the little beast. Seeing that the little beast was about to be put into the ball, a burst of light flashes of painted colors flashed, and the little beast broke free. Next second, the pokeball in Yai's hand suddenly shattered. Yai was stunned for a moment, and then, the little purple bee suddenly pointed at Yai's babble accusation. Immediately afterward, with a twist of the body, the purple venom of the big tent rushed towards the girl. Vine tilde. A small chirping sounded. A small green snake jumped up at the foot of Yai's feet. 2 vine whips were woven in an instant, and after it was completely wrapped around its snake tail, it suddenly sweep away with one blow, and disperse the venom. To be frank, if Baizi saw the use of this vine whip skill, he would have to endure it. No, he calling him okay. In particular, this is the self-action when the trainer has not issued an order, which is even more excellent. Fine. When the little purple bee saw this, the needle thorn on the top of its head suddenly burst into light, and the cute little snake on the opposite side showed no signs of weakness. Wait. Mei, who was a little dazed by the changes in the field, reacted at this time, and hurried forward, picked up the little green snake and said, Ting snake, there is. And who? Just now it's all a misunderstanding. Don't fight, okay. As he said, he embraced the rattan snake and bowed to the purple bee. Tang snake, who was suffocated to death, stretched out his head with difficulty, couldn't help but rolled his eyes. It's a fight, okay. The other party also attacked you. So defenseless, really, helpless in my heart. But Tang snake still stared at the purple beast on the opposite side for the first time. At the same time, the 2 vine whips also quietly extended back, tying the branches of the 2 trees. His body was tense, and he was ready to take his idiot trainer out of place at any time. I have to say, this vine snake, whether it is fighting talent or mentality, is amazing. The little purple bee tilted its head, seeing that the other party didn't seem to have any ill intention, so it also calmed down the condensed worm-type energy factor, turned its head, and prepared to leave. However, the girl called the little beast again and again. The little purple beast was really unprepared. After turning around, he turned his head upside down and looked at Mei with a puzzled expression. I'm sorry, at first I didn't know if you were an elf who liked to be subdued. The girl scratched her head naively, and first apologized. Then, she said again, that, I see you were going in that direction before. Where is the Nangang of Feiyan City? Are you going to cross the sea? The little purple beast was stunned. He pondered for a moment. It glanced in the direction of the shaking and pulling feeling of the painted fragments in its arm, and then turned to look at Mei, who had a curious face. The little purple bee swiveled its body, aimed the needle thorn on the top of its head on the ground, and the purple liquid sprayed out, and began to paint. It didn't take long for a comic strip to appear on the ground. Oh, it's amazing, you can even draw. The girl cheered beautifully, and the little purple bee seemed to be infected by this enthusiasm, and twirled happily. Finally, the rattan snake on the side can't stand it anymore. Go, reminded this pair of Han Yai, in the 307 gestures of the little purple bee, gradually understood the general meaning of this picture. Oh, I probably understand. You came here from a faraway place, looking for someone or a genie, to rescue a trapped elf, right? Bye. Then, good, I've decided. Mei clenched her fist. Let me go with you. After all, you are a wild elf, and it is very difficult to find someone on your way. Also, if you want to cross the sea, it's more convenient to take a boat. How is it? The girl's eyes were sincere, and she stretched her palm to the front of the purple bee. Would you like to travel with me for a while? Vine tilde. At his feet, the rattan snake suddenly sighed feebly, and the little purple beast didn't hesitate at all. After a cheerful chirping sound, it approached, rubbed the palm of Yai's hand, and landed on the girl's shoulder. Very good. Then, the Yai search team is officially set off. With a wave of Yai's hand, the purple beast also responded with a sound. 1 person and 2 pets, and under the leadership of Yai in the direction of the purple beast, strode forward and headed for Nangang in Feiyan City. Not long after Mei and the others left, Tada, a handsome young man, stepped out of the woods behind with crisp step, and looked at the comic strip on the ground. He has long turquoise hair, wears a black hat, long white sleeves on the upper body, and a pair of gray trousers on the lower body. His expression was calm and indifferent, but there is an innate deep tenderness in his eyes and spirit. From another world, to find a savior of inherited power. Interesting. Open black lens bracket big chapter close black lens bracket. P.S. Ultimate Necrozma, the great god of radiance, once brought light and vitality to the Alola region and the ultimate space, but the greedy super city human ancestors designed to take away the power of the ultimate Necrozma and light, and imprisoned it in a tower in the center of the ultimate metropolis. However, after the Ultra Necrozma lost its light, the entire Ultra space, especially the Ultra Metropolis, was almost completely shrouded in darkness, with almost no vitality, which can be be regarded as evil and evil. This chapter the content contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the picture. Chapter 102. The fish that slipped through the net dismounted. Please complete the order. Turn your eyes back to the East region. Afternoon. It was quite extravagant. After a good rest at the VIP training ground, Baizi set off and went to the location of the Golden Yellow Gym. Get ready to complete the gym challenge today, because it is noon. He received almost indiscriminate emails from Aunt Hanako and Dr. Ogi. They are all video messages asking where they are now and whether they are safe. From the unconcealed sadness on the faces of the two people, especially Aunt Hanako, Baizi had already roughly guessed what happened. As predicted, after he logged into the elf.com, the big characters Anan, slave sinking nothing, were listed high as the #1 hot search. Did it still happen? But Xiaoji is a real guy. I have already left a message to remind you not to take the Saint Anne slave cruise ship. With a helpless sigh, Baizi had to temporarily change his route, preparing to go to Lampulchi overnight after finishing the Golden Yellow Dojo. Because according to the plot of the original book, the place where Xiaoji and his party finally landed without any risk is the famous tourist spot in Kanto, the city of Lamperki, and Baizi is going to make a reversal based on the plot of the original book after he feels that he arrives in Lampulchi city to see if he can find out Xiaoji and his party in advance. Aunt Hanako, who is also saved, is frightened all day long. Not only that, according to the original plot, Xiaomao should also appear in Lampulchi city. It just so happens that Baizi can also easily get the destiny reward on the last fish that slipped through the net in this real new town. Today, the Super Energy Gym, Golden Gym, located in the southeast corner of Golden City, welcomed a special guest. Who are you? In the battlefield, Natsi, who was suspended on the high platform, asked in a cold tone with her beautiful hair and no wind on her side. Sitting cross-legged in the void, the powerful mental force kept turning and swaying, causing bursts of ripples in the air that looked like real substance. The astonishingly tall red-haired woman who suddenly broke in front of her was definitely not an ordinary person. The one who confronted Hudi in the field was the Dark Crow who was about to break through the Heavenly King level, not to mention, the arbor was coiled around her. Just looked at each other a few times. Even with her powerful mental power comparable to that of a Heavenly King level super elf, she couldn't stop feeling a piercing chill on her back. It's like a sharp blade hanging from the neck, facing the fang. I'm afraid I have come a long way in the rank of the king. Even if it is not the peak of the king, it is at least the level of the high rank of the king. Don't worry, Zhang, little sister, I have no ill will. Athena tucked her hair around her ear, sat on the snake chair held up by Aber Snake, and said in a lazy tone, of course she was not malicious, because her purpose here is to try to recruit Nazca to join the rocket. Certainly, the necessary temptation is indispensable. As for the result, to be honest, she is very satisfied. Perhaps due to lack of training, Natsi's pure trainer strength is not strong. There is only one elf, Yanjira, and her level is not low at her age. It looked like a mid-level king. What really amazes Athena is Natsi's powerful superpower. Even if you have done a thorough investigation and research before you come, but really see, that superpower is like the ocean of the ocean, or it still makes her heart tremble. Is this definitely not a super-type elf in human skin? Well known. In addition to the superpowers, they have powerful strength that are attributed to themselves. For the training and comprehension of superpower elf, it has a very good increase in effect, and a superpower like Natsi whose superpowers have grown to the level of being comparable to the Heavenly King level super elf. The increase of the super elves below the Heavenly King level is even more terrifying. It can be said, it is a 100% future superpower trainer reserve force. Moreover, it is not an ordinary reserve force. Athena's eyes became more and more appreciative, so she did not hide it, and immediately said bluntly, Master Natsi, you have great potential. I officially invite you to become our companion. You will become more strong. Besides, don't worry about anyone being afraid of you anymore, because you'll have truly like-minded companions. Join our rocket. Athena's eyes were burning. Her tone was sincere and with strong confidence. According to her investigation, although Natsi was born in a family of superpowers, because she has shown her terrifying superpower talent and strength since childhood, not only ordinary people are afraid of her, but even other superpowers and even her parents are not always living fear of her power. As a result, the subconscious alienation and rejection of Natsi made Natsi's heart severely traumatized, and gradually closed her heart, becoming cold and lacking in emotion. At this point, Athena actually felt the same way. Her physical growth has been different from ordinary people since she was a child, and when she was 8 or 9 years old, she was almost as tall as an ordinary adult. The quality of the body is not inferior, even far beyond ordinary people. Therefore, also received a lot of rejection and strange eyes. Known as a monster, a strange force girl, until she met that man. The phrase, this innate strength is really beautiful, made her determined to follow and change changed her life. Nazi is just like her, or more miserable. As a member of the monster in the eyes of the world, Athena knows very well that there is nothing that they desire more than identity. As she thought, Nazi's expression was shaken, but just when Athena was more confident, Nazi's originally shaky expression changed suddenly. It was as if there was something that made her wake up from the struggle in an instant. I will consider this matter, and I will give you an answer tomorrow. Nazi's voice couldn't hear any emotion at all. Obviously, she had repressed the emotions in her heart. Okay, then I'll wait for your reply. Athena didn't push her too hard. After she nodded her head, she simply got up and left. Ellipsis. Crisp heels knocked across the corridor. When Athena walked out of the gate of the gym, she happened to pass by a boy with silver white hair. To be frank, even with Athena's temperament, after seeing the boy's face, he would not stop taking a second look. He is indeed handsome, just like the reader. And Bai Zi, who passed by him, nodded with a calm smile on his face. But in my heart, Ren, no, muttered, because he recognized the identity of this astonishingly large woman. And Lambda, who can be said to have died under his compliment, is also a senior cadre of the Rocket. 4 generals. Athena, why did the Rockets come to the Golden Hall under the League? Are you here to find Nazi? So, Nazi's identity needs to be scrutinized. In this comprehensive worldview, is she a pure gym trainer, or is she one of the 3 cadres, members of the Rocket? With such thought, Bai Zi walked through the dark corridor unimpeded all the way, and following the induction of his half-awakened spiritual power, he came to a door at the end of the corridor. Before the door was opened, across the door, Bai Zi felt a group of powerful but wanton mental energy surging continuously inside the door. A frenzy like a runaway wild horse, more like the burning white lights in the darkness, unscrupulously announcing their existence. Don't guess. That must be the spiritual power emanating from Nazi's superpower. What the meaning? Get off the horse. Bai Zi frowned, and then, with a squeak, one by one, the door automatically opened to both sides. In front of him, Nazi's floating figure, who had been waiting by the side, immediately caught Bai Zi's eyes. Nazi, Bai Zi thought silently in his heart, and at the same time, the brilliance that no one could see in his eyes suddenly swept towards the good Zhao in the field, who only nodded to him. Hudi 1 L Hudi temporary evolution Yangjira attribute super energy system characteristic magic defense Monty level mid Tianwang level 66 0/10 to 0 quasi Tianwang peak level 59 50/10 to 0 potential king of heaven HP 55 attack 50 defense 45 special attack 135 special defense 95 speed 120 common skill bending spoon immobilization method instant movement fantasy light halved reflection exchange of venues spiritual blade self regeneration spiritual rush G spiritual strong mind predicting the future meditation inherited skills psychic power defensive equity prop bending spoon after carrying the power of superpower attribute moves will be improved open black lens bracket condition good close black lens bracket introduction excellent aptitude Yangjira, who evolved from Kathy, who lived with Nazi since childhood, has strong strength and a calm personality, and was temporarily evolved into a spear in the form of Hudi due to the enhancement of Nazi's superpower. Chapter 103 The Wrong Nazi Spiritual Awakening. Please complete order. Good boy. After reading the data panel of this Hudi, Yangjira, by Z Ren, no, breathe a breath of cold air, and made a negligible contribution to global warming. Directly from the top of the Quasi-King, peak to the middle level of the King of Heaven, there are 7 levels and 2 rank, which is simply a hang-up, while secretly slandering. However, Bai Zi suddenly felt that after the opposite Nazi scrutinized her own eyes, the spiritual power surging in her body increased instead of decreasing. It turned into an invisible tidal wave, aiming in the direction of Bai Zi, surging forward. Bai Zi's eyes narrowed, and a cold color flashed in his eyes, not moving. However, the hem of the hair silk clothes is automatic without the wind, surpassing everything, and the arrogance that surpasses ancient and modern suddenly rises, facing the incoming spiritual power. Bang! In the center of Bai Zi and Nazi, there seemed to be 2 invisible forces competing in the middle of the sky, causing bursts of black electric arc to continue in the void, flashing. Zira, hum. After a while, the 2 of them groaned at the same time. Bai Zi's shoulders swayed, and Nazi fluttered backwards with a flushed face, and the energy in the field gradually subsided. Down. Hu Tian, who was on the side, looked at Nazi and Bai Zi with a tangled expression, looking like he was hesitant to say anything, and the shadow under Bai Zi's feet also twisted slightly like a living thing. Potential. Nazi's slender 307 willow eyebrows were raised, and although there was no smile on her face, it gave Bai Zi an illusion that she seemed to be smiling. Nazi, what do you mean? However, there was no smile on Bai Zi's face. He felt the pain from the constant stirring between his eyebrows, and his expression gradually became colder. Undeniable. Nazi is indeed very beautiful, especially Luckily Baizi's understanding is relatively comprehensive, and she knows that the deeply hidden Nazi is not inferior to the dazzling Hyena. But no matter whether she is beautiful or not, even if you count the favorability bonus of the paper man's wife in her previous life, but if it is really an enemy, Baizi will never be soft-hearted. Perhaps it was felt Baizi's anger. The opposite Nazi blinked, and then she aimed her eyes at Baizi and said word by word, "Your mental strength is full enough. The reason why you are still in a semi-awakened state is because of the lack of external thorns excited. What I used just now was not a superpower, but pure mental oppression, which won't cause any harm to you." The tone of voice, as always, was flat and unwavering, but I don't know if it was an illusion, but Baizi could hear a trace in the tone of these words. Wrong. Baizi was a little dumbfounded. Because Baizi's power was fleeting, it was indeed discovered that Nazi had no malice towards her. Ha, what is that? Baizi was a little embarrassed by Nazi's straight eyes, ACBH, so he spread his hand, closed his eyes, and said, "You can come." Okay. Staring at Baizi with her eyes closed, Nazi's cheek bulged, but in the end she responded with a sound, and the majestic mental power in her body was activated again, pressing in the direction of Baizi. The next moment, the familiar feeling of swelling and pain came from the eyebrows again. Under the pressure of the outside world, there seemed to be a faint feeling of breaking out of the shell, but this layer of shell seems to be too tough. Even though she has become active enough under the stimulation of Nazi's spiritual power, she still cannot break through this invisible shackle for a while. And right now, Nazi's cold voice came out of her mind. "Don't be so rambunctious. You have to learn to use cleverness to condense your mental power. Imagine it is an iron cone. Pull it back like a spring, and try your best to compress," he said. Nazi mobilized her mental power to stimulate the activity of Baizi's mental power. While activating Baizi's spiritual power to the greatest extent, he also tried his best to prevent his own spiritual power from intervening in the core area of Baizi's spiritual power awakening. Breaking the shell must be done by Baizi himself. Because of this process, it is also a stage in which Baizi's spiritual power has grown rapidly through constant struggle and confrontation. Just as others rashly intervene in this process, then, without the spiritual power that grows and awakens in the confrontation, it will be far less powerful and comprehensive than the spiritual power awakened by breaking through the obstacles by oneself. But the process will not be short, and doing two things with one mind, coupled with the extreme micro-operations, even Nazi felt that it was a bit laborious. Young. On the side, the boosted power was instantly swept away, and Hudi also degenerated into Youngjira in the white light, looking at Nazi and Baizi, who were connected by spiritual power with worry. The power recalled on Youngjira's body made Nazi's tense expression a little relieved. "Now, the only thing I need to worry about is whether Baizi will be too impatient." After all, the process of breaking the shell by sensing and manipulating his own mental power is no different from digging with bare hands in a dark and closed cave. Because of being in such a predicament, especially when awakening the spiritual power, the senses will be infinitely enlarged, and it is difficult for people to achieve complete peace of mind. And once you can't hit the spirit, it will be even more difficult if you want to successfully break the shell to awaken. Just when Nazi was hesitant to say something comforting to stabilize Baizi's mood, but suddenly felt it. The emotions emanating from Baizi's mental power were not at all irritable and oppressive. On the contrary, they became more and more high and full as time passed. Nazi was stunned for a moment. This man, no, it should be said that this young man has such a tenacious will. Not affected at all, still more and more courageous. Nazi was shocked. No one could understand the difficulty in the process of awakening her spiritual power better than her. If it weren't for her unique talent, she was born with a spiritual power hundreds of times more than ordinary people. I am afraid it would be difficult to endure the process of awakening spiritual power. And even so, she also relied on the mental explosion when she was on the verge of collapse, and barely managed to break the shell. But now, she could feel that Baizi's mental power did not produce even the slightest negative emotion, and it slowly increased his mental power at a very stable, even precise speed, constantly consuming it, breaking through the shell of spiritual power. Simply stable like a machine. You do your best to run your mental power to break through the blockade. You will gain a little mental power plus 0.5, mental barrier weakened by 0.5%. You do your best to run your mental power to break through the blockade. You will gain a little mental power plus 0.5, mental barrier weakened by 0.5%. You do your best to run your mental power to break through the blockade. You will gain a little mental power plus 0.5, mental barrier weakened by 0.5%. Nazi's induction is not wrong. Under the reward of God, Baizi's speed up is simply too stable. Not to mention that under the sound of the system, not only did he progress steadily, but his goals were also very clear. Because the strength of the mental barrier cannot be clearly defined in the eyes of others, for him, it is no different from the game task bar with the progress bar displayed. Ding! The spiritual power is increased by 100. The spiritual barrier is completely broken through. You have completed the awakening of the spiritual power. The spirit +15 successfully awakened the superpower perfect primary 152-200. Note, the level of superpower is the same as the host mental strength. 2 hours later, after Baizi's unremitting effort, he finally broke through the spiritual barrier, completed the awakening of spiritual power, and became a superpower like Nazi. For a time, he felt as if his entire body had broken free from some kind of bondage, and an invisible force was born from within his body. At the same time, the substitute for mental power also made his mind clear and his thinking became quite active. It even has a wonderful space sensing ability. He quickly realized it. Woo! After a few minutes, he breathed a sigh of relief and opened his eyes. One entry. It's a pretty face that almost stick to his face. Chapter 104. The ominous birdsong. The incoming fire, rain, ice, wind and thunder column. For full order. What do you want to do? Baizi wasn't frightened. After all, he was a superpower now. Even if he was far from Nazi, he still had basic psychic perception ability. Show me your mind power, Nazi said softly. Between the word, the warm moisture and fragrant fragrance caused Baizi to be in a trance for a moment. Seeing that Baizi was a little dazed, Nazi repeated, I want to see the color of your psychic power. The color of psychic power. Baizi finally calmed down, leaned back lightly, raised his eyebrows, and asked suspiciously, is there anything in it? He said. He stretched out a hand, and a layer of burning white thought power glowing with silver light emerged from the palm of his hand. Sure enough, a layer of ripples appeared in Nazi's cold eye, and she explained, whether it is a superhuman or a super-type elf, most of the condensed thoughts are one color. Blue. Baizi's eyes turned and he said, yes. Nazi nodded and continued, this is the most common color of mind power, but it is not perfect. Imperfect. Baizi frowned slightly, but he didn't notice that Nazi was getting closer again. Yes, it's not perfect. Nazi's eyes flashed with different colors. Such mental power colors represent their incompleteness, and they cannot control the power of all super energy factors, or unable to instant, moment, or no telepathy, or no future. All in all, they are incomplete, and neither is a complete, perfect user of superpowers. Only like us, with our own unique colors, can we have complete and perfect superpowers. It can do almost everything, Nazi said, also raising her palm. Shallow, a greenish fog-like thought force emerged. Close. It complements Baizi's hand. The burning white thought grew. As that's so, Baizi was lost in thought. He didn't doubt Nazi's words too much. After all, whether Nazi or himself, the unique characteristics of psychic power are indeed very rare. Nazi, needless to say, momentary movement, psychic drive, turning people into dolls, augmenting spirits with superpowers to make them evolve briefly, creating spiritual bodies. In the game, she can even accurately predict the future. To be frank, as far as Baizi's understanding of superpowers is concerned, Nazi is the only one with such perverted and comprehensive ability. Others, even Jai Jaihua, a well-known psychic medium in the Carlos area, or Catalia, the only daughter of the most powerful superpower family in the Hujong area, are more than one step behind. And as far as he knows, the color of the dream power seems to be unique. It is pink. However, if you want to talk about the unique color of mind power, then his Chilulian seems to be right. A thought flashed in Baizi's eyes. When I was about to ask again, when he looked up, he found that Nazi's pretty face had almost touched her own face at some point. Moreover, although his face was expressionless, Baizi always felt that his whole body was cold. It felt as if he was thinking about something. No, why are you so close? Marry me. Huh. Baizi was stunned for a moment, and then said with a straight mouth, no, I'm here to play a gym. That's not right. Why do you want me to marry you all of a sudden? Where is this? To be honest, Baizi was really dumbfounded and couldn't understand what was going on in Nazi's thinking. This is the gym badge. You don't need to fight. Nazi stretched out her hand and took a picture from behind, a golden concentric circle badge with an inner circle slightly higher than the outer circle, which was directly stuffed into Baizi's palm. Subsequently, in an extremely indifferent tone, Baizi's eyelid twitched. You've already seen me, and you've started. The most important thing is that in this world, only you and I are the same. We are the same kind. We should live together. Baizi held the golden badge in his hand, and the corners of his mouth twitched. When I was about to say something, pop, a soft sound. In the faint white light, Cerulean revealed her figure. You rude person, stay away from Baizi's side. In the ethereal telepathy sound, the lavender thought force wrapped Nazi in an instant, and with a wave of her plain hand, she directly threw Nazi wrapped by the thought force backwards like a ball. Boo! Halfway through the flight, Nazi's pretty face, who quickly reacted, froze, and the atomized green thought power suddenly burst, directly breaking the lavender thought power that wrapped her, and stopped in the battle like a temple before the field wall. Nazi's pretty face froze, and the turbulent green thought force swept down like a wave, heading straight for Chilean. And Cerulean was not to be outdone. Under the augmentation of the super orb, the splendid purple thought power is like a blooming utan, and it is attacked layer by layer. Amid the roaring sound, down. The entire room was divided into two halves from the center of contact by the purple and green mind power, and even with Baizi's stable bottom plate, it was a little bit unable to stand. Seeing that Baizi was affected, both Cerulean and Nazi hurriedly chose to stop at the first time, and move to Baizi's left and right almost at the same time. Baizi, are you alright? Your superpower is too weak. You have to practice hard. The sentence in front is naturally Chilean, and the words in the back are like Nazi. After one person and one favor were finished, before Baizi could respond, he snorted coldly. In the middle of the eye contact, the whiz of electric current also rose. Well, this is not a metaphor. It is true that there is an electric current that collides and arises in the materialized mind vision of the two. Baizi's mouth twitched, and he let out a long sigh. It's all my fault that I have such a handsome face with a sense of substitution. The elf on my hand is greedy for him, and the pavilion owner who has a relationship with him is also greedy for him. It's too difficult for me. Alright, jokes aside, Baizi doesn't really reject beauties like Nazi, but there is one thing he needs to figure out in advance. Do you know that red-haired woman who came out of you before? I don't know. Nazi simply shook her head and said very frankly. She broke in suddenly. She is very powerful. She wants to invite me to join their organization. It seems to be called Team Rocket. So did you agree? Baizi asked. No, I sensed you were here, so I just made an excuse to give her an answer tomorrow. Nazi replied lightly. That fine. Baizi breathed a sigh of relief. Because of Cerulean's affair, it's almost a certainty that he and the Rockets are on opposite sides. Even if Team Rocket did not investigate the truth about the Eugean Mountain underground experimental base, Baizi himself would not easily let Team Rocket go, because he had promised Cerulean, who was still Lalora's, the suffering she endured. He will find it all back without a trace. As if sensing what Baizi was thinking at this time, Cerulean's expression softened, and she put her small hand into Baizi's palm, and said softly as if responding, "Zero. Ask for flowers." Seeing this, Nazi frowned and quickly clenched Baizi's other hand. Then, he simply asked, "Do you have any grudge against them?" "What if there is?" Baizi asked tentatively. "Then I'll help you kill them all." Nazi's answer was very straightforward, and her tone was full of indifference to life. This is not because Nazi is hard-hearted, but because of the factors of the growing environment. Although her body and mind are fully developed, her way of thinking is like that of a child, neither good nor evil. She behaves according to her preferences, without the slightest notion of right and wrong. Baizi also didn't care. He is not a virgin, and has always believed in the philosophy of people don't offend me, I don't offend people. If anyone offends me, cut the grass and root out. A partner like Nazi, who is strong and has no scruples in his action, but whose heart is like a blank piece of paper, can be edited by him. To be honest, Baizi doesn't hate it. Even, it can be said that he is so cautious. However, it is obviously impossible for him to enter the grave of marriage so early. He also think to see more landscape, to meet more wonderful people and elves. He couldn't have stopped just like that. But, when Baizi told Nazi about this, Nazi made a rather decisive decision. Outside the gate of the Golden Temple. "So, are you so determined to travel with me?" Looking at the completely closed door behind him, Baizi's mouth twitched slightly, thinking that Nazi directly moved the middle-aged man who should be her father into the gym out of thin air, and at the same time restored her mother's body. Then he left the sentence, "The gym will be handed over to you," in the confused expression on the other side's face. He didn't give the two of them any room to answer, and simply used his superpowers again to temporarily block the room and moved out with himself in an instant. Baizi was unable to touch his forehead. "If he waited for you, Nazi's parents to come out, I am afraid they would inform Miss Juncha and accuse him of abducting and selling girls, right?" "Yes, no matter what you're going to do or where you're going, I'll follow you anyway," Nazi replied in a flat, expressionless voice, completely ignoring Cerulean, who was gritting her teeth secretly. At this time, it was already sunset, and the sky was getting dark. Just when Baizi was about to call out the wind speed dog to hurry, bang, one by one, the explosive flames erupted from the top of the silver building in the very center of the city. The sound shook half the city. The blazing fire suddenly illuminated the dim sky into a bright light. The whole city was silent, and then, a roar of noise suddenly spread throughout the city. But it's not over yet. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The incomparably ominous bird chirping sounded through the sky from the blast of fire, and accompanied by the bursts of screeching sound. Fire, rain, ice, wind, and thunder pillars suddenly swept out. P.S. Is it Nazi who is not to everyone's taste? How do you feel? I feel that the response is mediocre. A few. Chapter 105. The Three Holy Birds. Kill Athena. For full order. The surging three-color elements bombarded the buildings around the Shalhoub Silver Company building, causing a sudden explosion. For a while, the rising smoke completely shrouded the most prosperous commercial street in the entire Golden City. The rubble collapsed and the house collapsed. Sirens, whistles, and chaotic and frightened cries now resounded throughout the city. And then, Kacha, the gate gates of the underground passages suddenly cracked open, and countless members of the rocket team wearing felt hats and gray-black characters with the character R poured out from them. An all-powerful young male trainer. A team of 10 people. Each team is prepared with equal amounts of arboreal snake, double bomb gases and big-mouthed bats. As soon as they came out, they began to drive out and destroy, as if they were deliberately creating chaos and trying to attract the attention of the Alliance and the city. In an instant, explosions sounded one after another, and the smoke of gunpowder rose into the sky in every corner of the Golden City. And as the smoke from the top of the Shiroof building gradually dissipated, the figures of 3 unique bird-shaped Pokemon suddenly appeared in Baizi's eyes. The elegant figure in blue, sprinkled with a little bit of ice dust, the wings bathed in flames flutter, scorching and twisting the air. Control the thunder and lightning. The thorn-like golden bird, frozen bird, flame bird, 323, lightning bird. Taking a deep breath, Baizi said the names of the 3 legendary elves in the Guandu area. This is the 3 holy bird. At the same time, the brilliance that nurtured the power of exploration flickered in the eyes. Wraith, frozen bird. Attribute, ice flying. Characteristics, no hidden. Monty, level, Heavenly King Pete, level 69, 2100. Potential, level 3 god. Status, control, law comprehension, ice element 1.2%. Open black lens bracket. Wraith, flame bird close black lens bracket. Attribute, fire, flying. Characteristic, flame body. Monty, level, Heavenly King Pete, level 69, 2100. Potential, level 3 god. Status, control, law comprehension, fire element 1.2%. Wraith, lightning bird. Attribute, electric flying. Characteristic, static electricity. Monty, level, Heavenly King Pete, level 69, 2100. Potential, level 3 god. Status, control, law comprehension, electricity 1.2%. 3 controlled members of the Divine Bird group. And, although the strength is the peak of the King of Heaven, these 3 divine birds are all members who have comprehended the power of the law. The real combat power is not inferior to the general champion elf. This kind of strength, coupled with the elite members of the Rockets who are obviously not ordinary cannon fodder, want to subvert the golden market, and even completely destroy the golden market without hindrance. It is only a matter of time. But, Baizi rubbed his swollen temples, ignoring his body, the former member of Team Rocket who was slapped by Nazi and Cerulean with his mind power, in sight. With obvious doubt, it is undeniable that as a large-scale dark organization spanning Kanto, Chengdu and Chengdu, the Rockets are quite wrong. The notorious 3 beasts of the Special Squad, the 4 generals of the senior cadres who were removed from their name, not counting Sakagi himself, and the former members of the Rockets who were hidden in the dark and took a backseat. There are as many as 7 Heavenly King level trainers in the Rocket. Such a deep foundation. It's no wonder that the alliance between the 2 places in Guandu has been fighting together for many years, but it has not been able to completely destroy the Rocket. On the contrary, it has allowed this dark organization to grow stronger. But no matter how strong it grows and how deeply rooted it is, a dark organization is a dark organization. Still have to be suppressed in the dark by the alliance. Not on the table. In this world, in the hundreds of years since the alliance was officially established in modern time, there are, and only one, the real hegemonic forces on the continent, and that is the Elven Alliance. But what Team Rocket is doing now is different from the privateering of elves, illegal smuggling and trafficking, and even elves' experiments and murder. Directly attacking the city is still the card of the Kanto region. The Golden City is the economic and commercial center. By doing this, the Rockets are completely challenging the bottom line of the Elf League. Baizi knew without guessing. After this incident, the Rockets will inevitably be subject to the mad, crazy revenge and oppression of the Alliance, especially the Kanto Alliance. In a short period of time, I am afraid that it will be difficult for the Rockets to emerge in the Kanto area. More importantly, according to the timeline of the original work, at this stage, Sakagi should be putting all his energy into the God creation project, right? Not to mention being a shrinking turtle. The bottom line of challenging the Alliance with such a big fight is really true. Is it okay? You know, Mewtwo hasn't been created yet. At this time, the attacking city is going all out. Could it be because he is about to successfully create Mewtwo? So, Sakagi is a little floating. Tis, are you really not afraid of angering the Alliance and carrying out a carpet cleaning of all the cities in the Kanto region? At that time, once the capital chain breaks, and the final progress of Mewtwo's production is stuck, won't Sakagi go crazy? Baizi's mouth evoked a rather evil laugh. He actually understood it very well. Sakagi is not a fool. There must be some unknown trick in it. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether it's borrowing a knife to kill, or fishing in troubled waters, or whether Sakagi really lost his mind. It doesn't matter. What he has to do, it is to hold this shit pot firmly on Sakagi's head. Nazi, if you were asked to find someone you've seen before, would you be able to find her quickly? You mean that redhead? Nazi tilted her head, and slapped a member of Team Rocket who rushed up, along with the elf, into into the wall brick, wiping her hands in the air. Next second, a bright green mirror appeared in midair. The picture revealed in the mirror is exactly the scene of Athena holding the communicator with a gloomy face and talking. Very good. Vizi's mouth hooked, and he was about to leave. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly swept across the ruins of the sheer-roof building, where only half of it remained. A familiar figure was floating in the air, hanging in the air. This is... Vizi's complexion changed, and he quickly took out a single-sided mini telescope from his backpack and looked in the direction of the building. Exposed, on top of the steel bars that extend out 4 or 5 meters away, a girl with long brown hair and a black dress is facing down, wrapped around her waist by a pink rope, hanging weakly in the air. Little blue ellipsis. At the same time, in a private room of a hotel not far from here, Athena, who was wearing a bathing suit, looked out the window at a chaotic battle scene, her face gloomy, and the leader Sakagi reporting information about the Golden City. Yes, Boss Sakagi, I have never met the members of the Rocket. Yes, temporarily take charge of the Sacred Bird integration plan for me, and Lan, who is sitting in the Golden City, can't be contacted for the time being. Yes, I understand. I will leave the Golden City immediately. Click. Lan. The phone hung up. Athena clenched her palm, and the metal-cased communicator was instantly squeezed into a ball by a terrifying force, and countless tiny glass shards fell from the gap between her palm. It's really an east-west that has more than enough success. The veins on Athena's forehead popped out, and she cursed in a low voice. No wonder she was angry. Sacred Bird Combination Project is an experimental project presided over by her, which took several years, countless funds and painstaking effort. It looked like it was going to be done. She just went out to do some business, and Lan, who was in charge of temporarily replacing her, made such a big mess for her. The 3 holy birds who were secretly imprisoned in Shiroof were released, and a bunch of Rocket members who even she and the boss Sakagi couldn't figure out their origins for a while destroyed the golden market they had been running for a long time in secret. Then, he couldn't find anyone himself. If it weren't for the boss Sakagi telling her that the Alliance's special forces and a 4-day king not far from here were already on their way, Athena had to lead the team in person to start a killing spree, find out the Lance's guy, chop it up and feed it to the dog. Woo, woo. After taking a few deep breaths, Athena, who barely suppressed her anger, quickly cleaned up, smashed the floor-to-ceiling windows directly, released the armored bird, and prepared to leave the place. But as soon as he turned over and jumped on the back of the armored bird, a strong sense of crisis suddenly emerged from his heart. Athena hurriedly rolled over on the spot and rolled behind the sofa in the living room. Next second, swish swish, a few conical energy needles with the thickness of the forearm thorn, and they stabbed deeply into the position where Athena was before. Who is this? 1.7 Athena asked sharply. At the same time, with a wave of his hand, he threw 2 pokeballs in front of him and above the broken floor-to-ceiling windows. Aberman, intimidate. Dark Row, delay. His Hilda. The thickness of the mouth of the bowl, the ferocious and vicious purple giant snake circled its body and protected Athena behind it. Got Tilda. And the whole body is dark, like a petit crow wearing a gentleman's hat. As soon as he appears, his red eyes sweep across the fan-shaped area in front of the window like a searchlight. Delay skills to overwhelm opponent, putting their order of actions last. In the wild, this is an excellent change-type skill to prevent sneak attack. And then, a slender silhouette with a golden and iron color was pushed out of the window from less than 1 meter above Athena's head, as if it had been applied with backward magic. Cold sweat fell from Athena's temples in an instant. P.S. Let's use Shalufu Silver Company and be more used to it. Tilda. Chapter 106. Absolute Tactical Crushing. Fire Fist A. Please complete order. Big Needle B. Athena called out the name of the elf word by word, with lingering fears all over her face. Almost. If it wasn't for her timely response, she would be even a little bit slower, or she might not have picked the right guild. I'm afraid she has already died in Wonquan. And whose spirit is this? This ruthless and decisive attack is more like a dark organization than she is a dark organization. Beard Tilda. The big Needlebee who was pushed out of the window shook his needle arm. His expression remained the same, and immediately began to hit his spirit and began to meditate. Almost in the blink of an eye, a circle of energy swords burst out from the body of the drooping Needlebee. Sword dance. Done. What? Athena was startled again. The sword dance trick is indeed an excellent boosting skill, but whether it is to dance the fight dance, to stimulate the energy and muscles in the body, or to concentrate on the liberation of potential power through meditation, it takes a long time to hit the spirit. Yes, is there anything like this instant? To know. Even the absolute ace of the Rocket's boss O2's Sakagi, the big Needlebee, after the targeted training, the time of the sword dance was only shortened to 3 seconds. At this time, it can be said that it is already amazing enough, but the heterochromatic hornbee in front of him could shorten the time to less than 1 second. It's almost instant. This is really... Athena was shocked. At the same time, vigilance could not help but rise again, even though she has already seen that the heterochromatic hornbee in front of her is only the level of a quasi-celestial king. In the elf world, the weak overcome the strong, or the example of capsize in the gutter. There are too many examples. Just what she saw with her own eyes, it has been no less than dozen. Not to mention, she had just experienced the feeling that her life was hanging by a thread under the sting of this giant stinger bee. Thinking of this, Athena narrowed her long and narrow phoenix eyes and ordered coldly, "Dark crow, black eyes, arbor monster, big snake daring, armored bird, pecking drill. It's too dangerous to open up with this heterochromatic hornbee. If one is not good, you may suffer a big loss. Therefore, to be cautious." Even though Athena knew that her strength was firmly above the opponent, she bluntly issued an interlocking siege command. "Be sure to kill with one hit." "Got tilde." The dark crow immediately uttered the sound of death, and the pitch-black eyes fell on the body of the giant needlebee. "Hiss tilde." At the same time, Abersnake opened his bone wing, his eyes shone brightly, and he glared fiercely at the giant needlebee. Immediately, a yellow electric light flashed, indicating that the hornet was in a state of paralysis. "Yeah tilde." The armored bird also followed with a screeching sound, turned its body, folded its wings, and stabbed the giant needlebee with its sharp beak like a drill. This blow contains killing intent, because it was this worm elf that was only suitable for its own food, and in front of it, it was like a mustard, and its trainer was in danger. Two-way control, one-hit kill. To be frank, this combo is really dangerous, but, if you want to use more to bully less, you have to ask me if I agree or not. The ethereal and indifferent voice of the soul started, and in an instant, the rushing armored bird was immediately wrapped in a layer of lavender thought power and settled in place. Bang Yi ruthlessly smashed through the floor and was directly penetrated into the lower floor. And then, snap, twishing green glows also lit up around the giant needlebee. The giant needlebee struggled hard, and suddenly lost control, passing an afterimage in midair, and attacked Athena fiercely again. "Move at high speed. Double needle. Hold on." Athena's face darkened, her eyelids jumped wildly with a fatal sense of crisis, and the Aberdeen quickly stopped in front of her. She's about to hate the stinger and it trainer now. A mere quasi-king level power. She was once forced to smash left and right, and it was hard to resist. Ellipsis. This is the big stinger was trained by a field death fighting expert. It's like training a killing machine. Gone. Athena gritted her teeth and endured in her heart. She couldn't help but utter a foul language. "Hey tilde." And the Aberdeen had to give up the advantage in strength, neighing, trying his best to open his bone wing, and endured the fierce blow of the big needlebee. The double needles are like an electric light that can be closed at the touch of a button, but the impact of the extreme speed still makes Aber strangely endure. No, stop groaning, and the abdominal organs have a sense of displacement. Sleep. On the neck, the center of the black pattern similar to the eyes, two tiny blood spots are leached out, with a little purple. Obviously, with the blow just now, although the giant stinger retreated, it still left a small gift for the Aber monster. Poison attack. ###. Athena only felt her temples throbbing, but at this moment there was an indifferent girl next to the shining cerulean floating outside the window, but her face became even more gloomy. Ellipsis. At the same time, Golden City. On the street leading to Shiroof building in the city center, a young man was driving a beast of flame, and he was constantly advancing against the crowd, which was very conspicuous. He was handsome, with two small freckles faintly visible on his face, and black half-short hair under an orange cowboy hat with two circular emoji badges. He was shirtless, with a red rosary hanging from his neck. The left arm is tattooed with the words open black lens bracket ASCE close black lens bracket, in which open black lens bracket S close black lens bracket is crossed. Not only that, but on his broad back, there is also a black cross skull that resembles a pirate flag, and on the corners of the skull's lip, there is a white-black moonbeard curved like a new sickle. And he sat down with the flame beast that looked like a wind speed dog. The whole body is surrounded by white smoke, and there are flame-like phantom hairs floating between the shoulders, neck and 4 feet, which look very magical. If there are two-dimensional fans in the past life here, they will definitely recognize the name of the man sitting on the back of the beast of flame. Fire Fist 8. That's right now, the one riding on the back of the wind speed dog when 323 turned into a blazing sun is precisely Baizi, who transformed into the image of Fire Fist 8 with the help of Zeroa's hallucination ability. Now that he has made plans to pit the rocket, he naturally has to pick himself up as much as possible, to avoid trouble with Sakagi from time to time. To know, although in the end Mewtwo was out of the control of Sakagi and Team Rocket, but in the beginning Team Rocket, or Sakagi, used the restraint armor to manipulate Mewtwo, who was in a period of confusion for a while. Before you can be sure, he has spared no effort in pitting the rocket, but revealing his identity is of course exempted from it. At the very least, he has to wait until after the Mewtwo's counter-attack incident. Rush all the way. On the way, Baizi also let the wind speed dog solve it easily, solving several groups of Rocket members who hit the road along the way. In this way, within 2 or 3 minutes, Baizi rushed to the commercial street in the city center, Sheriff building, close at hand. But at this time, the ever-changing monster that originally turned into a rope to connect Xiaolin and the steel bar was finally overwhelmed. After exhaustion, one by one loosened the steel bar in a trance. In an instant, Xiaolin and the ever-changing monsters around her way suddenly fell down. Chapter 107. Bai Zi Beast used a kicking trick, an empty-handed person, for full order, and at the same time, in the shrill and disorderly bird singing, the lightning, electric bird blazing all over the sky above coincidentally hooked up the thunder light of the big canopy, like a power grid, and scattered towards the falling down of Xiaolin. Wind speed dog. Bai Zi's expression condensed, and he stuffed Zoroya in the collar, shouted and stood up, half-squatting on the back of the wind speed dog. Next second, whoo, squeak, the wind speed dog comprehended the lightning up, and after rushing to the halfway, twisted like a drift, and went straight towards the power grid in midair. Hoak, a layer of fire cloth suddenly rose up fiercely, wrapping the wind speed dog's body, turned into a blazing sun, soared to the sky, tread. Almost at the same time, Bai Zi, who jumped up with the help of the wind speed dog twisting and swinging force, was also in midair at this moment, able to intercept the falling Xiaolan. As soon as Pooh fell into his arms, Bai Zi realized that Xiaolan was not in a coma at all, because her body was trembling violently and at a high frequency. It seems that some unknown fear made her unable to support the movement of her body at all, soft and boneless. This is not an adjective, but Xiaolan's entire body is now limp, as if the muscles and bones are not connected, like a puppet that has lost its bearing. But now is not the time to think about that. The weightlessness of free fall, and the whistling in his ears proved that although he caught Xiaolin, he was still in the process of falling rapidly. Bai Zi, the embrace is very warm. This is the first feeling that Xiaolan reluctantly condenses a little meaning. Yu Guangzong. Although the sunshine boy she saw was different from what she knew, the touch on her body and the inexplicably familiar aura made her confirm Bai Zi's true identity right away. At this moment, the rushing gust of wind made Bai Zi unable to open his eyes a little, but his half-squinted eyes, in the spirit, although there was a sense of tension, did not show even the slightest panic. After all, not to mention that his life-saving trump card, Machado, can completely guarantee his life safety. Just say himself, not unprepared for such a situation. Kacha, the sound of the machine running. Bai Zi stopped Xiaolin's slender waist with one arm, and the right arm was clenched and raised on the back of the hand, and two mechanical flyers quickly extended from both sides of the mechanical glove. Wing. Bai Zi's falling momentum suddenly stopped, and then, boom, in the blazing fire behind him, the surging impact suddenly pushed Bai Zi forward. Bai Zi adjusted the flying wings and flew in parallel. Finally, he bent his knees slightly, ran a few steps forward, and stopped on the street hundreds of meters away from the building. The landing posture is very handsome, but, in such a chaotic central area, apart from the Team Rocket who fought together, Junsha and scattered alliance trainers, there was no audience to applaud Bai Zi's hero for saving beauty. Even at the moment of landing, he was attacked. Big-mouthed bat, suck blood, Ma Tilda. Under the order of a member of the Rocket team, the big-mouthed bat flapping its purple diaphragm wings pound, with a bloody mouth, and charged straight towards Bai Zi's lowering. That hunting-like expression seemed to treat Bai Zi as a movable blood bag. Be careful. On the side, Miss Junsha, who was dealing with several members of Team Rocket, was shocked when she saw this. Hattie is entangled by 3 arbor snakes on the opposite side. There were no other elves, and even at a disadvantage, she had to turn her gun and shoot in the direction of Bai Zi. Dab it, dab it, dab it. 3 shots in a row could not be fatal. At most, it could only paralyze the current flying shot of the action shape, and the finished glyph blocked the action route of the big-mouthed bat. I have to say that Miss Junsha's marksmanship is very good, but as a bat elf that can be positioned with ultrasound, the big-mouthed bat is a natural flying master. I saw that it didn't look back, turning, closing, and turning in midair, avoiding these 3 currents with a wonderful flight arc. Subsequently, without reducing the speed, a meniscus was drawn in the air, and from the back, it bit towards Bai Zi's exposed shoulder. But, in the bloodthirsty eyes of the big-mouthed bat, God and Miss Junsha's painful eyes. 1. A burning white whip shadow, flashing head-on. Bang! The fierce whip leg directly slashed the face of the big-mouthed bat, and its body fell to the ground like a ball. After several bounces, it plunged into the green belt by the roadside. You use the superpower whip leg bike to disintegrate the big-mouthed bat fighting ability, and gain a little kicking skill EPUB plus 20. Superpower EPUB plus 8. Bai Zi withdrew his foot. A big-mouthed bat that can reach an elite level, without any defenses, with his current strength plus master level kicking skills and superpowers. With one blow, don't think about getting up easily. Come up. Subsequently, he rushed forward 1 step at a time, with his toes like a sweeping stick, and knocked the trainer of the big-mouthed bat unconscious. Many members of the Rockets saw this and gathered around them in 2s and 3s. And right now, Pata once successfully intercepted the lightning bird discharge skill. The wind speed dog jumped down from the air and came to Bai Zi's side. A pair of flaming pupils Lan. In an instant, the invisible coercion made the rockets and their Elfdifin. Take off your hat. Whispering softly to remind Zoroya, Baizi stretched out his hand and took off his cowboy hat and put it on his chest, bowing slightly to Miss Junsha. Subsequently, God fast, he ordered coldly. Swish one by one is like a stream of orange-red light flickering, but in the blink of an eye, when the wind speed dog returned to Baizi again, the members of the rocket team and all the elves on this street have all lost their battle fighting ability. You commanded the wind speed dog to defeat 22 elite level elves with a little gain. Combat experience +1. The wind speed dog's experience value has been slightly increased, and the speed of proficiency experience +1. At this time, Xiaolan, who was originally buried in his arms, also regained his energy and some strength. After she broke free with a blushing face, she stood still and said, "Thank you, Baizi. I'm much better now. Let's do your business." Baizi raised his eyebrows, surprised that Xiaolan could guess his identity, but thinking of Xiaolan's ghosts and horses, it's not unacceptable. After all, it's easy to find some mistakes and omissions in close contact. Okay, don't get close to the central area. Find a place to hide, or go outside the city. Save some flapping wings, and don't dare to move, Baizi pointedly said. According to Xiaolan's reaction, there are also memories in the original special chapter. Baizi knew in his heart that at this time Xiaolan had not yet broken through the bird phobia that he suffered from being kidnapped by Ho Wang when he was a child. When he got close to a large bird, he would endure no and feel powerless. You really know? Little Lan's face froze. Baizi shrugged, and Xiaolan didn't ask any further questions this time. Instead, she suddenly smiled, raised her arms, and waved at Baizi. Is this the gauntlet and flying wing gloves ordered by Shilufu Company? I have been reluctant to buy it, so I would like to thank you for your sponsorship this time. Bye. Goodbye. As soon as the words fell, Xiaolan stuck out her tongue and made a face at Baizi. He simply turned around, slipped into the aisle next to him, and disappeared in front of Baizi's eyes in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Baizi was stunned for a moment, raised his hand, and as expected, the flying wing glove he was wearing on his hand was gone, and he couldn't bear it for a while. Such unbelievable superb dealing skills. What is an evolved man? You simply call the empty-handed person to get it. Heartlander. Baizi didn't care too much, but turned around and looked at the three holy birds attracted by the wind speed dog. And, standing on the back of the frozen bird, that strong old man. Gong. P.S. I swear to add more today. In the name of my wife Shinado. Oh, I made a mistake. My wife is still young, and her name is Chilean. 13 tilde. Chapter 108. 3 disasters. Aries. Tai Han boy. For full order. Aries. At this moment, there was a somewhat surprised female voice. A team of Alliance Special Forces wearing red and white ball elf marks and wrapping their whole body, top and bottom, arrived with the help of the booster aircraft. In the sky, all the statues hovered above their heads, neat and tidy, with a wordless slaughter atmosphere. And the one who spoke out was the leading middle-aged Junsha, who also wore a combat uniform but did not wrap his face. Different from ordinary Junsha's green head, with sharp edges and corners, her dark and determined face, temperament, and the combat team behind her are highly unified. The faintly revealing bloody suffocating aura made by Z understand that this is by no means a simple character. I really didn't expect that the former top cadre of the rocket, who is rumored to have long since retired, and Aries, the leader of the 3 disasters, would appear here. Why? The rocket's retirement food is not good. Do you want to taste the prison meal in the League Black Prison? The middle-aged Joey with an inch of hair has a solemn expression, but his words are dignified and fearless. With a wave of his hand, he signaled that the members of the special team behind him dispersed into small teams to support the city. With only 5 or 6 captain-level escort, he faced the former cadre of the rockets named Aries, who controlled the divine bird. Then, accompanied by 2 piercing screams, a pair of 323 giant falcons with wingspans of more than 3 meters volleyed into the air, one left and one right, supporting the Junsha on both sides. They wield huge wings, which made the surrounding air move at high speed, creating a hurricane-like effect, and mixed with a little bit of Mars overflowing and flying. In the beautiful, there is a deadly murderous intention. Their backs are red, their abdomens are mostly gray and white, and the tips of their wings and tail feathers are black. If you look closely, you can observe that the patterns on the wingtip, back and abdomen are somewhat similar to the shape of flame, and there are 3 pairs of yellow stripes on the scissor-like tail feathers. But the most interesting, or the sharp claws and toes on the pair of bright yellow sturdy claws. The original background color should have been black, but now, there are layers of red patches that render it extremely bloody. This is very rare in the Kanto region, but it is the final evolution of one of the family birds, the small arrowhawk, which is no different from the bobo and the flamingo in the Carlos region. Loyal personality and very belligerent. The rare combination of fire-flying attributes not only makes it super maneuverable, but also makes up for the shortcomings of its own flight system. And the strength of the 2 fierce arrow eagles in front of them is also not to be underestimated. Arrow Eagle, Heavenly King Intermediate Level 63 0100 Body of Fire Arrow Eagle Heavenly King Elementary Level 62 99 100 Wings of the Wind Monty 1 only entered the Heavenly King Intermediate rank for the first time, and the other was infinitely close to the Heavenly King Intermediate. Seriously, this strength is really good, but it is still too difficult to fight against the 3 sacred birds of the top of the sky, which is enough to compare with the champion elf. Not to mention, although the 3 groups of lightning bird, flaming bird, and frozen birds do not deal with each other, they are an excellent combination, and they can exert their power far beyond 1+1+1. I'm afraid it's hard to win for ordinary champion trainers. Ha 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 ha. Obviously, the strong old man named Ares who controls the 3 holy birds also knows this power. Because of this, he couldn't stop laughing wildly, laughing and bending over, even laughing stomach hurt. You, you still want to arrest me to eat the prison meal in the black prison. Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect that Jun Shui, the captain of the Fire Falcon of the dignified flying special team, is still a young man who can daydream. Girl, ha 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 ha. Ares smiled and wiped away his tears, but his face suddenly changed, and he said savagely, catch me. You are also worthy. Don't say I control the 3 holy birds now. Even if I don't, do you think you can beat my 3 evil dragons with your 2 little flamingos who are not yet at the middle level of the Heavenly King? Double-edged head hammer. This sudden instruction completely surprised everyone. Therefore, when the 3 evil dragons that sprang from the slanted ground easily penetrated the line of defense composed of the special forces, roared Tilda. With a violent roar, he rushed to the front of Jun Shui. This blow is almost inevitable, and Ares's abacus is very good. Even if he can't succeed in one-hit kill, then he can take advantage of the 4 times the rock-type skill that restrains the fire-flying attribute. ACBH, the heavy damage will inevitably go to the 2 arrows of the protector eagle. Bai Zi's expression froze just as he was about to order rescue. However, he found that the 3 holy birds above his head had already formed a Q in the shape of a pin in advance, and vaguely circled himself and the windspeed dog in place. After this moment of hesitation, it was too late to think about rescue, but neither Bai Zi nor Ares underestimated this battle-hardened Fire Falcon captain. Yan back. Hold on. Substitute. Feeling the tingling sense of crisis in the cerebral cortex and the strong wind galloping from the back of the head, Jun Shui rushed to the left front without the slightest hesitation, and shouted at the same time. The order was issued extremely quickly, and it was not specifically specified at all, but the 2 fiery arrow eagles acted quickly without any hesitation at all. Hey Tilda. One of them, a flaming arrow eagle, spread its wings and flowed all over its body. The whirlwind, like a propeller, made it come first, raised its claws, and directly pierced Jun Shui, who was about to fall to the ground. The back collar. This is using the preemptive feature of the Wings of Wind flying skill. Subsequently, the other, a flaming arrow eagle, folded its wings like an osprey thrown into a lake, and fell straight down. The fluorescent green energy shield lit up just before the head hammer of the 3 evil dragons. Slap! There is almost no obstacle, and it break with one blow, but the time they had bought was enough for the other flaming arrow eagle to fly away with Jun Shui. Indigo Tilda. The 3 evil dragons were instantly furious. The innate advantages made him unique in some skills, and the momentum was eliminated, but the deputy head on his arms was like a copper hammer. The combined attack is a double-edged head hammer with a double-peaked ear-piercing version followed by a single blow. This time, the body of the fierce arrow eagle was directly hammered into a bubble. Roar! But before the roars of the 3 evil dragons could be released, the angry voice of Ares suddenly came. What are you happy about? It's a fake. The 3 evil dragons suddenly became miserable. Look up. The fierce arrow eagle, which should have been hammered, flashed out from its side and flew into the sky. Roar! The 3 evil dragons roared angrily, but at the moment, Jun Shui, who was led by 2 eagles flying close to the ground, rushed straight into the encirclement of the 3 divine birds, grabbed Bai Zi's waist, and shouted in a hurry, boy, take out the Pokeball quickly. Take back your alienated windspeed dog. She had noticed this handsome young man with a very trendy appearance before. The atmosphere is very good, but it's kind of silly. Can a normal trainer participate in a battle above the level of the king? The other trainers, even her junior Junsha, left the vicinity with discernment, and he was the only one who stood there dumbfounded. Is really not afraid of death. But don't say it. This Tai Hanhan looked so much like when she was young. So, from the bottom of my heart, Jun Shui is actually full of admiration for this silly boy. Chapter 109. For the salaried people. Is this also possible? For full order. But when she tugged, she found that roots rooted under this fool's feet can't move at all. Also, why does this feel a bit wrong? It's not like the feeling of being bare-shouldered Tilda feeling. Could it be that I'm wearing glove? Why, you silly boy, you really don't know what to be afraid of, do you? Although she was puzzled, Jun Shui didn't just give up on Bai Zi and left the encirclement alone with a tone of blame, but Ren turned turned over and stopped in front of Bai Zi. Boy, I'm not joking with you. This person was a well-known rocket team leader and a trainer at the level of Heavenly Kings more than 10 years ago. Now, he has become stronger. He has also mastered the power of the 3 holy birds. Zhen Shui looked solemn. She continued, after a while, I will take the initiative to attack to attract the attention of the other party, and you should take the opportunity to run. A pawn like you, he should not take the initiative to pursue and kill you. Hearing such words, Bai Zi's heart couldn't have been touched a little bit. That 3 evil dragons he has explored, it is the strength of the high-level King of Heaven, and has come a long way at this stage. 3 evil dragons, high-level King of Heaven, level 68, 8100, very close the top of the king, the peak, face up. Even if it is 2 against 1, Zhen Shui will probably only be able to support her for a while at most. What's more, on the opponent's hand, there are not only the 3 evil dragons of the Heavenly King's level, but also 3 holy birds whose combat power is comparable to that of a champion. In this way, she was reluctant to deal with it, let alone confront it head-on. Really hit. It was almost a mortal situation. There is no difference between rushing up and dying. Ha tilde. Bai Zaren, no, stopped chuckling, and all along, he actually had a slight, almost invisible sense of estrangement from this world. After all, he is a transmigrator. Foresight. He also has a system. Therefore, he always unconsciously regards other people as NPCs. Everything pays attention to the pros and cons, and the results are also considered. Perhaps, if it wasn't Xiao Huang who was kidnapped by Hunter Ji in the Viridian Forest, wouldn't he have taken the risk? Maybe not. But this time, the siege incident in the Golden City was not what he thought of at the first time. Instead, he took this opportunity to buckle the shit pot on Sakaji's head. Although it seems that there is something tricky about it now, this Nabesakagi has to be carried on his back. Yes, speaking of which, the world is clearly not perfect. Betrayal, conspiracy, dark. However, there are still a lot of lovely elves and lovely people. Although I still don't intend to completely change my code of conduct. However, those who hold salaries for everyone can't let them freeze to death in the wind and snow. Hey, I'm a little distressed. Speaking of, the Virgin, the Savior, or something. In fact, I really don't dare to be interested at all. The freckled boy wearing a cowboy hat walked out from behind Zhen Shui, and seemed to scratch his temples in distress. But, when he changed the subject, there was an inexplicable meaning in his eyes, and he politely said, Aris, right, I don't like it when others stand and talk to me like this. Can you come down? Fast speed. Then, suddenly ordered, Wu tilde. The wind speed dog also moved immediately upon hearing the sound, almost pulling out an afterimage in midair, turning it into an orange-red line of fire, and rushing straight in the direction of Aries. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. I knew that a guy who could briefly collide with a lightning bird could be a simple thing. Thanks to our dignified Fire Falcon team leader, he treated you as an ordinary rookie trainer. Flaming bird, shoot flame, frozen bird, snowstorm, lightning bird, 100,000 volt. Aries laughed loudly, holding a pitch black pokeball in his hand, flashing an ominous red light. Under his control, the 3 divine birds used different attribute skills almost at the same time. The flames were intertwined with the wind, snow, and lightning, and they turned into a mass of entangled light waves that exploded. The explosive shock wave it produces is quite shocking. Not only pushed away the wind speed dog that jumped, even the 3 divine birds themselves fluttered their wings erratically, and under the gesture of Aries, they rose again into the sky. Aries looked surprised, as if he had found an interesting combination of skills. 0. As for flowers, when I was about to use Bai Zi's wind speed dog as a target to try a move, but found the target of the wind speed dog is not himself. At this time, the wind speed dog that fell from midair suddenly exploded with a bang sound, turning into a cloud of smoke. Stupid. No, it's a shadow clone. After Aries recognized the skill, his pupils shrank for a while. He suddenly turned his head and looked aside, but I saw that the alienated wind speed dog had quietly approached his 3 evil dragons at this time, and the canine teeth with faint sparks were intertwined, biting fiercely on the necks of the 3 evil dragons. Boom boom. In an instant, a distorted light spot appeared on the windspeed dog's mouth, and the next second, an explosion, light flame rose from the windspeed dog's mouth, and black smoke with countless golden orange flames was expelled from the gap between the canine teeth to both sides. Zhen Yan. 0 distant. Bang tilde. There was no screaming at all. After the windspeed dog released the black smoke and sparks of the mouth, the 3-headed dragons whose eyes were all white softened to the ground. On the neck, the torn canine tooth wound has been cauterized and closed. However, the golden orange flames surrounding the wound continued to cause damage to the 3 dragons that had lost their ability to fight. You commanded the wind speed dog to kill the 3 evil dragons of Aries in second, with a little gain. The battle experience plus 50. The wind speed dog's experience value has been improved to a certain extent. The speed of the dog, skill level plus 5. The shadow clone, body skill level plus 5. Zhen Yan proficiency, experience plus 5. The system beat together, and then, coaxing one by one, a layer of golden orange flames suddenly ignited from the windspeed dog, like splashing oil, and the crackling layers rose several meters high. What the matter? This is also possible. Seeing this scene, Aries couldn't take care of the 3 evil dragons for a while, and his eyes widened. Also, are you sure this is just a fire? Isn't it fueling the fire? P.S. Successfully added more. Today I added 4D. I feel like my bowl is broken. I will cross my way tilde tilde tilde. And GT and LT winking face. How many? Chapter 110. World Champion Yulongdu. Repeated trick. For full order. Just when Aries was stunned by Zi's wind speed dog fueling ignition. Zi Wei slightly side head to Jun Shui, who also widened her eyes and opened her mouth lightly. Although it hurts a bit, I may not care about you in the neck battle, so not finished. Zi shrugged, but Jun Shui obviously understood the meaning. Although as a Heavenly King level trainer, Jun Shui has already stood in a position that can overlook most trainers, and can be said to be the best among trainers. But against the 3-headed dragons that were only killed by the wind speed dog, she could still barely play support and contain it. But in the face of the 3 divine birds that even such a powerful wind speed dog is facing the enemy, that's too far. The sudden change of identity made Jun Shui's mood a bit complicated, but as the captain of one of the 3 directly affiliated special teams in the alliance, the 323 should not lack the decision. Although she was a little worried about the safety of this young man, she also knew that there was a gap in strength between herself and Aries. Leave. Apart from making this young man tie his hands and feet, I'm afraid it won't help at all. Thinking of this, Jun Shui immediately pulled off the armband on her left shoulder and stuffed it into Zi's hand, saying, "Boy, this is a positioning receiver, and the other end is in the hands of the 4 heavenly kings of the alliance who came over. Her location is very close to the Golden City. At most, it is 10 or 20 minutes away. So, don't be in a hurry with him. Drag, go, we win." The voice of Jun Shui's words is definitely not small. Obviously, she deliberately let Aries hear it, and approaching 4 heavenly kings, especially, they are the 4 heavenly kings in the Kanto region, no one can ignore them. Not to mention Yulongdu, known as the invincible Longshadu, to be able to get such a name, in addition to the advocacy of the local Kanto and Yulong family, its own strength is also true. Since the suspension of the 8th World Championship, the Championship Cup led by the Kanto League can be said to be one of the most valuable events in recent years. And 3 years ago, in the first Championship Cup, the 27-year-old Longshadu overwhelmed the crowd, defeated all the new and old champions who participated in the competition that year, and won the World Championship, the best crown. Its strength is the undoubted peak champion trainer, stand at the top of the pyramid. But such Yulongdu has not been able to completely overwhelm the other 3-4 heavenly kings for several consecutive years, and officially ascended the throne of the 4 heavenly kings champion in the Kanto region. So, the strength of the other 3 people can naturally be imagined. The 4 heavenly kings of Kanto. There isn't one, an easy one. Although this news is revealed, it will inevitably make Aries take precautions, and may even allow Aries, the culprit, to escape the roundup of the alliance. But in the same way, it also limits Aries' strength from the side. The situation of this teenager will at least become safer. Remember, don't be impulsive. Finally, Jun Shui did not hesitate, whistled, grabbed the eagle's feet, and flew towards the chaotic city. Aries didn't mean to stop Jun Shui at all. At this time, he seemed to be more interested in Zi. Look, these guys from the alliance are just talking nicely when they run away, but faster than anyone. How about you? You're a very good trainer, and I believe you'll be a smart person too. It's a pity to die here. Would you like to do things with me? I can promise you, become the leader of the new 3 disasters, under 1 person and above 10,000 people in my new rocket team. How? Aries' self-righteous hand spread out. Subsequently, before Zi could respond, his expression changed again. Oh, yes, if you put your hope on the body of the 4 heavenly kings of Kanto who are coming, then you don't have to. Because Aries' grin, corners, red mouth and white teeth face, full of sarcastic smile. Don't say 10 or 20 minutes. Even if he or she waits until dawn, she may not be able to come over. Almost at the moment when his voice fell, Zi's keen mental power seemed to sense an invisible wave in the air, spreading from the top of the sheer-roof building to all sides. And with the spread of this invisible wave, a slightly painful whimper sounded from his arms, and then he felt that Zoroha's body suddenly curled up and trembled. Even a little bit of evil factor oozes out from Zi's chest. This is it. Zi's pupils shrank, and he subconsciously used the power of Zi to wrap Zoroha in, and at the same time, he immediately probed into Zoroha's condition. Zoroha. Status 4. Affected by the high-frequency violent sound wave, the negative emotions are amplified, and the energy factor gradually produces a riot. Recovering the violent sound wave, Zi frowned. His feelings gradually calmed down, and his state quickly returned to the good Zoroha 0. At the same time, relax a little. In the middle of his eyes, a ray of thought flashed. Is this the spirit that wants to rely on the riot to intercept the 4 heavenly kings? It seems seems that the range of the violent sound wave release should be quite large. However, it seems that it is not suitable for high level. The elf influence is weak, or hardly any. Also, my power of Baizi seems to naturally restrain this kind of influence. Baizi's eyes swept across the wind speed dog, who was unaware in the arena, and Zoroha, who felt the breath in his arms, had calmed down, and there was a thoughtful light in his eyes. And also, new rocket. Interesting, is the power of the old and new forces within the rocket conflicting. As his heart went back and forth, Baizi connected these messages one by one and kept them in his heart. Subsequently, he put his eyes on the arrogant Eri. I have to admit that you have done a lot of preparation, and the 4 heavenly kings may not be able to support them in time. But, in Baizi's eyes, there was a hint of arrogance. What made you have the illusion that I need the support of the 4 heavenly kings, and you are above me? Windspeed dog. Burning flame shock. As Baizi snapped his fingers, a sudden burst of air rose from the back of Ares' head along with a scorching heat wave. Not good. Ariston, she was shocked, and out of the corner of the eye, the windspeed dog that had originally confronted the 3 divine birds disappeared like a bubble. This familiar scene made his eyes crack, and the heat wave that was already rushing at the back of his head made his expression completely distorted, and the fear of death also made him reveal his true shape, and he made a piercing scream like a woman. Frozen bird, lightning bird, flame bird. Quick, stop it for me now. Quote, P.S. I feel a little feverish and dizzy. Today's update may be a little slower. I am really sorry. Chapter 111. Stepping into the sky. Destroying God. Awakening mark of the director. Please complete. At this moment, along with Eri, who could no longer hear the tone, the word, it, was dragged out. Behind, coaxing, the whole body is like a red lotus, wrapped in layers of heat wave, and all the twisted wind speed dogs that burned the air fell down like a long rainbow through the sun. Call. The continuous sonic boom sounded, and there were magnificent sonic boom clouds floating in the sky in circles, trailing behind the windspeed dog. The body is like a javelin, rushing forward, like a meteor turbulent, completely smashing the air in the path, forming a vacuum channel that runs through, and the scorching flame renders it and turns it into a golden orange. Tianguangju. Hit down. The target, directed at Eri, can't escape. There's no way to escape. That was the only thought that crossed Eri's mind after this situation. The golden orange flame beam that went straight to the heavens and the earth was so vast and majestic that the moment Ares faced it directly, his heart, spirit collapsed, and he no longer had any intention of resisting. Lee tilde. But at this critical juncture, the lightning bird and the flaming bird, whose minds have been completely eroded, have already arrived, like lightning rocket, one on the left and one on the right. It hit the top of the windspeed dog's shoulders. The frozen bird also fanned its wings rapidly, stood up, pointed its abdomen to the front, and at the same time caused the blizzard. It avoided the rear. The response of the 3 divine birds was not untimely. However, they are completely insane and uncommanded by their body and instinct to resist, and they can't stop the wind speed dog at all. Bang! The fast-falling wind speed dog hit the 2 divine birds directly, and there was almost no stalemate, and the wind speed dog directly pushed the lightning, electric bird and the flame bird into the blizzard. The steam from the big puffs rose up immediately, and was directly blown away by the strong wind that the wind speed dog rushed to bring. The next second, the wind speed dog pushing the 2 divine birds on both shoulders slammed into the belly of the frozen bird. There was a crackling sound of cracking bone. The white fluff nearby was also scorched black by the extreme high temperature. And then, boom! The turbulent golden orange shockwave will explode from the moment the 2 touch, and the powerful kinetic energy generated in the moment will include the flame bird and the lightning, electric bird resting on the shoulders. All the 3 divine birds inside were blasted away. Carrying Ares on the back of the frozen bird, he was pushed horizontally and broke through countless reinforced concrete walls along the way, and finally deeply embedded in a water room at the end of the street. The broken water hydrant pipe break, and the billowing steam rose with it, and was cleared away in the icy current. 3 huddled, frozen bird, flaming bird, and lightning, electric birds are revealed. Hold on. Cough. Maybe it really was the scourge that stayed for 1,000 years. At the last moment, when the fear of death reached a critical point, Ares finally woke up, and even shouted the command, hold on to your skills, a move that can resist most Eltric. Although the 3 divine birds were almost half useless, Ares still relied on 3 layers to defend the shield and survive. Cough. Bang! Pushing the frozen bird covering her body away, Ares looked gloomy, ashamed and annoyed in his heart. This kid doesn't look like a normal alliance trainer at all. Sneak attack, hit people directly. What kind of alliance trainer is this? It's simply more hyena than the hyenas of the bounty hunters. Ares cursed in his heart, looking at the 3 divine birds that fell to the ground with distressed faces. Although this is not his ultimate goal, but no matter what, it is a low-ranking legendary elves that are widely circulated in the Guandu area. Ordinary people, even the champions of the 4 heavenly kings, may not be able to have them. But now, these 3 divine birds, who can definitely push him to the championship level, are about to die. Well, when I get that one. Just a mere bird. Aries pointed the black pokeball with the letter R in his hand at the three holy birds with a painful face. Next second, this pokeball actually sent out 3 rays, and the red light flickered in it, completely containing these 3 divine birds. Sure enough, Baizi, who stretched out his hands vigorously and ran to the water room, immediately frowned upon seeing this scene. He was a little weird before. Why did the wind speed dog completely beat the 3 divine birds to the point where they lost their ability to fight, and there was no system sound? Now it seems that there is something tricky that he doesn't know, so that the system does not fully determine that the windspeed dog has defeated these 3 divine birds. Windspeed dog, use jet flame. Without even the slightest hesitation, Baizi decisively gave the attack order. Although I don't know what Aries wants to do, it's right to interrupt him. Immediately, he coaxed a scorching golden orange flame to rise from the windspeed dog's mouth that followed, turned into a spiral fire column, and rushed towards Aries and the black pokeball in his hand. Aries's face turned pale for a while, but he knew that it was useless to avoid him, so this time he didn't go too far. But his legs were shaking a little bit. Fortunately, this time his luck is still good. Just before the pillar of fire was about to engulf him, the black elf ball in his hand automatically opened in a violent tremor, and a strange bird-shaped elf sprang out from it. The spiral fire column offsets it cleanly. It's as if destroyed. The gust of wind generated by the flapping of the wings pushed through, and the surrounding walls collapsed suddenly, and the bricks and stones on the ground turned into ice chip, black ash, and charred lump. The smoke green dissipated. Woe tilde tilde tilde. The screeching sounds that overlapped like echoes rang out, and a strange bird spirit made up of a frozen bird, a flame bird, and a thunder bird appeared in front of Baizi. It's not so much a fit, it's a splicing. The flame bird is in the middle, and the freezing bird and the light bird are spliced on the left and right of the flame bird, forming a body consisting of 3 chests and abdomens, and each part has a sharp claw, 3 wings, one of which belong to the frozen bird, and the other of which belong to the lightning, electric bird. Both wings were covered with a layer of fire feathers, ice, fire, electricity. The 3 attributes are forcibly balanced in a weird posture, making the 3 dying divine birds merge into one, and push their strength to a higher level. Race, unnamed 3 holy bird fusion. Attribute, ice, fire, electricity, flying. Characteristic, 3 uses of 1 heart. Temporary skills that can use 3 attributes of electricity, ice, and fire at the same time, and produce the effect of fusion and amplification to a certain extent. Level, champion intermediate, level 73, 33/100. Potential, none. HP, attack, defend, special forces, special defend. PB, close black lens bracket, exclusive skill, 3 attribute attack. Skill, freezing beam, blizzard, absolute 0. Jet flame, flame vortex, burnout, 100,000 volt, thunder, electromagnetic gun. Status, on the verge of death, continuous consumption of life. Hit, law comprehension, consume. Introduction, it was formed by the forcible fusion of 3 sacred birds that had been enslaved and controlled for a long time. As the price for acquiring powerful power, the cells in the body are in rapid collapse and decay, and may usher in disintegration at any time. Disintegration will also be the final moment of their life. Special reminder, the process of cell collapse and decay is extremely painful, forcibly ending the life of the other party will also usher in the final disintegration. Baizi was silent for a moment, then he raised his head and stared deeply at the crazy black eyes of the fusion of the 3 holy birds. His power of Baizi suddenly became very active at this moment. Come on. Vaguely, there seemed to be 3 distinct whines of pain in my ears. Long, violent, short. I see. Baizi muttered to himself. His awe-inspiring expression gradually climbed up his face. His eyes were like electricity, but he couldn't hear any joy or anger in his voice. Feng speed dog, let us send them to the end. Take a ride. Fast speed, searing blast, shock. Along with Baizi's stern shout, Fengsugo's eyes suddenly burst into flame, and in a trance, Baizi's gradually rendered azure eyes seemed to overlap with Fengsugo's flaming eyes. The cold azure disc is surrounded by red flame, and the next second, bang, boom, swish, one by one, the ground collapsed in an instant, and the figure of the windspeed dog also disappeared. Its whole body's hairs fluttered like flame, and it 4 feet stepped on the flame, galloping in the void and turning into a huge ball of fire. And in this fireball, Kacha, with layers of golden red energy armor attached to its shoulders, neck, 4 feet and dog head. The windspeed dog with half-armored armor is like a god dog with the sun on its back. The heat is rolling and space is warping. It seems that everything around it will be ignited by its scorching flame. And in that instant, Baizi's consciousness and Feng Sugo's consciousness seem to be interwoven across space. An unprecedented spiritual connection is established between the two. At this moment, the howling wind was transmitted to Baizi's mind through the windspeed dog's senses. A faint smile appeared on its face, Sheng and Baizi's face at the same time, and in the next second, 2 red and blue entangled electric lights overflowed from the coincident pupils to the sides of the corners of the eyes. Fast, burning shock, strike, bang. Bang! The flames around him turned into a scorching white windspeed dog, and at the extreme speed of crossing the space, a scorching white light and shadow were drawn from bottom to top, ruthlessly hit the fusion body of the three holy bird, Ru 323, on the soft abdomen. Afterward, the devastating blow directly lifted the fusion body of the three holy bird, and through the turbulent scorching shockwave, it continuously pushed and burned the body of the fusion body of the three holy bird. Take it to the sky. Woe tilde tilde tilde. In the mournful overlapping screams, the three holy bird fusion body, who felt threatened by death, struggled with instinct. The sharp claws fluttered, the wings lashed like steel blade, and the 3B continued to release the 3 Series MIC ultimate move while pecking. Absolute Zero. Electromagnetic gun. Burnout. 3 attribute attack. The wind speed dog gritted his teeth, and stubbornly chased and bit the fusion of the three holy bird. Break through obstacles with the most courageous attitude. The condensed dagger. Size scorching shock. Shockwave ruthlessly nailed it into the core of the fusion of the three holy bird. Click. A soft sound. The tiny shockwave instantly soared, turning into a scorching white beam of light that penetrated the sky and the earth, completely piercing the belly and back of this divine bird, and the flames, lightning, electricity and solid ice were annihilated at the same time. On the verge of death, the frozen bird, the lightning bird, and the fire bird, which were divided into 3 parts from midair, returned to light. The dark eyes finally faded, and clarity was restored. After looking at Baizi's location with a little gratitude and relief, in the moonlight, it disappeared with the wind and turned to ashes. You commanded the windspeed dog to defeat the 3 holy birds and their final fusion. A little gain. Battle experience +120. Spirit +3. Wind speed dog level +1. Divine speed. Skill +3. Burning flame. Strike skill practice +3. Close black lens bracket. Ding! You and the wind speed dog have reached a preliminary spiritual harmony. A little gain. Spiritual power +2. Ding! Complete the achievement. Destroying God. Get rewards for attendant. Awakening mark. Exclusive to wind speed dog. Ding! You have obtained the oath blessing of the life of the 3 holy bird. The innate friendliness of the 3 holy bird grew +60%, and obtained a special title. Divine Bird Shelter. Open black lens bracket. Big chapter. Close black lens bracket. PS. The degree is 38.1. I can't hold it anymore. The eyes written in this chapter suddenly darken. I feel that something is wrong. Now go to the hospital to have a look. Never take a cold bath. Afterward. Chapter 112. Authority. Secret. Call God Kong for full order. Who tilde. With the sound of the system's prompt, a clear feeling suddenly surged into Baizi's mind. For a moment, Baizi exhaled slightly, raised his hand slightly, and the burning white flame rose, and it seemed to condense again. A little real. The increase of spiritual power will increase the strength of superpower. So will the increase of superpower also have the effect of increasing spiritual power. Baizi's eyes flashed with thought. The burning white thought power that appeared in the hand gradually extinguished. Immediately, aiming at the stand of awakening mark on the system panel and the title of Sacred Bird Shelter, Mark of Staff Awakening, exclusive to Windspeed Dog, it can cause the elves to randomly awaken a divine authorization handle, which is the gateway to passport to the realm of God. Note 1. Authority is not repeatable, and both parties with the same authority are enemies of God. Close black lens bracket. Note 2. You can give up after awakening, and you will not be able to awaken again after giving up. Sacred Bird Protector. With this title, you will gain the innate favor of most bird elves. Yes, they are all good things. There was a smile on Baizi's face. Whether it was the power he obtained at random or the innate favor of the bird elf, he was very satisfied with the effects of these two rewards, especially the stand of awakening mark. If the random authority is suitable enough, then the road for the Windspeed Dog to advance to the realm of the gods will be a smooth one. But the only thing that made him a little worried was what the remark said, the non-repeatability of authority. Except for a very few phantom beasts, the divine beasts with authority are probably the second most authentic 3 divine birds on the Orange Island. I am afraid that their strength will not be lower than the realm of the god. If it's just a conflict with the authority of a 3rd level god, it's okay to say that Marshadow in full strength should be able to withstand it. But if it is a 2nd level god, it's directly the words of a 1st level god. Thinking of this, Baizi's expression suddenly became condensed. If you are really unlucky and encounter such an existence, I am afraid that Marshadow will be completely unable to cover it. Unless, let Marshadow help call the parent. Ho Wong in full form should be able to cover it, unless the Windspeed Dog is really lucky enough to directly awaken the authority of creation, or simply overlap with Ho Wong. If this is the case, then the only way is to give up. You can't give up eating because of choking. You really have to wait until the Windspeed Dog reaches the level of a 1st level god or even a god of creation before awakening his authority, right? It's really that time. I am afraid it doesn't matter whether you wake up or not. The authority has long been unimportant. So still have to try. The next. However, not now. Baizi pondered in his heart. And right now, bang one by one, with the sound of the heavy object falling to the ground, Aries Aries was slapped by the wind speed dog and stepped on it with one foot. Ow tilde. Way whispered, as if asking Baizi what to do with this person. At the same time, a slightly bright light rose from the surface of the wind speed dog. The flame light phantom gradually disappeared, and the wind speed dog gradually exited from the hot sun mode and returned to its original appearance. No way. Nowadays, the blazing sun mode of the wind speed dog can only last for half an hour at most, and if it continues forcibly, it will damage the root. Apparently there is no need to use it on pretend. After all, besides Baizi, there is only one living person like Aries in the vicinity at this time. Don't kill me. Aries seems to be particularly keen on killing intent, and Baizi only revealed even a little bit of intention, and he was aware of it. I can tell you everything I know. Everything. This is something that can change the world. The secret. Really? Baizi lacks interest. Is there anyone in this world who knows more secrets than him? Besides, I have no interest in changing the world at all. Windspeed dog. After he finished speaking, Baizi was about to order Fengsu to silence, but what Aries said next made him suddenly a little interested. No. The secret I know must be of interest to you. It is about the legend of the upper rank. The secret of the legendary group of the upper rank. Lugia. Lugia. Baizi waved his hand and created a wind speed dog with fart rising in his mouth. Crouched down. He asked meaningfully, let's talk about it, but I need to remind you that I am a superhuman. Lying. It won't work in my If you have a lie, then take your password to the underworld. Understand? Understood. I must be honest. Aries nodded, but just as he was about to speak, he suddenly hesitated. Hesitantly, it is completely different from the arrogant look before, but Baizi didn't have many surprises. After all, he had seen Aries' ugly state under death threats before. Don't worry. Baizi glanced at Fang, understood it in second, and added with a chuckle, as long as you explain honestly, Fire Fist 8 will definitely not hit you again. I will keep you a dog's life. Woo tilde. But as soon as the words fell, the wind speed dog on the side suddenly whimpered with some dissatisfaction. Baizi was stunned for a moment, and slapped the wind speed dog's ankle with a twist. Inappropriate words and inappropriate word. It's a bad life. Using a dog's life is indeed too flattering. Aries heard the word. His face turned pale. The array of green and red is mixed, but he obviously didn't dare to refute, so he had to pretend he didn't hear it. Honestly, like pouring bean, and began to explain the cause and effect of the incident. In short, it is the previous generation of forces headed by their older generation rocket cadre, the three disasters, who are dissatisfied with the power and resources in their hands being constantly reduced, so decide to go it alone. And why they have such confidence, except for the rocket's elite combat unit they have always held in their hand. It was Aries who inadvertently learned about the information about the divine tool used by the water people to summon and manipulate Lugia. Open black lens bracket God summoning conch close black lens bracket. After years of searching and digging, finally, hard work pays off. Aries found the ruins of the ancient water people, and got half of the God calling conch, and the other half. After Aries continued the investigation unwilling to fail, he unexpectedly learned that this East-West was used as a special containment a few years ago and was stored in the secret No. 1 warehouse in Golden City. If Sakaji's mother was still in power before, as the leader of the three disasters, he was the leader of the three disasters, and he could not enter the secret warehouse of the rocket, but one emperor and one courtier. Today, they can hardly even see Sakaji's face, and they can't figure out where the door of No. 1 warehouse is. Want to go and get East-West. Just fearful delusional. It may even cause Sakaji's vigilance and eventually make wedding dresses for others. Therefore, Aries simply did not do either. Rest directly pulled up the elite team of rockets who were family members and came to the Golden City. Afterward, let one of the three disasters designed to lead Lance away, and the other one will take advantage of the chaos to search for the location of the No. 1 warehouse, and he is responsible for creating chaos and muddying the water, so that the rockets know that one after the cut, there is no power to hunt them down. So it is. Baizi nodded, and then asked casually, is that all you need? Who knows? There's more. Aries shook when he heard the word, and with a distressed face, he took out a stone box and an electronic instrument in the shape of a pocket watch from his arm. This is the God calling conch, and this is the tracker for the location chip that I secretly installed on them. Aries lowered his eyebrows, and with extreme reluctance, lifted East-West and sent it to Baizi's eye. Baizi raised his eyebrows, did not speak, stretched out his hand to take it, glanced at the tracker that looked like a pocket watch, and opened the stone box. In the stone box, a sapphire-like spiral conch lay quietly on a soft cloth. However, it only has the upper half, and the lower side is still missing an extension. This half of the conch looked like it was just an ordinary handicraft, but Baizi's spiritual power surpassed ordinary people 10 times, but he sensed the hidden and mysterious aura in it. The power of Baizi subconsciously surged. Didn't think so. The power of Baizi, who could only detect the attributes of elves in the past, actually reacted to this thing. But calling God Kong part at #% hash at #% by Z. What the hell? Only the name was detected. Here it is. The rest are all garbled characters. Okay. Is this thing beyond the scope of Baizeji's investigation? Baizi casually swept across the road, completely fruitless. The power of Baizi has no way to react to these things. Never mind. Baizi raised his eyebrows and shoved Dong Shi into his arm. The stone block disappeared immediately after touching his bare-chested upper body. Wu tilde. Then, along with a twist, Zoroha in his arms let out a slight dissatisfaction. Baizi didn't care. After moving the stone block to the side, he stretched out his hand and picked up the tracker that looked like a pocket watch. Above, two striking red dots are constantly moving. One outside the city. The other one is in the southeast corner of the west of the city. While playing with it, Baizi asked casually, who are they? Aries was stunned for a moment, and after a moment of daze, he quickly replied, oh, the other two people in the 3 disasters together with me. Tis. After Baizi threw it up, he caught the pocket watch-like tracker, stuffed it into his short pocket, and gave Fengsu Dog a look. Two groups of hot air spewed out of the wind speed dog's nose and hit Aries on the back. When his face changed, he found that the giant claw on his back loosened and left him. As back, you can go, and in the future, don't let me see you. Yes. Aries nodded again and again, without daring to delay for a moment, not even caring about the 3 evil dragons on the side. He even got up and ran away. The moment he turned his head, a sinister look flashed across his eyes. Wait, I won't let you go. Forehead. Coochie. A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out of his mouth. The intense pain, stimulated, made him stare at the heart-piercing pain. I saw a silver, white iron pillar running through the left chest, and on top of the golden triangular iron claw, a heart was crushed. Cough woo, you. With bloodshot eyes and a flushed face, Aries turned his head with the last bit of drink. What he saw was Baizi's slightly helpless forehead movement. Despicable. No. Before he could finish speaking, Ariston fell to the sky, and the iron dumbbells covered in blood suddenly flew out, shaking in place and shaking the flesh and blood on his body. Baizi's mouth twitched slightly. He was really helpless. Yes, he really didn't plan to let Aries go, but he didn't plan to let the iron dumbbell, a little guy who was just born, shoot it. He was originally going to give the wind speed dog a look, and let the wind speed dog give him a jet flame and burn him to death. But who knows? Just as he passed his gaze, the iron dumbbell around his waist rushed out of the pokeball. Without further ado, a metal claw plus hit the path, and directly pierced the unsuspecting Aries with a chilling heart, and his heart was flying. The dead old was aggrieved. The wind speed dog with the black smoke rising from the side of the mouth corner is also a little helpless. If it hadn't reacted in time and swallowed the nearly condensed jet flame back into its mouth, I'm afraid that this little guy would at least be seriously injured even if he didn't follow the unlucky guy and was burned to slag by it. Terry tilde. But obviously Iron Dumbbell didn't know anything about it, and the little guy who finally threw away the bloodstains on his body rushed to Baizi with an excited look. Although he was still not used to Baizi's image, he still took credit for Baizi by twisting left and twisting right. Well, you did a great job, but next time it's not allowed, you know. Baizi reluctantly praised, and then, with a serious expression, he warned. But looking at the high-spirited good appearance of the iron dumbbells, Baizi knew that the word probably only went into the left ear and came out of the right. Alas, yet another problem child, the deadly iron dumbbell. Baizi shook his head and sighed. At the same time, he swiftly took out a towel from his backpack and wiped the iron dumbbells carefully. The little guy shook it a few times. How could it be possible to completely clean up all the blood on his body? Moment. Shirasawa, who was completely clean, threw the red-stained white towel, coaxing a small flame one by one. It spit out from the wind speed dog's mouth and burned the towel in the air. Then, without Baizi's warning, it turned to look at Ares's discovery. But I saw that the three evil dragons had moved to Ares's side with their bodies at some point, and their bodies were circling around their master's body, and gradually they lost their breath. Seeing this scene, Baizi was a little silent. For a moment he shook his head and saw the wind speed dog looking at him. After pondering for a while, he said, "It's time to burn and bury it. It's okay. Sleep together." Fengsu dog nodded. Afterward, a surging column of fire illuminated Baizi's profile. And right now, the system's prompt sound came one by one. Your big needle be killed Athena's dark row. A little gain. Experience value +15. Double needle proficiency +1. High speed movement proficiency. Proficiency +1. Sword dance proficiency. Proficiency +1. Open black lens bracket. Jonggong close black lens bracket. P.S. Wind speed dog. Authority. Do you have any suggestion? The initial plan is to be similar to flame, light, and flash heat. I am a little tangled myself. At M. Chapter 113. Lancer Shinado. Everything in this world can be divided into two at the same time. Located on the street near the entrance to the east of Golden City. PFF. The big needle be pulled out the lance like needle arm. arm. Blood spurted out, and the pupil of the dark crow that was nailed to the ground gradually expanded. He swallowed the last breath unwillingly. The death of the dark crow also announced the official appearance of the first exit of this brawl. Swish, the needle arm waved, and a splatter of blood drenched on the cracked asphalt road. The big needlebee fluttered its wings slightly and turned its attention to another opponent. The armored bird. Broken right foot. A broken stomach. The whole body of the armored bird is almost not intact. There are large and small cracks and potholes of different depth. These are all wounds that were hit and pierced by the opponent's torrential needle arm in the confrontation with the giant needlebee. Obviously, it has almost no anti-resistance. But even so, when he noticed the indifferent sight of the giant needlebee, the armored bird still struggled to fully open its body, blocking another battlefield not far behind. There is where its owner is. The big needlebee was silent for a moment, and then he crossed his arms and bowed his eyes slightly in the direction of the armored bird. Baizi once said, "To give respect to a worthy opponent is to respect oneself." This sentence has always been in his heart. The armored bird's eyes flickered, and the respect of the opponent gave it a little relief to its desperate state of mind. But, as a spirit, it has already made its decision. In the loud screeching sound, a frantic airflow surged around the armored bird, and the twisted energy sword rose above its head, and then, it turned into a bloody fog that wrapped its entire body. Shoo! In the sound of piercing the 323 air, the armored bird covered in blood and flames rushed towards the direction of the big needlebee with an indomitable determination. The body, in the rapid galloping and squeezing type energy operation, produces a little bit of shattering, but the eyes of the armored bird were painless, bright, even with a kind of longing, as if, recalling the scene when I first met the master. The big needlebee stood up in silence, and a layer of blue-green energy condensed into armor, turning into a dignified and steep ear. Hold high, in the next second, straight up to meet up, go, call. The sound of the symphony of gold and iron resounded instantly, and at the center of the contact between the big needlebee gauntlet and the armor bird's needlebee, it seemed that two invisible forces were rising and competing, bringing up bursts of black arc, flickering in the void. The thorns flashed one by one, and then, the turbulent wind turned into a tornado that spread and rose, completely obscuring the two figures in between. On the other side of the street where the two spirits caught in a death battle were only a few hundred meters apart. Bang! The noble Lavender Shinedo's hands were raised, and the Lavender Thought Force instantly became propped up. After blocking ABO Monster's dragon tail swipe, it instantly swelled and pushed it back. Tilda. After landing, the ABO Monster swung up like a snake, guarding against sneak attack from the other side, and continuing to look for opportunities to strike. Behind it, the ragged clothes and the red hair of the shawl were scattered, and Athena, who looked very embarrassed, was panting with a gloomy expression on her broken arm. In the corner of the light, after seeing the death of the dark crow, and the fighting posture of the armored bird, in the eyes there was a slight pain that was invisible. Athena, don't be stubborn, just use your identity, it won't kill you. Why let the elves, ACBH, fight for you? With the help of Natsu's superpower, Cerulean, who briefly evolved into Shinedo, has an elegant body, and the word formed by her powerful mental power are transmitted through the air. Behind, Natsu, who was wrapped in the air by Yonjira's thought, was engrossed, and all the invisible spiritual connections were poured out. Let Shinaiduo have the power to suppress the opponent, Fang Na, the high-ranking ABO monster, in a short period of time. However, such a high-intensity increase is a test for Natsu and Shinaido himself. Fight to this point. Athena was indeed forced into a desperate situation, but they also couldn't last a few rounds. Therefore, the opportunity must be found and a quick fix. He pondered in his heart, but Shinaido's expression did not show at all. After glancing at the direction of the great needlebee and the armor bird battlefield, see Athena is silent. Immediately, he continued with a playful look on his face. Look at it, using the sword dance booster like this. I'm afraid that after a while, it doesn't need the big needlebee to shoot. It will be able to do it on its own. Die in blood, pulse riot, disintegrate and die. What a tragic way to die. What do you think? Sawtone. It seems that the victory has been completely grasped, and it seems to be careless enough. Athena suddenly sneered. Little girl, you don't need to try it on me. Play tricks and trick. You are still far behind. Having said that, but Athena still couldn't help being in a trance for a moment, and the heart soul also endured. No, can't stop spread. Yes, if it goes on like this, the armored bird will not be able to hold it. Ellipsis. Shinaido. Mouth. A tick. Conspiracy. She relies on strength. Behave in a spoiled manner. Hypnotism. The burgundy eyes of Zanaido, a little pink love light flash, and at the same time, a layer of lavender aperture was faintly translucent. And at this moment, Hilda, the neighing sound of Aberdeen made Athena suddenly woke up. Not good. Her pupils shrank for a while, and while her body instinctively rushed backward, she shouted loudly, ABO, use poison needles to cover and strike. This instruction of Athena is very clear and beautiful, but unfortunately, it is too late. The palms of Shinaiduo were pulled together, and and the ordinary mind wave that she was playing with in her hand was suddenly stretched and condensed into a mind power spear. Swish, 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 swish. While the spear danced, in the next second, Shinado had already bullied Abo Snake. The two small Rui held their hands in front and back, body shape slightly bowed, like a noble and dignified knight. Volley, gun, come backward. The sound of sharp weapons piercing flesh and blood sounded, and the next second, the explosion sounded loudly. Bang! The substantive impact. The tip of the self-power spear exploded, turning into a bright beam of light, directly engulfing the ABO monster that was picked on the tip of the spear. Spiritual break. Chain gun version. The terrifying spiritual power mixed with pure strong shock turned into a spiral. The half-life that ABO monster was provoked didn't even have any room for resistance, and it was completely vaporized by it. And keep going. It brushed Athena almost by an inch, and slammed into the alloy fence at the entrance of the east gate built around the Golden City at the end of the street. Rumble. A powerful blow directly blew a large hole in the gold wall of this combination, and the smoke and dust spread all over the place for a while, and the thick smoke and dust spread to the entire street with the impact. Attack. Humph tilde. After this powerful blow, Shinado and Natsu both groaned and disconnected from each other. At the same time, the body of Shinado also appeared with bursts of white light, and changed back to the form of Cerulean. Cerulean's figure swayed, but the next moment, a warm current spread from the wrist, slowly replenishing the nearly depleted super power factor and mental power in Cerulean's body. Cerulean lowered her head, looked at the bracelet that was slightly lit up in white light, and raised a sweet smile at the corner of her mouth. What next? At this time, Natsu approached with Yonjira's support, and glanced in the direction of the smoke ring. My current mental strength is simply unable to perform such delicate operations as amnestic, and the task entrusted by Baizi may be a bit difficult. Trouble. It's easy. Shui Yi Cerulean's expression returned to cold, and with a wave of his hand, he swept away the smoke screen, revealing Athena lying at the corner of the street. At this time, the top of Athena's head was dripping with blood, which was swept up by the air wave caused by the mental shock, and the unfortunate impact on the wall was caused. At this moment, he was already in a coma. Baizi just said not to let Athena remember our identity. Then, Cerulean stretched out his hand, and the thought force that turned into a rope dragged the opponent towards him. Then, Sus' hand stretched forward and touched Athena's eyebrows. It's the same. The next second, substantial spiritual power rushed into Athena's mind recklessly, suddenly broke out. Immediately, Athena, who was in a coma, twitched violently, and from time to time, she let out bursts of shrill screams, which made people shudder. Soon the screams and convulsions subsided. Athena was thrown on the ground by Cerulean. Even seeing this with Nazi's temperament, she couldn't bear. No, hold on for a while. Her pupils tightened, because she knew very well that Cerulean directly destroyed the consciousness of the other party with her powerful mental power. From then on, although Athena was still alive, the person Athena had actually disappeared from this world. Now, and then, bang! A bloody figure was bombarded and smashed on Athena's side. It was the armored bird. At this time, its breath was almost gone, and its spirit was almost completely dissipated. R44. But the familiar breath still made it instinctively prop up the residual wing, trembling slightly, covering Athena's body. The big needlebee immediately flew over, looking at the already lifeless armored bird, and presented the warrior's etiquette. Okay, the next step is the last step. Throw her at the gate of the city patrol brigade and wait for Miss Junsha to receive it. We need to be faster. Baizi, we are still waiting for us. Cerulean's expression was indifferent. For her, everything in this world can only be divided into two kinds, Baizi and other. Armored bird. Loyalty is nothing but a stepping stone to hinder Baizi's will. Just move away. Everything else is irrelevant. P.S. Spirit Smash, an exclusive trick of Mewtwo, which materializes the magical wave of thought to attack the opponent, inflict physical damage, and cause secondary blasting impact damage. Chapter 114. Super Lucky Star. 7 Overlord. Kona's Dilemma and Confusion. Go back in time to a few minutes ago. Sheriff Building. Center Street. Your big needlebee killed Athena's Dark Row. Slightly gain. Experience value +1/5. Double needle proficiency. Proficiency +1. High speed movement proficiency. Proficiency +1. Sword dance proficiency. Proficiency +1. Close black lens bracket. Not long after I heard the good news from the big needlebee, two more beat, almost a few minutes apart, came again one by one. Your Cerulean killed Athena's Aber Snake by leaps and bounds. Slightly gained. EXP +20 × 5. Psychic power proficiency. Proficiency +1 × 5. Spiritual breakthrough proficiency. Proficiency +3 × 5. Close black lens bracket. Your big needlebee killed Athena's Dark Row. Slightly gained. Experience value +1/5. Double needle proficiency. Proficiency +1. Gauntlet proficiency. Proficiency +1. Fatal needle. Stab proficiency. Proficiency +1. Close black lens bracket. It looks like the battle on Natsu's side is over. Baizi's mouth raised a smile. Okay, iron dumbbells, you first. Just as Baizi was about to take out the iron dumbbell's pokeball and put away the little family. When his arms swayed, he accidentally scratched a hard object in the pocket of his jacket. Baizi was a little puzzled. You know, there should be no east west in the pocket of his shirt, right? With such doubt, Baizi immediately stretched out his hand and took out the round and hard object in his pocket that seemed to be wrapped in paper. Sure enough, the outside, wrapped in a layer of white paper. But after taking the white paper apart, the contents inside made Baizi stunned for a while. The sapphire-like material and the expanded surface shape of the lower half of the conch. This is clearly the other half of calling god conch. Sure enough, Baizi took out the other half of the calling god conch. The incisions of the two matched, and when they twisted slightly, they immediately became one with a click. The results of the investigation also confirmed this. Shen conch complete at $@ at %% asterisk dollar #% at %# close black lens bracket. The only pity is, even so, Baizi's power was still unable to find out all its information. It seems that it is not the result of the incompleteness of the item. Then, it is very likely that the problem lies in the ability of Baizi's power itself. Probably. Is it because of the lack of Baizi's power level? Baizi murmured, slightly guessing. Afterward, he glanced at the white paper, and when he saw that there seemed to be several lines of graceful handwriting on it, he immediately raised his eyebrows slightly and spread it out. Thank you for saving the beauty twice. This thing is I found it in the secret room on the top floor of Shalufu Company. Although I don't know the function, it is worth a lot for the material alone. It's a reward for you. Close black lens bracket. Oh, by the way, here's a little tip. This thing can react with my silver feather. It may be an item related to the god of the sea, Lugia. Open black lens bracket at last. Close black lens bracket. I actually used my favorite earrings as a tail ring. You wait, I will definitely get them back next time. Oh me winking face. Oh, open black lens bracket. Blue. Close black lens bracket. This girl. After reading the signature at the end, Baizi was a little dumbfounded. Afterward, he looked at the complete calling god conch in his hand, shook his head and chuckled as he looked at it. The things that people can't find in the Golden City. You actually got it ahead of time so easily. Tis tis. This is the person who signed the evolution. Let's just call the thief. I'm afraid that the level of theft is no longer there. But when it comes to speaking, Xiaolan is really my lucky boy and invincible lucky star. That's right. When we meet, we have nothing to do but nothing to make up for. Oh, is there anything wrong with the person who sent the treasure? Tilda. The corner of Baizi's mouth suddenly raised an inexplicable smile. I suddenly look forward to the next meeting, he said. He casually put the god-summoning conch into his backpack, then took out the pokeball and put it away at the iron dumbbell that was competing with a broken tree on the side of the road. Only then did he frown slightly and set his eyes on the top of the Shiroof building. That direction is the invisible violent sound wave, the center point of the spread. Windspeed dog. Baizi greeted him, then turned over, leaned slightly, and patted the Windspeed dog thick temple. Go, take me to the top of that building. The next second, swish, with the sound of a gust of wind breaking, there was only a floating ash that rose up on the ground, and at the same time, located west of Golden City, next to Route 7, at the entrance to the forest. Ow, hoo, ga. Various painful and violent voices resounded here, and the swaying elves were constantly pounding against the wall of ice that was as solid as a rock. Insect type, grass type, water type, fire type, ground type, rock type, general type. These elves are very diverse, but regardless of the type, all of them were mixed with red eyes, constantly ramming, punching, and biting towards the ice wall. It seems that they have forgotten how to use their skills, and they are attacking wildly by instinct. In the sky, there are also a large number of bird sprites intending to leap over the ice wall. Bobo, BB Bird, BB Diao, Fierce Sparrow, Big Billy. This pair of ethnic group that can be said to be feuding has completely put down their grudges at this moment, united the front, and moved towards the direction of the Golden City with the same goal. Meow hua hua. Use hypnotic powder. Fire-breathing dragon, dragon claw, water arrow turtle, tidal whirl. A row of trainers who had already been guarding under the ice wall immediately shut down and quickly shot down the flock of birds, and threw the pokeball with precision, put them in it, and threw them into the wooden basket behind them. The sound of hurried footsteps rang out, and a young lady Junsha stepped onto a high platform made of solid ice. On this ice platform, where you can see the scene behind the ice wall, a slender woman with a cold temperament sat sideways on the back of a Laplace with an obvious cut on her chin, quietly watching the surging elves behind the ice wall. The long wine red hair was simply gathered behind the head, hooped by an ice-shaped hair accessory, and pulled out a 21 supple ponytail. His face was cold, and he wore a pair of rimless glasses on the bridge of his nose. A pure black professional dress can't hide the exquisite body material, plus the perfect curve, slender legs wrapped in translucent black silk. It has to be said that this is a stunning beauty who makes most men fall in love. However, for this one, beauty is just her embellishment, and she also has a status, identity, and strength beyond this beauty. One of the highest military representatives in the Kanto region, the current 4 heavenly king, known as the Ice Messenger, Master Kona. Miss Junsha rushed forward in 3 steps and made 2 steps, and reported anxiously, Master Kona, not only does the elf's rioting have no intention of stopping, but it is still growing. Go down, go. Even if the trainers can hold on, I'm afraid the pokeballs will be exhausted first. And, not only that, we also detected that although the elves that produced Riot 1 were generally below the gym level, as time went on, some elves overlords in the depths of the forest had also changed. How can this be done? Oh, Kona looked calm, pushed the frame of the mirror in good condition, and said in a calm tone, don't worry, these elf overlords probably came over because of a problem with the weak among the descendants of the ethnic group. Ah, Junsha Wenyan's face turned pale. Well, if these elf overlords also riot, don't worry, as long as the interests are clearly stated, they may still be our help. Kona comforted lightly. Road. But the wild elf overlord. Junsha's expression was ugly. I'm afraid it's not so easy to talk. Of course I know that. Kona turned his head and glanced at her, then looked into the distance, to the rear of the violent elf tide, that faintly rising several powerful breaths. The reason why I am still here is this, because I will let them be patient and listen to me. The tone was flat, even with a hint of laziness, but at this time, the extreme cold that spreads and rises from Kena's body is like an unsheathed blade, unstoppable. However, when this momentum was revealed, there was a flash of worry in the eyes of Kona's flat mirror. With her strength, even if she has only one main force on her hand, it is naturally easy to hold on to this line of defense and wait for the support of the alliance. But in the same way, this line of defense mainly formed by her also hindered her from going to support the Golden City. If they leave, they will inevitably break through the defense line under the impact of the wave of spirit. When it collapses, the villages and towns behind will be completely exposed to this violent wave of elves, and countless casualties will be foreseen. But, if you are trapped here, she couldn't care less about the Golden City, which was in urgent need of support. It can be said that Kona is actually caught in a dilemma right now, but fortunately, the opportunity to temporarily break this predicament has finally arrived. These upcoming elf overlords are a crisis in the eyes of Junsha and the others, but in Kona's eyes, they are one by one that can temporarily get her out. Tool B0. Ask for flowers. Hope you are smart and obedient enough, otherwise, I can only play hot. At this time, Kona looked at the few elf overlords who were gradually approaching, and in his eyes there was a forest. Rumble, the sound of heavy footsteps came, and a huge giant iron-armored Tyrannosaurus Rex, with a body size of at least nearly 5 meters, broke the trees in front of him as if pushing through the grass. With a majestic step, he walked under the ice wall that was well above its head. Immediately after that, the 2 King Nito and Queen Nito came together from the left. Then, a giant statue of a statue with a wingspan of at least 7 or 8 meters flew over. With flying hair, the 9 tails, who had stepped onto the ice wall at some point in time, looked elegantly at Kona and the one she sat down on, Laplace. With a naive expression, the swaying overlord flower unhurriedly walked along the channel opened up by the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus Rex, and came at the end. It is a large army of at least 100 small fire horses and flaming horses with a family and a mouth, and at the forefront of this huge group of troops, the only rare, flashing flame horse, burning with blue flames, seemed to be filled with full of anger. Once out, then he looked up to the sky and hissed. Layers of blue flames covered it completely. The front hooves kicked on the ground, and the body bowed slightly to make a charge. Kona's eyes narrowed slightly. Even she didn't expect that so many elf overlords would run out in one breath. I am afraid that all the elf overlords in the south, central and outer regions of the vibrant forest have been alerted. This time, I am afraid it is really difficult to handle. A total of 7 king-level overlords. The weakest King Nito and Queen Nito are almost from the beginning of the king to the middle rank of the king. The strongest 2-1-1. It is a flashing flame horse that bursts into the peak of the king, SP, and another. It is not inferior to the sense of threat that gives her, and even the 9 tails that are vaguely more than the flashing flame horse. It shouldn't be at the championship level. Has it reached the limit of the king? Kona's expression condensed slightly. At this time, the whole body has been covered with flame, and the flashing flames have been completely covered, and the horse has stepped on it, and the charge has officially launched. It's an accumulating flame attack. Kona recognized this skill instantly. Then, with a cold expression, he said, Laplace, use water. At this moment, a warm force like washing the soul brushed from behind Kona. In an instant, these runaway elves, their scarlet appearance began to recede like a tide, and their movements became slow, until they completely stagnated, standing in place like sculptures. An unprecedented sense of peace of mind rose in the hearts of everyone, and the elves, and even Kona, a champion trainer with an extremely tough mind, could not bear to indulge in it. All the kings and overlords also froze in place, quietly savoring it. Squeak! The blazing flame horse stopped the car as if it was drifting, and after a long scorch mark was drawn on the ground, it made a big turn and ran back to the middle of the group. Surrounded by a small fire horse with the same blue flame, looked it up, nervous, excited, and finally completely relieved. Soon, the breath gradually calmed down, and those elves who were still standing still came back to their senses gradually, and after looking around for a while, they all finally receded in twos and threes like a tide. However, all the elves, including the elves' overlord, all remembered this warm atmosphere, especially the flashing flame horse. It was deeply imprinted in my mind. In the end, Korna narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked at each other with Miss Junsha, who finally recovered. In his eyes, Ji-Yudu revealed a daze. The crisis of the elf insurrection was solved in such a confused way. Also, that infinite warmth that seems to be able to soothe the soul. What the hell is going on? The direction seems to be from the Golden City. Kona's eyes narrowed slightly, and a ray of deep thought flashed through the eyes under the lens. Open black lens bracket big chapter close black lens bracket. Several. Chapter 115. By Z, who is targeted by the 3 legends, has 3 levels of crazy promotion. For full order, time moved forward again. Just when Kona and the others were still imprisoned on Route 7, they were dealing with the wave of rioting elves coming south from the vibrant forest. Golden City, Center Street, Sheriff Building. Swish, swish. Sitting on the back of the wind speed dog, By Z faced the strong wind, bowed slightly, and stared at the top of the dilapidated building that was approaching. He did not choose to go from the inside of the building, but relied on the strong paw force of the wind speed dog to gallop on the surface of the building. Kacha, kacha, claws like hook penetrated into the wall, and flew up this vertical upward slope with strength and vigor. It didn't take long. Swish, step. In the next jump, the wind speed dog rushed to the top floor of the building that was completely open, and By Z rolled over and landed on the ground covered with scorch marks. The entrance is a rather spacious laboratory-type hall. Quite a few rocket researchers in rocket uniforms were hustling around an odd instrument in the middle of the hall. The overall shape of the instrument resembles a pair of sonic dragon ears connected to a sonic boom-like machine at the rear. At the same time, the bases of the two are connected to a translucent pipe, in which the electric light bursts, and the substantive electric current continuously emerges and supplements, supplying this strange machine combination. By Z's sudden intrusion naturally alarmed the researchers of the rocket team. One of the rocket, who seemed to be the leader, touched his back and asked loudly, "Stop, who are you?" Obviously all the passages leading to the top floor have been blocked, and the other party did not ride a flying elf, just a wind speed dog. How did he climb up to the top laboratory of the Sheriff Building, which is hundreds of meters high? Is this the thing that makes the sound waves that make the elf go berserk? By Z frowned slightly, completely ignoring the rockets in front of him, and walked towards the console with a stern attitude. "You bastard." The rockets who led the 323 look turned black, and the Pokeball in their hands had already been taken out. At the same time, several members of Team Rocket who were in charge of the guarding work also took out their weapons and surrounded By Z. Their elves have not yet reached the level of being able to resist sound waves, so naturally there is no way to release them against the enemy. But obviously, how could the wind speed dog let these miscellaneous soldiers disturb their master? Woo tilde. A low, deep roar sounded, and the next second, the orange-yellow streamer seemed to turn into a shadow line, galloping past at a speed that was unseen by the naked eye. Kacha, kacha. In less than half a second, with the crisp sound of bone crack, all the rocket's members were piled up to the corner of the room, their chests and abdomen collapsed, their neck bent. Obviously they couldn't die any longer. And until now, ha-da-da, bululu, the sound of the Pokeball being taken out by the leading rockets fell to the ground, and it was long overdue. At this moment, after taking a brief look at the mechanical structure, By Z began to become proficient in clicking on the operating platform. He has some hacking skills himself, and he has also consulted and practiced the world at the Damu Research Institute a few months before departure. With the learning ability brought by God rewards for diligence, even if he fails to form skills, he can still complete basic electronic operations and mechanical operations. According to Dr. OGI, his level is enough to work as an assistant in any first-class research institute, and more than enough. It didn't take long for By Z to basically figure out the operation mode of this strange instrument. The generation of sound waves is mainly based on the machine that looks like a sound-popping monster. The high-frequency sound wave caused by it can make the energy factors in the elf body agitate, and then erode consciousness and cause rage. As for the other two groups, among them, the lower platform is the power supply system of the whole instrument, and the instrument like the sonic dragon bat ear is an energy diffusion device. The reason why the violent sound wave can spread to the whole city, and even continue to spread to further directions, is achieved by the function of this machine. Windspeed dog use. Wait. After downloading the information about the violent sound wave and the energy diffusion device, By Z was about to order the Windspeed dog to destroy the device directly, but suddenly a flash of inspiration occurred. Speaking, my power of By Z seems to have completely overcome the influence of this violent sound wave on the elf. If you use an energy diffusion device, can it be spread throughout the city or even further? By Z's eyes narrowed slightly. After a little pondering, he decided to give it a try. On the one hand, this is what he can do for these innocent elves who have been affected. On the other hand, if it is successful, using the power of Baizi on elves in such a wide range, under the reward of heaven, the feedback from the system will probably be an astronomical figure. Think here. Wind speed dog. Baizi immediately cut off the power supply line of the sonic device and motioned the wind speed dog to move it aside. Afterward, he stood behind the energy diffusing device with a slight exhale, and put his hands on the pair of bat ears. Baizi's power. Activate. The invisible air flow surging directly broke through the illusion arranged by Zoroya, and lifted Baizi's silver-white broken hair, revealing his pair of crystal pupils that were almost rendered into a blue color. And with this windless wind, a pure force, wrapped in the warm breath of Baizi, spread out instantly, centered on Sheriff Building, spread to Center Street, the inner city, and encompassed the whole city in a moment. Immediately afterward, I came to the outside of the city, the outer suburb, grassland, lake, forest, and even the sky stretched. In the city, hot boom monkey, amid the loud cries of the master below him, who bow monkey, who was about to throw his fist down, suddenly froze, his expression gradually calmed down, and he was hugged by the trainer who was thrown at him, sobbing, "Hoo, bang monkey, it great, hoocha tilde, outgurt, sizzle tilde, boom tilde." Arbo snake and BB bird, who were entangled in one of the grasses, stopped each other's movements instantly. The poisonous fangs aimed at the neck slowly retracted, and the sharp claws that pierced the snake's eyes gradually loosened. Forest way tilde. It was forcibly suppressed by several flaming horses, and the strange, colored little flaming horse, which was struggling wildly, suddenly stopped moving, and the grim expression receded, and tilted its head with a cute face, a little confused. Understand why uncles and aunts restrict it. Just as he was about to feel wrong, suddenly, he found that his always dignified father rushed to his side with an expression of infinite sobriety and ecstasy, running around him constantly, just like it used to be around his father, like a child. Such a thought suddenly appeared in Xiao Huoma's heart. Where this power passed, the negative emotions in the hearts of all elves were smoothed out, just as the soul was wrapped and washed by infinite warm power. The effects of the violent sound waves were instantly dissipated into the invisible. Even the unaffected humans and elves did not indulge in it, giving birth to a transparent feeling of being cleansed physically and mentally. And not only that, the conduction of this power is surprisingly good. The scope of the outbreak far exceeded the previous violent sound wave, almost including more than a dozen large and small towns such as Yuhong, Wallen, Deadleaf, and Aster around the Golden City. Among them, it also includes the core area of part of the permanent forest, the inner bay to the southeast of the Golden City, and the mystery of the sky above. At the same time, in the depth of the Viking forest, a petite elf wandering around suddenly stopped in the air, as if he felt something, tilted his head, and let out an excited cry. Meow tilde. Located in the southeast corner of Jinwang City, it is an inland sea bay enclosed in a triangle by the three cities of Yuhong, Jinwang, and Deadleaf. On a reef. Wu tilde. A pure, white and petite winged elf seemed to feel a little confused, half lying on the water surface, looked up to see that the breath conduction was put down, and tilted her head softly and let out a childish cry. It has a mask-like exoskeleton surrounded by its eye socket, light blue belly, dark blue bone armor and tail spines on its back and tail. The overall image is also very handsome. However, this little guy seems to have just been born, with a body length of only about 20 centimeters, and a wingspan of only about 50 centimeters. From the looks of it, only soft and cute are left. The little guy seems a little tired. After lying down for a while, he stared at the sea behind him tangled, and followed the direction of his breath for a long time. Finally, slightly puffed out his cheek, snorted into the water, and swam towards the inland direction of the bay. Stratus on, above. The black dragon with scabs and scars all over her body was lying on a floating stone island in the sky. The jade-like green light was constantly surging and washing over the whole body, but it is still difficult to dispel the flame of nirvana that is like a gangrene attached to the bone. And right now, a power that warms the dragon's heart spread from below, and climbed the dragon's body with a dark and empty sea. The power of cleansing the soul made her look soothed instantly. Afterward, this strange warm power seemed to rise steadily, and finally turned into a light curtain to completely envelop it. It was as if the substantive feeling swept through the whole body, causing the black fisher to endure, live a strange feeling. But before she could feel embarrassed, boom, the flame of nirvana shining with rainbow light seemed to have hit a nemesis, and it turned into a bubble in an instant and dissipated into the air. After a while, the breath dissipated. The black split empty sea slowly opened his eyes, and a strange look flashed in the red eyes. Long silent. She remembered this breath deeply in her mind, and lowered her dragon eyes slowly. Soon, Ying-Ying's green glow rose again. The breath gradually condensed and stabilized. The injury on the body surface also healed quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zero at this moment. Golden City. The top floor of Sheriff Building. The power of Baizi in Baizi's body is still constantly pouring out and spreading. His His forehead was covered with wet, and his silver white hair was wet and clinging to his cheeks and forehead. The body trembled slightly, eyes closed. Junie is not inferior to the faces of the readers, and the faces of the gentlemen are very painful. And the reason for everything is that he is extremely exhausted of physical strength and spirit and continues to release the power of Baizi. Not that he couldn't stop. Mainly, he is feeling now pain and joy, happy, mental exhaustion, physical exhaustion, energy depletion. This feeling of being completely hollowed out of the body is really unpleasant. But on the other hand, this crazy level of happiness is really addicting. You use the power of Baizi to appease and influence the Huo Bao monkey. Slightly gain experience value +5. You use the power of Baizi to appease and influence BB bird. You have gained a little experience value +3. You use the power of Baizi to appease the little fire horse. Gain a little experience +2. Open black lens bracket. Close black lens bracket. Your power of Baizi has been greatly improved, and you have gained a little. The power of exploration has been enhanced, and you have obtained the power of pacification to remove the influence of abnormal status. This little effort. The den system notification sounds are almost to his ears, but the growth of Baizi's power in the body is almost visible to the naked eye. Originally it was no more than a stream, but now, in just over a minute, it has become the vastness of the rivers and lakes. Even, not only that, your power of Baizi has increased by 1 rank, a little gain, and spirit +10. Your power of Baizi has increased by 1 rank, a little gain, and spirit +10. Your power of Baizi has increased by 1 rank, a little gain, and spirit +10. Open black lens bracket. Close black lens bracket. Although the speed of improvement is slightly slower than the power of Baizi, but with the crazy growth of Baizi's power, the spiritual growth brought by it is also not to be underestimated. The magnitude of its increase. It has already exceeded the sum of the previous improvement. Now, it has already broken through the 500 mark, and is moving towards 600 points, steadily increasing. Then, with the continuous improvement and growth of spiritual power, the superpower that is completely linked to the value of mental power is also not to be outdone. At the same time as the spiritual power is improved, the simultaneous experience increase is carried out. Your mental strength has been steadily improved, with a slight gain. Superpower proficiency has been increased simultaneously, and experience gained +10. Your mental strength has been steadily improved, with a slight gain. Superpower proficiency has been increased simultaneously, and experience gained +10. Your mental strength has been steadily improved, with a slight gain. Superpower proficiency has been increased simultaneously, and experience gained +10. Open black lens bracket. Close black lens bracket. Ding! The experience value has reached the upgrade condition. Your superpower skill has been upgraded from primary to intermediate. 210 1000 superpower concentration level +1. Trigger superpower skill telepathy, then accompanied by a burst sound in a blink of an eye. By Z 1.7 feet as superpower has been upgraded to open black lens bracket intermediate 510 1000 close black lens bracket level, and Baizi believes that if he persists for a while he will definitely be able to improve to an advanced level in one breath. Good home, dude. This Baizi's power, mental value, and superpower directly form an upgrade chain. This crazy feeling of leveling. Why did you make Baizi willing to give up easily? You know, the opportunity for him to level up like this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In the future, I think, if you want to do this, you can't let him build a machine that releases violent sound wave, and then direct and play it again, right? Not to mention that Baizi is not such a person. Even if he wanted to, the amount of money consumed to supply the power to run the machine alone is an astronomical figure, plus the equipment, materials, factories, laboratories, etc. required for manufacturing. Good guy, without billions of dollars, you let him take the lead to build it. However, as time passed, Baizi almost knew that he was about to reach his limit. If it continues, I am afraid that it will cause irreparable damage to his body and spirit. So, a few minutes later, ding! The experience value has reached the upgrade condition. Your superpower skill has been upgraded from the primary level to the advanced level, 1010 5000. The superpower concentration level is +1, and the superpower skills are triggered. Instant movement, mind power shaping, accompanied by the system's prompt sound. Baizi suddenly relaxed, interrupting the release of Baizi's power. But then, the last message came from the system again, but suddenly, his expression froze. Open black lens bracket big chapter close black lens bracket. Chapter 116. Overreaching. The reaction of all parties. You are not ruthless enough. For full order, you use the power of Baizi to appease and eliminate the negative abnormal state of the black flash rip, and you have gained a lot. The power of Baizi has bin improved. The power of exploration has been enhanced. The power of appeasement has been enhanced, and the power of purification has been enhanced. Lying down. Trough. Baizetian's eyes eyes widen. What the situation? He healed the black flash receipt. In the theatrical version, a series of sick black flash crack empty seat, and many more. Black flash crack empty seat injured. Who can be injured in a string of sick black flash cracking empty seat? Is it Arceus? By Z, who didn't know that the black flashing receipt was just beginning to show itself, fell into deep doubt for a while. The chaotic thoughts made his brain, which was already extremely tired from exhaustion, buzzed a little. Body shake. In the next second, By Z, who was black in front of his eyes, fell to the sky. By Z, an anxious and ethereal voice came, and then By Z felt the back of his head leaning on a warm embrace. Ah, it's Cerulean. Wei looked up to the sky, and found that By Z, who had come as a human, suddenly felt relieved, and then, a strong sense of sleepiness struck immediately. I'm a little sleepy. Let's sleep for a while. By Z did not resist, and soon fell into a deep slumber with a slight breathing sound. Sleep. With a gentle expression, Cerulean exerted a little strength, and with the blessing of psychic power, he hugged By Z horizontally and placed it on a lavender psychic hotbed. In the eyes, the aperture of the halo yellow O2 is gradually disappearing. Is it really good to use hypnotism on your trainer? Nazi suddenly said coldly. Whoop, Cerulean, why are you doing this? I need an explanation. The wind speed dog immediately cast his gaze, and after discovering the residual super energy factor, his body tensed, and his sharp eyes were fixed on Cerulean's body. Although By Z's mental power is unexpectedly abundant, his mental exhaustion is very serious. Is it caused by the power that covered the whole city before? The appearance is very bad. He needs to rest. Cerulean glanced at Nazi, frowned slightly, and finally exclaimed, anyway, as an elf, her approach is indeed somewhat arbitrary and arrogant. The wind speed dog frowned slightly, although it does not approve of such an arrogant approach, but after all, it is also for the good of By Z, and since they are companions, they do not say more. On the other hand, Nazi obviously had no worries about the wind speed dog. Then he said bluntly in an indifferent tone, I will tell By Z about this. As you like. Cerulean's brows wrinkled again, and after she said a word, she looked at the gradually rising fishmaw white in the sky, and said, it's almost dawn. Let's find a place to rest for a while, wait for By Z to wake up, and then set off. But before that, saying that, Cerulean turned her head and pressed her free palm in the air. Boom! Under the crushing of invisible giant force, everything in this hall was crushed into pancake. Early morning hours. With the entry of the Ice King, Tina, the countdown to this major event that affected the Golden City and even several small towns around it, the members of Team Rocket were arrested. After being found, Dionysus, one of the three disasters who intended to kill the net, was directly frozen. He and his leading gopher couldn't even make a move. Calm down. 10 o'clock. 2 hours after Kona entered the city, the chaos caused by the rockets finally came to an end. It's 10:30. In the office on the second floor of the City Patrol Bureau, Kona is listening to the report from Jun Shui, the captain of the Fire Falcon. Wait, hearing that halfway through, Kona's eyes suddenly lit up and interrupted. You mean that a young trainer stopped Ares, the leader of the three disasters, alone? Or Ares who holds the three holy birds? Yes. Jun Shui's expression was serious, and she answered with a straight face. I don't know his name, but he is very conspicuous, shirtless, with a cross tattoo of a white beard on his back, and the elf he is carrying is an alienated windspeed dog. Oh. Kona's eyes flashed a different kind of light, and for a moment he asked again, what stage do you estimate his strength is at? At least the high-level king of heaven. Even. Speaking of which, even Jun Shui was a little uncertain, but she finally gritted her teeth and said this inference. It may even be infinitely close, or, let's just reach the championship field. Kona said directly. Yes, interesting. The owner of that power, isn't it you? Kona pondered in his heart, but his face was calm, and said indifferently, okay, you can continue. Yes. Jun Shui nodded and continued. Based on the actions of this group of rocket, we can roughly infer what they are looking for. At the same time, Athena, one of the 4 generals of Team Rocket, was also found unconscious this morning and fainted at the gate of our City Patrol Brigade. Kona was silent, and no one knew about the 4 heavenly kings of the Kanto region under the shimmering mirrors. At this point, what are you thinking about? At the same time, located in one of the small bases north of Golden City, TFF land, one of the 4 generals gritted his teeth and pulled out the knife arm that had penetrated deep into the shoulder socket, and stretched out his hand to push. Bang! The flying mantis, who was almost skinny in front of him, immediately fell on his back, and fell on a dead Mediterranean old man with round eyes that was also skinny. Lance's body shook. Crack. 2 fork bat covered with knife mark hurriedly flew over, holding him from left to right. Hey, cough. In the end, I won. I can only say that you are not cruel enough. Looking at one of the 3 disasters who had died, Lance forced an ugly smile on his face. After realizing that he was tricked, Lance decided to launch a sneak attack, although the strength of the other party is above him. However, relying on the advantage of holding more L, Lance used himself as a bait to find the opportunity to break the game. Finally, At the risk of being penetrated, he opened the battle and killed the Mediterranean old man who was a trainer first. Afterward, he commanded 2 fork bats, and bit by bit, the flying mantis fell into a frenzy to death. Cough, cough. Lance coughed again, and the blood from his mouth poured out like he didn't want money, and the 2 bats fluttered in fright. One of them, who was still very skilled, found a can of good wound medicine, and handed it to Lance. Don't worry. Lance's eyes narrowed and he pushed the cross-hatched bat away, staggering to an operating platform. Disregarding the tearing of the wound and the blood flowing, he operated the communication device in 3 or 2 times, and contacted Team Rocket's headquarters. Soon, the back of a sofa chair appeared on the big green boss. Even though he had already thought about his word, but only seeing the back of Sakagi, Lance swallowed a little nervously. Tell me, what's going on? Sakagi's voice was not heavy at all, but in Lance's ears, it sounded like a muffled thunder, making him instantly forget the remarks he had prepared before. He answered honestly, My subordinate was pulled away from the mountain by Tias, one of the 3 disasters. After he noticed it, he was introduced to the small base of number 135 besieged and killed. Do you know that the Golden City has been captured and destroyed by the rocket? What? Langston Shi's eyes widened. As the rocket's business for a long time, it was used to dump smuggled elves and illegally obtained substances. How could someone go to capture and destroy it? And many more. Lance's face turned pale with a flash of color. Yes, it's the 3 disasters. Not bad. Sakagi's voice still couldn't tell the anger, and they used the sharp weapon to destroy the Golden City, which is the 3 holy birds in Shiruf's laboratory under your temporary control, and the violent sound wave device. Lance's face turned even paler, and his body couldn't stop shaking. Ha ta. The oozing cold sweat mixed with blood droplets hit the console, making him feeling dizzy. Athena was also defeated and thrown at the gate of the city patrol brigade. Squeak. Sakagi finally turned the rocking chair to reveal his face. There was no joy or anger on his face, and he said in an extremely flat voice, Lance, you leave immediately and go back to the headquarters to report on your work. Yes. At this time, Lance didn't dare to look up at all, and at the same time Nuo responded. His eyes turned madly. It is foreseeable that Sakagi will not let him go easily after he has stabbed such a big hole this time. So, do you want to run away? If he is far away from Guandu, with his rank, he should still be able to get along well, right? But, oh, yes. Sakagi raised his head slightly, and while stroking the cat boss beside his leg, he focused his sullen eyes on Lance. Considering the current unstable situation, I deliberately recalled the 3 beastmen, and now they are a few. It should have arrived at your place. You should go back to the headquarters together. Quote, whoosh. After speaking, Sakagi unilaterally cut off the communication video, and then, with the opening of the gate of the base, there are 0.856, 1 foot 0.9.7, 0.82. There was a sound behind him. Lance, please stay safe. Lance's expression turned pale in an instant. Chapter 117. Miss Joy's appointment. Good guy, and a rich woman. For full order. Noon. The cool breeze wakes up the sleeping Baizi. When I opened my eyes, I found myself lying under an ancient green tree. The mottled light and shadow lay through the lush branches and leaves. Squinting slightly, Baizi saw the giant stinger bee standing with closed eyes on the slender branches on the top of the tree at first glance. Its body is still, and its wings are gathered on the sides behind it. Just use the tail pin to point at the end of the branch. Such a small point of focus, but being able to stand up so stably without causing the branches to shake and break is enough to see that the giant stinger now has a grasp of strength and balance. And your big dinger created the insect standing up cultivation method, which has a little gain. Body balance +1, strength mastery proficiency +1. Your big dinger created the insect standing up cultivation method, which has a little gain. Body balance +1, strength mastery proficiency +1. Your big needle bee created his own insect standing up cultivation method. He has gained a little. Body balance +1, strength mastery proficiency +1. Listening to the system prompt that suddenly sounded in the ear, Baizi smiled helplessly. This guy, the big dinger, is really a training madman. This pursuit of strength is beyond the reach of even myself as a trainer. Look back. Baizian, feeling the soft touch behind him. He didn't have to look back to know that it was the wind speed dog's body. Beside him, Cerulean and Nazi cuddled next to each other, and Zoro has shrank in his chest. Under the tree not far away, Laplace, who is rarely prostrate on the grass without water, is actually snuggling up with the iron dumbbell, and they are quite harmonious with each other. Feet. The tree's shadow, that was as deep as ink mark, suddenly shrank and became lighter as if faded, and retracted into the shadow under Baizi. Seeing this, Baizi's mouth suddenly evoked a warm R. So good. Baizi, are you awake? Woo tilde. Terry tilde. Sizzling beer. Just as Baizi got up, a kind of elf and Nazi were awakened in an instant, either fast or slow. They were all around, and they sobbed with nervous and concerned inquiry. Everyone. Looking at the group of elves surrounding him, Baizi suddenly stretched his arms and took them, including Nazi, into his arms. Dong dong. A small small head stuck to Baizi's heart. Nazi, who listened to the clear heartbeat, was stunned for a moment, and then she secretly rubbed her mouth. The corner of her mouth curved in a subtle way. Radian, ellipsis. After lunch, Nazi told Baizi everything that happened after they parted ways with Baizebbing in a plain tone. Of course, this also includes the fact that Cerulean used hypnotism on him without authorization. This is not Nazi's intention to make a snitch, but in the elf world, it is quite taboo to use mind control skills on trainers without authorization. This kind of taboo, or it can be said to be taboo, is the influence of the squid that seized the country 100 years ago, 300 years ago. Located in the place of Carlos, the two countries, Makar and Zhu, who have been close to each other for generations, suddenly broke out a rather tragic war. The royal families of the two countries seem to have turned against each other overnight, disregarding the war ban treaty signed and issued by the Elven Alliance that had been established at that time. It was used privately and frantically used weapons of mass destruction on the urban areas of both sides. For a time, the people on both sides and the elves living in the two countries suffered heavy casualties. This greatly angered the Elf Alliance. Therefore, under the Alliance's rapid assembly of a large number of high-level combat power and the suppression of the riot was stopped neatly. But when they found the two royal families who caused the war, they found that the consciousness of these people had been severely damaged. And behind the scene, it turned out to be just a Squid King who only had the delusion that he wanted to destroy mankind and conquer the world. The occurrence of this incident can be said to have caused human beings to have great preparedness and hatred for super spirit. Even because of this, many human superpowers have been discriminated and isolated to a certain extent. Although in the next few hundred years, with the passage of time, and under the influence of today's peaceful environment, such precautions and grudges have been gradually forgotten by people. But using mind control skills on trainers without authorization is quite taboo. Is that so? Baizi's expression was a little stunned. No wonder his previous drowsiness came so suddenly. It turned out to be the hypnotism of Cerulean, a little girl. To be honest, he didn't have much grievances about it. However, when he noticed Cerulean's nervousness and the condensed concentration in the wind-speed dog's eyes, Baizi clapped his palm, and after calling his friends around, said softly, "Okay, then let's have a meeting on Cerulean's use of hypnotism on me." The voice fell, and a kind of elf suddenly looked at each other in dismay. Especially Cerulean. When facing Baizi, she was no longer the awe-inspiring and resolute before. Her palms folded together were twisting incessantly, and she was quite uneasy. Seeing this, Nazi, who was standing beside him, frowned, and said, "Baizi, although Cerulean has overstepped, she has a good starting point." Cerulean raised her head abruptly, somewhat surprised. Looking at Nazi, Baizi was also stunned when he heard the word, and immediately felt a little dumbfounded. Seeing a group of elves seems to have to speak, he quickly stretched out his hand and pressed it down. All right, listen to me." Baizi's eyes circled around the elf, and then fell on Cerulean's body. "First of all, I want to say that I don't mean to blame you, Cerulean." And Baizi. A ray of surprise flashed in Cerulean's eyes. When I was about to say something, Baizi's palm stood up, stopping her word. Facing the group of elves, he continued, "Although our encounters are different, each of you is my family to me. No matter what the circumstances are, I am willing to my life is entrusted to everyone, and I am willing to believe in each of you. Quote, so, don't feel uneasy about it, and please believe in each of your partners just as you would like to believe in me, as I would like to trust you. Of course, this kind of thing that goes directly beyond my will is not an example." With that said, Baizi stretched out his hand and chuckled. "Then, let's make a gentleman's agreement. Starting from today, the trust between us must not be shaken in any way." A group of elves looked at each other. Their faces and uppers showed a knowing smile, and then they turned their eyes to Cerulean together. Apparently, they intended to give Cerulean the first contract. There was a faint mist in her eyes. Cerulean nodded heavily, and after nodding her thanks to the elf, she stretched out her slender hand and put it towards Baizi's palm. "But right now, Terry Tilda." With a cheer, the iron dumbbells got out of the middle of the windspeed dog and Laplace with difficulty, and threw one into his arm. PFA Tilda. The huge force hit Baizi's mouth. The corner of his mouth twitched, and the moment he raised his palm, it happened to be perfectly staggered from Cerulean's little hand. "Miss, open, .. Cerulean's delicate little face turned black, and her forehead was straight, and she immediately made a move behind her. The lavender splendid thought force slammed into Baizi's arms and pulled out the iron dumbbells that were still twisting around. Chiru Tilda. Then, in a coquettish voice, like a spinning top, it spun wildly in the lavender hood. Terry Tilda. Hearing the miserable and confused scream of the iron dumbbell, Baizi, who was knocked to the ground, rubbed his chest and rolled his eyes with patience. "This iron hand is really stupid. What a memorable and warm atmosphere. Just mix it up." "Really?" Baizi rolled his eyes, not knowing what to say. At this time, out of the corner of his light, he suddenly saw Nazi, who was far away from him, and when he noticed the obvious low air pressure on her body, he changed his mind mind and knew the reason. Immediately, he got up and walked towards the other side. Nazi was really stuck in her heart. She clearly cared about Baizi. She didn't have any malicious intent at all. She even helped to explain. But now, he made himself seem like an outsider. There is no difference from before. She is still alone. What are you thinking about? Suddenly, the warm touch of the palm of the hand came from the top of the head, and when he looked up, he was meeting Baizi's handsome face full of smiles. Pang. Looking at Nazi, whose expression is a little confused. She looks a little stupid and cute. Baizi couldn't help but his heart skipped a beat. He quickly rubbed Nazi's hair as if to cover it up, and then asked a little strangely, "Speaking of, Nazi, wasn't your hair green before? Why is it purple now? Isn't it?" Nazi's long green hair seemed to have special effect before. It was foggy, and it also had some fluorescent sparkles, a gorgeous one. Not only are there no special effects now, but even the color has changed overnight. After you beat Athena, you still took the time to dye her hair. Baizi raised his eyebrows and laughed deliberately. But obviously, Nazi didn't have such a sense of humor, but responded very seriously. "Seriously, this is the original color of my hair. It was affected by superpowers before, and now." As she said that, she glanced at Baizi. This influence has disappeared. Nazi's eyes were full of calm persistence, which made Baizi feel a little passive for a while. Damn, was he being teased by a little girl? But soon, he covered it up again. Go. He looked right. Slowly, he approached Nazi and said, "Thank you for what happened before." After saying that, he leaned up and lightly stamped on Nazi's forehead. Buzzing aside, Cherulian's face turned gloomy again, and she pressed her palms hard. The psychic mass, which was about to be relieved by the iron dumbbells, increased her speed by one step. Inside the visor, the iron dumbbell with one eye turned white, screamed in his heart, "Death or death. Murder. Master, please save me." "You mean, Miss Joy from Golden City wants to see me?" At this time, on the grass, Baizi, sitting cross-legged, took the pavilion owner's picture book handed over by Nazi, with a puzzled expression. To know, today's Golden City can almost be said to be full of wounded. The Elf Center at this time, as one of the main medical locations, should be quite busy. At this time, he still finds time to meet him. Could it be that there is something more important than saving the wounded? With this kind of doubt, Baizi was not slow either. Soon, after a few operations, the location information sent by Miss Joy was confirmed. Not far from the center of the Elf, only a street across the central park. The specifics are not clear, but Miss Joy contacted me last night and asked me to tell you the news that you were leaving the Golden City. Is that so? Baizi rubbed his chin twice. Speaking of, come on. He had originally planned to rush to Lamperge City to find Ash as soon as possible, but who knows, people are not as good as heaven. As soon as they left the gym, they caught up with the siege incident of Team Rocket. Thinking of this, Baizaran sighed. Worth mentioning, it's already like this, and it will be later. Miss Joy's reputation can almost be trusted as an alliance currency in the elf world. Since so anxious, there must be something really important. Right, then I'll go see Joey first. Your word. Thinking like this, Baizi got up immediately, looked around, looked at this unfamiliar garden and pasture with some confusion, and asked, "By the way, where is this?" "My house," Nazi replied lightly. For a moment, she seemed to feel a little inaccurate, and added, "My backyard." Baizi's mouth twitched. I stared at Nazi with vacant eye. Damn, another rich woman. Gong. Open black lens bracket big chapter close black lens bracket. Chapter 118. Interlaced time and space and memories. Mutual agreement. For full order. At 1:45 p.m., after agreeing to meet Nazi, who was temporarily entangled by her parent, on the number 7 road in the west of the city, Baizi set off first and arrived at the destination 15 minutes before the appointed time with Miss Joy, near a bench outside the green belt of the golden downtown park. However, Miss Joy had apparently arrived early too. Now she is sitting on the bench, little pink head. It seems that she may just sit and fall asleep at any time. Miss Joy, Miss Joy. Baizi stepped forward and shouted softly. After finding that there was no response, he increased the volume. Ah! Miss Joy straightened her body abruptly. Her slender body was unexpectedly very good, and the pink and white nurse uniform was immediately stretched quite tightly. Are you here? With a sleepy face, Miss Joy, who looked a little naive, looked over with sleepy eyes. After a long while, she explained with a pretty face blushing. Well, I'm sorry. I just changed classes this morning. I hardly slept much last night, so I'm sorry. It doesn't matter. Baizi shook his head, thought for a moment, pulled the diagonal backpack to the front, opened the zipper, and found a bottle of purple juice. After unscrewing, he didn't shy away from sitting on the side of the bench, and handed the glass bottle in his hand. This is the fruit juice I prepared by myself. It's sweet and sour, and it has a good refreshing effect. Try it. You're really considerate. It looks like you should be very popular with girls. Miss Joy blinked, and after taking it, she took a sip. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly drank it in small sips. After a while, the juice had bottomed out. Hiccup ~1. Miss Joey, who was full of water in one breath, endured. No, hiccup. After he reacted, his pretty pretty face blush. However, after feeling the consciousness that she has become extraordinarily clear now, Miss Joy's beautiful eyes flashed a strange light, and said with a coquettish smile, Mr. Baizi's craftsmanship is really worthless, and this effect. Your cultivator's 323 certification should not be low, right? I guess, at least level 6 or 7. The level of nurturing trainers is different from that of L trainers. The comparison is based on data. 1 to 3 are primary nurturing teachers, 4 to 6 are intermediate nurturing teachers, 7 to 9 are senior nurturing teachers, 10, that is the current nurturing teacher at the highest level. Cultivating masters, there are no more than 5 people in the elf world, and even 1 in each region is not enough, which shows that it is precious. I'm disappointed. I haven't participated in the cultivator assessment of the Alliance certification. Baizi shrugged and said with a chuckle, in terms of level, you can count me as level 0. Quote, Miss Joey's eyes rolled over, but she endured. No, insisted. Nurturators can be said to be a very popular profession, and it is easy to expand to a network of contact. Moreover, the Alliance also has a very generous reward mechanism. If you have time, you may wish to take the test. Good. Baizi responded warmly, and he has always been like this when it comes to the kindness of others. Of course, whether to do it or not is another matter. The two people chatted and the relationship between them got closer. Baizi took advantage of the situation to intervene and said, by the way, what is the matter with Miss Joy looking for me? To be honest, he really is. I'm very curious about the reason why Miss Joy is looking for him. It can't be because he has a crush on him. I want to call a son-in-law. Oh, that right. Miss Joy suddenly slapped her face suddenly, and then said something that made Baizi's mouth twitch with a little mischievous expression. It's not complicated. To put it simply, it for my family's sake. My child, call for a son-in-law. Baizi, when I type these question mark, it's not that I have a problem, it's that I think you have a problem. Is it really a son-in-law? No. Why did you suddenly call your son-in-law? Did the Joey family call their son-in-law so suddenly? Wrong. No. I stropers. Your children. Lying. Tra. Do you have kids? How old are your children when you call your husband? CC, to tell the truth, Baizi was a little confused, and his mind is still a little buzzing. Fortunately, Miss Joy's laughing voice immediately came. Okay, I won't joke with you. It's about the kid Geely egg. Geely egg. Baizi's expression quickly cleared, as subconsciously. Yes. Seeing this, Miss Joy's delicate brows furrowed slightly, and she looked at Baizi as if she was looking at a scumbag. Don't you forget it. Baizi's expression is awkward. Even if he has absolute memory ability, how complicated is the memory of 2 decades? There is no hint at all, and he doesn't know how to open this book of memory. Although it's been a few years since this incident, if the promise of a man cannot be fulfilled, it will be too bad. Miss Joy looked very serious. The beautiful eyes stared at the boy in front of him nervously. Although it's not impossible for her to give more hint, or even directly tell the answer. But if so, is the young man in front of him still worth the years of hard work, waiting and entrustment by Geely egg? Joey doesn't know. Agreement from a few years ago. In Baizi's mind, a picture suddenly slid across like lightning, and he murmured unconsciously, calling out a name. Xiao Fudan. He still remembers. Joy rose up on Joey Lian's pretty face, and at this moment, Baizi's mind finally recalled the auspicious egg, or rather, the memories of self and Xiao Fudan. Memories are like book being opened. Time fixed at 5 years ago. That was when my self memory had not yet awakened. My parents had just disappeared at work not long ago, and they have been silent since then. At only 10 years old, he was depressed and ran away alone in the Shaolai camp set up by Dr. Damuan. In a daze, I met Xiao Fudan, who was also lost because of being lost. Lucky tilde. Their unexpected encounter, first of all, started from a collision at a corner. Obviously, even if it is only a 10-year-old boy, his strength is still not comparable to that of a young lucky egg. Therefore, the boy was only shaking slightly, but Xiao Fudan directly dropped AP. Share peer. Blue. Lucky. Wow. Pain covered the eyes of the young Xiao Fudan with water mist, and then he burst into tears for the first time. Are you alright? Sorry. Good. The little boy hurriedly approached, hugged Xiao Fudan in his arm, beat the dust away, and then, following his mother's way, shook his arms and comforted him softly. Lucky. Misty eyes. This is the first time Xiao Fudan can see the face of the little boy. The rare silver white hair and long and thick white eyelashes. The bright black pupils flicker with the crystal color of ACBH. The bridge of the nose is firm. The lips are red and the teeth are white. Although it is immature, it seems that it can already be seen. In the future, it will fascinate the capital of thousands of girls. By the way, my name is Baizi. What's your name? Lucky tilde. The little boy scratched his head, looked at Xiao Fudan, who was gesturing with short hands in his arms, and smirked. I forgot that I don't understand Elvish. However, I remember being in Dr. Big Wood's bookcase. I saw your message. Let me think about. The little boy was clearly in deep thought, and under Xiao Fudan's nervous gaze, his eyes suddenly lit up and said, That's right. You're a wine Pokemon. Xiao Xiaofudin. Lucky, lucky tilde. Xiaofudin also waved his hands happily, and then clapped very enthusiastically. Hee tilde. For the first time since the disappearance of his heron, the little boy showed a shallow smile. The picture kept going over and over, and the boy and Xiaofudin quickly got to know each other. The two walked together. Although they couldn't find a way for a while, they didn't seem to have much urgency about it. Talking and laughing along the way, Xiaofudin became more and more intimate with the young man, and the depression on the young man's face was healed and reduced little by little. However, danger in the forest is never lacking. In the process of picking a tree fruit, they accidentally hit it and angered a ferocious Hyra's big armor. In the middle of the forest began a purposeless escape. After finally escaping that Hyras, who only held grudges, the sky has gradually turned dark, and even the sky has gradually sprinkled a little raindrop. It as going to rain. Boom tilde boom. Yi la la. Thunder and lightning flashes, and the torrential rain suddenly covered the entire land. Fortunately, the boy found a tree hole, and with the knowledge that flashed in his mind from time to time, he used a small wooden bow made of hay and stick to successfully drill wood to make fire, dispelling the cold of EU. Lucky tilde. Okay, it's alright tilde. The little boy hugged the shivering little Fudin in his arms, and under the blushing firelight he looked very warm. Soon, with the trembling of the grass outside the tree hole, green caterpillars, wonderful frog seed, tail stand, several petite elves looked at the warm tree hole under the firelight pitifully in the rain curtain, and their faces were hesitant. Come in, it's alright tilde. There was a smile on the boy's face. He moved his body a little, and waved. Several elves looked at each other, and soon, they were alert, and squeezed into this small cave. Man and elf, leaning on each other. Soon, they all fell asleep. In the early morning of the next day, Dr. Omu, who was covered in mud and took the fast dragon to search all night, and Miss Joy, the head nurse of the nursing center who happened to be there, saw it. It is the core and beautiful picture of this man and the elf. This child, along with Dr. Damu, S.I. Baizi also opened his eyes. Xiaofudin, and even its evolved auspicious eggs and happy egg. These specially designated medical elves are not allowed to be taken and raised privately. Want to get the cultivation permission? You must get the cultivation certificate issued by Miss Joy. Otherwise, once discovered, the Alliance will immediately take it back. And if you want to get this training certificate, all kinds of reviews and assessments are essential. But obviously, Baizi, who was only 10 years old at the time, did not and could not obtain such qualifications at all. What's more, the one who met Baizi was still a little lucky egg belonging to the nursing center. Therefore, the separation inevitably happened to Baizi and Xiaofudin. Compared to Xiaofudin crying pear blossoms with rain, Baizi showed surprising maturity. Come on, we've made an appointment. Pick you up. It's agreed tilde. The young man tried his best to hide the gradually rising cry, and with a firm look he conveyed his thoughts to Happy Egg. Lucky tilde. Xiaofudin burst into the arms of the little boy with tears, and sobbed for a while. Lift, raise, head, d. Keep the boy's face in mind. Then, it hooked its chubby short hand with the little finger of the young man. The agreement was made. P.S. The update is a bit late, but the chair suddenly broke, and I fell with my feet upside down. It's really unfortunate. Sorry. 0 TTO. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view picture. Chapter 119. Extreme Affinity. I'm back. Xiaofudin tilde. Please order all. So it is. Is that so? Baizi's eyelashes trembled slightly. He didn't know when he had closed his eyes. At this time, he was slowly opening them, and there were waves in the middle of his eyes. He was completely able to experience the sincere emotion under this agreement, because this is him. It's a contract made by myself who hasn't awakened my memory yet. Take me to find Xiaofudin. Baizi stood up simply. His eyes seemed to penetrate time and space and obstacles, reproducing the previous scene of auspicious eggs looking forward to the door of the elf center. No, the corner of his mouth suddenly raised a smile. Now, it should be called Gili Egg. It must have become a nurse. Right, of course. Joey Lien also got up, and said coquettishly, that child has always worked hard, always keeping the promise of a heartless man in his heart. Ha ha. Baizi fooled him with an embarrassing laugh, and Joey Lien didn't say much, and gave Baizi the coquettish white eyes he should have, and walked forward. Come with me. Looking at Miss Joy's slender back, Baizi touched the tip of his nose and quickly followed. Central Park is just across the street from the ferry center. Walk across a broken road full of potholes, crossing another alley. The outline of the center of the elf is already in sight. Along the way, Baizi also gradually saw some trainers and elves coming and going, unlike when he walked all the way before. In the empty street, apart from the scattered Alliance inspectors, no one else could be seen. However, most of these elves were painted on their bodies, and the trainers accompanying them looked very embarrassed. Obviously, most of the previous rocket siege incidents were also affected, but the closer he got to the center of the elf, the more Baizi discovered the elves around him, and his attitude towards him was very different. With a gloomy temperament and always strong vigilant, Abersnake actively restrained his fangs when he approached, and curled up his bone wings, trying to show his innocence as much as possible. The character is violent, even worse after being injured. Even with a trainer by his side, he looks like a hot-blooded monkey who wants to find someone to fight to relieve his anger. The moment Baizi passed by, he calmed down and scratched his head. Scratching the back of his head, he revealed a simple and honest smile for the first time ever. Although this smile was a bit awkward, it still made it trainer, a short-haired girl in a training outfit, done. There are also BB Bird and Flamingo. This pair of natural enemies even disregarded the trainer who was chasing and blocking behind them. While dodging the release Pokeball to recover the light, they fought each other in midair. Just when an Alliance staff member next to him was about to stop it, boom tilde, ah tilde, originally fighting and about to collide with each other, BB Bird and Ryukaku suddenly braked in midair almost at the same time after they sensed Baizi's approaching. The wings swiftly fanned to the left and right of Baizi, whispered nicely, "The way to make way for Baizi. Thank you very much." Baizi was a little stunned and thanked, and then walked between the two. Miss Joey, who was parked in front, opened her mouth and turned around with a stunned look, witnessing the scene of Baizi passing through the middle of Lie Sparrow and BB Bird. Lying, trough. The two trainers who had caught up with BB Bird and Fierce Sparrow said almost in unison, "Really can't help but surprise them. Can you actually stop the fight between BB Bird and Like? You know, as trainers, there is nothing they can do. What kind of magic did this young man cast to be able to do such a thing?" The two looked at each other. For a while, he forgot to take the opportunity to return BB Bird and Liqueur to the Pokeball. After Baizi has completely gone away, boom tilde, ow tilde, BB now and Like, who were still at peace in the first place, immediately collided with each other with murderous aura, just like Sichuan opera changed their faces. "Ah, BB Bird, Like, stop it." The voices of two trainers, Doubts and Kalak, came from behind. Baizi walked to Miss Joy's side, and when he saw Fengyi looking up and down at himself, he immediately asked, "Why do I have flowers on my face?" "Flowers? There are no flowers." Joey Lien took advantage of the situation and aimed his gaze at Baizi Juni's face, and was about to make a few words of teasing, but after meeting those brilliant pupils like a star, he suddenly breathed, glanced with some guilty conscience and shook his head, half-hearted. After the sound, he adjusted his mood and said with a stern tone, "It's just that I didn't expect you to have this level of elf affinity. You know, try to stop the fight between BB and the Flamingo. This is something that even our great medical nurse Joey can't do." The Great Physician is the honorific title within the Joey family. It generally refers to the Joey people who are highly respected in status, and have great social contribution. And now the Joey family is a big medical nerd. It is one of the only 5 master-level cultivators left in the elf world. To be honest, Baizi himself felt a little too prestigious when comparing such a highly respected old man with himself. What's more, their own family knows their own affairs. 0. Asking for flowers has such a strong affinity for him that he seems to be carrying a charm buff. Now, Baizi guessed it is probably because of the influence of the large-scale use of Baizi's power before. Elves are far more sensitive than human. And why so? Maybe it was because he recognized his own breath. A ray of thought flashed in Baizi's eyes, and he didn't say anything more. He followed Miss Joy, who looked at her with more satisfied eyes, and continued to move forward. Soon, she stepped into the center of the elf. "As soon as you enter." Baizi then saw the auspicious egg hiding behind the counter. Lucky tilde. The moment he saw him, he gave a sweet smile, and then, as if shy, hid behind the swivel chair that couldn't hide her round and lovely figure at all. "I God." He secretly looked at Baizi, but when he looked at each other, he hurriedly retracted his body. Baizi's heart was a little blocked, and his eyes were slightly sour. Before, he might have only thought that this auspicious egg was paying special attention and shyness to him. But now, after appreciating and integrating into that precious lost memory, Baizi realizes that what kind of shyness is this? The expectation in that eye God is almost so intense that it can't be opened. That shy look is clearly a kind of fear that he has forgotten its cowardice and escape. Breathe tilde breathe. Baizi blinked his sour eyes, swallowed the moistened water, inhaled deeply, and then spit out slowly. Then, he knelt down on one knee, opened his arms in the direction of the auspicious egg, tried his best to raise the slightly quivering corner of his mouth in a good-looking arc, and chuckled. "Xiao Fuden, according to the agreement, I'm here to pick you up." Quote, "Lu, lucky tilde." Gili Egg's short hand covered his mouth, and a mist of water gradually filled his eyes. Afterward, it ran out from behind the counter with tears in its eyes as it did in the past, and threw it into the arms of the young man. Lucky tilde. Hearing this joyful cry, Baizi's expression slowly softened, hugging Gili Egg's chubby body, and whispering in a low voice, "I'm back, Xiao Fuden. Welcome back, auspicious egg." Quote, a few. Chapter 120. Rich Woman Joey, the Fist of the Second God. For full order, clap lala one by one, da na tilde, wu tilde, fu yi tilde, la da. For a time, all the elves near the center of the elves gave their blessings and cheers, making speaking to the trainer who accompanied him was a little stunned. Then, in a daze, they followed the elves in 2s and 3s and applauded. Spirit Center. Backyard. Baizi and Gili Egg recognized each other again, and after expressing their heartfelt feelings to each other, the two of them cuddled under the shade of the trees in the backyard, enjoying the tranquility of their reunion. It didn't take long for Miss Joy to walk into the backyard with a pink tray. Rolled his eyes, deliberately said in a sour tone, we grew up together, but now that we have a lover, I forgot my best friend. 3, 2, 3. After he finished speaking, he sighed with a teasing face. Lucky Tilda. Gili Egg face flushed instantly, and after getting out of her arms, she was about to cover Miss Joy's mouth, but obviously, without the use of skills, its round body cannot match the tall figure of Miss Joy. After playing around for a while, Baizi, under the leadership of Miss Joy, exchanged an vacant luxury ball, which was regarded as officially subduing the auspicious egg. Afterward, Miss Joy handed the tray in her hand to Baizi, with reluctance in her eyes, and pretending to be relaxed. Take it, these things will be regarded as the dowry I have prepared for the child Gili Egg. Also, I have completed the declaration for your permanent cultivation qualification certificate for you. Joey added, in the future, you only need to go to the nearby elf center every 3 months to report and test the health of the auspicious egg. Thank you. Baizi sincerely thanked him and took the pink tray with both hands. Open it up. On the left and the right are a book and a photo album. Like East West. This is a book about cultivating auspicious eggs and a complete set of auspicious egg CDs. I hope you can nurture this child well. Although she is not good at fighting, she is one of the best in the knowledge and skills of medical care workers. Quote, speaking of which, Miss Joy pursed her lip. Afterward, she waved a small fist at Baizi and threatened, I tell you, Gili Egg has a very powerful friend in our clan. If you hurt it, the end will be miserable. Speaking of this, Miss Joy suddenly looked positive. By the way, that friend of Gili Egg has been resentful towards you as a heartless man for a long time. Although you don't look weak, but it's better to be careful. Okay, I see. Baizi nodded with a smile and responded warmly. However, he certainly wouldn't take Miss Joy's word seriously, not to mention that he wouldn't be able to hurt Gili Egg. Even if Gili Egg really has a very powerful friend who doesn't look good to him, is it possible that he can still fight with several elves that are comparable to the king level combat power, a champion level wind speed dog, and an explosive? Is it enough to fight against Marshado's own opponents of the Pinnacle 3 god? It's impossible to think about it. Baizi set a flag for himself in his heart, and in the not too distant future, he almost tasted it belonging to the fist of a second level god. Of course, at this time he didn't know anything about it. After receiving Miss Joy's parting gift, I couldn't help but sigh. Why are the girls you meet all rich women? How much is the full set of Gili Egg Gills CD-ROM? No more dare to say, but there are at least 5 to 60 skill CDs. To know, Gili Egg is an elves that can learn more than a dozen attribute moves. Among them, there are many powerful tricks such as Destruction of Death Light and Ultimate Impact Strike, which are rated as 150 in the Alliance assessment, as well as rare protective skills such as Light Wall and Mysterious Guardian, and even more so, Sandstorm, Rain Begging, Hailstorm, Sunny Day. Such comprehensive weather tricks. You know, guildas aren't cheap stuff. You have to say, tactic, sleep talk, and so on. A maximum of 40,000 to 50,000 yuan, or 100,000 yuan. But the ones above, anyone, you don't have 180,000, let alone take it down. It can be said that the total value of this set of skill CDs alone has reached more than 10 million level Alliance coin, and even, a lot of skills are still worthless. After all, if you want to make something like a skill CD, in addition to the necessary industrial technology, the minimum is also a patent that requires the assistance of a quasi-king spirit. Such an ease. West, Miss Joy in front of her said she would give it away without batting an eyelid. Rich lady, it's a stone hammer. Heart's eye 0. But Baizi put it away without any hesitation. Good thing, West, with these, he only needs to go to the friendly store to buy another shadow clone. Basically there is no shortage of skills. Remember to bring Gili Egg back to her parents' house to see it off in Tilda. At the gate of the elf center, Joey reluctantly waved at Baizi, trying his best to dilute the reluctance to part with a naughty tone. Of course, Baizi, who was sitting on the back of the wind speed dog, was stunned for a moment, and then responded with a solemn voice. Go away. Finally, he nodded to Miss Joy, and then he patted the wind speed dog bushy temple. The wind speed dog suddenly jumped up, and under the attention of the trainer at the elf center and a group of elves, galloped past, and soon disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Standing for a long time, Joey Lien took his eyes back, wiped the corners of his eyes, exhaled lightly, and was about to turn around. Rumbling, booming, accompanied by the roar and vibration of the 1.7 ground, like a beast-like damping sound. Joey turned back suddenly. Muscle knot, a giant beast shadow like an aqua blue demon covered her entire body, and then, a petite but very strong figure jumped from the top of the beast's head, and landed in front of the door steps in the center of the elf with a fierce face. Sister love, where is that shameless and shameless shameless man who cheated Fufu. Let him come out. I must let him taste my me, and Shui's fist. Elf I am the protagonist template. Invincible Chapter 121-140. Chapter 121. Conception. Unexpected encounter. Kona. For full order. Baizi naturally didn't know that not long after he left, an enemy who wanted him to taste himself and the fist of the unknown giant came to the door. At this moment he was sitting firmly on the wide back of the swift wind speed dog, using his brand new power of Baizi to investigate the attribute information of the auspicious egg in the Pokeball. Sudden, sheet, rate, auspicious egg, attribute, general, characteristic, healing heart, Monty, level, gym advanced, level 48, 5100, potential, quasi king, HP, 250, attack, 5, defense, 5, special attack, 35, special defense, 105, B, 50, skills, small, flap, emulate, round, angel's kiss, charming voice, desire, coquetry, tail wagging, echo, life, water droplet, singing, light wall, help, healing wave, laying egg, treasure, close black lens bracket, genetic skills, aromatherapy, gravity, open black lens bracket, status, perfect close black lens bracket. Introduction. The qualifications are acceptable, but he has proficient experience in healing, medical treatment, and nursing skills, and he is also good at housework. The level has reached O2. Have you reached the high-level gymnasium? Baizi's expression was slightly surprised. Generally speaking, as special elves of the medical and nursing class, their level of promotion is not too high. It is rare to reach a gymnasium. Generally, they only float up down at the elite level, because most of their time is basically spent on learning and exercising various medical methods. It will naturally be relatively slow to improve their level and strength. Like Baizi's one, not only does he have quite proficient experience in medical treatment, but he is also a good hand in housework, and his level can be promoted to the high-level gymnasium. To be honest, it is really rare. It seems that Gili Danyi has been working hard all the time. A ray of warmth flashed in Baizi's eye. He could naturally understand why Gili Egg made all this effort. Thank you for your effort, Gili Egg. Putting the Pokeball to his mouth, after whispering a word, Baizi's mouth raised lightly, and he carefully retracted the Pokeball to his waist after feeling the slight trembling response from the Pokeball. Speaking, he has quite a few elves now. Big Needle Bee, Zoroha, Windspeed Dog, Laplace, Cherulian, Iron Dumbbell, Machado, Ibrahimovic, Gili Egg. There are 9 of them, which have exceeded the normal handheld level, but fortunately, as he really holds the combat power for daily training and combat, there are only 6 of them. The rest, as a guardian beast, Marshadow almost always stays in his shadow and does not come out, except he is more interested in kicking skills and is responsible for protecting his safety. To be honest, up to now, he has not been able to control this low-level legend that has reached the realm of the god, and is the best 7th player in his mind. Ibrahimovic is more focused on analyzing the electrical attribute factors in his body, which can be almost ignored until he has not fully controlled the thunder spirit form. Moreover, even if it completely controls the ability to adapt to electrical properties, it has obtained the form of a thunder elf. There are also 6 attributes: spar of water, fire, grass, ice, super energy, and darkness waiting for it to absorb and master. If Baizi finds the attribute bar of the demon essence type, there are 7 kinds. Just a single electrical attribute factor, or relying on the destiny reward super growth buff that was brushed from the green body. It was barely close to the end of the analysis. I want to analyze all these known forms, but I still don't know how to get the year of the monkey and the horse month. Wait until Ibrahimovic becomes an official combat force. I'm afraid it's a long way to go. As for the auspicious egg, to be frank, Baizi didn't have much requirements for Gili Egg, a team doctor who was bound to be an auxiliary elves in the team. It doesn't need to be strong, and it doesn't need too much battle, fighting and training. It only needs to treat teammates even in the team battles that may exist in the future, and make daily support and care. In this way, Gili Egg not only does not need to worry about himself, but can also be a good helper for him in daily training and life, helping him share part of his energy. Thinking of this, Baizi couldn't help but praise himself when he had not awakened his memory. If he hadn't learned to flirt with sister at a young age, how could he have obtained a lucky egg that only devoted himself to himself? Gee, beautiful. However, it is time to find a time to train and integrate the strength of the main battle elf. The big Needlebee doesn't need him to worry too much, and Cherulian's mental strength is indeed gifted, but there are still some deficiencies in fine operation, and he needs to spend some time to make up for it. Laplace's promotion is step by step, so I can't rush it. It's Zoroha, not counting the iron dumbbells just after birth. The lack of adventure has already opened a big gap between it and the handheld hands of the same period. Now that its exclusive illusion feature has been developed to the point of not being shallow, it's time to focus on leveling up. Otherwise, such a gap may get bigger and bigger, until it can't catch up with the battle strength of other main battle members at all. And when it comes to iron dumbbells, as a quasi-god and a natural king, it ranked first among the main battlers in terms of innate aptitude. However, according to this little guy's killing intent and his Tai-Han-Han's performance, I'm afraid he won't follow the route he planned for the main shield and auxiliary battle. Instead, he prefers to rely on the innate high defense to open the unparalleled Berserker and the wind speed dog. The matter of the fusion of authority also needs to be put on the agenda. The whirring sound of the wind passed through my ears from time to time, and the scenery with 323 light on both sides of the corners of my eyes also quickly retreated like an afterimage. The speed of the wind speed dog is obviously not slow. However, even so fast, Bai Zi, who was sitting on the back of the wind speed dog, did not show any bumps at all, and the gust of wind blowing in the face was strangely scattered and turned into a before approaching him. The turbulent currents brushed through Bai Zi's broken hair, neither light nor heavy, without giving him even the slightest sense of suffocation. And right now, a real-like gaze suddenly fell from somewhere on the upper left. Bai Zi suddenly woke up. Turning his head, he saw a red-haired beauty in a professional dress with rimless glasses looking at him quietly in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of a second-story building. After seeing him turn his head, his eyes met, and his mouth lightly raised his corners, nodded, chuckled. The wind speed dog passed by. In the blink of an eye, the figure of the red-haired beauty was left behind by him. Bai Zi slowly retracted his eyes and spirit, and made up his mind again. Eyes, a ray of brilliance flashed. Kona. Chapter 122. Kona's attention, a little busy. Please order. Interesting. The city inspector, in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows on the second floor, looked at the figure passing by in front of him. A splendid gleam flashed in Kena's eye, although only a fleeting glance touches. But with her eyesight, how could she not see the extraordinary performance of this wind speed dog, using the shock impact effect of the speed skill to dissipate wind resistance? Such delicate and subtle operations are really eye-catching. Kona sighed softly. Immediately, as if she had discovered something, she leaned slightly and looked out the window at the street. I saw that it was near the street, and as far as she could see, all the elves were moving in a uniform direction, staring in the direction where the boy left just now. Eyes got in, full of gratitude, respect and friendliness. It's as if the person who passed by just now was not just a trainer riding a wind speed dog, but something that made them respect and appreciate from their heart. And many more. Respect and gratitude. There seemed to be an answer in Kona's mind that was about to emerge from the cocoon. But right now, squeak, with the sudden opening of the door, Jun Shui walked in a hurry, interrupting Kna's thoughts directly. What the matter? What happened? Turning around and seeing Jun Shaolin with a sullen expression, Kona frowned slightly, but he quickly adjusted his mood and asked, Master Kona. Jun Shui gave a neat salute, and then said bluntly, after diagnosis, Athena suffered a very brutal superpower attack. Her consciousness was broken, and she has become a vegetable. What? Kona's eyes shrank fiercely, and his face quickly became condensed. It's actually, take me to see it. Yes. On the other hand, this news was quickly known to Sakagi. Broken consciousness. How is it possible? As soon as Sakagi received the news, he couldn't accept it at all. But the undercover agent planted in the Golden City is his crony, and it is obviously impossible for such news to be spread by mistake. But since it is not wrong, that shows that the one who defeated Athena must be an elf or a superpower who masters the power of the superpower system. Difficulty is Nazi. Sakagi thought of the goal of Athena's trip, but soon he overturned this speculation. Natsu's potential is indeed good, but the potential is only potential after all. I think to defeat Athena, who has the strength of the high-ranking king, obviously, it is still far away. Kona. It's impossible for Kona. She was trapped under the elf tide before, and she didn't have time at all. Could it be the kid who uses the alienated wind speed dog? Sakaji's eyes God flashed with thought, and his expression was extremely gloomy. Athena, this is the die-hard he cultivated, not only powerful, but also in charge of the rocket's multiple experimental projects and industrial economy. It can be said that he is an indispensable money bag under his hand. It's important. It is simply not comparable to Durham, who died before, and Lan, who has been escorted now. Evil. The blue veins on Sakaji's forehead burst, but he quickly calmed down, closed his eyes, and leaned on the sofa chair for a long time. When he opened it again, his eyes were filled with indifference. Jingle. One by one, he pressed the button on the desk. Soon, a short-haired woman with glasses in business attire pushed in the door. Boss. From now on, stop all activity, go underground, and avoid problems with other bright industries. Yes, let the 3 Bs lead the team in person, and clean, wash the internal old wool. Yes, here, there is also the abandoned number 2 headquarters in Vibrant City. In the afternoon, accompany me to Nijima. Yes, the real bird nodded again, and then, hesitantly, tentatively asked, then, what should I do with Lan? Lan. Sakaji's eyes widened, and his palm slid from Boss Cat's neck all the way to his back. Install him with an explosive chip, temporarily. Transfer to the front line. Understood. Go ahead and get ready for the special plane to New Island. Yes, I'll do it right away. Sakagi waved his hand, and after Ma Bird was in the room, he pushed away the cat boss at his feet and took out an old-fashioned communicator from the drawer. After dialing a number, he hung up immediately, waited for a while. Jingling heard the ringing on the table one by one, and Sakagi connected directly. There was a voice over there, and the tone was obviously impatient. I said, what call are you calling me at this time? I tell you, I'm not sure about this. 1% of the original shares of Shaloof Group. What? Do me a little favor. I am willing to pay 1% of the original shares of Shaloof Group. The other end of the phone fell silent, and soon, a faint voice came from the other side. Sakagi, are you serious? Sakagi didn't answer. Soon, the opposite voice came again. I want 5%. Sakagi's eyes. Shinji Zhang suddenly increased his killing intent, but he still said in a calm voice, up to 1.5%. Otherwise, I can't afford to be so busy. Okay, 1.5% is 1.5%. Ha ha ha. The excited voice on the other end of the phone could hardly be concealed, but after agreeing in one word, his tone suddenly softened. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Say it in advance, you rocket. Okay, the last thing. It's too much, and we can't really help with some busyness. Sakagi's eyes were dark. He took out a picture of a brown-haired old man from the drawer, played with it, and said slowly, I need to know the strike force, plan, route, and staffing of this alliance. Anything else? Don't worry, this last one is just a trivial matter. Sakagi threw the photo in his hand towards the cat boss at his feet. I need you to help me find someone. Gong, show one by one. A cold light flashed then. In the next second, the photo was split into two from the man's head. Chapter 123. The conch changes. A bad premonition. The storm is about to come. For full order. City of Lampert. It is the most famous seaside resort in the Kanto region. It is famous for its golden sandy beaches, blue sea and all kinds of beautiful bikini swimmers. The tourism industry is very developed. After leaving the Golden City and picking up Natsu at Junction 7 at Examen, the two of them rode the wind speed dog together towards the seaside city in the southwest. Along the way, Baizi hardly made many stops except for the necessary accommodation. Almost all the time, he was driving the wind speed dog in the direction of Rampart. It wasn't that he was so anxious about Xiaoji's affairs. After all, he knew that it was useless to rush things, and that it was already too late, so he didn't make it in time. The real reason lies in the God calling conch in his hand. After leaving the Golden City to pick up Natsu, Baizi took out the joined, God summoning conch and began to investigate. Calling the God conch. The person who blows the conch will be able to call for the arrival of Lugia, the god of the sea. The function is clear and the method is simple. It can be said that it is obvious at a glance. However, not long after Baizi took out the God summoning conch, the thing started to vibrate spontaneously, and the force it sent out faintly pointed in the direction of Lampolchi City. Moreover, the amplitude of this east-west jitter has become stronger and stronger as time goes by, and now, it is almost to the point where Baizi can't hold it. The time when Baizi and Natsu officially entered the city of Lamperki was the early morning of the next day, although it's still early. But on the golden sandy beach, there are already many tourists rolling and playing in the water. And the amazing thing is that the moment Baizi set foot on this seaside city with golden sandy beaches, the 323 calling God conch that was shaking violently was like a vibrator that suddenly lost its electricity, instantly calmed down. What the hell is going on here? Baizi frowned slightly. To be honest, he really didn't like this feeling that was completely out of his control. The change of God summoning conch also gave him a faint premonition. Forget it, it's useless to think too much. Shaking his head, he shoved the God summoning conch into his pocket. Baizi took the wind speed dog back and led Nazi towards the coconut forest on the side of the beach. According to the original story in memory, Ash and his party will arrive at the Golden Beach in Lampolchi City in the woods after passing through the mechanical fairyland. Baizi is going to follow the path in the forest and look in the direction of the mechanical fairy paradise to see if he can. It doesn't seem to be. Brother Baizi, looking at Xiaoji running towards him, the brown-blackened Xiaoging with squinting eyes behind him, and the girl Xiaoxia with a one-sided ponytail. Baizi stroked his forehead slightly. Sure enough, he shouldn't worry about this guy with the protagonist template. Lamperchi Ferry Center, in front of the video station. Yes, Aunt Hanako, Ash's words are by my side now. You don't have to worry too much. You've already boarded the airship to Lamperchi, so you can come here today. Then, do you want Ash and you? No, the airship is coming to a stop soon. See you on the beach later. Looking at Hanako, who smiled and waved her hand, and hung up the video, Baizi's mouth twitched slightly. Thinking back to Aunt Hanako's past video mail, the sad expression was almost beyond words. For a while, he really couldn't tell the safety of Hanako for Xiaoji, whether ACBH, worried or not. I'll just say it fine. Brother Baizi, you are making a fuss. Xiaozi Shuang held the back of his head in his hand, pouted slightly, and had a sorrow, not you, expression on his face. Baizi's expression stiffened. Then, with a harmonious smile on his face, he asked warmly, Xiaoji, after such a long trip, do you want to have a 6v6 showdown with me. Let me see how you grow up. Light. Xiaogang and Xiaoxia endured. No, shaking all over. Out of can't bear. The two of them were about to speak to help Xiaoji refuse. But when Xiaoji heard the battle, he immediately became excited. Fight. Of course there is no problem. Well, as expected of you, Ash. Come on. Baizi gave Xiaoji a thumbs up, then turned around and walked towards the lower one outside the center of the elf, followed by Nazi. Looking at Baizi's back, Xiaoji scratched his head a little and muttered, how do you feel? Brother Baizi looks a little weird today. Forget it. Don't think about it. Wait for me. After thinking about it for a while, Xiaoji, who had no clue, simply left this behind and chased after him excitedly. Behind him, Xiaogang and Xiaoxia glanced at each other, and both saw obvious sympathy in each other's eyes. Little fire dragon. Accompanied by a stupefied exclamation, the last little fire dragon to play appeared in a black fog, and fell on its back on the sand. Zoroa under your command defeated Xiaoji's little fire dragon, and gained a little battle experience +1, Zoroa experience +8, staring skill +1, ghostface skill +1, everything just like the replay of the previous battle at Zhengwei Lighthouse. Xiaoji was pushed by Baizi with 1, only Zoroa, but the last time was 1v3, and Zoroa's consumption was not small, and this time, although it was 1v6, oh, no, it should be 1v5. Pikachu learned that he was going to fight with Baizi, and he was unwilling to play if he was killed, so it was temporarily changed to 5v5, or, it was 1v5. This time, although the number of opponents increased, but Zoroa dealt with it more easily. After defeating the little fire dragon who played as the finale, he almost didn't feel breathless at all, and his relaxed attitude could be said to be clear at a glance. The difference is too big, and it's getting bigger and bigger. Xiaoxia and Xiaogang looked at each other, and both seemed a little helpless. Although it has gone through a period of travel, to be honest, Ash has hardly grown at all. By now, they really hope that Xiaoji can be hit a little bit, so maybe there will be changes, and they will try to get stronger. However, I was swept away by 6 out of 1. What should I say? As expected of you, Xiaoji. At this moment, a mocking voice came from the crowd not far away, and a spiky-headed boy in a floral shirt and pants was surrounded by 6 distinctive young older sisters. He walked over under the crowd. His tone was full of ridicule. It's you, shit Mao. As soon as he heard this sound, Xiaoji, who was still a little frustrated, immediately turned over and replied with an unhappy face. It's like you are very powerful. You know, Brother Baizi is very strong. Yes, maybe you lost worse than me. Huh, what a joke. Xiao Maoyi sneered and said with his nostrils pointing upward. Who am I? This young master is Xiao Mao. Do you think I will be like you? Brother Baizi's only Soraya. It is impossible. It's this young master's opponent. Tis, it's a little floating. Xiao Mao, it seems that you need to rescue too. Let go. Baizi's eyes narrowed slightly. He stepped forward to stop Xiaoji, who was going to continue to reply, and came to Xiao Mao with a gentle tone and the same harmonious smile on his face as he had just invited to fight. How about Xiao Mao? It means nothing if you talk about it or not. Since you say you are stronger than Xiaoji, how about a fight? Of course, no problem. Xiao Maoyi said confidently. Even if it Brother Baizi, I can't possibly lose. Haha, it looks like I'm here at the right time. With a familiar voice, a casual Dr. Ogi with Xiaoji's mother Hanako squeezed in from the crowd. Since Xiao Mao wants to challenge Baizi, then this battle let me be the referee. Grandpa, Xiao Mao shouted out in surprise, but then he immediately retorted, what is a challenge? It's a fair duel. Ha ha ha, all the same. Dr. Damu obviously didn't listen to these words. As the top trainer who was all-powerful back then, the gap between Baizi and Xiao Mao, he could see at a glance. There was a huge gap like a ditch gully. As expected of you, Baizi. At this time, he has already awakened and mastered the use of Shi ellipsis. At the same time, on the reef at the edge of the golden sands of the city of Lamperchi, Wu Tilda, a petite blue and white figure poked his head out of the sea in confusion and looked into the distance. What going on? That direction seems to have a mother's taste. The same moment, Kanto sea area, suspended on an artificial island of weather forecast just off the coastline south of the city of Lampert. Weather station, monitor indoors. Woo woo, woo woo, woo woo. The bursts of chirping sounded from small to large, suddenly resounding throughout the entire room, awakening the 2 staff members who were leisurely eating ice cream with each other. What the matter? This is a red weather alert. How is that possible? I'll check it out. One of the staff members quickly got up and started crackling. For a moment, he looked a little confused. All the data are normal. Why does the forecaster suddenly send out a red alert? Yes, another staff member was also confused. He glanced at the calm sea and sky in the distance, and murmured, it's still the same clear sky as before. How could it be? Not finished. Boom! A burst of muffled thunder suddenly resounded in the distant sky. Following this, the layers of dark cloud pressed towards the low sky like a market, like a curtain covering the sky, rapidly spreading in this direction. Clap la la. A sea that was originally as calm as a mirror also immediately piled up like mountains and mountain. In no time, heavy rain pouring down. Chapter 124. Xiao Mao, let you see the strength of this young master. For full order. The rain curtain of the sky is like the Milky Way hanging upside down, connecting the sea and the sky. The rain washed away one by one, washing away the last trace of summer heat, and brought bursts of refreshing coolness. Because of the sudden rainstorm, everyone had to temporarily follow Dr. Damu to the Rampart hotel that he had booked earlier. Strange. Dr. Damu squeezed his chin and looked at the rain curtain outside the hotel with a puzzled expression. Although the coastal areas are indeed unpredictable, there is no sign of such a heavy rain of this magnitude. Yeah, what a pity. I thought I could see Shifu Mao being beaten up by brother Baizi. Xiao Ji, who was beside him, also sighed with a very pity expression. Xiao Mao heard the blue veins bulge on his forehead. After taking a deep breath, he got up and came to Dr. Damu's side and said, Grandpa, this hotel should also have a private battle venue. Right, that's right. Dr. Damu nodded and said with a smile, why, do you want to continue the previous battle? Yes. Xiao Mao's answer was decisive, with a bit of gnashing of teeth in his tone. I want some crane tails to know what is the real training. Home. Oh, Dr. Ogi's expression was amused. A real trainer. Speaking of which, the Junshin town of this generation is indeed full of talent, not to mention the girl who disappeared unexpectedly back then, but invaded the Great Wood Research Institute and steal the seeds of the wonderful frog not long ago. Whether it is Kai, who has an unusually amazing talent in the battle, or his eldest grandson, Damu Qinglu, they are all champions, plus a Baizi who even he can't see through. To be frank, although Xiao Mao is indeed considered to be somewhat talented compared with these few guys who are called monsters, in terms of trainer talent they are still too far behind. However, it's okay to suffer some setback. Just like now, the beautiful car and beautiful women play the house, relying on the favorable innate conditions to obtain the badge from the gym trainer in the sea, and then defeat some passerby trainers who can't even get on the league competition, and then call themselves a genius. It's been a long time. Dr. Damu was afraid that Xiao Mao, who was praised too high, would be hit too hard when he really faced setback, and he never recovered. It's not like I'll give him a head-on blow here, and let him see his own shortcomings as soon as possible. Thinking like this, Dr. Damu turned his attention to the silver-haired boy who had been staring at the rain curtain since he entered the hotel, and greeted loudly, Baizi, Xiao Mao wants to continue the battle just now. You see, this sudden rainstorm is simply a sudden change in the weather, or is it? Baizi, who was pondering in his heart, immediately retracted his thoughts after hearing Dr. Damu's call, and swept his eyes on Xiao Mao, who was full of fighting spirit, and Dr. Damu, who had deep eyes, and then nodded in response. Of course not. Question. Whether or not there is a problem, he can't come to a conclusion for the time being. However, there is absolutely no reason for Xiao Mao not to accept the destiny reward that came to his door. Rampart Hotel. Top layer. Private battle arena. In this world full of elves, there is only one facility that is almost possessed and indispensable in all kinds of places around the world. That is to provide a dual venue for elves to fight. As a well-known 5-star hotel, the Rampart Hotel is naturally indispensable for such facility. But in the face of Dr. Damu, the hotel manager also specially led everyone to a large battle room on the top floor of the hotel. This battle room is not small. It occupies almost 1/3 of the top floor of the hotel. The walls and the ground are all paved with black stone square brick. This East-West base knows that black yaoshi, a special mineral with an extremely hard texture. Its hardness is as high as that of diamond, and it is not brittle. It is one of the reinforcement materials for the bottom of the playing field in the major events of the Elf League. Generally speaking, the level of elves below the quasi-king, the strength of the skills is almost difficult to leave too deep scars on them. The ceiling is a transparent but opaque colorless crystal shield. Looking up, you can see the rain curtain rushing down, but no sound penetrates. Obviously it is soundproof. On both sides of the battle field, these are two independent small platforms. In front of the platform, a semicircle of crystal shields of the same material as the ceiling block them in front of the platform. The whole body is transparent, but it does not obstruct the line of sight. It seems that it is a protective measure set up to protect the trainer. Be honest, this battle venue is indeed luxurious enough. Baizi walked to the side of the battlefield depicted in the training room with a dull expression, and quietly looked at Xiao Mao, who was also standing on the opposite side. Tell me, how do you want to compare? 6v6 is too time consuming. 3v3 is enough for you to see the strength of this young master. Xiao Mao's expression was arrogant. Yes, Baizi's expression did not have any strange color, and he responded lightly. On the side, Dr. Damu frowned and glanced at his grandson. After confirming that both parties were ready, as the temporary referee, he waved his hand neatly and announced, both sides, release the elves at the same time. Wow! D&D and tilde. With the order of Dr. Ogi, Baizi and Xiao Mao released the first elf to play at almost the same time. Baizi chose to let Zoroha continue to play, and what Xiao Mao released from the Pokeball was a yellow yellow elf covered with black lightning pattern, and the tentacles on the top of his head, like a plug, kept making a crackling electric sound. 0. As for Flower, this is a pure electric spirit, an electric shock monster. Xiao Mao is really good. Xiao Mao is really good. Outside the field, I don't know when I changed into cheerleading uniform, and Xiao Mao's girlfriend, who were waving colorful balls in their hands, started to run and dance to cheer up. Bai Zi's mouth twitched slightly. It wasn't because the scene made him uncomfortable, but it was because of the telepathy that suddenly came from Nazi in my mind. Bai Zi, do you need me to cheer you on like this? I can control the whole hotel to come over. No, please don't. Bai Zi quickly refused. At the same time, Shuang's eyes gradually rose, and he swept towards the dazzling electric shock monster in the field of a ray. Electric shock monster. Attribute: electricity. Feature: static electricity. Level: elite intermediate, level 29, 99-100. Open black lens bracket. Close black lens bracket. Introduction: a cost-effective electric shock monster with plenty of power and can evolve at any time. Invisibly close to the elite high level. At any time may face the electric shock monster that evolves and greatly enhances the strength. Bai Zi has to admit, he really underestimated Xiao Mao. This arrogant. The level of this electric shock monster is even higher than that of his Zoroha. Compared with today's Xiaoji, it is indeed much better. However, in Bai Zi's eyes, there is still no suspense about the outcome of this battle. In the face of the flamboyant electric shock monster, Zoroya also showed no signs of weakness. The dark purple and almost black mist surrounded its petite body. Zoroya tried to imitate Bai Zi's appearance and raised the fox's head lightly. With the corner of his eyes, he gave the electric shock monster on the opposite side a look of incomparable contempt. Electricity. In an instant, the blasted electric shock monster burst into a solid yellow current. In the field, there was a moment of tension. It looked like you two were ready. Dr. Damu, who was temporarily serving as the referee, asked at this moment with his hands up. Seeing that both sides of the battle nodded in response, they simply stepped back. Then, let go. To be honest, he is also very interested in this battle, but this interest is nothing but curiosity about Bai Zi's strength at this time. As for victory, at the moment of perceiving the potential bred within Bai Zi's body, in his eyes, this game, too, is no longer suspenseful. Chapter 125. To show the style without losing the demeanor please complete the order. Electrical monster, 100,000 volt. Although he was very arrogant, Xiao Mao didn't dare to be careless about Bai Zi, who had been very mature since he was a child, so he gave the order immediately. Electricity. The electric shock monster, who had been impatient for a long time, responded loudly, and the plug above his head finally began to move in and out of the dazzling electric light. In the end, it converged into a huge, substantial thunder column, which blasted straight towards Zoroya. And just when the 100,000 volts was just detached from the plug on the top of the electric shock monster's head, Bai Zi, who was waiting indifferently, suddenly said, "Left jump, used air." Wow! Zoroha moved when he heard the sound, and his light body slightly bent his knees and jumped, and then directly avoided the attack of the thunder column with a very single trajectory. After 100,000 volt blasted a scorch mark on the ground, there was no other achievement. And then, at the moment of avoiding the thunder pillar and landing, Zoroa's eyes, the god, flashed a strange purple-black light. At the same time as this purple-black light lit up, a black mist suddenly appeared on the body of the electric shock monster. Electricity. With a muffled groan, a sense of timidity arose in the electric shock monster's heart for no reason, and the electrical factor on the body surface also chaotically spilled out. Its defense was lowered by Zoroa's daring trick. Is it seen through? The gap between experience and eyesight is too big. Watching the first round of confrontation on the field, Dr. Damu shook his head slightly with a slight sigh. The power of this 100,000 volt light is indeed remarkable. It also proves that this electric shock monster has been cultivated well, and the electric energy in the body is also very sufficient and active. But this kind of stagnant stance output is simply full of mistakes in front of a truly skilled trainer, and it doesn't take too much effort to deal with it. Just like now, Zoroha avoided the attack with just a small jump. It even took advantage of the gap between the electric shock monster's release skills and put a layer of weakening skills on the opponent. Just look at this. The gap between the two sides is clear at a glance. Evil. Xiao Mao's silver teeth clenched, and the unfavorable situation in his apprenticeship made him a little irritable. However, after receiving a good education, he calmed down the first time and gave instructions quickly. Electric shock monster. Power grid. High-speed dart. Electric ya. The electric shock monster let out a low voice, and the lightning flashes around him temporarily dispelled the black mist. Afterward, the palm of the hand pressed against the plug-like corner on the top of the head, rubbing it quickly, weaving a small grid in midair like a thread, and slamming it out. The thorny power grid quickly absorbed the free electrical attribute factors in the air after breaking out of the electric shock monster's palm. When it crossed half of the field, it had become a huge 3-meter long and wide lightning grid. But it's not over yet. After releasing the grid, the shock monster took a deep breath. In the next second, the beam group composed of countless shining star-shaped energies flew out of the electric shock monster's mouth in an instant. It turned into a stream of light, and the last ones caught up with the power grid in front, driving it, turning it into a huge lightning grid pocket, and suddenly moving towards the Zoroha hood in the field. Power grid plus high speed stars. Witness this young master's gorgeous combo. This trick was prepared by him for a long time to deal with the super mobile flying mantis that he grew up with, but always press his elder brother Qinglu. Take advantage of the coverage of the power grid and the fast speed impact of high speed stars. In the arena with limited range of activity, it will inevitably become the nemesis of fast attackers with high attack and bottom defense like flying mantis. Even brother Bai Zi, the flashing hornbee, is the same. It's a pity to use it here, Xiao Mao thought with restraint in his heart. At the same time, the surging passion for this combo came with a loud name, Meteor Grid. Sigui. On the sideline, Xiao Ziyi had a flushed face and panting, while Dr. Ogi, who was standing beside him, nodded his head and expressed his affirmation. Is it Meteor Grid? It's really a good combination move. Quote, at this time, facing the rapidly wrapping meteor power grid in the field, Zoroha, who felt threatened, suddenly buckled the ground slightly, and did not follow his instinct to avoid the field. Because it believes in Bai Zi 100%, it is impossible for Bai Zi to live up to its expectation. Of course, Zoroha, as if sensing Soroya's wholehearted trust, Bai Zi's mouth lightly raised, and he ordered in a loud voice, imitate supernatural power. Ow! The trainer's voice made Zoroha calm down in an instant, and it suddenly straightened its body, and the meteor grid reflected in its pupils suddenly shone. Instant, along with a gust of wind, a beam group of star-shaped energy condensed in the void above Zoroha. A burst of invisible magical power was wrapped up and moved towards midair. The meteor grid greets you head-on. One pop. Snap. Countless high-speed stars covering the power grid were directly smashed as its propulsion turned into countless energy powders, and replaced by the high-speed stars that were wrapped in supernatural powers on the opposite side of Sarayana. The power grid was suddenly pulled up in the opposite direction, and at a faster speed, it went in the direction of the electric shock monster. What? It turned out. Xiao Mao's eyes widened suddenly, looking like he couldn't believe it. In the face of this situation, Xiaoji outside the venue shouted and reminded him very unruly, Xiao Mao, hurry up and order to avoid it. Xiao Mao Dun was startled, and quickly ordered, quickly use a flash of electric light. However, the words were not finished yet. Boom! The huge lightning net pocket has been volleyed under the cover, completely encompassing the electric shock monster. Afterward, the successive bombardments were accompanied by bursts of lightning flashes. In the field, the direction of the electric shock monster was immediately covered by the rising smoke, and the specific situation could not be looked down upon. Bai Zeshuang narrowed his eyes and ordered again. With his fighting style, when faced with such a situation that obstruct his vision, the first thing he should do is to carry out additional strikes that cover it, and it is impossible to give the opponent the slightest chance to take advantage of it. But the scene that followed made Bai Zi give up his plan to continue chasing. At this moment, a strange energy radiated from the smoke screen along with bursts of white light. Gradually, the smoke gradually disappeared, revealing the electric shock monster, whose appearance has changed greatly. The round body has been transformed into a human shape, and the hands have also differentiated into 5 fingers, coupled with a long black dry tail. The overall color scheme is very similar to that of a tiger, and the plug-like horns have also turned into conductors. This is the device it uses to store electricity. Electric Beast. Xiao Mao excitedly called out the new name after the evolution of the electric shock monster. Open black lens bracket raise. Electric shock beast. Close black lens bracket. Attribute. Electricity. Feature. Static electricity. Level. Elite height. Level 33. 0100. Introduction. It's a fairly decent electric shock beast. It has just evolved, and it can't control the surge of electric factors in the body. Sure enough, Bai Zi's mouth twitched slightly. When looking at the electric shock monster before, Bai Zi had already had a hunch when the introduction stated that power is abundant, and it may evolve at any time. After all, the explosive behavior of the strong is almost the standard for all kinds of protagonists. However, when such a thing appeared in front of his eyes, it still made him feel a little speechless. It's just a little bit speechless. After all, he had heard Qinglu say before that this guy, Crimson, is now about to become stronger in battle, and regard it as a routine operation. Gee, what a monster. Bai Zi thought so unconsciously in his heart. Afterward, after waiting quietly for Xiao Mao and the electric shock beast to have a brief interaction, he said, are you alright? If so, the battle will continue. Sorry. Xiao Mao scratched his head and signaled that the electric shock beast would come back on the field, and then he became highly motivated again. The second round, let's start. Snap. Bai Zi was expressionless, and after suddenly snapping his fingers, he ordered, "Fake cry out tilde tilde tilde." Zoroya's expression suddenly changed. Her petite body slumped directly on the ground. Her love fell on the ground. Her face grieved and she dropped the golden beans. And after a while, she was already crying. Out of breath. Gai yi yi. As a rough man, where have you seen the electric shock beast? You must know that Bai Zi specially asked the only male elf hornet in the team before, and learned that Zoroa belongs to the elf aesthetic. The kind of charming little loli. Now, such a cute girl who cried so much with pear blossoms and rain was suddenly placed in front of the electric shock beast. Even an elf would be a little confused. And when it was done, in the air, with the sound of Zoroa's cry, invisible fluctuations also spread to the body of the electric shock beast. It started silently, reducing the electric property factor of the electric shock beast's surface, and it continued to decrease. With its special defense ability. Electric beast, what are you doing? Be awake. Xiao Mao shouted with a dark face. Quickly fight back. The lightning flashes. Go and use the lightning fist. Electric tilde electricity. To Zoroha, who was still slumped on the ground. Electric shock beast. Xiao Mao, who was staring at the field closely, suddenly changed his face and shouted to the electric shock beast in vain. Immediately, the shock beast waving arm slammed, staggered a little bit, and smashed heavily on the ground behind Zoroa, at an angle that was almost close to the scalp of Zoroa. 1.7 Boom. Thorns. A powerful blow sent the smoke and dust on the ground all over the place, and there was a slight vibration, and the thick smoke and dust also flickered with electric light from time to time, showing the power of this powerful blow, as well as its persistence. Xiao Mao breathed a sigh of relief, raised his head slightly, and tried his best to hide the smile on his face, just as he was thinking about how to open his mouth to show his style without losing his demeanor. Bai Zi's clear voice came in advance. Although I really want to thank you for Zoroya for being merciful at a critical moment, but, Bai Zi said, stretched out his index finger and gestured toward the top translucent crystal shield. What? Xiao Mao was stunned for a moment, then suddenly raised his head, only to find that there was nothing on the top. But just when he was about to bow his head to condemn, an illusory curtain suddenly appeared and disappeared quickly, revealing Zoroha, who was stepping on the void. His eyes were closed, and the whole body was constantly surrounded by bursts of bright white light. P.S. Zoroha can fly. There is an explanation behind this, but smart friends can guess the principle first. Prompt. 2 skills are used. Tilde. Chapter 126. The Sick Destiny. The evolution that was forcibly terminated. For full order. How is it possible? Xiao Mao's eyes widened immediately. As the grandson of Dr. Damu, he was very knowledgeable. Although Zoroha was rare, he was not ignorant. Even if he doesn't know too much, he at least knows that Zoroa can't fly. Even the genetic skills of this Zoroa are the rare superpower type trick, magic power, because the body surface of the evil type elves will secrete a component that can neutralize the super energy factor, which is why the evil type elves are immune to most superpower type skills. The reason is the vast majority. The main reason is that there are similar Eye of Miracles in the superpower department skills, a kind of change type trick that can make the target fall into a state of being seen through, reset the increased dodge rate, and make the superpower system work directly. But the Eye of Miracles can't be learned even by super type elves, let alone Zoroha, who is an evil type. So, in short, he still doesn't understand why Zoroa can fly. Could it be that this is still an illusion? Xiao Mao can't guess. He can't be sure. That being the case, Xiao Mao winked. At this moment, he showed the demeanor he should have as an excellent trainer. Discharge. Use full power. Covering discharge. Electrical tilde yay. It seems that he sensed Xiao Mao's resolute intention at this time. A layer of violent lightning suddenly emerged from the body of the electric shock beast, and instantly drowned Zoroa's phantom, and quickly swelled, intending to destroy the entire battle. The venue and the sky above are completely submerged. It's a good response, but such scattered attack can no longer resist Zoroya at this time. Bai Zi's eyes flashed a hint of admiration, but as he said, with the time won by fake crying and delusional confusion, Zoroha has now used the meditation skills learned from the hand of rival Cerulean to increase a few rounds. Its increase in special attack, at least nearly 3 times. So, dark blast. Out tilde. Following Bai Zi's order, Zoroya opened her tightly closed eyes, and the white light around her body was quickly covered by an ominous purple-black light. In the shrill screams, a large number of evil energy factors condensed out like a substance, turned into a turbulent wave and rushed out. Living, rumbling, surging waves of evil elements collided head-on with the flickering electric mond, and a series of continuous electric explosions rang out. But it was only a stalemate for a moment. The electric light was like a flame in a surging tide, engulfed by the instant annihilation. The turbulent black impact strike was like a long rainbow penetrating the sun, tearing all obstacles in front of it like a broken bamboo, and the heavy impact strike hit the body of the electric shock beast, smashed it out of the arena with one blow, and slammed into the wall behind Xiao Mao ruthlessly. Click can be wiped. The slight cracking sound that followed suddenly attracted the attention of Dr. Ogi, and when he turned his head to look, out, he happened to find a little golden powder spilling under Zoroa's feet. So it is. A glimpse of clarity flashed in Dr. Ogi's eyes. At this moment, he finally understood the mystery of Zoroa's flight. Baizi. Dr. Ogi turned his head, looked at Baizi, who was catching Zoroa falling from midair, and was gently soothing him, and asked, "The principle of Zoroa's floating is to use the high-speed Starsfic by supernatural powers as a foothold, right?" "Yes." Baizi nodded gently, his expression calm. "Is that so?" Xiaomao lowered his head. His eyes flashed with a hint of enlightenment, and then he got up and came to the fainted electric shock beast. Said, "You've done a good job," and then took it back to the Pokeball middle. "And right now," the familiar mechanical prompt sounded from Baizi's ear. "You command Zoroa to leapfrog and defeat Xiaomao's electric shock beast. Gain a little battle experience plus 20, physique plus 3, Zoroa level plus 2. Ding! Defeat the Son of Destiny. Get the pursuit reward. Future combat power time limit card. Requires activation." Bai Ziwei raised his eyebrows slightly. Did not look closely. Instead, he turned his attention to the body of Xiaomao, who was a little depressed but seemed to be awakened by something. A smile flashed in his eyes. "I am finally growing up. Xiaomao. Brother Baizi, I lost the first game. Please continue to enlighten me." Xiaomao carefully put away the electric beast pokeball, raised his head, looked at Baizi with burning eyes, and immediately threw another pokeball. "Come on, Kamui." Kami tilde. Quote, a flash of white light flashed, and a very strong Kamui turtle appeared on the field, with a calm momentum and firm eyes, and it was well cultivated at first sight. Open black lens bracket ray. Kami turtle close black lens bracket. Attribute, water. Feature, torrent. Level, elite advanced level 30, 5100. Potential, king of heaven. Open black lens bracket. Close black lens bracket. Prop, mysterious water drop. Open black lens bracket. Status, perfect. Close black lens bracket. Introduction. Kami turtle, which has grown very well in terms of ability balance, has almost no obvious weaknesses. The level is higher than that of the electric shock monster at the beginning, and it is basically the same as today's Zoroha. After all, this is the initial elf that Xiaomao received from Dr. Ogi. Not to mention, Baizi glanced at the blue water droplet hanging on the neck of this Kami turtle, with a slight expression on his face. It's a luxurious youth. Generally speaking, this kind of attribute prop that are directly born naturally can be directly integrated into the body of the elves to play a role. Therefore, in order to avoid loss, the trainer basically directly integrates the elves into the prop to gain the boost. For example, the mysterious water droplet on the neck of Xiaomao Kamui can increase the power of the water tricks of elf dreams, carrying this item by 10%. But there is a more extravagant method, because the inside of the life water drop is actually born from a large number of water attribute factors combined with strange natural energy. It can also allow the elves with the water attribute to absorb the energy and accelerate their growth. However, a high-quality life water drop is worth at least tens of millions. In order to save a little growth time, it is directly used as a consumable. Tis such a luxury. The financial resources of the Damu family are really not to be underestimated. Is sighing room. Suddenly, a burst of slightly bright white light suddenly flickered from Baizi's arm. Baizi lowered his head and saw Zoroha, who was slightly panicked by the white light. "It doesn't matter, Zoroha. You are ushering in evolution and will become stronger." Baizi comforted with a smile on the corner of his mouth. At the same time, he squatted slightly, ready to put down Zoroha in his arms. After all, after evolution, Zoroark is tall enough, but it is no longer like this petite form. But right now, with a dull whimper, the white light that almost completely enveloped Zoroa's body suddenly faded away. In the end, the sound of "ha" turned into a bubble, a spot of light. Zoroha forcibly stopped evolution. Baizi's smile froze for a moment, but before he could say anything, Zoraya jumped out of Baizi's arms with a smirk, trod a few steps with a guilty conscience, and moved towards the card opposite. Mi Turtle made a provocative sound, and the idea of diverting his attention was quite obvious. Everyone on the field looked at each other in dismay. They have all seen evolution, but forced to stop evolution. Please redeem them for their ignorance. Even Xiaoji, before experiencing the thing that the seeds of the wonderful frog suppressed the evolution, it was also very confusing. Brother Baizi. Xiaomao turned his questioning eyes to Baizi. Baizi exhaled slightly and stretched his brows. To be honest, he himself, alright, didn't expect Zoroya to refuse to evolve, and even forced to withdraw from the process of evolution. However, looking at Zoroja's deaf ears, I'm afraid he can't ask anything for a while, so let's talk about finishing this battle. It's okay. He shook his head and said, "Go ahead." Good. Xiaomao simply nodded, put aside the miscellaneous thought, and devoted himself to the battle. Kami Turtle, use the water jet. Kami tilde. After being ordered by the trainer, Kamui, who was already ready, put his palms back as far as possible, and then suddenly leaned over and slapped on the ground. In an instant, a layer of turbulent water gushed out from Kamui's palm, moving rapidly on the ground, like a sword light rising, and rushing straight towards Zoroya. P.S. I have to say something here. I watched Journey, level 68, Lord Mao YYDS. Oh, just look at level 68. The others are just disgusting people. Chapter 127. The Real Gap. Xiao Mao's transformation. For full order, use emulation, as the so-called one trick is eaten all over the sky. For Zoroha, who lacks long-handed offensive skills, imitating this genetic skill is a magical skill. Therefore, in the face of the jet of water that came from the Kamui turtle, Zoroha did not panic at all. Snap! I saw it slap the ground with a pair of small front claws, and the ground also quickly surged a stream of water, in a straight line, to meet it. Stare, then use supernatural power. Immediately after that, in an almost unstoppable moment, Baizi's next order was quickly issued. Wu tilde, and Zoroha lived up to expectations. Staring at his opponent, his eyes glowed red. When the Kamui turtle looked at each other, he endured a shiver all over his body. The whole body flickered slightly, and the defense was lowered. Not only that, this moment of trance was also used by Zoroha, taking the opportunity to pull it violently, and the invisible mysterious force suddenly pulled it up. Pull it here, shoot it down, grab it. The bright color in Soraya's eyes became darker and darker. While pulling Kami Turtle, he kicked his hind limbs and slapped his palm toward Kami in midair. Turtle's abdomen. Immediately, a deep energy swam, rushed, and struck with a pop sound. The mysterious water drop rope chain at the neck of Kami's turtle broke. It can be used as a role in the battle process. The mysterious water drop of the back energy was knocked aside, and then Zoroa's sharp blade claws staggered and slashed swiftly on Kamui's body. Countless blue and white streamers flew by, and in the next second, Kamui also flew out with a scream and rolled toward the ground. Baizi, who was holding things in his heart, was obviously no better than before. The offensive was swift and violent, and Joe 323 even had an aura that transcended everything. Kami Turtle. Xiao Mao's face paled with shock. The huge gap between the trainers made him almost unable to fight back, but fortunately it was not too late. He still had a chance to fight back. Kami Turtle. Shrink in the shell. Use high-speed rotation. Bang! Kami. Kamui barely flipped its body at the moment of landing, and used the turtle shell to slow down some damage. Afterward, he caught the neutral position of the tortoise shell and retracted his body into the shell, and spun it at a high speed like a top. It has to be said that this series of reactions can be completed under such condition. This Kami Turtle is worthy of the systematic evaluation of, has excellent growth in terms of ability balance. Its reactions, resistance to pressure, and even endurance, strength and understanding of order are quite good, and there is no shortcoming. However, snap! With a crisp snap of fingers, Baizi's cold voice came again. Provocation. Ghost Fade. Dark Blast. Another set of consecutive instructions. He tilde. Today's Zoroya seems to be particularly agile, accompanied by a slightly playful sneer. Under the hook of the strange force, the high-speed rotating Kamui turtle is in an extremely silky turning position, moving towards Zoroya from the front door. At the same time, a pair of dark energy pupils loomed in the void behind Zoroha, who pulled out the grimace on the charming fa face. Suddenly, the spinning Kami turtle slowed down, and a jet black energy shockwave followed closely and pushed towards the Kamui turtle in midair. Kami Turtle. Use hold. In the face of such a situation, Xiao Mao had to keep the key skills useful. Instant. A layer of green energy shield suddenly rose, wrapping the Kami turtle facing the dark blast. The dark torrent came in an instant, but under Xiao Mao's astonished gaze, the jet black torrent directly penetrated the shield formed by the guarding skills and the Kami turtle. Afterward, it dissipated in midair as if it had lost its color. The Kamui tortoise, which was stretched one by one, suddenly fell to the ground. The shield shattered, and the head emerged from the tortoise shell, and it also stumbled forward a few steps. Not good. Xiao Mao's face changed suddenly. A flash of light flashed in his mind, and he recalled in vain the snap of his fingers that Baizi had snapped before. And Soraya's weird hiding skill. Xiao Mao looked up suddenly, and sure enough, he saw Soraya's familiar petite figure under the ceiling again, which was rapidly falling in the direction of Kamui. Between the small front claws, a group of extremely unstable purple-black energy balls agitated, as if it might explode at any time. Kami Turtle. Be careful. Head. Before Xiao Mao could finish speaking, Zoroha in the air had already launched an attack, and his swift body slammed down, pushing a large amount of evil-type energy factors compressed to the extreme, bombarding him subconsciously. Kamui, who is holding his head and squatting in defense, is on the turtle body. Bang bang bang. The black energy blasted in all directions with Zoroja's palms as the center, forming a small semi-circular rotating energy field, and Kamui has withstood the full power of the dark blast without any weight, and was directly involved in the center of the energy shock. You commanded Zoroya to defeat Ogi Shigeru's Kamui. A little gain. Battle experience +5. Zoroya experience +8. Imitate proficiency. Proficiency +1. Ghost face proficiency. Proficiency +1. Shoot down proficiency. Proficiency +1. Random grasping proficiency. proficiency +1, provocation proficiency +1 F5, a CBH, dart blasting proficiency +1. With the sound of the system, the smoke screen dissipated. The evil energy factor around him was constantly surging but being suppressed. Zoroha was stepping on the back of the Kamui turtle, holding his head high, and letting out a long howl that belonged to the victor. Ooh tilde tilde tilde. While howling, he carefully glanced at the eye bead, and kept leaping towards Baizi's face with the corner of his eye. That petite little appearance of being a thief with a guilty conscience is simply adorable. Puchi, Bai Zedong, Shiren, no, stop chuckling softly. And Zoroya's eyes lit up at one. With her short leg striding forward, she threw herself into Baizi's arms, and acted coquettishly. You, Baizi Ren. Buiyu tapped Zoroya's forehead with a little force, and sighed helplessly. He wasn't actually too angry. It's just that Zoroja's sudden action made him a little suspicious and irritable. After we go back, let's talk about today's affairs slowly. With that said, Baizi rubbed his hands ruthlessly, like kneading dough. Oh, 7, Q tilde tilde tilde. Zoroha whimpered at the moment. At first, it was fine, but after listening to it, Baizi suddenly felt that something was wrong, because Zoroya's voice gradually became more and more lingering. It didn't seem like he was begging for mercy, but instead it was full of the famous happy mean. Over there, Xiaomao also brought the mysterious water droplet to Kamui and put them back into the Pokeball. As expected of brother Baizi, once I get serious, I have no power to fight back. Slightly sighed. Although there was unwillingness in his eyes, Xiaomao, who looked very calm, made Dr. Omu endure. No, smile. On the other hand, Xiaoji felt an unprecedented sense of unfamiliarity. It was as if the most important enemy in his heart from childhood to adulthood was about to completely distance himself from him at this moment. This inexplicable feeling of panic made him a little inexplicably irritable. And not only that, although the battle is not over yet, Xiaomao's performance is far superior to his own strength, which also makes Xiaoji's heart messed up. It turns out that before he knew it, he had been thrown so far by Xiaomao. For the first time in my life, Ash fell into deep thinking. Listening to Xiaomao's sigh, Baizi, who temporarily cast aside the strange thoughts in his mind, raised his eyebrows slightly, and said with a light smile, why, you recognize the gap, aren't you ready to continue fighting? How is it possible? Xiaomao answered neatly, fleeing without a fight is not my young master style. Oh, brother Baizi, let me see your true strength in the last game. Xiaomao's eyes filled with flames of war. I want to fight a big needlebee. I want to know, how far is it from you? As that's oh, well, Baizi nodded slightly, and casually placed Zoroya with a horse-hilling chicken expression on his shoulders, and took out the Pokeball from the front of his waist. Tapped the button. The luxury ball the size of a ping-pong ball swelled to the size of a tennis ball. A flash of red and white flashed, revealing the metallic-colored figure of a large needlebee at the moment of landing, standing still with a gun, the insect's eyes drooping, like a static sculpture. Silent. Chapter 128. A terrifying blow. The little guy who came out of the balcony, please order. This tingling sensation. Feel. Xiaomao's face tightened, and at the moment when this big needlebee appeared, he was in the opposite position, and his whole body seemed to be electrified, from the scalp to the heel. Touch your arm. The frying hairs and the grainy feeling that emerges prove that this is not an illusion. This feeling, is this the real strength of brother Baizi? Xiaomao forcibly suppressed the throbbing in his heart, made some adjustment, took a deep breath, and threw the luxurious ball that was already in his hand. The last game, I'll leave it to you. Hey, the yellow and white Pokeball crossed an arc in mid-air. A click sound. A fox-like elf appeared in the field, with most of the fur on its body brown, and the tip of its neck and tail with cream-colored rabbit ears. It is the evolution of Pokemon, Eevee. Boy tilde. Ibrahimovic touched the ground with all 4 feet, and after shaking his body for a while, he leaned over slightly and made a gesture of preparation for an attack. Open black lens bracket raise. Ibrahimovic close black lens bracket. Attribute. General. Feature. Adaptability. Level. Elite height level 33. 15-100. Potential. Champion. HP 55. Attack 55. Defense 50. Special attack 45. Special defense 65. Speed 55. Skills. Desire. Hell cry. Crash. Tail wagging. Sand splashing. Lightning flash. High speed. Star. Bite. Emulate. Shadow ball. Genetic skills. Crazy. Double kick. Open black lens bracket. Status. Perfect close black lens bracket. Introduction. Ibrahimovic with extraordinary aptitude has a naturally strong physique and offensive desire, and has a very good ability to comprehend evil factors. Nice Ibrahimovic. Baizi praised. This is not a lie. Including the investigation results of Baizi's power, this Ibrahimovic is quite perfect in terms of body, spirit, energy, and even the exuberance and restraint of fighting spirit. It can be seen that Xiaomao cultivated it very well. Over the top. Baizi's approval made Xiaomao involuntarily show a look of joy, but he quickly restrained his smile and asked nervously, as if he was facing a great enemy, brother Baizi, we can start. Of course. Baizi nodded. shouted, signaling Xiaomao to attack first. Then I'm welcome. Xiaomao immediately waved his hand and ordered in a deep voice, Ibrahimovich, run up and use the shadow clone. Then use the flash of electric light to approach the enemy. Boy tilde. Ibrahimovich moved when he heard the sound, and under the high-speed movement he would spread all over the field, surrounded by the big needle bees, and at the same time, a golden electric light lit up from all the Ibrahimovich bodies, and quickly walk spread the whole body. The next second, the speed of these Ibrahimovich suddenly skyrocketed. Oh, is it a combination skill again? Seeing that the figure of Ibrahimovich, whose whole body was covered with electric light, became more and more, and gradually approached the giant needle bee, Baizi remained calm. Although this Ibrahimovich's performance is really good, compared with his own big needle bee, the gap is still not a star. On the field, I saw Ibrahimovich's core getting closer and closer. Without Baizi's order, the giant stinger suddenly moved. I saw the shape of the giant needle bee, which was standing still, with a sudden sway, as if the virtual and the real were blurred for a moment. Next second, numerous big needle bees were scattered all over the venue, and it had to be said that there was exactly one behind each Ibrahimovich. Then, the needle arm pierced straight down like a gun. Bang, 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 bang. The continuous explosion of gas, accompanied by bursts of smoke after the shadow clone was blasted, gradually spread until it enveloped the audience. Ibrahimovich, Xiaomao suddenly acclaimed, but there was silence in the smoke screen, and nothing came out. After a while, the smoke screen dissipated. The scene in the field was finally revealed in front of everyone's eyes. Ibrahimovich, who was full of fighting spirit before, was frozen in place like a sculpture. On it back, a large needle bee faced it, a needle shining with blue energy. The tip of the arm is firmly on the back of Ibrahimovich's head, although there is not the slightest hint of air. But that horrific deadly crisis still made Ibrahimovich freeze in place, as if frozen. The joints of the whole body are like grouting, and they can't even move. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Suddenly, a series of fine molars suddenly sounded, and then, in the slightly surprised eyes of the big needle bee, this Ibrahimovich did not care about the key point. Pressing the ground with the forefoot, the body suddenly shrank downward, and the hind leg kicked the giant stinger behind him like a rabbit kicking an eagle. See, the sound of a sharp weapon cutting through flesh and blood, and a small piece of blood splattered. However, Ibrahimovich's hind feet had already touched the belly of the giant hornbeam, and the fighting energy factor surrounding it also burst into a ray of light, kicking fiercely on the belly of the giant hornbeam. Double kick hit. Xiaomao's eyes lit up, and he unconsciously clenched his fists and murmured, have to say, although there was a slight error in the choice of skills, Ibrahimovich's performance of the Jedi counterattack was indeed eye-catching. But, puff, poof, two bursts of air came out one after another. This was like a blow from an antelope with its horns hanging on it, but it seemed like a phantom that penetrated through the body of the giant needle bee. Boy, Ibrahimovich was stunned for a moment, staggering slightly to stabilize his body, which was somewhat unstable because of the kick. But then, a strong sense of oppression in front of him made him turn his head suddenly. Swish. One by one, the giant needle bee that had appeared in front of it at an unknown time finally made a move again, and I saw it slammed a lance-like giant, large needle, thorn, and a faint energy armor covered it. Above, in the violent wind breaking, a tiny white mark exploded in the void. Boom! The belated explosion in the ear was accompanied by the remaining force to overturn it completely. Gudong tilde. Outside the arena, facing the platform, looking at the obvious cracks and holes on the front semi-circular crystal shield, Xiaomao swallowed a mouthful of spit involuntarily. He is not someone who doesn't know the good. The thing in front of him is completely enough to effectively block the full-strength blow of the quasi-Tianwang energy level, but now, it has been directly cracked and pierced by the energy of the big needle bee's volley. Heavenly King. Xiaomao's voice was dry, and the corner of his mouth pulled out a smile that was uglier than crying. Zero. As for flowers, it's just a quasi-celestial king. There is still a gap between the heavenly king level. Baizi shook his head and comforted. Yes, is it? Xiaomaoyi looked in disbelief. Moreover, he was not comforted at all. Just a quasi-celestial king. Brother Baizi, you use the word only really well. Baizi didn't say much, because what he said was true. The giant stinger is still in the high-level quasi-kingdom. The reason why he was able to hit a blow comparable to the heavenly king just now was entirely because of the superposition of the gauntlet. The extinguishing needle thorn once again happened to hit a 5-fold increase in damage. When Xiaomao took back Ibrahimovich, who was also somewhat hit, this temporary challenge has officially come to an end. There is no system notification sound representing victory, because this is not considered a battle at all in the eyes of Big Needlebee. Your Big Needlebee fully exerts 1 time gauntlet plus extinction needle, dab trick, slightly gain, gauntlet proficiency, experience plus 1, extinction needle, dab proficiency, dab plus 1. In the evening of that day, in the parlor on the first floor of the Ramperky Hotel, after retrieving the elf healed by Miss Joy, and having a rare dinner together, Xiaomao bid farewell. This time, he didn't drive a luxury car or bring his girlfriend, but put on rain clothes alone, facing the the rain curtain, and embarked on a brand new journey. And Xiaoji, who seemed very silent today, ignored Xiaogang and Xiaosha's objection. He was beaten down by Xiaomao not far away. He rushed out of the Ramperky Hotel and quickly disappeared into the rain curtain. Xiaogang and Xiaosha had no choice but to keep up. However, Baizi obviously has no plans to travel in the rain. What's more, he still has some things that need to be figured out before continuing the trip. After helping Nazi unlock the door to room 601 on the top floor of the hotel and set everything up, Baizi returned to room 602 opposite. After a simple walk, Baizi, who did not release all the elves as usual, took out Zoroha's Pokeball separately, and after dawdling for a while, he stretched out his hand and clicked on the button in the center of the Pokeball. Go! At this moment, Wu Tilda, accompanied by a slightly confused childish cry, flap, on the balcony under a curtain of rain. First a pair of white wings like palms climbed out. Immediately afterward, there was a small white head with a blue mask protruding furtively, with moist eyes, which immediately met Baizi's eyes. P.S. I saw a book friend put forward. Come, let me clarify here. Let go. It is impossible for people to show, except for Shinado. That's it. 1. A few. Chapter 129. Lugia, you can't kill me. For full order. Yulala. The rain is getting heavier and heavier, and the torrential rain pours down like a floodgate. It spills on the balcony and shoots countless arrows. The scenery outside the window also became more and more blurred, and the torrential rain seemed to cast a veil on everything, making it difficult to see. The dark clouds rolled, and the angry waves roared. Although it is evening, but the gloomy sky has disappeared without a trace of light, and the black cloud is pressing down on the city, as if it is about to collapse. And this moment, it is located in Suite 602 of the Ramperch Grand Hotel, which is far from the coast but has just the right view of the sea. Baizi Zhengyi teased and fed with a weird face. This little guy who looks like a pterosaur and a bird and a beast. Lugia. Yes, he was holding a Lugia cub in his arm, and this Lugia cub was the little guy who climbed up from the rain curtain on the balcony before. For some reason, this little guy seems to have a very high innate intimacy with him. It was only the first time we met, and after creeping over to sniff it, he flew into his arms and began to whimper and beg for food. Really, that's not treating yourself as a 3-2-3 outsider at all. At first, he thought it was because of the god summoning comp, but found out after trying it. The little guy didn't seem to have much reaction to the god summoning comp, but after fiddling with it twice, he pushed it aside. Then, he leaned into his arms again, twisting and rolling, as if he didn't treat him as an outsider. This intimacy seems to come from him. Wu Tilda, thinking about it in his heart. Baizi fed Y little Lugia a super energy cube. In the other party's cheerful whimper, his blue eyes shone with a splendid brilliance that no one could see. In an instant, rows of data panels appeared in his eyes. 1. Elf Lugia. Attribute: super energy, flying system. Characteristic: pressure, multiple scales, Monty. Level: beginner novice, level 12, 6100. Potential: level 1 god. HP: 106. Attack 90. Defense: 130. Special attack: 90. Special defense: 154. Speed: 110. Exclusive skill: air blast, cyclone attack, strike. Skills: blow, weather ball, rain, supernatural power, water gun, mysterious guardian, self-regeneration. Status: extremely poor, being continuously infected by evil spirit energy. Introduction: as the only child of the newly born god beast, god of the sea, Lugia, the potential is huge but still very weak, but anyone who wants to harm its existence must bear the sea god Rocky Ya's anger. Close black lens bracket. It turned out to be the divine beast with the authority of the top legendary group, the child of the god of the sea, Lugia, and, or a newborn cub. What, are you kidding? How could Poseidon Lugia allow one of her children? Wow Tilda. The little Lugia in her arms suddenly let out a soft cry. Her cheeks were bulging, and her big moist eyes stared at Baizi's eyes that were looking down, suddenly stopped chewing and smiled brightly at Baizi. All right, Xiao K, love. How could one, a little cute love, be allowed to stay out of its sight and come alone to the dangerous human world? Is your heart so big? As a god of duty, doesn't it know at all what it means when a top-level legendary cub is exposed to the eyes of human beings like his own child, and continued to be infected by evil spirit energy? Baizi's eyes narrowed in vain, and the expression in his eyes fluctuated violently. The cubs of the god, who were under the black hands of people. This was the thought flashing across his mind. Immediately afterward, another doubt arose again. Who is it who has the ability and the courage to assassinate a top legend with a group, and is still a cub of a god? Evil word. Yveltal. But it shouldn't. Not to mention that Yveltal stretched Carlos out of reach. Even if there is hatred between the two sides, according to the performance of this guy in the original book, there is really hatred. I am afraid that he would kill him directly. Where would he do this? In vain, he lost the face of his god of destruction. Besides, it's not that Carlos didn't check and balance its existence, not to mention its old rival, Zerni Aeneas, the god of light. Just that Zygarde, who has a strong sense of responsibility and always talks about balance and order, is afraid that Yveltal will not be disturbed. So why is it? At this moment, Baizi's brain was a mess. But there is one thing. Baizi has vaguely understood how this sudden and intensifying torrential rain came about. According to legend, if Lugia just waved her wing, it would cause a 40-day storm. And now, what kind of turmoil will a Lugia mother who may have lost her cub cause? I'm afraid this storm is just a precursor. So, do you want to blow this god-hauling calm? Baizi's expression was uncertain. He is also not sure what kind of state Lugia is in at this time. Ellipsis. If you are in a runaway state, you will explode in the air when you meet. Wasn't he wrong to die? But if you can't solve this matter, the ghost knows what kind of turmoil a runaway official divine beast will cause. Was thinking about it. Woo tilde tilde tilde. A low, deep whining sound came. Baizi looked down, and the black lines climbed up little Lugia's body, causing the whole body of the little family to tremble involuntarily. Come on. The little faces wrinkled and looked very painful. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. It'll be fine soon tilde. Baizi's expression tightened, and he didn't dare to think about anything else. He quickly picked up little Lugia and comforted him. The power of Baizi in his body surged out madly. At the same time, deep in the trench under 10,000 meters, a white silhouette like a bird flew down like an arrow, and soon entered a dark cave. Hululu, between the surging bubbles and the flashes of light and darkness, a white silhouette crosses over, revealing her figure. A gigantic figure just like little Lugia. It is the sea god Lugia. But at this moment, the Lugia clan's official deity is uncharacteristically the manic super power factor, flight factor and even the power of authority are constantly surging, giving people a feeling that it may explode at any time. It quickly scanned the bright cave that was different from the outside world. In the end, he aimed his gaze at the deepest heart. The gray, black figure locked by countless honeycomb-shaped divine power barriers. The body of this figure is surging with layers of thick black mist. It seems that the light will be swallowed up at the moment of approaching, making it impossible to see its true appearance at all. Is it you? Tell me, what the hell did you do to my child? This voice of the soul affected reality almost like a substance, and waves of ripples were brought about in the bright cave. It's terrifying, Lord Sea God. The voice sound from the fog had obvious banter, and a deep malice permeated the cave. I just gave that curious little guy a little gift, by the way. Showed it a clear path. Hey tilde. Looking for death. This laughter obviously ignited Lugia's anger, and it was not seen that it moved. The surging mental power instantly invaded the divine power barrier, and gradually solidified and turned into a solid state. Then, as Lugia flapped her wings, a dull explosion sounded with a low, deep painful groan. The rat figure was stubbornly pressed on the divine power barrier. The sound of creaking is like grinding skin and bone. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. But even so, the gray-black figure still showed an extra 1.7 points of madness, and shouted with a long smile. Don't bother, Lugia. This divine barrier trapped me, but it also protected me. Hee. Unless you open the divine power barrier, you can't kill me, you bastard. Lugia's silver teeth were almost shattered, and the energy fluctuations around her body spread to the outside world, causing the entire sea to vibrate even more. And with the neutralization of this vast super power factor fluctuation, the mist composed of the materialized evil energy factors gradually dissipated. A figure trapped within the barrier of divine power is revealed. P.S. God of the Sea. It has always been the honorary title of Lugia in Guandu, and of course, there is also the title of God of Wind, which is circulated in Fenglai City, but the authority is based on the original Pokemon history. In order to maintain the ocean current, Lugia was born in the ocean current. As for Kyogre, it is the super ancient spirit who created the sea, and its authority is set to ocean tilde. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the picture. Chapter 130. Shin Mi. Decline. Punish the heart. For full order. Its image is very similar to the one outside the barrier, Lugia, but the difference is that its overall color is darker, purple and black all over, but the mask, back and abdomen are gray and white. The eyes are not as black and white as Lugia's. Blood red like blood, and it was impossible to tell whether the white of the eye was between the eyes of the pupil, and there were two gray-white circles in the middle. In addition, the water chestnut skeleton and even the back stand like a twisted bone sword, and the sharp claws are like the scythe of a falcon, full of tyrannical, terrifying predators. This is a Flash Lugia in an alienated form, or rather, Dark Lugia. Lugia's gentle eyes in the past turned gloomy at this time, because he knew very well what kind of existence this guy who belonged to the same family as him was. In the distant Middle Ages, after being honored by the people of Meteor as the great god of the sky, the Lugia clan, who have been working on sorting out the earth current, has ushered in the most prosperous period. The number of ethnic groups exceeded 100. Among them, 1/5 of Lugia who set foot in the realm of the god. Moreover, in addition to the chief deity Lugia, the clan also gave birth to 3 other Lugias who set foot in the realm of the first-level god. O2, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is an overlord-level legendary group in the Middle Ages. Even the Kraxi clan may not be inferior in terms of high-end combat power, but compared to the number of group, it is just a sigh. But this heyday only lasted less than 500 years, because, among the 3 newly promoted Lugias who have set foot in the first-level god realm, there is a lunatic who is desperate for the pursuit of power. And this madman is the Dark Lugia who was blocked by the divine power barrier in the trench cave. This guy, just like the little girl in the Crackbase clan in the past few hundred years, has an almost crazy obsession with power. But it's not the same as that. Only Rizaraza, which also belongs to the xenochromatic race, Dark Lugia, who is not comparable to Italan, does not rely on tempering but wants to take shortcut, devour the same family, and replenish its horsepower to strengthen itself. This method is obviously evil, but it has indeed brought Dark Lugia an extraordinary promotion speed. In just over 400 years, it has faintly set foot on the first-level god, SP, which is comparable to the posture of the official god Lugia. But there is no wall that does not leak the wind. What's more, the disappearance of a small number of ethnic group has also made the center of the Lugia ethnic group vigilant. Finally, in order to break through the level of the first-level god, when he stretched his hand to one of them, Lugia, who only stepped into the first-level god's domain, he was seriously injured by sneak attack, and he couldn't wait to devour it. Lugia, hit me right. The war inevitably unfolded between these two Lugias, and gradually spread to the entire Lugia tribe. Although Diablo Lugia was once seriously injured by the cleric god Lugia Hammer and was dying, but relying on sneak attacks and devouring the same clan, the Dark Lugia actually became stronger and stronger in this battle, and gradually reached the point of being evenly matched with the official god Lugia. In order not to let the Lugia family suffer even more heavy losses, the cleric god Lugia finally came to a bitter end, tore up his own authority and inherited it to the only remaining first-level god in the clan, Lugia, which is now the sea god Lugia, and he himself, at the cost of his life, sealed Dark Lugia in the trench cave. After this battle, the Lugia ethnic group inevitably fell into decline. There are not 1 in 10 clan members. Lugia, who has set foot in the realm of God, counts the new sea god, and there are only 3 remaining. It can be said that this guy in front of him is the culprit behind the decline of the Lugia tribe. It is also their Lugia clan, the enemy of life and death. Like it said by itself, if it weren't for the blocking of this divine power barrier, the sea god Lugia would have already smashed this guy to ashes. How could it still exist in this world? But you don't have to be delusional. Lugia's expression was indifferent. No matter what method and rhetoric you use, I will never let you out. A scum like you is only worthy of being imprisoned within this inch and suffering evil forever and ever. Corrosion of the factor. Quote, after finishing speaking, it will turn around and leave this place, following the residual breath to find little Lugia. 6 inches. Dark Lugia's complexion sank visibly to the naked eye, but then, the corners of its mouth widened, lying on the transparent barrier of the crystal of divine power, and pulled out a smiling face called Yanyi. Hey, but is this really good? Lugia froze, while Dark Lugia's voice sound continued. Speaking of, come on, that little guy is so cute. He called me uncle when he came in. Hey Tilda. Diablo Lugia's voice was full of malice. You know best what kind of bird I am. The eldest niece is so cute and polite. How can I be indifferent? So how can I let the little guy returning empty-handed? What the hell did you do? Go a little. You. Lugia's pupils shrank, and the Dark Lugia suddenly turned his playful gaze to its eyes. This is the evil origin chi that can evolve into the natural world and the treasures of heaven and earth. How can such a good thing only give me a bird to enjoy? Of course, I have to give it to my eldest niece. Hearing here, Loki Yatan, his eyes were splitting. And what Diablo Lugia said next made a hum in his mind, and 323 seemed to explode. Speaking, at this time, the evil factor may have begun to erode the body, right? I understand this feeling. It's really painful, and it won't take long for a young life to live is about to pass away. The most important thing is that the little guy who has been eroded by the evil factor, it is difficult for you to find it. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Dark Lugia let out a crazy long laugh, and even fell into the divine power barrier, laughing all over his body. Boom! The string in Lugia's heart was completely broken. In the next second, his body broke through the cover layer outside the cave like a sharp arrow, with a sharp burst of air, straight to the sea. In the cave, the chaotic airflow was wanton, scraping down the ground rock wall. Soon, in the cave that had regained its tranquility, Dark Lugia, who was curled up in the barrier of divine power, slowly got up. Taking a deep breath, the evil type origin chi that floated all over the body, which was used for punishment, was directly stored in the body, and the corner of the mouth, a gradually unbridled smile, slowly emerged. Chapter 131. Breaking Out. The Name of the King. For full order. Finally, it's finally time to wait until this day. A faint murmur came from the divine power barrier, and the smile at the corner of Dark Lugia's mouth became more and more public. It It turned over, leaned on one end of the divine power barrier in a very leisurely manner, and waited quietly. Actually, this prisoner's divine power barrier has been unable to trap it since it completely transformed its superpower attributes into evil more than 100 years ago. Although it is not easy to break it, but with some effort, it is not difficult to get out of this east-west. However, since the incident of that year, Lugia, the sea god, has been attached at all times for more than 2,000 years, and has always maintained a specific distance to guard it. This is hard suffering. No matter how fast he broke the seal of divine power, he would not be able to break it with one blow. But at the speed of the other party, at such a small distance, at full speed, it can be done in the blink of an eye. Until then, you don't have to think about it to know that the other party will definitely find a way to strengthen the seal and guard it strictly. Then it will be trapped in this trench cave. Therefore, Diablo Lugia has been thinking about how to lure this guy away and make it impossible to get back in a short period of time. If you think about it, there is nothing you can do for hundreds of years. But the opportunity suddenly appeared inadvertently. When the little guy came in from outside the cave, Dark Lugia knew that the opportunity it had been waiting for had come. Time passed by minute, relying in the cave of the trench. The Dark Lugia on the side of the divine power barrier closed his eyes and adjusted his breath as if the old god was there, and his palm-like wings were placed on his belly, tapping one on one. And along with this, neck, the smile at the corners of its mouth is also constantly expanding. Finally, dong, accompanied by a banging sound like a bell and drum. Obviously unable to control the force, Dark Lugia suddenly turned over. Ha 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 ha. I knew it. I knew you couldn't bear it. I'm today. Diablo Lugia took a deep breath, and then, a shriek with ripples in the air suddenly came out, finally free. Boom! Accompanied by the scream, a circle of darkness mixed with the air mass vortex of particles condensed from between its closed wings, and the next second, this mutated air blast was pushed directly above the divine power barrier. Zzz, click. A distorted pitch black electric light suddenly rose from the moment the two came into contact, and under the light and dark light, the divine power barrier suddenly cracked with a spider-like pattern. But this divine power barrier seems to be quite tenacious, and it seems to consciously begin to absorb the bright spar from the cave. If anyone is here, it must be recognized that the fluorescent stone piled up like weeds in this cave are all super energy core spar stones that are worth thousands of gold. Also, the quality is quite high. But at this time, these super energy system core spar is like a charging treasure by the magical barrier madly absorbed, used to restore the crack caused by the attack of the Dark Lugia. Soon, the spar in the cave, the pieces were scattered and turned into powder. But the cracks above the divine power barrier not only did not disappear, but gradually touched every part of the divine power barrier. Kacha, kacha, the sound of cracking kept coming, and right now, boom, the sound of water piercing through the hole came, and the familiar white figure descended into the cave again. It's Lugia who goes back and forth, but ha 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 ha, sure enough, you still split phantom. Dark Lugia was not surprised but delighted after seeing the visitor, black mist surging around her body, and she pushed forward with a long smile. Next second, kacha, boom, in the successive cracking sound, a spiral column of air mixed with black energy particles slammed into Lugia's direction. In the face of the other party's sudden change, it went straight through the other party's chest and abdomen, and a loud explosion sounded in the trench behind him. The next second, the seawater poured back, completely filling the entire cave. HMPH, it's not too stupid. I know how to use the phantom body to check the situation. Looking at Lugia's phantom body, which was silent, staring at himself, and gradually dissipated into little particles of light, a look of disappointment flashed in the Dark Lugia's eyes, and he snorted. In the case of knowing the situation of little Lugia, and there is no way to check the breath of little Lugia, it has already been predicted that Lugia will use a lot of phantoms to search in all directions regardless of everything. Each phantom body is inert. At that time, the power left to Lugia's body will inevitably be continuously reduced, and once it tries to break through the divine barrier, can Lugia, who is in charge of staying behind, really stop it? The answer, of course, is unstoppable. Only a pity it was not Lugia's body that was responsible for staying behind. Otherwise, it will not only be able to get out of the predicament successfully, but also when it is out of the predicament, it will be able to understand the inevitable enemy in the future. Forget it, if the phantom body is broken, it will also hurt the body. Not to mention, I have another feast for you. Gululu. Dark Lugia with a wicked smile fluttered her wings under the advancement of surging air bubbles and water current. After flying, exited the cave, he turned around and shot towards the deeper place under the trench. Azure Mountain, a crater in Gululu with a burst of bubbles. Who was bathed in the magma, opened his eyes and looked towards the southern sea. This familiar evil breath, could it be Ho Wang's face chain? As a top legend that has inhabited the sky above Kanto since ancient time, how could it not know about Dark Lugia, which was born almost with the origin Lugia? However, although the sea gods gods in this area are slightly inferior to Lugia in terms of authority. They only inherited the role of ocean current. However, in terms of strength, it is not inferior to the previous origin Lugia, and it is worthy of the title of the god of duty. It wasn't worried that a guy who had been imprisoned for so long would be Lugia's opponent. Of course, this is just one of the reasons. The main reason is that the ability to forcibly summon an illusory body in a short period of time is not something that can be used at will. After the battle with the Black Flash Crack, in order not to affect the Phantom's duty, it split again and did not reduce the Phantom's energy level, which also caused it to fall into an unprecedented weakness. Oh, don't get me wrong, as the most fleshy one among the first level gods, the special life force it possesses will not cause it to suffer any serious injuries at all. After all, this is the terrifying power that can resurrect the dead, but the consumption of that battle is real. After that, as the body that bears all the injury, it undergoes split phantom body and self-healing, as if its body internal energy consumption is very serious. Simply put, it is in a period of weakness. Therefore, for Lugia's housework, it is obviously a little helpless. I hope Lugia can solve that guy as soon as possible, otherwise the first level gods will collide with each other for a long time, but it will affect the whole world. At the same time, it is located on the crown snowfield in the Galar region, which is hundreds of millions of miles away from the Kanto region. Giant Tree Hill, as its name suggests, is a towering tree in the center of this peninsula surrounded by lakes on three sides. This is a giant ancient tree that is difficult for dozens of people to close together. The leaves like red maple flutter in the wind, and fallen leaves are scattered from time to time, which is extremely beautiful. And under this ancient tree, accompanied by the golden current, the black-red flames and the blue streamer lightbot, three birds with very different shape, exuding a fierce breath, appeared almost indiscriminately under the trees on the peninsula. They are exactly the three divine birds in the Galar region, also known as the lightning bird, the flaming bird and the frozen bird. But what's interesting is that the divine bird called lightning bird has no electricity type, the divine bird called flame bird has no fire type, and the divine bird called frozen bird also has no ice type. Instead, they are fighting flying, evil flying, and superpower flying. And there's a reason for that, of course. You should have noticed it. The change of body, inner laws, right, full of mystery. The Galar frozen bird with a dark mask spoke first, breaking the silence between the three. Yes, it's a family guy. The whole body was burning with black and red flame, and the Galar flame bird, which was full of demonic and evil aura at a glance, said, it's definitely a guy who broke the seal. What should we do? That guy forcibly transformed us into subordinate gods back then, and until now, the power of this residual law is still affecting our mind. Now it break through the seal, I'm afraid we won't be allowed to exile. Quote, the last one, the ostrich, like Galar lightning, electric, okay, bird, covered in orange fried hair, also spoke with a very irritable tone. The big deal is death. I will not be controlled by that guy again. Galar firebird's tone was decisive. The other two divine birds looked at each other in silence. That incident back then was a shame to them, but to the flaming bird, it was not only a shame, but a deep-seated hatred and pain that was as hot as a flame. Okay, let's wait and see what happens. After all, this crown on the snowy plain is not without a lord. Galar frozen bird said slowly. Galar lightning bird's eyes lit up, and Galar firebird, who had eased a little, also nodded slowly. Having survived for nearly 2,000 years, it is naturally impossible for them to be unaware of the true power that exists on this land. That is, a first-level god with the name of King. P.S. The last two chapters are quite difficult to write. I tried my best to maintain the top legend in the plots in various circles of anime, such as the setting of Phantom Body, and the back-face theatrical version of Rocky, the reason why ya can't easily defeat the three god birds and so on. It is not too much for me to ask for a wave of data. 03 Chapter 132 Future Combat Power Time Limit Card Super Dream. Please order all. At this moment, Dark Lugia has reached the bottom of the sea. In this dark place, a ring-shaped water current that ordinary people cannot see keep flowing in a certain direction along an inexplicable pattern, forming a long ring of water that spreads on the seabed of the deep sea. This is here. Leyline. Ocean current. Dark Lugia fluttered her wings and approached this illusory leyline current. This is the talent of their Lugia clan. You can clearly see the talent of the ocean current, the core ley lines that support the planet climate change. It's a familiar and magnificent sight. It's a pity. While whispering softly, Dark Lugia folded her wings and burrowed into the long annular water belt like a swimming fish. The illusory water belt seemed to be awakened, trembling, and the sudden strong repulsive force almost pushed Dark Lugia straight out. Such a power. The mighty power of the planet. Dark Lugia pulled out a slightly wanton smile from the corner of his mouth, and then, the sudden wings that were originally tucked in by his side shook. A layer of pitch black black mist gradually spread over the whole body and turned into a layer of energy cloak to completely envelop it. With shark teeth and shark teeth, the twisted form is like an evil dragon covered. 323. Dragon God Swoop. Next second, a sharp tearing sound resounded in this silent deity, and the dark Lugia wrapped in the dragon element had a distorted expression, going upstream with the momentum of soaring to the sky, and laying down in the opposite direction towards the earth and ocean current. Push away. Gollum. The bottom of the sea was like boiling water with bubbles, and with the advancement of dark Lugia, the seawater on both sides was actually a depression visible to the naked eye, pushing away to both sides. The billowing ocean current is like a mountain. Soon, another layer of splendid blue light covered dark Lugia's body, and after a brief stalemate, the next second, boom, with a huge roar, this leyline ocean current was directly smashed by dark Lugia. It turned into a turbulent stream, stirring like a snake. The sea, stir up, come, Pacha, lightning flashes in the sky, illuminated a pure, white bird's body in the cloud. Lugia. At this moment, the rolling dark clouds in the sky seemed to be stirred up by a giant stick that lifted the sky. Countless airflow tornadoes connected the sea and the sky one after another. Under the sea surface, the vortices gradually rise and turn into bottomless ocean, ACBH, ocean vortices. Woo tilde. Lugia made a long cry, and the wings of the sharp fan blew away the dark cloud, defeated the tornado, and calmed the current vortex. But, after a while, the dark clouds reappeared, the tornado rose again, and the vortices appeared one by one on the sea surface. Yes, earth current. Lugia, whose breath was a little sluggish, struggled to speak. The blue veins on her forehead kept bursting out, and her face was devoured by choosing someone. Up to now, it still can't guess dark Lugia's abacus. First, use your own children as bait to tune the tiger away from the mountain, then take the opportunity to weaken your own strength, and then disrupt the geology and ocean current. This set of links is intertwined. I am afraid that it will no longer have the energy to manage the escape of dark Lugia and the no matter. Love it. Lugia was impatient. The mother and daughter are connected, and the in-depth induction makes it very clear that his cub is indeed constantly weakening. But if you let it be ignored by the ley lines and ocean current, its impact can also be called world-class. At that time, I am afraid I do not know how many casualties of humans and even elves will be caused. When Lugia was in a dilemma, Lugia raised his head suddenly. The feeling in the dark suddenly changed, and his child's weakness seemed to be abruptly stopped. Moreover, without the shield of the evil spirit power, it sensed the breath of its own child again. This is human. His eyes flickered, but soon, Lugia resolutely plunged into the sea. Ellipsis ellipsis ellipsis. At the same time, inside Suite 602 of the Rampart Hotel, Woo tilde, accompanied by a childish soft moan, little Lugia, whose expression was soothed, rubbed by Z's palm, and narrowed her eyes in a bit of distress. Status, good, tired. Withdrawing his gaze, he found out that little Lugia was just a tired by Z-way, slightly relieved. Then, he squinted his eyes slightly towards the black smoke that he expelled from little Lugia's body. This smoke is like a living creature twisting in a snake coil in midair. It actually gave him a kind of eagerness to try to attack him, or rather, to attack the little Lugia in his arms. This east-west, the brows twitched unconsciously, and in the next second, the burning white thought force all over the power of Bai Z suddenly gathered and imprisoned him. At the same time, the power of exploration swept straight through dark Lugia's spiritual evil thought. It is composed of special evil origin energy and spiritual power, only instinct, no wisdom, and has no effect on life, especially supernatural power. The erosion of energy system life forms is very serious. Note, contaminated with this breath, it will attract the attention of the top legend Diablo Lugia. The black air was instantly squeezed by Bai Z, and his face color is also very bad looking. It's obviously not simple, and it can't be any kind of kindness to do such a thing to an elf cub, especially the cub of the cleric god Lugia. Therefore, it is probably not a good thing to be noticed by such an existence. No, it should be said that he has already been targeted. Bai Z's eyes flashed, and his eyes swept over the sleeping little Lugia. Dark Lugia. From this name, it can probably be concluded that this should be an alienation from the Lugia tribe, or rather, a flash individual. As for strength, even if the child of Lugia, the goddess who dares to act as a yin, is weak, I am afraid that it will not be weak. Therefore, the minimum strength estimate is a first-level god. To be honest, Bai Z's mood is somewhat depressed when such a great enemy is outside. Fortunately, he is not a person without background. Mashadow's master Feng Wang pays much attention to him, and this little guy in Wylie should also be can take the line of the god Lugia. Thinking about it, he doesn't seem to be afraid of that dark Lugia. However, it has never been his style to sit still, not to mention that he himself has no card to use. Swish. Thinking about it, Bai Z flipped his palm, and immediately took out the Destiny Reward Future Combat Power Time Limit card. Activation required that he swiped from Xiaomao from the system warehouse. Future Combat Power Time Limit card requires stimulation. After activation, it will randomly obtain part of the combat power for for a certain period of time in the future, and it can be activated by moving thought. Sure enough, the function is similar to what I guessed. After looking at it for a while, looking at the increasingly manic climate outside the window, Baizi did not hesitate, and immediately shouted in his heart, "Activate!" The next second, a soft white light suddenly filled the room. The scene in front of Baizi's eyes also spread out like a ripple. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding scenery completely changed. This is a green island. On the grass, he was standing opposite a elf. Long tail, human standing, like a cat. Bai Zitong's eyes suddenly tightened. After a while, he called out the other party's name word by word. Super Dream. Chapter 133. No one will stop me, and no one can stop me. Please order all. Bai Zi, you are here. Furui Wubo's spiritual voice was transmitted through the air, and Chao Meng shifted his gaze and looked in his direction. Bai Zi was stunned when he heard the word. When did Chao Meng know him? But then, he discovered that Chao Meng's gaze did not seem to be on his body. Long time no see. Super Dream. It should be today, right? After all, there is no accurate time basis. I can only infer the time limit based on the strength of the big needle bead. Slightly lazy and helpless familiarity. The tone of voice also sounded behind him at this moment. Bai Zi suddenly turned his head. The visitor is at least 1 head taller than him, and his height is estimated to be over 190 centimeters. The pure black high-necked uniform highlights his slender body. The silver-white hair that was exactly the same as his own was gathered up by a blindfold. Although half of his face is exposed, the facial lines that are enough to make readers feel strongly immersed can still be clearly distinguished. This is a super handsome ratio. Bai Zi's mouth is straight. He was too familiar with this outfit, and the sound made him feel like he was talking to himself. Head down slightly, looking at his slightly illusory hands and body. Between thought, the perspective is constantly changing, passing through clouds and seas, flying into the ground. Combined with the previous title of Chaomeng, he was not a fool at all, and he immediately figured out his own situation. He probably came to a certain time in the future, and this slender figure in front of him, more than a head taller than himself but dressed in fancy clothes, is the future self. Snap, that's right. Blindfolded Bai Zi suddenly clapped his hand, as if he had remembered something, and said to himself, first of all, you have to understand a little. It's you. What is it when you say I'm bells and whistles? Smoke. Secondly, he stretched out his second finger and continued, I don't cover my eyes to be handsome. This eye patch is made of spiritual cloth. The purpose is to cover up the overflow that I can't control for the time being. Strength. I advise you not to open the blindfold in front of others as well. Hear this. Bai Zi's eyes flashed. What does this mean? Does it mean that I will also have this strength and outfit in the time period before returning? Well, you can understand that. Blindfolded Bai Zi said again. The timing was just right, as if he could hear his voice. But to you, this shouldn't be time travel. Probably, it's equivalent to a fantasy, or taking pictures or something. Well, don't do any extra thinking. The power of the system has not even been understood by me, let alone you. So, let go of pointless thinking. Rely on me as also on yourself. Maid, even myself. Are you sure this is my character? Sure, definitely, and definitely. Blindfolded Bai Zi spread out his hand. Can you blame me for being crooked? What are you doing without AC count? As he spoke, he was stunned for a moment, patted his forehead in annoyance, and said, Hey I've said it smoothly. Keep talking. Bai Zi was suddenly silent, because he can feel the unrestrained freedom and arbitrariness from his future self, as if nothing in the world can restrain him. He is already the most free person. I can't even talk about the word most. After all, I haven't really been invincible yet. The originally indifferent tone suddenly became serious, and the corner of the blindfolded mouth raised a smile. However, it's almost the same. Now I can basically do whatever I want, and no one will stop me. And no one can stop me. This all is because of power. The scorching white thought surged like a flame, and spread instantly, turning into a surging white beam of light that pierced the heavens and the earth, tearing apart the stratus clouds above, turning it into a ring-shaped hole. Wonderful. A soft and cute cry suddenly came from the sky, and a petite pink-white figure surrounded the gradually spreading psychic beam of light, turned round after round, and flew into the arms of the masked Bai Zi, arched her coquettishly, looking very intimate. Dream. Bai Zi narrowed his eyes again, and unconsciously wrote down the way he would fondle his dreams in the future. After seeing the masked Bai Zi teasing Dream a few times, he allowed the little guy to disappear from his arms in an instant, and then the corner of his mouth was slightly raised, and his eyes refocused on Chaomeng. Hand in. A pale blue special Pokeball was held in his hand. On the opposite side, Chaomeng, who was in a state of closed eyes for some time, opened his eyes in real time, and while he floated up slowly, he calmly said, It looks like you are ready, then, come on. The voice fell. Whoosh. The portable is wrapped in thought power and goes straight into the sky. Hey, still pretending to be cool. Zero. Ask for flowers. Masked Bai Zi's mouth twitched, and the next moment he caught up with him and threw the Pokeball in his hand in midair. With a crisp sound, red and white flashes flew from the Pokeball, revealing its figure in mid-air. With a cold appearance like golden iron, the land stood tall, and the tail of the arm was like a needle, exuding an awe-inspiring chill. Yangzi, keep up, Big Dinger. Baizi's eyes flickered slightly, and he went straight up through the clouds in his thought, tentatively condensing the power of Baizi in his eyes. As a result, nothing. Don't look. I told you this is just an illusion. The blindfolded Baizi voice came again. I want to know how strong the hornet is now. You can check it out slowly when you go back. Now, just watch me perform. Big Dinger, use double pin attack. Mass Baizi stopped at a place thousands of meters away from Cheomong, and with a wave of his hand, a large needlebee rushed up. Beer tilde. The giant needlebee almost turned into a blur of light and shadow, and in the blink of an eye, countless figures of the giant needlebee were split like a clone, rushing towards Cheomong. Chao Meng also showed no signs of weakness, and the giant long-handled boon dance that had been condensed and formed in his hand did not know when he debuted. Call, 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 call. In an instant, intense crashing sound resounded in the sky. The turbulent ripple stunned the atmosphere, causing countless annular ripples to scatter and impact. In the next second, Mewtwo suddenly changed its form, and disappeared from Baizi's sight together with the giant needlebee. In the air, there was only the sound of delayed gas explosions and the sonic booms that exploded from time to time in mid-air. Cloud, showing that the fierce battle between the two is still going on. Beside him, Baizi was able to see the floating blindfolded Baizi's casual posture with his hands in his pocket, but the corners of his tightly pursed lip could already show his concentration at the moment. At the same time, accompanied by a white light, a huge silver-white giant shadow shining with metallic luster appeared at the feet of the blindfolded Baizi. While lifting, a layer of invisible protective barrier will isolate the sound waves and shock that spread to you. Giant golden monster. Looking at this familiar yet unfamiliar figure, Baizi murmured again. P.S. The network is disconnected. It's a bit late. Sorry tilde a few. Chapter 134. Strong, invincible. Ready to give a surprise to Diablo Lugia. Please order all. Clap la la la. A slight sense of dizziness came, and along with the sound of rain suddenly pouring into his ears, Baizi opened his eyes again, and what he saw was a torrential rain that seemed to be suppressed for a while. Climate. Huh, I'm back. With a light sigh of relief, he turned over and hugged the sleeping little Lugia in his arms, looking at the ceiling and chandeliers on the roof with a slightly confused expression. Be honest, battle that ended in a draw in illusion. He didn't actually gain much, because really, too fast. The two sides, who could be called a rapid battle, completely exceeded the limits of his eyesight and consciousness. Apart from the vast and shocking changes and loud noises, he couldn't even see the slightest impression. The gap is, it's too big. By Zarin, no, live with a sigh. But then, his eyes became deep again, because, at the last moment of the end of the battle, when his consciousness was gradually being separated from the illusion, the sights he saw one by one has always maintained a high cold character, and rarely speaks of the super dream. At this last moment, he suddenly turned his head and asked the blindfolded Baizi. Baizi, can you repeat that answer? Of course. Blindfolded Baizi grinned 323 and said, what is the meaning of existence? This has never been a problem for me. Open black lens bracket. Because this is the way of life that you need to walk, measure and find by yourself. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Life. No one can decide his own birth, but the will that runs through life can be determined by oneself. Quote closing square bracket. When you can firmly practice the path determined by this will without any confusion, the meaning of existence, this answer, is already in your heart. Quote closing square bracket. Baizi's voice fell. Cheomeng's mouth corner. Forbearan. No, stop raise come. Super dream. Baiziko. Zhang muttered to himself, looking far away, with a look of inquiry. Who is the inquirer of this question? Kanto. Unknown waters. A deserted island recognized by the Alliance as an uninhabited island. Yixin Island. It is located under the mountain and in a well-guarded scientific research base. Click. After multiple scans of voice, sound, fingerprint, password, iris, etc., the door of the core laboratory automatically slides open to both sides. As the director of the base, Dr. Fuji quickly got up and greeted the calm man who entered the laboratory. Boss Akagi. Yes. Akagi simply waved his hand to stop Dr. Fuji's neck compliment with a clear goal, and went straight to the end of the laboratory before placing the culture utensils. In the green nutrient solution, a half-human, half-cat unknown elf rolled up inside, and strange energy fluctuated from time to time, causing the nutrient solution to roll back and forth. The frenzy in Sakaji's eyes was fleeting, because this will be the cornerstone for him to conquer and change the world. How's Mewtwo's progress? The name Cheomong is taken from the meaning of beyond the dream. It was taken by Sakagi himself when Cheomong was initially formed, and it also showed that his expectations for Cheomong surpassed the dream one by one. Beyond all, everything. Hearing Sakaji's question, Dr. Fuji was clearly confident. He touched his goatee very smoothly, and said, the final debugging stage has come to an N, and although there have been several mental fluctuations in the middle, it seems that it did not have any effect on the debugging stage. On the contrary, it was found that Mewtwo's spirit has become more stable after the subsequent mental test. So, is this a benign change? Yes. Takagi nodded and said, in the next period of time, I will personally sit in the new island, but I won't ask too much about laboratory matters. It's still up to you, Doctor, and you won't let me down. Right, yes. The calm tone and the innocuous gaze still made Dr. Fuji's heart tighten. He straightened his back subconsciously, and answered loudly. Takagi patted Dr. Fuji on the shoulder, took one last look at Mewtwo in the petri dish, and turned to leave. Tread, As the footstep gradually receded, Dr. Fuji relaxed and exhaled slowly. Then he turned his head. Look carefully. Don't slack off. Got it? Yes. There was a tidy response from the researchers in the laboratory, but the moment they moved away from the monitor, on the screen that is connected to Mewtwo's spiritual consciousness, react with wavelengths and monitors in real time. Two strange wavelengths that are not easily detectable or fleeting. Baizi. Gollum bubbled, tumbling. His eyes turned back to Baizi. At this time, Baizi, who had gathered his divergent thought, raised his palm and looked at the future combat power time limit card that had changed greatly in his hand. One by one future time limit combat power card. You will get the period of illusion. All the combat power displayed will have a random time limit after use, and at the same time, some insights will be withheld. Will there be feedback after use? Bai Zeshin turned his hand over the future combat power time limit card. In his hand, without hesitation, he directly ordered, System, give me the future combat power time limit card. The next second, the card in the hand disappeared instantly, and the system prompt sound also sounded one by one. Ding. Loading the future combat power time limit card for you. Open black lens bracket in a random time limit. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Confirmation time limit 1 hour. Close black lens bracket. Combat loading completed. Part of the combat power you have unlocked is Super Power, Master Level. Main body, L. Big Needle B. Giant Golden Monster. The next moment, Baizi felt that there was an invisible warm force emerging from his body and mind, like the rising sun of a newborn, starting from his mind and gradually spreading to his whole body, different from what he imagined. In this process, Baizi didn't feel the pain of I Ching cutting the marrow. On the contrary, everything seemed to happen naturally. I do not know how long it has been. It was only then that he gradually came to his senses. Activity 1, 2, body muscles and bone. Baizi clenched his fist, and a layer of burning white liquid energy instantly covered his clenched fist. The brain is clear. Soon, noisy and incomparably numerous voices poured into Baizi's ear. Dense conversations, incomparably clear. The sound of raindrops outside the window, like heavy hammers, and even gradually spreading and emerging inner voices. The whole city, everything, is under his control. Even this range is still constantly expanding. Baizi frowned slightly in discomfort. In the next second, these perceptions were restrained by his compartment, and there was no time-space zero. This power is completely like an arm command. This power, a flash of shock flashed in Baizi's eyes. Is this the power of master-level superpower? Afterward, he raised his palm slightly. One green and one silver, and two Pokeballs he had never seen before appeared in his hand. Large Needle B. Giant Golden Monster. Baizi's eyes are full of anticipation, which is comparable to the Giant Needle B of Cheomong, and the Giant Golden Monster of unknown depth. How far has he grown to the point where the two holding the main force for him have grown? In the eyes behind the blindfold, no one can see the brilliant, which flashes instantly one by one. Ray. Large Needle B. Metal Flash. Original form. Permanent Mega Transformation. Attribute. Insect Poison. Characteristic. Adaptability. Mind Eye. Exclusive characteristic. Predicting the actions of the other party. The ability to avoid danger to break the situation. Level. Level 1 God P. P. Level 119. 7100. Potential. Level 1 God. Extreme. HP. 165. Attack. Attack. 200. 150. Defend. 140. Special Attack. 15. Special Defend. 180. B. 200. 145. Exclusive skills. Gauntlet can greatly enhance the defense and attack. Attack of Double Needles. Extinction Needle. Stabs. Dedicated all-out killing blow. Can cause 2/3 5 times the damage, and has a certain probability causes a one-hit kill effect. Skill. Double Needle. Slightly. Genetic skill. Rapid return. Prop. Focus mirror. Open black lens bracket. Status. Perfect. Close black lens bracket. Law comprehension. Insect 99%. Introduction. From ancient times to the present, the first one broke through to the first level God P, which is comparable to the top legend of the Giant Needle B. L. Giant Gold Monster. Silver White Flash. Attribute. Steel. Super Energy. Characteristic. Body of Eternal Purity. Heart of Steel. Exclusive characteristic. Immune to Steel. Attribute. Move and increase the resistance of his own moves of various attributes. Prism Armor. Mutation characteristic. The damage caused by highly effective moves will be reduced by 1. 4. Level. A 1.7 level God Advanced Level 117 5100 Potential Level 1 God HP 80 Attack 150 135 Defense 185 130 Special Attack 95 Special Defense 150 90 B 70 Common Skills Comet Fist Slightly Genetic Skills Iron Hoof Ray Metal Claw Photon Surge Prism Laser Open Black Lens Bracket Status Perfect Close Black Lens Bracket Introduction The Born King has defense and resistance beyond the racial value. There is no absolute overwhelming power that cannot hurt him in the slightest. The divine power he possesses is enough to shake the mountains and mountains. Strong and invincible. After a while, Baizi, who had regained his senses, immediately had this thought, and there was only one word left in his heart. Steady. Dark Lugia. Right. Hey Tilda. At this moment, Baizi can't wait to go to find that, and say hello to the Dark Lugia who just stared at him. Presumably when he sees him, he will be very surprised. Right. Chapter 135. Big Stinger B. Deadly Needle Sting. For full order. Speaking of, my vision doesn't seem to have the impression of a blindfold at all. Baizi pulled the eye mask on his face behind him, and it felt cold to the touch, with a satin but jelly-like texture. No, there's still a little different. The eyes under the blindfold flickered slightly. Baizi looked around, and countless life forms emitting different light came into view. Is this perspective, or is it a spiritual perspective? Without going too deep into it, he turned his gaze back to the silver pokeball with a giant gold monster on it, with a strange expression. Photon Surge and Prism Laser. If I remember correctly, these two should be Necrozma's exclusive trick. Right. How did the giant gold monster get these two tricks? After thinking for a while, Baizi, who was also clueless, shook his head. Now is not the time to think about these things. The time for the card to take effect is only 1 to 1 hour. He better not to waste too much. Open black lens bracket 58 55 close black lens bracket __. Glancing at the remaining time on the system panel, Baizi moved his joint, did a few chest expanding movement, and got used to his taller body. With a hook of his hand finger, a wisp of black chi distorted like a snake was shot from his body. A little feeling, I found it. Then, one by one, he jumped up and jumped straight down toward the balcony. Ho Tilda, let go, find that big black bird and play with it. As if liberating his nature, the rapid falling sensation stimulated his heart, and in the roar of excitement, a strange light suddenly flashed across the palm of his hand. Terry Tilda, accompanied by a steady mechanical sound, a silver-white giant gold monster appeared in the air, quickly catching up with Baizi, who was still in a standing position in the fall, and lifted him firmly. His body folded, turn and rush straight to the rain screen. Standing on the giant golden monster without the slightest sense of turbulence, Baizi seemed to sense something. Turned back suddenly. Sight was on the previous one, a purple-haired little loli lying in front of the window. The corners of Baizi's mouth rolled into an obvious R, and he put his slender index finger and middle finger on the side of his forehead, waved forward, and soon disappeared into the rain curtain. Oh Tilda. Little loli, a stunned expression on her face. Immediately afterward, he stepped on his short legs and threw himself onto the legs of a young woman with short purple hair. With a cute face, he pointed out the window and said, Mom, I just saw a good-looking big brother riding a flying saucer, and he flew away with a swish. Fly away to the sea. Now. Oh, is it? The purple-haired young woman glanced out of the unoccupied window and gently touched the soft hair of the little loli without expressing any opinion. Seemingly aware of her mother's unbelief, the little loli puffed out her cheeks and defended in a hurry. Well, look at the big brother's face. He still has a blindfold on his face, and his hair is as white as the old grandpa. By the way, he also left a secret sign with me. Saying that, little loli stood up to the very wealthy airport, imitating Baizi's appearance, reluctantly compared by Nen's little hand to a chicken claw-like gesture, put it on the forehead and stroke forward. That's it. He Tilda, is that so? The purple short-haired young woman made a surprised expression, and then she put a cautious expression close to little loli's ear and said, Then Lily, in order to keep this secret, it is very necessary to get enough lead. I know. Lily nodded seriously, raised her hand, was picked up by her mother, and walked towards the bedroom. In my heart, I deeply remembered Baizi's appearance and that password. In my heart. Ellipsis. Deep sea. Lugia, are you really ready to give up your child? I thought you wouldn't be so decisive. It cold-blooded. Looking at the ley lines and ocean currents that gradually condensed into one stream, Dark Lugia's surging mental power kept stirring and mocking. As a god with the power of authority, Lugia is almost difficult to be disturbed when regulating the earth current, because its shape is almost integrated into this invisible force of nature. If it is rashly affected, then it will not only affect the climate under the jurisdiction of the ley lines and ocean current, it can even cause a chain reaction, causing the ocean itself, airlines, and even ozone. Once such an impact is really caused, then I am afraid that more than one official beast will end. At that time, I am afraid that it will really be hammered. Therefore, in terms of proportion, Diablo Diablo Lugia is very good at it. Moreover, right now, he is just talking a few words, trying to see if he can stimulate this guy to come out. What more? He felt like he was staying on that little guy, as if someone had wiped out the evil spirits on him. However, the other party did not remove the breath imprint. Did they not find it, or was there some other reason? It's kind of interesting. Let me meet you. Dark Lugia glanced at the ley lines and ocean currents that were gradually converging and formed, and with a wave of her wings, it rose into the sky toward the sea, and soon disappeared into the deep sea. Gululu, a burst of bubbles rose, and within the ley lines and ocean current, a brilliant white figure disappeared in a flash. Then, visible to the naked eye, the convergence speed of the ley lines and ocean current, at least, is 3 or 4 times faster. On the sea area far away from the inland, a gray-purple bird figure broke out of the water, spread its wings, and floated on the sea surface. It's not another bird. It's Diablo Lugia. Breathe tilde 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 breathe tilde 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 breath of freedom. Dark Lugia took a deep breath, and then slowly spit out, while bringing the distance of the waves to surging. An intoxicated look appeared on her face. But then, it suddenly felt that something was wrong. How come my breath mark is so close to me? It's light behind me. Whoosh! Dark Lugia suddenly turned around with her wings. Only see, a slender young man in a pitch black uniform and blindfolded with silver hair pinched a twist of black air in his forehand, and waved at him happily. Under his feet, a giant golden monster with a calm aura, even it had an inexplicable sense of oppression, quietly suspended at the feet of the young man, holding it up in the air. Human, who are you? Diablo Lugia was tense. Whether it was the giant gold monster that could only give it a strong sense of oppression, or this unemotional face but silently lurking behind it, making it almost useless. Young people feel that it is not easy. My name is Baizi. Baizi stroked his chest lightly and bowed, with a calm tone that seemed to have no hostility. First time meeting. Diablo Lugia, thank you very much for the gift you gave me. There is a saying in my hometown that we should pay tribute to each other, so please accept my return gift. The word fell, and he held a wisp in his hand. The scorching white flames rose up, evaporating the twisted black air in an instant. Large stinger, extinct needle, sting. The next second, Baizi shouted with a cold face. Diablo Lugia was stunned for a moment. Big needle bee. Shouldn't it be the giant gold monster? But then, the deadly sense of crisis emanating from the back of his head made his face change. P.S. Lily is a character in the theatrical version of our story. It is not a hydrology, but a buried thread. It will be used in 2 or 3 stories, and a very handsome phantom beast will be involved in the later stage. This chapter the content contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the picture. Chapter 136. Comprehensive Suppression. The Ferocious Giant Stinger. For full order. Whoa! The screeching screams that startled the sky and stopped the clouds rang out just when the heart-pounding Dark Lugia was covered in a blue energy coat, and wanted to rush up to avoid the fatal blow in the back of her head. The surging sound of breaking the air came from the ear. The big needle bee, whose scarlet eyes glowed with cold light, caught up with the speed of light, and the needle arm glowing with blue light turned into a swipe, hitting the Dark Lugia's defenseless neck. Boom! 4x damage. Dark Lugia's entire body was hit by a strong force, and from the sea, it traversed as if being hit by water, and the fierce shock wave even made it dizzy for a moment. Although it was only for a moment, Baizi would not miss such a good opportunity. Follow the victory. Move at high speed. Stalker. Observing both sides with a keen energy perspective, I was even able to see the Dark Lugia face that was shot tens of thousands of meters away. Baizi with a painful expression on it, and quickly ordered again. Beard tilde. I saw the large needle bee fluttering its wings in a fierce insect chirping, the whole body up and down, a thin layer of streamer covering it. The whole body turned into a sharp arrow, with bursts of light. The sound of the air screeching, in an instant, caught up with Dark Lugia's body that was still rolling. Then its huge lance turned into a gust of wind and rain. With a burst of sonic boom, like air ring, it stabbed fiercely on Dark Lugia's body. In an instant, the air was smashed into a white peat. Boom tilde. Accompanied by a violent explosion and the strong air pressure spreading outward, it exploded from Diablo Lugia's body. The roaring sound was accompanied by the uncontrollable whine of Dark Lugia, and it was knocked out again at once, and the remaining power carried by the body, even the sea water in the path below it, was expelled from a long ditch gully, buzzing one by one. But the next second, accompanied by the buzzing in the air, the large needle bee has already arrived first, appeared, and intercepted the body in front of the body that flew out of Dark Lugia. Golden monster. Follow. Go. Looking from a distance at Dark Lugia, who was swept away by the giant needle bees with double needles, like kicking a ball, and was beaten without the ability to fight back for a while. Baizi put his arms around him and tapped the huge back of the giant gold monster under his feet and said. Then, his eyes narrowed slightly, and the splendid brilliance in his eyes suddenly skyrocketed. Open black lens bracket L. Lugia close black lens bracket. Attribute. Evil. Flying. Characteristic. Multiple scales. Monty. Evil. evil devouring, exclusive characteristic, can be replenished by devouring life and increase physical strength and energy level. Level 1 God Peak level 119, 99 100. Potential Level 1 God. HP 106. Attack 90. Defend 130. Special attack 90. Special defend 154. PP 110. Exclusive skill Air Blast, Cyclone Attack, Strike. Skill Divine Bird Slam, Slightly. Status Normal, Lack of energy. Law Comprehension Evil 90%. Introduction. The aliens of the Lugia family are born with special talent. They are promoted by devouring a large number of Lugias, and in 2000 years they have used the evil energy and talent used as punishment to complete the transformation of attribute. Reached the apex of a first level god, but the understanding of the law limits the growth of its rank. Evil Bite. Devour Lugia in large quantity. Tis. A trace of disgust flashed in Byzian's eyes. It's not uncommon for the weak to eat the strongest in the elf, but it is still cold to eat the same kind of thing. And can it be replenished by devouring life and increase physical strength and energy level? It looks like you have to pay attention to this. And 52:36. We must fight quickly. Glancing at the remaining time limit of the battle card, Byzi thought about it in his heart, and then his eyes narrowed, and he blessed his superpower on Byzi's power as if he was self-taught. In an instant, the white mist and blue light of the stars faintly passed through the blindfold made of the cloth of the spiritual world, and in Byzi's perspective, a white spot of light appeared on Dark Lugia's body. The new power of Byzi's power. Weakness perception. Found it. Byzi's lip twitched. He squatted slightly, pressed his palm on the back of the giant golden monster under his feet, connected his mind, and shared his perspective with the giant golden monster. Meteor beam preparation. Terry tilde. Quote, the giant golden monster gave a dull roar, and the radiant power of the universe converged. While rapidly increasing the special attack, it gradually turned the rock-based energy factor into a golden-orange irregular energy sphere. The eyebrows condensed out before. Meteor power. This is a trick that needs to be charged for 120 after completing the increase of the power of the universe in order to increase by one level, which is 1.5 times plus the rock system against the evil, flying Dark Lugia. Great effect. If it hit, the damage will reach an astonishing 360. What's more, with the help of Byzi, the giant gold monster is aiming at the opponent's weak spot. In fact, according to the current strength of the giant gold monster, the charging of the meteor beam can be reduced and completed in a relatively short period of time, and it will not weaken the original damage of the skill at all. However, Byzi still let the giant gold monster charge up, because, with this blow, he wanted to directly inflict enough damage on Diablo Lugia. After all, time is not on his side. Open black lens bracket 49:15 close black lens bracket ___. At this moment, the meteor beam that the giant gold monster has charged has finally taken shape. Damn it. Yeah tilde. Dark Lugia endured the stinging pain from all over her body, and tried her best to slam into the interval between the alternate attacks of the giant stingers. After getting rid of the impact, the dark mist ignited like a flame, and the wide wings seemed to be turned into long knives, flashing towards the galloping giant needlebee. Shadows are coming. Seeing Diablo Lugia break free from the combo, Byzi frowned, and the surging mental power immediately connected to the consciousness of the big needlebee. The big needlebee. Stop the gauntlet. Use a secret language. Then take the extinction needle. Dab and put it on it. Call. Beer tilde. The arms were folded and raised high, and a layer of lavender translucent energy armor emerged above the double needles in the cold neighing sound of the big needlebee. Call. The jet black blade wings that came rushing in suddenly collided with the energy gauntlet above the twin needles of the big needlebee. Immediately, a ring-shaped white shock spread. The giant stinger seemed to be a little weaker, and at the moment of contact, it followed the impact and retreated, and turned around in midair, adjusting its position. With one move, Dark Lugia hurried to catch up. Call. Phew! The jet black sword light swaying like a curtain shot down one after another, and the large needlebees slammed back one after another. Dark Lugia took advantage of the situation, and gradually put her back towards Byzi and the giant gold monster. And just when the directions of the giant needlebee, the Dark Lugia, and the giant golden monster were in a straight line, the giant needlebee lost its lump, and faced the jet black light wing that was slashed again, flapping its wings to meet it. The dark wings of light and the lavender needle arms staggered, and collided again, but this time, a turbulent force passed along the wings of the Dark Lugia, and the difference was very different. At one point, it flew straight out. What? Dark Lugia's expression changed, but oncoming, is the secret language skills released by the big needlebee. Goodly how, hey tilde beer tilde. In an instant, sound waves rose from the mouthparts like a substance, causing a wave-like pattern to appear in the air. Accompanied by this whisper-like insect chirping sound, Dark Lugia, who was originally able to compete evenly with the big needlebee, was shrouded in the sound wave for the first time. Laxative. And in this moment, snap, the The strong force came from the pair of needles covered with lavender energy gauntlets again. He slapped away the wings that Diablo Lugia blocked in front of him neatly. Dive into the heart. On the right arm, the long needle swayed, wrapped in a blue-green energy factor, and condensed a huge phantom lance in the void, dabbed heavily on the soft abdominal cavity of Dark Lugia. Chapter 137. The Jedi Strike Back. A moment of crisis. The terror of the pinnacle of God. For full order. Boom. The roaring sound was mixed with the abnormal sound of the sharp weapon piercing the flesh, although it only penetrated a little, but immediately after that, the surging impact that spread out in an instant suddenly pierced from the Dark Lugia's body. A blood hole the size of the mouth of a bull burst open in the abdomen. The roaring sound was accompanied by the uncontrollable whine of Diablo Lugia, and the Diablo Lugia was blown up and flew straight out. The goal is to point directly in the direction of Baizi and the giant gold monster. Well done, giant gold monster. Meteor beam. Seeing Dark Lugia flying upside down, Baizi's mouth twitched, and he ordered in a deep voice, Terry Tilda. A steady mechanical voice came from the mouth of the giant golden monster, and the next moment, a golden-orange irregular energy light sphere turned into a beam of light and spewed out. The long charged power made this strike extraordinarily vast and majestic. Like an arrow of dawn that pierced through the darkness, it broke through all obstacles in front of it, and stirred up two towering waves like a city wall. With the destructive power of Eliku, he cut through the black mist and slammed into the spine in the middle of Dark Lugia's back. Boom, 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 boom. Dark Lugia only felt an unstoppable force acting on her body, and the familiar dizziness came again, accompanied by a tyrannical rock factor infiltrating its body inside. Immediately after that, a series of huge explosions and a huge atmospheric pressure that spread out suddenly appeared again from the body of Diablo Lugia. Whoa tilde. Diablo Lugia let out a shrill whine, accompanied by the blood of the big canopy splattering straight down the 353 line. Its back was directly penetrated, connected to the blood port stabbed by the big needle B before, forming a blood holes running through. Visible to the naked eye, the breath of Dark Lugia was sluggish, descending several layers, and, rolling, falling toward the sea. However, status, poor, serious injury. Is it, as heavier? Looking at the results of Baizeji's investigation, Baizi's eyes narrowed, and he laughed lightly. You are really cunning. Do you want to escape like a sea? Or, do you want to use the evil bite characteristic supplement yourself? All I can say is, you think too much. Baizi sneered, but in his heart he could not help but sigh. The life force of this top legend is actually quite perverted. The abdomen and back are directly penetrated, and even the spine leaks out come in half, and that's all. It's just a heavier injury. Golden monster. While his heart was spinning, Baizi's movements were not slow at all. He snorted lightly, and even opened his fingers and pressed it on the back of the giant golden monster. Comet pun. The next second, along with Baizi's cold drink, the giant golden monster's body appeared in the side and rear of Dark Lugia in an instant like a flash. Afterward, the giant golden monster turned its flying saucer-like body, and the steel officer like a special dumbbell spun with the movement of the body. On the ends of the limbs with iron claws, a splendid metallic radiance was wrapped around them. With the majestic magnetic explosion, the body of the giant golden monster spun rapidly, and was plated with a silver glow that shone with a little star. Immediately, a layer of energy suddenly rose, driven by the drill-like body of the giant gold monster, carrying an extremely terrifying impact force. It smashed towards the seemingly defenseless Dark Lugia. But at this juncture, Dark Lugia, who was unable to roll and fell to the sea, suddenly stagnated in mid-air, and in the next second, a dark blue ice-based energy group that was compressed to the extreme exploded in Dark Lugia's mouth. At the same time, with the rapid fanning of Dark Lugia's wings, the cold air in the deepest heart of the glacier mixed with the gust of wind rose, and it headed towards the giant golden monster. Freezing wind plus freezing beam. Click, 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 click. The extremely cold air quickly invaded the joints of the giant golden monster, flowing down its beak. Immediately afterward, countless thick or clean ice rays exploded all over the giant gold monster. These ice blue energy rays released an absolute low temperature, and quickly wrapped around this dish-shaped silver-white iron claw elf. The freezing light is fast freezing, and the silver-white metal body of the giant gold monster that shines in the dazzling square is coated with a thick layer of blue ice. In the blink of an eye, the original position of the giant gold monster has already turned into a giant big ice. Moreover, the tail of this huge piece of ice also spread to the surface of the sea, turning into a long bar in the shape of a hammer handle. On the whole, it was like an ice blue hammer, standing on the sea surface, above the ice. Seeing that it was seen through, the Dark Lugia simply stopped pretending, and as the chill spread, the wound on the back of the abdomen was frozen, and the bird-like body-to-body side was about to pass by the frozen giant golden monster, straight into the sea. However, the next moment, ACBH, the sound of ice breaking. Then, in a violent roar, the ice under the giant golden monster was suddenly crushed along with the sea surface, turned into a gigantic sea bowl. A terrifying repulsive force was was aroused from under it, and the giant golden monster comet fist was castrated, turning and charging straight in the middle of the body of Dark Lugia, who had passed by. Boom! The energy of 500 violent kochas exploded in an instant, followed by a crisp bone-cracking sound. Whoa! Diablo Lugia let out a tragic whine that had never been heard before in a battle, because what it broke was the spine that was pierced again in the abdominal cavity and exposed. Good. The giant gold monster's blow hit the bullseye. This time, Diablo Lugia was seriously injured. Status: severely injured, fractured spine. However, a third of the time has also passed. Open black lens bracket 3955 close black lens bracket __. Quick fight. Big Needle B. Move at high speed. Grid. Giant golden monster. Thunder and lightning fist. Baizi didn't even have the slightest idea to let Diablo Lugia take a breath. After confirming the other party's injury, he immediately gave the order to pursue through telepathy. But just as the big Needle B rushed to the side of Dark Lugia again at an extremely fast speed, the needle arm was involved, pulling open a lightning flashing grid. And when the giant golden monster clenched his fist that also shone with lightning, "Give it all to me." Dark Lugia's palm-like wings slammed open, and layers of twisted jet black flames emerged from its body, turning into a substantial wave that spread out in all directions. The huge mass and density crushed the air and even the space into pieces. The seawater below it is directly destroyed as if it has been eroded. In the sky, it was like a round of black stars rising. Before it was released, the space in a radius of dozens of miles had been rendered as drowsy and terrifying like a ghost. This is Dark Lugia's life-threatening blow, mixed with the power of evil type origin chi fluctuation. Air blast. Not good. Baizi's face changed suddenly, and he finally deeply understood the horror of the peak first level god going all out. In comparison, the battle between the giant stinger and Cheomung that he saw in the fantasy world before, it's like playing at home. Do not. It might not even be a joke. Big Needle B. Giant golden monster. Baizi only had time to shout out the names of the two, while he himself was urging his superpowers with all his strength to shoot himself back like a cannonball, as far as possible away from the center point of Dark Lugia's skill burst. It's not that he doesn't want to use teleportation. In fact, it was the space distortion caused by the bubbling and active evil elements in a radius of dozens of miles, which made him not dare to rashly break into the space. Otherwise, I'm afraid that his front feet will just go in and go, and the back feet will be stirred into powder by the power of the distorted fate. Chapter 138. Why not be afraid of death? Big Stinger B. God-killing moment. For full order. Almost at the same time. In other words, in the first few moments when Baizi reminded him aloud, in the face of Dark Lugia's fatal blow in the air, the giant Needle B did not retreat but advanced, turning into a splendid dreamer to break through the dark curtain, and in an instant from Dark Lugia's side cross came to the tilde side of the giant gold monster. Afterward, the long needle swung and swiftly swept across the already convoluted giant gold monster. Bang! One by one, with the sound of a twilight drum and a morning bell, the giant golden monster cut open the drowsy dark curtain of evil like a spiral, and quickly moved in the direction of Baizi, rushing to. In the next second, black gas burst out like a cloud burst. In the face of this, the giant Needle B had no intention of avoiding it at all. The scarlet insect head glowed with a cold light, and on the right side, the lance-like needle arm pulled back slowly. At the moment when the violent black shock wave fell on it, the big Needle B stabbed the needle arm forward. Immediately, along with the sharp sound of tearing the air, a bright blue light exploded in the void, and the other side, with the help of the traversing force of the giant Needle B, the giant golden monster exploded with magnetic force, and the disc-shaped body turned into a spinning top, rushing fast on the sea surface, and finally caught up with Baizi at the critical moment. Terry Tilda, standing up like a disc in front of Baizi, a honeycomb-shaped energy barrier composed of vast super energy factors completely enveloped Baizi. Next, an instant, boom, a tumbling and eroding wave-like impact hit the top of the giant gold monster's head. After a short stalemate, a torrent that divided into a hollow rushed toward the rear. The little aftermath hit the energy barrier. For a moment, wait for the tide to dissipate. In the sky, the clouds and mist dissipated, the wind and rain dissipated, and the whole sky seemed to have been carefully smeared by someone with an eraser, and it became a piece of clear. And at the foot, in the sea area where one can't see the end, there is a deep, deep hole in the huge, boundless sea area. Thousands of hectares of seawater disappeared in an instant. Rumbling, immediately afterward, the roar of the tidal wave returning like a rush of horses came from afar. Taka. With a burst of bones and muscles, the giant golden monster broke free of the evil type erosion factor covering the first half of his life, and his discus-like body flew like a roulette again, came to Baizi's feet, and lifted it to fly upward. Go. Are you all right, golden monster? All this happened so fast. Between the lightning and flint, Baizi came back to his senses, and he stopped the giant golden monster and flew into the air, avoiding the violent backflow of the sea below. Terry Tilda. The giant golden monster responded, yes, indicating that it was okay, and Baizi was relieved after using the power of Baizi to investigate the state of the giant golden monster. Status: slightly injured. Apparently it's fine. But then, Baizi was enduring. No, staying a little amazed. The giant golden monster, just a high-level first-level god, all relying on his body to take the full blow of the peak first-level god. There was only one minor injury. Tis terrifying. Sighing in his heart, Baizi also quickly looked at the center of the battlefield. Before, in order to save him, Big Dinger chose to fight against Dark Lugia. Although Baizi doesn't think that the Hornet can't resist the Dark Lugia. But, after all, the Big Needlebee is not a thick-skinned guy like the giant golden monster. Even though it has strengthened its dual defense and physical strength, it can be so close and hastily face the Dark Lugia's life-threatening one hit. To be honest, Baizi was inevitably a little worried. However, when Baizi turned his gaze in the direction of the Big Needlebee and the Dark Lugia, his eyes shrank abruptly. Drip. It was not clear whose bright red blood was running down the needle arm of the Big Needlebee, spreading to the body, and the sting at the tail needle slowly dripping into the wave swept by the tide. The half of the body facing the sky is full of erosion and bloody wounds. But even so, the Big Needlebee's expression was still extremely cold. The needle arm on the right held up to the sky is like being scraped off, revealing the slender supporting horny skeleton inside. However, due to the tragic situation of the giant Needlebee at this time, it is now pierced through the abdomen and picked in the midair in the huge energy gauntlet that spreads over 1,000 meters on the needle arm that it is holding up to the sky. The Diablo Lugia is even more shocking. You bastard. It seems like the light is returning. The Dark Lugia's palm-like wings are firmly buckled on the energy gauntlet that runs through the abdomen, and the lavender energy gauntlet is pierced by the sound of creaking. Diablo Lugia kept spitting up bloody bubbles with an unbelievable look on her face, and said hatefully, "You bastard. Are you really not afraid of death? That blow just now." Diablo Lugia seems to be fighting for her life, but in fact she doesn't expect much merit from this blow. After all, the gap between the two sides is only a millimeter. This strong and excessively large dinger is so fast that it makes it face the original return to the Rifty. It feels like it hit. If it is lucky, it will not hit, and it is also expected. Medium. Its fundamental purpose is just to use this blow to get rid of the predicament of being unable to fight back, to escape, and to find a place to lick the wound. After all, it has finally regained its freedom, but it does not want to really fight with people at all. 0. Ask for flowers. But what I didn't expect was, the big dinger in front of me is simply crazy. You must know that in order to be able to find an escape, that air blast that contained evil-type Genesis Chi was deadly. Not to mention the crispy skin among ordinary elves like the giant Needlebee. Even if in their top legend, the most needy King Ho and the old immortal who hid in the depths of the earth were hit head-on, they would not die, and they would be severely injured. But this lunatic in front of him doesn't need to dodge or avoid it, and he doesn't even take the slightest defensive measure. Completely hard against the horror and evil department. Shock. Go upstream. Aiming at the wound on its abdomen, it is an energy lance that runs through a kilometer. This is so special, it is simply fighting for his life. Madman. More importantly, it can feel that although this shot of the lance almost kills its life, the root cause that really makes it shocking, almost crazy, is because of the body. Inner that destructive power accompanied by a lance like a body. Diablo Lugia can clearly feel that the only remaining vitality in the body is being constantly destroyed. In a short while, it will traverse the Middle Ages, and use its own power to knock down the entire peak state of the Lugia ethnic group. Use it as a resource, and use it to board the alien legend of the peak first level god. He's about to die in the hands of a big stinger bee. Why? Lugia too. So is your blow. Why? What? Open black lens bracket. Why can you not be afraid of death? Close black lens bracket. This sentence, Diablo Lugia finally did not fully ask. Gotcha. One by one, the fear of death gradually coming to let it shred the energy spear that pierced its abdomen, but it also took away the last trace of its vitality. Bang! As the big Needlebee withdrew the gauntlet's skill, he turned around indifferently. The kilometer-long energy lance suddenly shattered and turned into little stars, and Dark Lugia's lifeless body also disappeared with the wind as if returning to heaven and earth. Duliu, a purple-black diamond-shaped crystal, floating in midair, ups and downs. Several. Chapter 139. Dr. Damu. Little girl, take a good look at it. What is a trainer? For full order. City of Lampert. At this moment, the city of Lamperkey was almost submerged by the seawater, and the streets and alleys of the whole city were filled with rolling flood. Although the torrential rain in the sky gradually stopped, the seawater continued to pour into the city. It seemed that the small turbulent flow at the beginning gradually evolved into an intensifying trend. However, all this suddenly changed a few minutes ago. The flood tide, which had intensified originally, suddenly receded from the city like a tide for some unknown reason. In no time, even the golden sandy beach, which was completely submerged, has been revealed again. Many citizens who were awakened by this sudden flood couldn't help but breathe breathe a sigh of relief. But Dr. Damu, who was also paying attention to this point, caught a glimpse of the impending crisis from this sudden change. The rainstorm didn't stop at all, but the tide retreated so fast. Not good. Dr. Damu's expression changed. He didn't have time to change his clothes. He casually put on a coat, pants and vest, and a pair of disposable slippers from the hotel, and quickly rushed out of the Rampart City Hotel. Came to the Golden Beach where the tides receded. After a little observation, Dr. Damu's face was solemn, and he looked at the already naked, outside the shallow seabed, the sea that seemed to be too calm. There can be no mistake. Next, the city of Rampolchi is likely to be hit by huge waves. Like it is to verify the judgment of Dr. Ogi. Clap la la. A rolling stream of water rushed back quickly, rushing backwards along the back of Dr. Ogi's instep. Soon, it spread to the instep of Dr. Ogi. Snap. Dr. Damu fumbled and took out a pack of cigarettes from the pocket of his coat, flicked his wrist, lowered his head and picked up one, and then he covered it and lit the fire. With a puff of white smoke, Dr. Damu scratched his head, looked at the surging waves in the distance, and recalled, speaking of which, how many years have I not given all my strength? 5 years, 10 years, almost 20 years or so. White smoke bit out again from Dr. Damu's mouth, but this time, the smoke flew straight out and was nearly a meter long, and Dr. Ogi, who showed a lung capacity that was different from ordinary people, had a slightly hunched body. The body gradually became taller and straighter. A gigantic force rises in the night sky. Buzz along with the humming sound. Dr. Damu took out a special red and white ball that was shiny with a rare rebellious look on his face. Slightly sighed, he whispered in a low voice, "Old man, we are going to fight side by side again." After he said a word, Dr. Ogi tapped lightly on the button of the pokeball. The pokeball swelled instantly. In the sound of bang, white light flickered, and a huge beast with a body height of about 3 meters and a body length of nearly 3 meters appeared beside Dr. Damu. The horns are curved like 2 pairs of angry blades facing the sky, and the 3 points of the forehead have the appearance of a bodhisattva, but with the sharp eyes, it is like a wrathful king. This is also only in the Kanto, or can be said that the entire wizard world is quite the scene of the road spirit. Kintaro, energetic and fiery personality. Even if he doesn't make a lot of noise often, he will feel unhappy in his heart, and he is used to fighting with horn. Also, the mighty Kintaro who protects the clan is proud of his scarred horn. In the group, whoever has the thickest and longest horns and scars is the boss. And this Kintaro of Dr. Ogi. Not only are they different from the same race, the pair of horns like a crescent moon are covered with cracks that can be seen faintly, even though they have healed. This is Kintaro's powerful medal and proof. Few people would know that, as the champion of the first World Elf League competition, Dr. Damu's strongest trump card is this Kintaro. Mood tilde. And at this moment Kintaro, who fully demonstrated what it means to be moving like a mountain, after chanting softly, he turned his attention to the monstrous waves that swept in, at least nearly 100 meters high. Kintaro, however, just as Dr. Ogi was about to issue an order, a squeak suddenly came from the back of the quilt. A shui, come on, use brute force. Bang, the voice fell. A blue figure shot out like a cannonball, rushing towards the giant wave, punching like a hammer, with a roar like a drum, hammering in the water curtain. Go up 0. Immediately, Pang Ran's fist force blasted a huge hole with a diameter of nearly 30 meters on the water curtain. Afterward, the remaining strength was unabated, with the blue figure with that muscular chew instantly submerged in the turbulent tide, and the giant wave, after a brief collapse, the momentum is still unabated. For a moment, the blue figure emerged from the water like a cannonball again, and with a little pink-haired girl who was drenched like a chicken in soup, it fell to Dr. Damu's side. How come? At this moment, the pink-haired little girl was nestled in the arms of the muscular blue beast that was nearly 3 meters high, with a face of disbelief. Asui is so strong, even a hill of the same size can hit it. Bro, why can't you break this giant wave? This level of power of nature cannot be resisted with brute force. Dr. Damu shook his head and said, and at the same time, looked at the behemoth holding the little girl with a slightly dumbfounded look. With just brute force, the monstrous wave carrying 10,000 tons of power can be broken open, pierced, and caused a brief collapse. The punch is so strong that even Dr. Damu is inevitably a little scared. But, judging from the performance just now, this blue behemoth, whose appearance is far different from its peers, is inferior to even an elite-level elf in the use of skills. It is like a reckless man with unparalleled divine power. 1.7 rumbling. At this moment, because of the delay of this person and beast, the giant waves are getting closer and closer. Dr. Damu hurriedly restrained his thought. He wanted to raise some point. He spit out the only remaining cigarette butt, and said in a deep voice, "Little girl, take a good look at it. What is a trainer?" In an instant, the gigantic force that rose again was vaguely linked to Kintaro by his side. Mood tilde. In a melodious whine, the hearts of the two immediately merged with each other. Come on, Kintaro, use the ultimate shot. Blast. Chapter 140. Sitting on Whack, killing the god. With the words of Dr. Ogi fell. 2 lines of white air spurted out of Kintaro's nostrils, and while the octail swung, the strong left front hoof was slightly raised. Next second, stepping, the heavy hoof made the ground feel a little, slightly shocking. Then, accompanied by the sound of the ground, Kintaro seemed to be moving slowly and quickly towards the wave with heavy step, and accompanied by the run of Kintaro front, there was a sound as if the cloth was being torn. The air twist. Bursts of suffocation also followed. The entire atmosphere, as if being pushed by an invisible wall, converged before the horns of Kintaro, and turned into a huge wall of impact, on which there was a faint mark of the head of the bull. Towards the rushing gigantic wave. Push forward. Bang! In a burst of loud humming sound, the tide collided with the air wall head-on. It was as if 2 trains of express rails collided head-on. The terrifying collision seemed to make the entire city of Lamperkey tremble at this moment, and the ripples in the air appeared in the sky almost as if they were materialized, blowing away the stratus clouds and showers. The majestic force of nature. O2 non-human forces can be easily resisted. Not to mention, this wave is not a single wave, but a layer upon layer of subsections, with almost infinite back force. Kintaro clenched his teeth, and the surging general energy factor rose wildly. Feeling the infinite propulsive force coming from the top of his head, Kintaro stepped deeply into the naked in the middle of the exposed seabed. There are 3 octails jumping straight. At this moment, Kintaro's relatively small body is like a pillar of the sky. Moon tilde. Kintaro's eyes became more and more cold, and he opened his mouth and shouted loudly. In an instant, the muscles all over his body swelled up, and his thick hooves were even more muscular. From the nostrils, 2 white chi spewed out like a whistle. Next second, bang! Kintaro's feet shook violently, and the ground suddenly collapsed for a radius of more than 10 meters, and the body of Kintaro, who had been pushed back slightly by the wave, suddenly slammed, and then, a splendid force suddenly burst out, and the energy turned into the appearance of a group of galloping bulls, and instantly it crushed the huge waves and pushed out towards the sea. Clap la la. Finally, in the loud noise of the sky, countless shattered waves splashed, bursting out layers of energy. Stepping tilde. Kintaro's footstep trembled, and Dr. Ogi groaned, and a heat flow came out of his nasal cavity. Stretching out his hand and rubbing it, he glanced at the bloodstains on the back of his hand that were gradually washed away by the rain, and Dr. Ogi couldn't help but sigh. Kintaro broke through the realm of the gods, and has long been free from the shackles of life, but as a trainer he has gradually aged. What's more, since he joined the profession of Dr. Elf, he is also the same. After a long sparse battle, Kintaro has no problem with such an all-out blow just now, but he is already a little reluctant. I don't know how Alu and the others are like themselves recently. Guys haven't been together for many years. Just when he couldn't hold back, his thoughts were flying. You are Dr. Damu. Quote ellipsis. Not bad. Quote. Dr. Omu quickly sorted out his expression and turned his head with a reserved face. He is a bit old-fashioned, and at this time, he is looking forward to this little girl who seems to be Joey's, and the surprised expression. He must be stunned by my strength. Right, quick, ask me why I am so strong. Then, let me pretend to be a force and tell you a story about the scenery and deeds of my youth. Dr. Damu, who was about to say something, was suddenly stunned, because although the expression of the little girl in front of him contained surprise, it was more terrified. Follow the little girl's line of sight. Dr. Damu turned back suddenly. I saw, rumbling, the first floor was at least 3 times as large as before, sweeping and rushing from the distant sea. Dr. Damu's expression changed, and he glanced at the pink-haired little loli who had a heart. The corner of his mouth twitched and he faced the monstrous waves that came rushing towards him again. After a long while, a word came out of his mouth. Gone. Time goes back to the time when the big needlebee slaughtered Diablo Lugia under the gun in exchange for injury, and Diablo Lugia died with the wind, leaving only a purple-black diamond shade crystal. Immediately, the system's prompt sound came along. You commanded the giant hornet to kill the dark Lugia, and you have gained a little, the battle level +1, the strength +5, and the future hornet's experience value +25, high-speed movement proficiency degree +5, gauntlet proficiency degree +5, extinction needle stab proficiency degree +5. Close black lens bracket. Your giant gold monster assisted in killing dark Lugia, a little gain, physique +3, future giant gold monster experience value +15, meteor beam proficiency +3, comet fizz proficiency +3, light wall proficiency +3. Close black lens bracket. Ding! Complete the achievement. Godkiller, kill the top legend. Obtaining reward for attendant. Destruction power, exclusive to Big Needlebee. King Kong indestructible, exclusive to Iron Dumbbell. Ding! You have gained the favor of the elf world ocean. The innate affinity of water-type elves is +60%, and you have obtained a special passive, ocean affinity. Hint, remaining time of combat power time limit card 2215, hem tilde. With the sound of the system's prompt, a warm and moist feeling like the ocean's envelope emerged in his heart, which made Bai Z feel a sense of closeness to the water's sourcey area. It seems that the sea under his feet can no longer cause any harm to him. This time the reward is obviously not less. However, Baizi obviously didn't want to check it at this time. He jumped up from the giant golden monster, and with a flash he appeared beside the giant needlebee. 353 The power of Baizi swept through, clearing and purifying the possible abnormal state of the large needlebee. At the same time, take out the wound medicine in various bottles and jars. He looked lightly nervous, but the hands and feet dealt with the wounds on the bee's body in an orderly manner. How are you? Do you feel uncomfortable there? Beer tilde, it's okay, Master tilde. Big Needlebee shook his head, and stared at Baizi's familiar but slightly different aura. A flash of reminiscence flashed in his eyes. Long time no see, little master. Well, Baizi didn't find the spirit of the Big Needlebee. He understood the meaning of the Big Needlebee through telepathy, and he used the power of Baizi to probe it again, and he was a little relieved. Status: slightly severe, recovering, no dark wounds. It is good to have no dark wound. Although the injury is serious, it is finally in the process of recovery, and it is not a big problem. As for the nearly disabled right needle arm of the large needlebee, it is not a big problem, because the double needles of the giant stinger are like the tail of the dumb bee. It can grow back after falling off. In the life of the giant stinger, there will be at least several times to actively exchange their double needles for new ones, in order to maintain their own fighting power. I am the protagonist template. Invincible Chapter 141 to 160. Chapter 141. The crystallization of the law. The blessing of the sea god. Please complete the order. After doing his best to deal with the injury of the giant needlebee, Baizi glanced at the turbulent sea beneath his feet, frowning slightly just as he was about to let the giant gold monster strike and calm down. Bo, a figure of Dao Jia, Bai broke through the water and emerged. It spread its wings several meters wide, and with a single flap of its wing, the sea immediately calmed down, and the wind and rain stopped suddenly. It is Lugia himself. Dark Lugia. Don't want. At this moment, Lugia's whole body is filled with splendid brilliance, high and awe-inspiring, and the telepathy that tends to be feminine resounds through the world with a decidedly firm will. However, when it broke out and looked in all directions, the words in the mouth were a little unsustainable for a while, because at this moment, there is no trace of Dark Lugia on the surface of the sea. There is only one human with the breath of its child, and, standing in front of this human being, two giant stinging bees and giant golden monsters that even it is deeply oppressed. Human, Lugia was about to ask, but then, when she saw the purple-black diamond shade crystals on Baizi's side, she was shocked. This is the law of Dark Lugia. Crystal. The familiar aura on it will never be mistaken. It is the breath of Dark Lugia, and the law crystallizes. It is an aggregate of laws that can be produced and assembled only by those who step into the realm of the gods and have a law comprehension of more than 30%, and there is only one way to produce it. Death. The appearance of each law crystal represents the fall of an existence that is not shallow enough to step into the realm of God, and the breath of the evil law crystal in front of you is clearly that of Dark Lugia. That is to say, Diablo Lugia is dead. Even, it is very likely that the elves under the human trainer in front of him were killed. Thinking of this, Lugia's heart trembled. Has the human trainer already possessed such a powerful existence? It turns out that this West is the crystal of the law. Baizi raised his eyebrows slightly, and took the purple, black crystal suspended in mid-air in his hand. Ya's body swept over. Immediately one by one, crystal of the law of evil, the top-level divine artifact, which allows elves to improve their understanding of the law of evil without any side effect. Note, the process is irreversible. Please choose the correct successor. Elf. Lugia. Attribute. Super energy, flying system. Characteristic. Pressure. Multiple scales. Monty. Level. Level 1 God Peak. Level 119. 95 100. Level 1 God High Level. Unstable. Potential. Level 1 God. HP. 106. First attack. 90. Defense. 130. Special attack. 90. Special defense. 154. Speed. 110. Exclusive skill. Air Blast. Cyclone attack. Strike. Skills. Blow. Slightly. Open black lens bracket. Authority. Ocean current. Close black lens bracket. Status. Poor. Tired. The source is injured. Introduction. The legendary elves who live in the deep sea are in charge of ocean current. It is said that if they wave their wings, it will cause a storm for up to 40 days. Because the phantom body is broken, the source is damaged and the damage is not shallow. The trauma is not shallow. Has the phantom body been broken? A ray of thought flashed in Baizi's eyes, and in the face of a great enemy like Diablo Lugia, he still split. Combined with the erosion of little Lugia, it is not difficult to guess the general reason and process. Woot tilde. At this moment, it seemed that he sensed the breath of his mother, and there was an agitation at Baizi's collar, and for a moment, a small white head emerged from it. Then, there were a pair of silver wings in the shape of palm. Woot tilde. Xiaojia. Guy rubbed his eyes a little sleepy, and the first time after he woke up a little, Xiaojia. Guy stretched his neck with a cute face, and rubbed against Baizi's side face. Obviously, even if Baizi changed his form, the little guy inside didn't show any signs of recognition, and seemed very intimate. The first time she saw little Lugia, she opened her wings excitedly, and Lugia, who was looking forward to her daughter Ryan returning to her nest, froze in the air, especially after the little family found it. Although he was very happy and waved his hand, it didn't mean anything. Still lying in the arms of that human being, hugging each other with their neck crossed, the intimacy of the unstoppable arches. Lugia's entire bird was petrified, very tired. It's only been a day. Has the cub been kidnapped? I don't even kiss my mom anymore. Thinking of this, Lugia looked at Baizi's eyes, which was a grudge, like a mother who had been robbed of her cub. Cough. Baizi was a little embarrassed to see, and cleared his throat with a smirk, with an innocent expression on his face, because to tell the truth, he doesn't even know why little Lugia is so close to him. Maybe it's because of Baizi's power. Here, Lugia's resentment is only fleeting. In fact, for this benefactor who should have saved his child and killed the Dark Lugia, he is both grateful and admiring. It can be said that the favorability is almost full. Quote ellipsis. Human. Clear telepathy rang from Baizi's ears, with obvious kindness. Thank you very much for your help. I will remember and repay this kindness. Now, let me pay you a small gift first. Right. The voice fell. Lugia's body flashed light, and suddenly released a warm breath, which spread up, and wrapped around Baizi's body. In an instant, like the sea gently wrapping itself, this feeling is fleeting. At the same time, Baizi's ear also happened to hear the system's prompt sound one by one. Ding. You have received the blessing of Lugia, the god of the sea. Wild and neutral water elves will have an innate favor with the host. The favorability depends on different degree. The minimum is 30%. Your body is purified by the power of blessing. Constitution +2, spirit +2, strength +2, agility, goodly how +2. You have obtained resistance to the water attribute factor, and the damage caused by the water element trick to you will be greatly reduced. Good east west. After reading the instructions given by the system, Baizi's eyes lit up. I don't know that this is something that can only be possessed by the divine beast. He can only be blessed at the source level once in his life, and he can't help but acclaim in his heart. Seeing the big from the small, the blessing alone has such an effect. Just how impressive Lugia's own abilities should be, you can already get a glimpse of it. Truly a deity. As expected, their abilities cannot be judged purely by the attributes on the data panel. Their essence and hidden power are also shocking enough to be underestimated. Chapter 142. Send the cub Lugia and master the ability of the legendary tribe. For full order. After the blessing, coupled with little Lugia, the natural bridge of communication, Baizi and Lugia quickly got to know each other. After a while, they chatted with each other to sort out the cause and effect of the Dark Lugia. Is that so? Well, Lugia nodded and thanked again. Thanks to your help, otherwise, I really don't know what to do. It's nothing. Baizi shook his head with a light smile, stretched out his hand and scratched on the chin of the little Lugia who was stuck in his arm, and said, speaking of which, it can be considered that the little guy has a relationship with me. My Baizi's power is designed to overcome this kind of attribute power with abnormal state. If the little guy can find me so accurately, it is natural that he should not die. Woo tilde. Little Lugia let out bursts of cheerful murmurs, bent her neck, hooked Baizi's hands and fingers, and then closed her wings, wrapping Baizi's palms completely. Baizi's mouth corner hook, letting little Lugia's obsession. After all, little Lugia is still very cute, and he naturally doesn't hate each other as closeness. You can't say that. Hearing this, Lugia shook his head and said, no matter what the circumstances and reasons are, the life-saving grace is real. Moreover, not only my children, but even myself, or our entire Lugia tribe, owe you a life. If you hadn't eliminated that girl, the whole sea would have faced such a bloody storm. 353 Lugia's tone was full of acclamation, rejoicing and gratitude. Afterward, it swept its gaze over the giant stinger bee and the giant golden monster, looked at Baizi, and sighed softly, speaking, Baizi, you are truly the strongest human trainer I have seen in thousands of years. Being able to nurture ordinary elves to a level that is comparable to, or even surpasses, top legend. This talent, I, the god of the sea, Lugia, would like to call you the strongest. It too much. Baizi touched the tip of his nose. This very visual sentence made him endure. No, shut his mouth and twitch the corners. Are you Uchiha Rocky Madara? Why, willing to be the strongest, is okay. Could it be that you are still ready to dance? Two words were silently spit out in my heart, just when Baizi was about to say something else. However, he found that Lugia suddenly swayed, and then, he was keenly aware that Fang's slightly vain aura suddenly plummeted. You are this. Seeing this, Baizi frowned. Lugia smiled bitterly and said, I was already traumatized by the breaking down of the phantom body, not to mention that the power of the overloaded driving authority will gather the ley lines and ocean current. This time, I am afraid I will go deeper. In the ley lines and ocean current, the slumber ACBH has been back to its origins for a long time. The concept of ley lines and ocean currents has also been explained to Baizi by Lugia before. Lugia will spontaneously calm the ocean currents when she is asleep. At the same time, as a part part of nature. No one can disturb Lugia. It is a pretty good place to sleep. But then, looks like you've thought of it too. Lugia stared at Baizi's slightly squinted eyes, and his soft eyes swept over the little Lugia who was holding Baizi's hand, and said softly, the Earth's currents are the natural nodes of the planet. 1. The hidden power is very frightening. The little guy is still young. Without my support, it is difficult to survive in it. What's more, once I fall into a deep sleep, without my control, God knows it, where will it go again? Quote, for it, this world is too dangerous. Speaking of this, Lugia shook his head helplessly, and asked in a deep voice, so, I hope that the little guy can be temporarily handed over to you to take care of it for a while. After all, the person I can trust with confidence now, it's only you. After speaking, before Baizi could respond, he suddenly changed the subject. By the way, the god calling conch is in your hands, right? Yes. Baizi nodded, slightly confused, took out the god calling conch, and then flew to Lugia with Lugia's outstretched hand. This east-west is a token given by Lugia, the god of the sea in the previous generation, to the original water people's sacrifice, but it is actually a sounding device infused with the power of God, which can call nearby people with a special channel and sound. The Lugia tribes respond. As for whether to answer, call, it depends on the wishes of the Lugia who was only called. Oh, Baizi raised his eyebrows when he heard this. What the point of, oh, everything is about your love and my wishes. What's more, this god calling conch has the power of the god. Long-term carrying can also strengthen the body, and can also enhance the affinity for the water system. Of course, what I said was the undamaged conch shell. As he said that, Lugia swept his wings, and the condensed spiritual power turned into strands of threads that fell into the mid-air conch. It's like cooking a cow to solve a cow. Layers of mysterious pictures and text are sketched and depicted on the conch of the god calling conch. Then, with a slap of the wings, the surging mental power instantly wraps it up. The whole is like a triangle, and the pattern of the hooked jade pattern at the corners gradually solidifies, turns into a solid state, and is printed on the outside of the conch. Afterward, Lugia pulled out another silver feather, pulled it into a silk thread, and wrapped it around the automatically smaller conch. In the end, a delicate and small conch necklace appeared in front of Baizi. Lugia's breath slipped again, and then with a wave of his hand, he threw Dong Shi to Baizi and said, okay, this Dong Shi has been retrained by me, injected with new divine power, and also portrayed. Once you have the seal of authority, you can take it. It's very simple to use. Just connect the seal of authority with mental power, and it will get bigger. Then, in addition to the original summoning and refining functions, it can also directly command the summoned Lugia tribe. At the same time, as long as I'm at the seaside, I can use this conch to connect directly to the channel of the earth currents and call my true body to come across the realm. But for the time being, I need to go into a deep sleep, and I guess I can't make it. Respond. Quote, if you need combat power, you can give priority to summoning Lugia from the Whirlpool Islands or the additional waters of the Orange Island. They are the only members of the Lugia clan who have set foot in the realm of God other than me. Speaking of which, Lugia couldn't help but sigh in her heart. As a medieval era, the PT period is enough to compare with the top legendary group of the Risikuzu clan. Up to now, there are only 3 or 2 of these big cats and kittens left. Quickly restraining his thought, Lugia pushed out of thin air and sent the god-calling conch necklace to Baizi's body. Take it. Thank Lugia. Baizi took over the east-west without being hypocritical, and at the same time solemnly expressed his thanks. Regardless of other functions, the ability to directly command the summoned Lugia tribe is enough to show the trust of the other party. What's more, he's not blind. Making this brand new god-calling conch is obviously not easy for today's Lugia itself. Even if the other party wants something, Baizi is still willing to recognize this friendship. Don't worry, Lugia, this little guy stays with me for a day, and I won't let it hurt in any way. This is a man, as promised. Chapter 143. The incoming black flash cracks the empty seat. Don't speak. I will take it as your default. For full order. That good. Look forward to seeing you next time. Lugia laughed lightly, took a deep look at the little guy nestled in Baizi's eye, and turned his streamlined figure upside down. A thud. Then I went straight into the deep sea. No, as for walking so simply. Seeing this, Baizi was a little dumbfounded. Woot tilde. The little guy in his arms raised his head a little later, and looked at the place where Lugia disappeared. Okay little guy, neck, you're going to live with me for a while. Baizi crossed little Lugia's wing net, raised it high to divert the attention of the little guy, and said softly again and again, Woot tilde. Little Lugia's eyes lit up, and suddenly broke away from Baizi's palm. With a cheering cry, he threw himself into his arms, his calf fluttered, and his head rubbed against Baizi's neck without stopping. Ha ha ha, don't be like this, little guy, it's a little itchy, ha 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 ha. While speaking, Baizi gently pushed away the head of little Lugia, who was very obsessed and intimate with him. Play with the little guy for a while, for the sake of safety. After asking the little guy for his opinion, Baizi temporarily subdued him and crashed into the Pokeball. Then, he moved his thoughts and looked at the remaining time of the future combat power time limit card displayed on the system interface. 1056. There are many kind. This time is short or short, long or long. But in this situation now, it seems a little embarrassing, because he can't find what to do with this time. Or, assist in a wave of monsters. Or, I call out the giant needlebees and iron dumbbells, and take this opportunity to let them impart a little experience. However, just when Baizi was thinking, located on the top of the 9 heavens, the clouds above his head suddenly fluctuated violently like a vortex and spun away. The turbulent airflow formed a huge void and swept through it. In the faintly emerging cyan streamer, a slender dark dragon shadow was meandering. The body climbed out of the cloud, crimson red. The bright round pupils were weak, and they just stared at Baizi and the 2 elves beside him. Baizi's heart pounded. He recognized the identity of this elf with scabs and scars all over his body. This is that, a black flashing Riffy, Fizzle tilde, Terry tilde. At Baizi's side, the giant stinger and the giant golden monster were suddenly facing enemy. Although the aura is slightly inferior to the previous one, only the dark Lugia, and there is no vast divine power to show, but the 2 pets know this guy's character well. At the moment when there is no contract with Baizi, who knows this martial arts maniac what kind of action will be made. At the same time, Baizi, who had calmed down a little, turned his attention to the behemoth in front of him again, and in his eyes the dazzling brilliance that no one could see flashed away. In the next second, the data panel of the Black Flash Risikuza was revealed in his eyes. Elf, Rikongza, Black Flash. Attribute, Dragon, Flying. Characteristic, Airlock. Exclusive feature, to the effects of the weather, regardless of gain or weakening, will be nullified, but the weather itself will not disappear. Level 1 God Peak level 119 0-100. Potential, level 1 God, Extreme. HP 105. Attack 150. Defense 90. Special attack 150. Special defense 90. Speed 95. Exclusive skill, Finishing Touch. Skill, Tornado, Air Slash, Divine Speed, Dragon Wave, Dragon Meteor, Dragon Dance, Destruction, Death Light, Primal Power, Dragon Tail, Titan, Reverse Gale. Hold. Status, slightly injured. Law Comprehension, Flight 99%. Introduction. The shining legendary elves who arrived in the realm of the gods are the only clansmen in the Riftu clan who can compete with their patriarch, the primitive Riftsator. They have the talent and will to fight that are unparalleled even among the legendary tribe. Not long ago, broke through the ranks of the first level gods in the battle. So strong. Baizi was slightly surprised to know, since it is marked as breakthrough not long ago, it also means that the previous Rifit should only be a high level god. But in the case of a first level god and high level at most, it can already match its patriarch, the original cracking seat, who is a god in charge. You must know that the divine beast with the rank will increase its own combat power. The pinnacle of super evolutionary trick, the pinnacle of the first level god. 0. Ask for flowers. The black flashing cracking seat in front of him can fight against it with a slightly inferior level. No matter whether he wins or loses, its powerful combat power is evident. L_. Moreover, when it comes to the black flash cracking empty seat, Chinchuan can't help but think of that. Only in the theatrical version of Herpa, the super demon god of Nimbus, fighting against 6 super powerful black flashes of first level gods in a row. The Rifit is bound to be rare, and the black flashing Risikuza is likely to have only one. So, will the one in the theatrical version be the one in front of him? If so, then everything is explained. What is the first level god of the P level challenge? In the future, it has the same top legend, but it has a top level record of 1v6 but has the upper hand. And also, what was the reason for such a powerful black flash cracking seat being injured? Thinking back to the incident where he unintentionally healed the black flash crack empty seat not long ago, and the aftermath of the fierce battle with the unknown existence on the top of the clouds when Ho-Oh summoned the phantom body. Same in the Kanto region. So, will it be? Just when Baizi fell into deep thought, a girl's voice that was slightly clear and stern echoed in his ears. Human, come, fight me. Baizi was stunned when he heard the word female, ah no, mother, and many more. Did she just invite me to fight? There are too many elements, and Baizi is obviously a little stunned, but he is stunned, and the black flashing cracking seat completely ignores it. Don't speak, I take it as your default. Yeah tilde. The black flashing cracking seat roared and snaked the dragon body in the air, and the jade-like light condensed to the extreme in an instant. The next moment, it turned into a green arrow of light, pulled 2 orange-yellow shadows on its side, and slammed straight into the giant needlebee who was always vigilant below, and the giant golden monster. Direction. Chapter 144. Baizi, the dance of the spinning top dragon. How can you play like this? Please complete the order. Swish one by one. The air seems to have been drawn a line of fire, and the attack of the black flash cracking seat is simple and rude. Instantly, into the hyper-evolved it. Bring gusts of wind, flying at a dizzying speed, with sharp jaws like a halberd. The target is directed at the giant stingray. A shot, the hand is full force. It is also the exclusive trick of the crackling seat Seat family. The finishing touch. Golden Monster. The accident happened quickly, but Bai Zi took over the superpower of the future body, and his mental value exceeded the peak of 100,000. He still reacted in a close call and shouted loudly, "Terry Tilda!" The giant gold monster, who had been prepared for a long time, moved when he heard the sound. Kacha, kacha, in a sound like a mechanical rotation. The eyes of the giant golden monster shone with 353 rays of light, and the illusory data brilliance flickered. The thick limbs like iron pillars turned into afterimages, very dexterously woven in the front half of the body, and in an instant, a hemispherical shield composed of countless ultra-small reflective walls appeared in front of the void, supported by the forearms, supported by the giant golden monster. The main, moving greeted the incoming cracking sea. Buzz the big needlebee retreated quite neatly and hid behind the giant golden monster, without the slightest idea of trying to fight against Kakuroza. Immediately after, roared Tilda, with the soaring and domineering dragon roar resounding through the sky. The peerless green glow cut through the sky and slammed into the honeycomb-shaped hemisphere shield made of countless reflecting walls supported by the giant golden monster. Bang! Thorn! A dull crashing sound like Hongzhong Dalu resounded in the air, and the instant the two side touched, bursts of dark red-edged electric light erupted. The surging force was transmitted from the outside of the shield. Even with the divine power of the giant golden monster, when there was nowhere to use the power in the air, it was pushed horizontally by the black flashing splitter and flew upside down hundreds of meters in midair. Click! A tiny crack appeared in the honeycomb shield, and then, just like triggering a chain reaction of dominoes, one after another cracked spread and grew like branches, and within a moment they almost covered nearly half of the shield. Terry Tilda. Bang! Facing this, the data in the giant golden monster's eyes flickered again and again, and the strong repulsion burst out, and in the moment of stabilizing the figure, the forearm stepped on like a wheel. The honeycomb-shaped shield of the semicircle softened instantly and folded up like a wave. Bass! The sudden change of force point made Risikuza's impulse unstoppable to deflect and turn in the direction of the concave shield, smashing the firelight and galloping along the side of the giant gold monster. Chan! Bai Zi and Big Needlebee's eyes suddenly lit up. Tit for a tooth. Sizzle Tilda. The big needlebee hiding behind the giant golden monster quietly rose, the needle arm half-wheel, pulling out an inexplicable force to bless the intact left needle arm, and then, a little cold light came first, and then the gun shot out like a dragon. This gun is lightning fast, but also surprisingly accurate. At the staggered moment, I picked a scab without dragon scales in the cracking space, and at the same time brought out a swarm of flesh and blood. It also doubled, and the erosive power was shocking. The evil energy of people was poured into go. Bang! Interlaced all sounds rang out one after another. This is not only the sound of the secondary damage caused by the tit-for-tat trick, but also the dragon's tail that Kakuzuza counterattacks at the critical moment. Kacha! Bang Yi! The already overwhelmed shield immediately shattered, and the unstoppable dragon tail trick of the split air seat slammed heavily on the body of the giant golden monster, like playing volleyball, swept it straight away, tumbling, smashed into the middle of the sea. Boom! The large needlebee fluttered its wing, avoiding the remaining energy, and stood opposite the black flashing cracking seat again. Moment! The giant golden monster broke out of the water and crossed between the two again, blocking the giant needlebee behind. On its body surface, a clear white seal printed with dragon scales is clearly visible, but in terms of injury, for the giant golden monster, this is only the degree of skin trauma. The first round of this lightning flint confrontation, the big needlebee and the giant gold monster have the upper hand. You guys, it's not bad. The azure light flickered and washed away, and within a moment, the torn wound of the black flash cracked empty sea quickly closed and stopped the bleeding. And suffering from this injury, the black flashing Kaikong's expression was not angry but happy, and there was also obvious excitement in the beautiful voice. Zero. Come again. The dragon body meanders, accompanied by a low-pitched sound. The black flash cracking empty sea straightens the dragon body again, and the green dragon element explodes, turning into a jade-colored light arrow, breaking the wind and dividing the sea, and hit directly. Still the finishing touch. Golden monster. Use it one more time. Bai Zi's eyes narrowed slightly, as the so-called good move is not afraid of being old. Therefore, facing the same finishing touch of this move, he prepared to repeat the old trick, combined with the previous tactic, and then attacked the opponent. Anyway, he saw, this black flash crack empty seat has a crazy energy when fighting, like to play head-to-head confrontation. Even in the face of attack, the first thing that comes to mind is not evasion, but the intention to exchange injury for injury and counterattack. Fortunately too. Otherwise, once Risikuza, whose mobility in the air is almost invincible, starts a guerrilla attack, tis just thinking about it made the scalp tingle. However, before he finished speaking, the next scene made Bai Zi know that even if he did not fight guerrilla warfare, facing a top legend, especially a top legend like Black Flash Crack Empty Sea, who had experienced hundreds of battles, it's still too naive to play tricks again. Roared Tilda. The passionate and and tyrannical sound of the dragon's roar shockation 1.7, and the splitting sea, which had advanced halfway, suddenly flicked the dragon's tail, borrowing strength out of thin air. In an instant, his body twisted like a spinning top, turning into a tornado-like spinning arrow of light that burst into the air, and at the same time, the crimson-red haze like halos rising up and down all over the body also slowly surrounds them. Baizi instantly recognized the changes in the body of the black flashing Risikuza. The mouth and corners twitched, and the inner heart was speechless. The dance of the spinning top dragon. How can you play like this? Chapter 145. The frontal shock. Under the mask. For full order. Well-known. Dragon dance is a well-known and powerful auxiliary buff trick of the dragon system. It can not only enhance the attack, but also increase the user's speed. It can be said to be a very practical changing skill. It is not inferior to the sword dance technique that focuses on enhancing the attack ability. It can be said that each has its own strength. For most dragon type and even non-dragon type elves, dragon dance is a necessary member of their regular arsenal. Oh yes, what needs to be explained here is that, as a quasi-god of the dragon system, the fierce biting land shark known as the earth dragon cannot dance the dragon dance. To know, even a water-type elves like lobster soldiers who can't fight with dragon-type 8 poles can learn it. But as a pure-blooded dragon shark, he can't learn the dragon dance at all. This is even more outrageous than the fact that Groudon can't fly. At least Groudon is the god of the earth. Jumping is difficult. Can't fly. That forgivable, right? Funny. But your dignified earth dragon doesn't know how to dance the dragon. Lio2 bites the shark. You quit the group. What else is it called? Earth dragon. You can change it to earth shark. Well, let's stop talking. Let's get down to business. This dragon dance is a very excellent change type buff trick of the dragon element. Although it is powerful, it also has the same disadvantages as sword dance. That is the preparation time that must be taken when completing the dragon dance. Whether it's dancing according to the mystical trajectory to perform the fight dance, to stimulate the energy and muscles within the body, or to concentrate on contemplation to liberate the latent power. These all require full attention. This also means that if the dragon dance is used during this period, the body will be in a state of incapacity, and once such preconditions are interrupted, dragon dance will not be able to take shape. Of course, sufficient proficiency and targeted training are not impossible to reduce the preparation time for dragon dance, but I've never heard of buff skills being used in combination with trait skill. This is not a direct augmentation skill like high-speed movement. To know, even the big Needlebee, who used his talent to reward his diligence to almost reach the full level of proficiency in the sword dance trick, can at best achieve seamless connection when using sword dance with other trick. But in the end, the two skills are used separately. But the black flashing splinter seat in front of me is quite good, not to mention the trick change in the middle of the finishing touch, and it is not completely superimposed on the dragon dance, and it is so successful. Where do you let Bai Zesheng make sense? Gone. He cursed inwardly, but in the face of the black flash cracking the empty seat, Bai Z didn't dare to neglect him at all. The power of the finishing touch is already perverted enough, but now it increases the impact, strike power, persistence and penetration power in a spiral posture, supplemented by the attack speed buff superimposed by dragon dance. This is really going to be real, even if it is not a series of two. His two elves, at least one must lose the ability to fight. Under such circumstances, defense is bound to be unsafe. Even if it is defended, it will continue to be drilled with the finishing touches like this, and I am afraid that it will end in a broken face in the end. In that case, then use offense instead of defense. Baizi's eyes were lowered. He filtered his thoughts while his heart was spinning, and he shouted in a deep voice, "The giant gold monster, me go, iron wall, Euro ball, Terry tilde." The low-sounding roar was accompanied by the sound of the mechanical rotating shaft, and the giant golden monster, whose whole body was coated with a layer of bright silver energy iron film, folded its forearms and tightly covered it all around. Immediately afterward, a layer of splendid light wave came out from the eyes of the giant golden monster, and quickly spread to the whole body, turning into a layer of energy field like a sphere. At the same time, the body of the giant golden monster also rotates at high speed, turning into a spinning top like a spinning top, and heading straight for the black flashing slasher. Good come. The clear and tender drink came out, and the cracking seat in the sharply swirling finishing state did not mean to avoid it at all. The whole body was green and generous, and the speed suddenly soared again, and the whole body was pulled out in the void. Long photo shoot, like a falling star, straight into the oncoming spiral iron groove. Boom! The finishing touch of the rotating arrow collided with the metal top of the iron wall top ball, and the dull impact sounded suddenly. What followed closely was the shock wave of terrifying energy that oscillated at the center of the confrontation between the two. The clouds are gone. The sea is sunken. In the air, circle after circle of annular air waves spread rapidly, turning into substantial air waves, blowing away everything between the sea and the sky. The gust of wind suddenly struck, causing Baizi's complexion to change. range. He quickly raised his palms and pushed forward. In an instant, a layer of burning white translucent crystal wall appeared in front of Bai Zi. 353 next second. Bang! A strong thrust came from the barrier of mind power. Bai Zi's shoulders swayed, and then his face flushed and he retreated for hundreds of meters, and the air wave gradually calmed down a little. And this moment, on the field, it is located in the center of the battle between Black Flash and the giant gold monster. Thorn, accompanied by the sharp sound of grinding gold and iron, electric bark rose continuously. The aftermath of the two sides of the competition spread wantonly, and at the cross-section of the encounter, a burst of waves rose. The black arc flashes continuously in the void. Qi Jin, lightning flashes, shock, air explosion. The energy wave of the riot filled a piece so that Bai Zi couldn't see the scene at all. Standing on top of his elbow with one hand, the burning white shield rose. The other hand was placed on his forehead. Hesitating for a while, Bai Zi finally twisted his eyebrows and tore off the blindfold covering his face. Chapter 146. Is it time for me to say something nice now? Please complete the order. The distorted and extremely bright scene suddenly came into view, and the eyes were swollen. Then, there was a sour feeling. This kind of feeling was like suddenly wearing super high degree myopia glasses, which made Bai Zi feel dizzy for a while. Fortunately, this feeling comes and goes quickly. It didn't take a while, although there was still a little bit of sourness, and there seemed to be warm tears seeping out of the corners of his eyes, but Bai Zi basically got used to it. Once again, he turned his attention to the battlefield. From the perspective, the energy stance that originally blocked the line of sight was suddenly pushed aside like a cloud and became a piece of clear. It was very easy for him to see the black flash crack empty seat and the light stand in the shape of the giant gold monster. Not only that, still in the stalemate confrontation, in the black flash cracking empty seat and the body of the giant gold monster, the energy factor of the flowing is also completely unobstructed by him. Therefore, although on the surface the two sides seem to be on the same level, but compared with the still stable and strong energy factor of Risikuza, the steel factor of the giant gold monster running inside is still operating to the extreme. Continue to stalemate. The giant gold monster will definitely lose. Can't wait. Go. Big Stinger. Gauntlets push in. Go. Exterminate the stinger. He stared at the constantly moving energy node on the black flash cracked empty seat, and Bai Zi's mental power instantly contacted the big needlebee in his arms, and shouted in a deep voice, Beer Tilda. At this moment, the large needlebee, who had already taken the opportunity to break the half-remained needle arm and spent his physical strength to regenerate it, moved upon hearing the sound. The splendid purple ons aggregated and condensed, turning into a layer of energy armor covering a pair of needle arms. Immediately afterward, the giant needlebee put his right arm across the front, and the gauntlet expanded again, turning into a lavender semicircular arc energy shield. Afterward, the large needlebee fluttered its wings and charged forward in an inexhaustible charge, turning into a lavender streamer to break through the surrounding energy stand, and rushed to the side of the cracking seat at an unparalleled speed. Needle arm swings between. The right needle arm, wrapped in a little scarlet luster and layers of azure energy, stabbed the torso of the black flash cracked empty seat suddenly. Choke. There was a stabbing, the sound of gold and iron clashing sound, and then, there was a delayed air tearing, cracking sound, and the blue-green energy attached to the bag. The long needle wrapped in the gauntlet in midair, a phantom of a bright lance pierced through it, and stabbed heavily under the neck of the black flash cracked empty seat, 7 inches square. Bang! A dull sound resounded between the sea and the sky, followed by 5 blue-green energy rings rising from the humming sound. Foreshadowed. Although this one-shot killing needle thorn did not have the effect of one-hit kill, it caused the highest damage, 5 times the damage. And through this stab, the rapid and ferocious impact of the giant needlebee, the impact forces completely poured on the rapidly rotating torso of the black flash crack empty seat, driving the whole body to move slightly laterally, bow, and deflect to one side. At the same time, the little scarlet energy factor also invaded the body of the black flash crack. Roar. This sudden blow made black flash crack Hongza endure. No, hold on. Let out a painful dragon roar. The balance was broken, and it was no longer able to wrestle with the giant golden monster. Between body twist, it was actually freed from the rotating finishing touch by the heavy blow of the giant needlebee, and it traversed in mid-air, and a powerful dragon tail slammed towards the giant needlebee and the giant golden monster. Put it down. Be under the hood. Wide area destruction. This blow can be called a second to the top. Take advantage of the situation and turn the disadvantage into a counterattack. Not to mention that the timing of the choice is also stuck in the direction of the old power of the giant needlebee and the giant gold monster when the new power is not born. I have to say that although the black flash cracking seat is the same wild top legend as Diablo Lugia, the ability shown in combat experience has left Diablo Lugia a few streets away. But just when the dragon's tail of the wide area destruction of the black flash cracking seat was about to hit the giant needlebee, a heart-piercing pain suddenly emerged from its body, and along with with this pain comes the twitching feeling that the energy in the body is suddenly cut off. The body of the black flash cracked the empty seat and suddenly froze. It's now malicious pursuit. Frozen fist. Baizi's eyes suddenly brightened, and without hesitation he shouted to the giant stinger and the giant golden monster. It turns out that those flashing energy nodes are attacked. An attack. Will the torso be stiff like a short circuit? Thoughts urged in my heart. In reality, Baizi tried his best to widen his eyes. In the blue eyes, white mist rises up like a dream. From the corners of his eyes, the warm liquid seeped out again, and in Baizi's perspective, a looming white spot of light finally appeared on the slender dragon body of black flash crack. I found it. Under the connection of the vast spiritual power, the big needlebee and the giant golden monster also saw the weakness of the black flash crack empty seat at the same time. Beer tilde and go. The malicious pursuit perfectly hit the inverse scale on the neck of the black cracking seat, and the sudden increase in strength made the black flash cracking seat, which was able to break free from the rigidity, shake. And then, Terry tilde. The death-defying confrontation has long aroused the ferocity of the giant golden monster. In the heavy mechanical roar, the giant golden monster that spontaneously moved into a state of high-speed movement rushed forward with a terrifying repulsion explosion. The frozen fist, like a meteor hitting the ground, stabs the same part of the malicious pursuit. Immediately, the refreshing chill poured down with a huge force, directly smashing the slender dragon body of the black flash crack empty seat into the sea, arousing a water curtain all over the sky. Boom! Crash! Delayed loud sound then rang in Baizi's ears, and the water droplets that shot in all directions were like a hail of bullets hitting Baizi's face, which was thousands of meters away, and there was still obvious pain. With this, you can see the fierceness of this blow. Hey tilde. Although it is 2 against 1, the giant stinger itself has suffered a lot in the Battle of Diablo Lugia, and the level of the giant gold monster is also slightly inferior. In addition, the opponent is the legendary top legend of Black Flash Crack Empty Seat, can hold the upper hand in battle. To be honest, this sense of achievement is really exciting. Just one word. Cool. Just when Baizi was restraining his heart, Shen, preparing to alert the giant Hornbee and the giant golden monster, the combat power time limit card on the system interface happened to be 0 at this moment. 0-100. In an instant, the full good Li Hao power in the body inside gradually began to subside. The costumes changed, the line of sight recovered and lowered, and the giant needlebee and the giant golden monster also turned from real to virtual, slowly disappeared in front of Baizi's eyes. Haven't had time to react yet. Immediately afterward, Baizi felt that his feet were empty, and his whole body fell weightlessly towards the sea below. Clap la, and at this moment, the slender black dragon shadow broke through the water, and its body twisted, pulling up Baizi like a snake. The dragon head lowered, and the red pupils were quiet, staring at Baizi's eyes. There is doubt and scrutiny in his eyes, but there is a hint of playfulness. Baizi, by the way, is it still time for me to say something nice now? P.S. The anthropomorphic picture of the beast tilde. Chapter 147. The empty seat that makes the temper. The glasses of sealing the magic. Please order. Then what? Baizi sneered, and was about to say something when he found that the black flash cracked empty seat withdrew from the super evolution state in a burst of green light. Wandering like a snake in midair, he brought Baizi to a reef and put it down. 4 eyes facing each other. The eyes that looked like substance made Baizi's breath stagnate for a while. Afterward, an imperceptible smile flashed in the red pupils of black flash crack empty seat. Qingli's telepathy rang out. Today, the battle. I'm having a blast. Goodbye, human. Black flash cracked empty seat took a last look at Baizi, accompanied by bursts of dragon roars, whether intentional or unintentional. The dragon's tail flicked, flashing a splash of water and swept towards Baizi, then went straight into the sky, and soon disappeared. After all the fun, the black flash cracked the empty seat and did not intend to delve into what happened to Baizi's sudden loss of power. But after 2 hits, he didn't even have a chance to fight back. To be honest, it is a lie to not hold back. As someone else, she might have given Fang's ashes a long time ago, but Baizi is kind to him, so it's naturally not good for him. Therefore, it was only on a whim that the young daughter's temperament like flashing water was made. The oncoming wave sprinkled down. Baizi's mouth twitched, and he raised his hand. As his thought turned, he was about to use his thought to stop it. Humph. Approximately 353. A needle-like tingling sensation suddenly came from his brain. Baizi groaned, and the scorching white light that lit up slightly on the palm of his hand suddenly dissipated. Yi la la. The water was pouring down, and Baizi suddenly poured a chicken in the soup. Good half sound. The stinging pain gradually dissipated. Really? With a slightly wry smile, Baizi stretched out his hand and wiped the sea water on his face, but when he was about to put his palm down, he found that there was a faint white spot of light flickering on it. This is it. Baizi's eyes narrowed, his expression a little weird. Weakness perception. Squat down slightly. Baizi reflected on the sea and looked at his eyes. The pupils have completely turned into blue, and white mist flashes from time to time, which is very beautiful. Of course, course, it is also quite conspicuous. And when Baizi tried to control this power, he found that he couldn't turn off the power of weakness perception freely. Feeling, sensing the colorful energy perspective in his sight, Baizi pouted a little irritably. However, at this moment, the system's prompt sound followed one by one. You learn the new ability in the power of Baizi. Weakness perception, new super ability skill, energy perspective, a little income, get reward for attendance, seal magic glasses, magic sealing glasses. It can effectively suppress the runaway of the ability composed of mental power, which is ready to use and takes effect immediately. Looking at the small round sunglasses in his hand, and inquired about the introduction on the secondary interface. Baizi blinked his gorgeous eyes, a little puzzled. Originally, he thought this was the reason why he used the spiritual world cloth to cover his eyes in the future. Now it seems, doesn't it? Also, this reward for work, it's too timely, right? Somewhat dumbfounded, he glanced at the sunglasses in his hand, shook his hair, and placed them on the bridge of his nose. Not bad, back to normal. I looked left and right, and found that the line of sight soon returned to normal again, and the energy perspective and weakness perception did not appear again. Even if it is hold down a little bit, it has no effect at all, and other abilities can be used normally. For example, reef. This is a small piece of mixed reef composed of biological reefs and volcanic rock. Yes, Baizi suddenly smiled with satisfaction, and immediately took his eyes back. And then, the system's beat sounded again, causing Baizi's mouth to rise, and the curvature of his mouth became even more pronounced. You use the magic sealing glasses to continuously suppress the spiritual runaway. Heaven rewards diligence, only the persistent, sustainable, and the mental stability continues to increase 0.5%. Yes, as expected. God rewards hard work. ACBH, you can do anything. Haha tilde. Baizi Chengxiao withdrew his gaze from the system interface and focused on the real world again. At this time, under the moonlight, Hai Tianyu was silent, and he couldn't see that he had experienced two battles called Battle of God before. It's time to go back to. The slender palm reached to his waist, and he took off the fourth light blue diving ball and threw it. White light flashes. Wu tilde. With a soft moan, Laplace appeared on the sea beside the reef. Laplace, I'm going to trouble you. Take me to the coast in this direction. Back to the golden sands of Lamperchi. Baizi approached Laplace, stretched out his hand and touched the big head that came close, pointing in the direction of the coastline, and said softly, Wu tilde, underscore. Lapraston squinted his eyes comfortably. Seeing that there were no other elf companions left and right, he blinked his big eyes twice, and licked Baizi's cheek. Haha, you bastard, how can you learn from Zoroya? Baizi didn't refuse Laplace's intimacy, and after playing for a while, he jumped on Laplace's back and sat down. Speaking of which, this was his first time riding a Laplace. The back of the Laplace was very hard, but he didn't panic when he sat on it. On the contrary, there is an inexplicable comfort, and the protruding place on the back shell of Laplace can also be used by the rider to hold the handle to stabilize himself. In general, Baizi's senses are very satisfied. It really deserves to be called the most suitable mount elf for water riding trip. Baizi sighed, and patted Laplace's back with his hand. Okay, Laplace, let go. Wu tilde. Laplace nodded, paddled his flat feet, avoided the reef smoothly, and swam in the direction of the coastline without showing any bump. Out of the reef area, into the vast sea, the cool evening wind blew on Baizi's hair, cheeks and body, up and down, like the gentle soothing of the mother of the sea. Surrounded by moist air, and the air, between the breath and the breath, made people feel relaxed and happy. It's really good. Baizi held up the sunglasses on the bridge of his nose, took a deep breath of cool moist air, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise slightly. P.S. Go ahead. Beast anthropomorphic. Fat tilde. Chapter 148. Perverted exclusive ability. Son of the Sea. For full order. 2 consecutive battles of God, although still full of physical strength but mentally exhausted. But the mental effort is also not to be ignored. At this moment, Baizi sighed slightly, exhaled slightly, turned his body over, put his head in his hand, and leaned on Laplace's neck. After soothing for a moment, he immersed his consciousness in his mind, and began to count the gains from the previous battle of killing God. When the mind turns, click on the reward record. In an instant, columns of reward columns that have not been received are neatly arranged and displayed one by one. Power of destruction, exclusive to the horned bee, can make the attack of the horned bee with a certain armor breaking, destruction, erosion characteristic, and increase the probability of one-hit kill with the exclusive trick, destruction needle stab. King Kong is not broken, exclusive to iron dumbbells. It can greatly enhance the double defense and resistance of the extra dumbbells, and break a certain threshold, otherwise it will be difficult to cause damage to it. Ocean affinity. You have gained the favor of the elf world ocean. The innate affinity of water-type elves is plus 60%, and you can freely breathe and breathe underwater. It can be said that each of these 3 awards is quite extraordinary. Power of destruction will once again enhance the strong attack power of the horned bee, and the attached 3 characteristics are almost equivalent to fighting with 3 extremely difficult buffs all the time. Not to mention the utility of enhancing the one-hit kill probability of Extinction Needle Stab. To this day, the killing effect of the Destruction Needle Thorn has been triggered once, and he has seen its power with his own eye. This is a terrifying blow that is verified and manifested with the blood of God. King Kong is not bad, is the same. These two battles, although it seems that the giant gold monster is not as bright as the performance of the giant needle bee, most of the time it's just a screen, or a cover. However, as it has not reached the peak first level God rank, in the two battles of God, it has successively ate the Dark Lugia, and the Black Flash Cracking C2 of the peak first level God. 3 exclusive trick for top legend. In the end, it was just a minor injury. What kind of perverted dual defense and resistance is this? If the giant golden monster and them are the same as the peak first level God, I am afraid that there is no need to use defensive skills. Standing there to fight hard, the opponent may not be able to break the defense. This defense is so powerful. Moreover, thinking about it now, the giant golden monster, as the last main force to join the team, already has the strength of a first level God, so the 4 other than the big needle bee he selected as the main partner holding the main force. How strong should it be? At the very least, there are 6 first level God. Right. What's more, there is also a substitute like Ibrahimovic and Marshadow, a guardian legend who has set foot in the realm of the God. Thinking about it this way, I am afraid that the future self is really strong and perverted. No wonder the future self can have that kind of unfettered freedom and arbitrariness, because he has become the most free person. Shaking his head, Baizi restrained his thought. I turned my attention to the special passive talent, Ocean Affinity. The first is the function of innate affinity of water elemental spirit plus XO%. Reward for such friendliness. Baizi also had precedent. That is the title of Sacred Bird Protector, given by the 3 holy birds before. It can increase the innate favorability of the holy bird group by 60%, as well as the innate favorability of the flying bird elf, of the value of 60% and what kind of effect it has. However, in addition to Ocean Affinity, Lugia's blessing to Baizi not only increase his water resistance, but also increase the innate favorability of water elves by 30%. Ha, this is fun. He doesn't know exactly what degree of intimacy is 60% and 30%, but adding the two together, 90% of the innate intimacy is bound to be bottomless. Because this intimacy is already very close to full value, it shouldn't be difficult to be a millionaire of the water elf, right? And finally, this ability to breathe freely underwater. Try. Although it was a question, Baizi had already got up and started to undress. Quickly removed the clothes, shoes, elf belt, and even the bridge of the nose, and put them on the clothes piled on Laplace's back. Slightly wing. After a little bit of getting used to it, I re-entered my eyes. 0.8, 5, 6 feet 1 foot 0, 9, 7, 8 inches, 2, ling, long. The energy perspective of the curtain. He got up and twisted his weight, stretched his leg, pressed his leg, and expanded his chest. After a few movements, he jumped toward the sea in front of him in a standard diving posture. However, after habitually pulling and pulling twice, the slight pressure feeling of entering the water did not come at all, but a sudden pulling feeling came from the back weight, and then, a sense of tension suddenly came. This feeling is, Baizi turned his head with a straight corner of his mouth. As predicted, Laplace, who was holding his trousers at the waist, looked over with a puzzled look, and let out a vague whimper, as if wondering why Baizi couldn't think about it. Baizidong had a black line on his forehead, but looking at Laplace's wet Kazlan's big eyes, he couldn't rebuke anything, so he had no choice but to sigh softly. It's alright, let me go. Come down, I just want to take a swim. 0. Ask for flowers. Laplace looked embarrassed. Then, whimpering, he put Baizi carefully into the water. The moment he entered the water, Baizi felt that the cells in his entire body, up and down, were jubilant. It was as if he had fallen into his mother's arms, giving him an inexplicable confidence. Baizi felt that he could move freely in the water without any restriction. Laplace, you help me take care of the clothes, and I'll be back when I go. Baizi jumped in the water as a car king, and jumped in the air with a force out of thin air. After a beautiful arc, it submerged under the water. Not the slightest splash. Full score. All, as expected. He didn't feel the slightest difficulty in breathing underwater, and the procession seemed to be as smooth as an arm, and the surrounding water would not give him the slightest sense of oppression, like a soft embrace surrounding him, give Baizi a sense of security that he has never had on land. It's so comfortable it's like nesting in his own water bed. Let him endure. No, keep thinking to just fall asleep in the embrace of the ocean wandering like this. Woo. After a long time, Baizi was awakened by Laplace's urging soft moan. Legs wiggle slightly. Gululu. 2 streams of water suddenly emerged and pushed Baizi to the surface of the sea. Cool. Baizeben wiped the seawater on his face contentedly, and was not in a hurry to climb Laplace's back. He just lay on his back on the sea, following the spiritual current drifting down toward the city of Lampert. He can feel the ability ability of ocean affinity. This is almost no different from the sun of the sea, the sun of the ocean. It can be said that it is white knight. The only pity is that because of the 2 consecutive battles of God, not even a single elf could be found in the nearby sea area. This made Baizi think, try 90% of the water elf favorability. What kind of effect can it have? And the idea was directly dead. P.S. You don't need to guess this one. A few. Chapter 149. Go to Yuhong City. Strengthen. For full order. When it was close to the early morning, Baizi rushed back to the Rampart City Hotel. Along the way, countless washed down urban buildings and automobile debris piled up on the wet road, and countless Alliance support personnel were busy cleaning up under the command of Miss Junsha. Halfway, Baizi was also stopped by an inspector, who checked his hand, the elf picture book that Dr. Kamadagi personally left a message, and then let him go. Step 1 Hotel. Zhongyi was silent. Therefore, when Baizi's footstep came, it was very obvious. Baizi, you kid. Dr. Damu, who was wrapped in a blanket and half paralyzed on the chair in the hall with a tired face, looked at the door subconsciously, his white, brown and black eyebrows suddenly raised. Dr. Oki. Baizi only had time to nod to Dr. Damu, because then, a familiar figure flashed in front of him, and the next second, it was full of Shangyu. Natsi, who threw herself in her arms, did not be, however, with the feeling of 353, feeling the gradual moistening of the chest, and the uncontrollable trembling of the delicate body in the arms. Baizi's expression softened, wrapped around the slender waist, and pressed the palm of his hand on the top of the girl's head, rubbing the other side's little head. He said, I'm sorry, I made you worry. Nazi's body suddenly tensed. Afterward, he gradually became paralyzed, and rested his entire body weight in Baizi's arm. After a long time, there was a soft reply. Hiccup. On the side. For some reason, seeing this scene, Dr. Damu suddenly felt a sense of bloating, and he couldn't bear to hiccup. Young people today. Tilda. It's nice to be young. Shaking his head with a sigh, Dr. Omu, who no longer wanted to eat dog food, shook his head with a sigh, got up and walked towards the interior of the hotel. He has been tired for most of the night, and now he has eaten a wave of dog food. He is physically and mentally exhausted, and even Baizi is too lazy to ask what he is doing so late at night. Now, he just wants to sleep to relieve his worry. Early the next morning, Baizi said goodbye to Dr. Omu and Aunt Hanako, and took Natsi away from the Ramparki Hotel, heading to the next destination, Yuhong City. At this time, although the streets of Lampolchi City were still a little wet, the debris generated by the attack of the sea tide had almost been cleaned up. On both sides of the road, there are elves such as strange forces and old builders from time to time, as well as the staff of the Alliance to overhaul the damaged city building. Under such an all-out effort, the city of Lamperchi was quickly restored to its original appearance at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. So, this is the real reason why the Elf Alliance is orthodox, and those so-called evil organizations with lofty ideals can only be rats in the gutter. Sighed slightly. Soon, the two left the city. There is no official paved road between Lampolchi and Yuhong, so after the wind speed dog was released, the two plunged headlong into the wild forest between the cities, prepared to traverse the forest directly to the location of the fourth gym, Yuhong City. On the way, when occasionally encountering some elves in groups or with good strength, Baizi also stopped temporarily and sent the corresponding elves to fight to harvest a wave of experience points. About noon, Baizi found an open space near the water source to camp. After lunch, Baizi glanced at Zoroya, who was shrugging his head, shook his head, and waved at the giant hornbee, who was half relying on the tree trunk with his eyes closed, and said, Big Needle Bee, come here. Beard tilde. Yujing turned, and in the blink of an eye, the giant needle bee that flashed in front of Baizi stood out of thin air, as if waiting for an order. Don't be so rigid. Baizi lightly smiled and patted the needle arm on the side of the giant needle bee, and while he was thinking, he took out a scarlet light group from the space of the system. Is this the power of destruction? After a little sizing, Baizi stretched out his hand and pushed it, sending the scarlet light group into the body of the giant thinger. The light group entered the body, and the large needle bee subconsciously fluttered its wings, and the whole body was quickly covered with red light like a brand. Beard tilde. The next second, Big Needle Bee let out a painful roar, and was immediately suppressed by him. It looked up at the sky, and it was full of compulsive fighting spirit and excitement in the eyes of the two insects. Pain, tearing, and growing strength. That's all the stingrays are thinking right now. The scarlet imprinted brilliance flowed on its body, light surface like a metal coating, and finally separated, and turned into two streams of light that were wrapped around and engraved on the double needles of the giant needle bee. Immediately afterward, the big stinger fell. Feel a pain like scorching iron torture from its twin needles. The vaguely tadpole-like characters twisted on the double needles, imprinting layers of scarlet and mysterious lines on the double gun. It is different from the conspicuous scene when the insect king orb was merged before. The change this time was just leading. The neighing sound started, and the only remaining red on brand had disappeared. Except for the faint luster on the surface of the body, there was almost almost no other change. But if you look closely, you can find that the B-shaped body of the big needle at this time is more fluent, and the double needle has also become a lot stronger. The big needle B closed his eyes and stood still, although only the slightest momentum was revealed, and he was motionless, but it gave people a sense of horror at the back, like a knife edge. And the strength goes further. It's only one step away from the Quasi-Tianwang PP level. Quasi-Tianwang Advanced level 58, 99 100. The next step is the iron dumbbell. Baizi turned his gaze to the iron dumbbell who was harassing Laplace by the lake. The silver-white metal body flew up and down. Even if Laplace pretends to take a break and doesn't want to pay attention to you, this guy is still not tired of rubbing on the left and bumping on the right, just like an ADHD child. Compared with the stable giant gold monster, it is almost 108,000 miles away. Iron dumbbell, iron dumbbell, iron dumbbell. After shouting 3 times in a row, the iron head of this terribly dangling head plunged into Baizi's chest, and he was almost knocked out of breath by him. 11-1. Picking up this little guy, and after some sermon, seeing that it still has an expression of no concern, Baizi's mouth twitched. Without further ado, I chose to use King Kong is not bad. Between direct thought, one by one, a golden light group appeared out of thin air, turned into a thick streamer that only Baizi could see, and directly enveloped the iron dumbbell's body. Terry tilde. He didn't cry like Baizi expected. After a short cry of pain, the iron dumbbell looked at himself with great interest. The layer of steel armor on his body was quickly replaced. The silver, white old shell was removed, and quickly grew a brighter silver armor that was harder and faintly shone with glazed golden light. At the same time, the little guy's system has also become larger visibly to the naked eye. Tail paws became 1.7s strong and weight gradually increased. Soon, after all the visions dissipated, the reborn iron dumbbell slammed towards the big branch on one side without saying a word. PFF. In the next second, the hole will pass through. Level, nascent, level 8, 5100. Good guy, is he so cruel before he reaches the novice level? Baizi's eyes suddenly brightened. Addicted iron dumbbells without drilling hole. Baizi turned his head. He strode forward and took Zoroha, who was secretly looking at him, in his arms. Okay, then it's time for the two of us to have a good chat about your refusal to evolve. P.S. Princess Hilda. Chapter 150. Attack the Blue Behemoth Beyond Common Sense. For full order. After saying hello to Nazi, Baizi pinched the back of Zoroha's neck and came to a boulder not far from the temporary camp. Sit down with your knees crossed. Putting Zoroha on his lap, Shiro didn't question him right away. Instead, the left hand combs the little guy's hair and claws, and the right hand moves gently, rubbing lightly or heavily on its chin, back and sole. You are carefully performing massage care for Zoroya, and you have gained a little cultivation experience value +10. Open black lens bracket. You are careful for close black lens bracket, accompanied by the system beep sound from time to time. After a while, the little guy, who was still a little nervous, suddenly whimpered. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his expression changed to a happy face. Approximately -7, goo hee hee. Baizi's massage is so comfortable sure enough. I knew that even if I refused to evolve Baizi, I wouldn't be able to blame me. Besides, I haven't enjoyed Baizi's embrace like this for a long time. For a time, Zoroya fell into an unknowable and beautiful imagination. Breath smoothly, mouth corners lightly raised, gradually, little by little, sinking into a beautiful dream. O2. Seeing this, Baizi's eyes flashed with a hint of helplessness, and his pinching movement stopped, and he was thinking about whether to use his hands to shake the little guy awake. A small claw lifted up, pressing his palm down. It's Araya. At this moment, the little guy was looking sleepy, muttering in his mouth, as if he was talking in a dream. Baizi listened carefully. Woohoo don't stop. Xiao bye. Continue to serve Ben Gong Baizi. With telepathy on, Baizi can naturally understand Zoroja's meaning. Therefore, for a while, he didn't know how to spit it out. But Xiao bye. You are floating. Zoroha. Little guy, come, explain to me. What does Xiao bye mean? What does Ben Gong mean? Saying that, Baizi picked up Zoroya, who was half asleep and half awake, like kneading dough, and kneaded it ruthlessly. While rubbing, Baizi also scratched the itchy flesh on the little guy's creaking neck. Ying. Zoroha was shaken by the scratch, and rolled around with a smile. Good half sound. After Baizi stopped, Zoroha looked at Baizi with a grunt while combing his hair. However, after Baizi repeated the previous question again, Zoroha, who was still licking his hair, froze in place. Then, the little head turned his head like he was stuck, and looked at Baizi with a face of despair. After confirming that Baizi really heard it, I suddenly felt dizzy, and the society died on the spot. Baizi comforted him for a long time. Zoroha may also feel a little broken. Therefore, when Baizi really asked why it refused to evolve, the answer was very straightforward. Because, if I evolve, I can't walk on Baizi's shoulders, I can't travel together in Baizi's arms, and I can't sit on Baizi's lap and enjoy feeding. So, I don't want to evolve into a Zoroark. Okay. okay. In telepathy, Zoroya's delicate Lolita voice was glutinous and whispered, so, is that so? Baizi suddenly didn't know what to say. It turns out that the reason why the little guy is really unwilling to evolve is because he is attached to his love. Could this be caused by him? Baizi was a little dumbfounded. Immediately, he lowered his head and looked at Zoroha. What the little guy's wet eyes showed in his spirit was not stubbornness but a timid expectation. It looked forward to Baizi's approval of its ideas. However, Baizi knew it. If he doesn't want to, Zoroha will definitely evolve to accommodate his wishes. Then, is he really going to do this? I was hesitant. Baizi laughed at himself. Indeed, the benefits of evolution are self-evident. It is a comprehensive transformation and improvement in terms of strength, 6 dimensions, physical fitness, and so on. Even for some elves, it was the only chance to turn a chrysalis into a butterfly and be reborn. Even if Zoroha is not like this, the benefits of evolution are obvious. 6-dimensional increase by nearly 200. The mastery of skills, physique, and illusion will also be more excellent. But although the benefits are indeed tens of thousands, but this decision, in fact, from the very beginning, he should not hesitate. Zoroha, it doesn't matter, evolved or not, you are my family and my important partner. So it's okay. Zoroha, don't force yourself. Baizi picked up the little guy and put his forehead on Zoroya's furry forehead. His tone was soft and obviously doting. He comforted. Besides, Zoroya is so cute, and I hope that I can accompany me like this forever. Woo Tilda. Zoroya suddenly wrinkled a small face, crying and hugging Baizi's face, crying for unknown reasons, with obvious happiness. It's great to meet Baizi. Crybaby Tilda. With a light smile, Baizi pulled the little guy off his face, put him in his arms, and lightly tapped Zoroya's little head. In my heart, I suddenly felt relieved. If you don't evolve, you won't evolve. God rewards you for your diligence. Even if it's just Zoroha, I will definitely make you the strongest in the world and won't let you be left behind. Baizi made a contract in his heart that no one knew about. And right now, the rumbling was accompanied by the roaring and shaking of the ground, and for the sake of the smoke and dust, a huge giant slowly stood up from the smoke screen, and accompanied by this is a slightly immature Lolita voice. I didn't expect you, a scumbag, to treat your elves quite well. In that case, then Miss Ben will be merciful too. Just give you a small lesson. During the word, the smoke and dust dissipated. A giant human beast with a body over 4 meters in size, with azure muscles and knots, a long tail and wide jaws, and jagged red bone plates on its head, back and tail appeared in front of Baizi. Mighty crocodile. In an instant, Baizi recognized the name of the elf that was clearly different from the ordinary crocodile group. After all, it was the 3 water system royal families in the Chengdu area, so he naturally had no reason to not know it, even if the shape of this powerful crocodile is completely beyond common sense. And at the first moment of recognizing the opposite party, while being alert, under the sunglasses, the white mist like a cloud in the eyes slowly and vividly. Chapter 151. Lucky Conflict. The Fist of the Second God. For full order, open black lens bracket rate. Strong crocodile close black lens bracket. Attribute water. Characteristic forced Monty. Level 2 God unstable. Potential level 3 God increasing. HP 85. Attack 105. Defense 100. Special attack 79. Special defense 83. Speed 78. Skills brute force, tile splitting, infuriating boxing, kicking down, not available except for fighting type move. Genetic skill crushing, unavailable. Item fighting law crystal, absorbing. Open black lens bracket condition good close black lens bracket. Law comprehension fighting 60%, unstable. Growing. Introduction. Inadvertently swallowed the crystal of the fighting system law that was lost after being condensed by the Holy Pillar King. The attribute conflicted and the fusion was not complete. Although it was promoted to the realm of the god, there were many hidden dangers, impulsive and irritable. All moves outside the department. Pillar King, Regichkas. Interesting. This powerful crocodile is really lucky. The light in Baizi's eyes flickered slightly, and when he took the opportunity to pull off his sunglasses, it appeared in the energy perspective of the fundus of his eye. Dense light spots appeared all over the body of this muscular crocodile. This powerful crocodile has so many weaknesses that it can be called the most elf Baizi has ever seen. Even the green caterpillars that swept across the road unintentionally. Never before have there been so many and so densely exposed weaknesses. And, are you from the Joey family? Scumbag. Did you misunderstand me? Looking at the miniature pink-haired loli sitting on the shoulders of the powerful crocodile and looking exactly like Miss Joey, Baizi asked with a slight frown. The tone is flat. Not too much fear. Not to mention the powerful crocodile in front of him and the little girl who is suspected to be of the Joey family. He did not perceive malice on it, even if it is malicious. Or as the little girl said at the beginning, thought to teach herself a lesson. Where is it? A second-level god who was promoted entirely by chance and coincidence. If you want to rely on this to make him round and flat, that can only say, is thinking too much. The pink-haired little loli can't see the meekness sweetness and softness of the Joey family at all, but instead behaves like a bear child. Between the word, the boss is rude. You deceive Fufu. You are too embarrassed to say that you are not scum. Male. As she said that, she seemed to be out of anger, frowned fiercely and said, today, I am Joey. Ilya will let you remember. Don't worry, looking at Fufu's face and your performance just now, I am the most, and I will make you unable to sleep for 10 years. A shui, come on. The voice fell, followed by Joey. With a wave of Ilya's small hand, the powerful crocodile under her immediately stepped up, and her big fan-like hand grabbed Baizi's head down. The young man in front of him actually liked it when he saw it, and he didn't really want to attack him. However, since it is the order of the little master, it should respect itself. Because of its life, it can have such achievements as it is now, all thanks to the little master. Anyway, it's not to kill you. At most, I'll take it lightly. The crocodile was thinking about it, and the strength of the shot was reduced by 3 points. But even with unused skills, the strength has dropped sharply. But this palm wave still brought Baizi a strong pressure like the top of Mount Tai. Baizi's face turned cold. No matter what the reason is, since you have done something to yourself, then this matter can't be considered a good thing. What's more, Baizi, who is a master of kicking skills, can clearly distinguish the power of this slap. If ordinary people take it seriously, I am afraid that it will not break a few bones. It will not be able to withstand it. Mashado, Thunder Fist, stepping on one by one while Baizi gave an order in a deep voice. He stepped on his feet and jumped to the rear. And the moment he jumped away, mild tilde, a Dao carrying a petite figure wrapped in black mist suddenly emerged from Baizi's shadow, and on his clenched fist, a golden electric current was flowing. From the bottom to the top, it slammed into the chin jaw of the powerful crocodile. Fuel consumption healed. Thang Long Chen. Bang! The dull blowing sound of stinging, accompanied by bursts of lightning, exploded in the jaws of the powerful crocodile. Wu tilde. The powerful crocodile suddenly raised its head, and a slight dizziness made it loose its whole body, and coupled with the numbness of the electric current, it endured. No, stop, dinga-dinga-dang, and took a few steps back. Barely stand still. Yeah, Joey sitting on its shoulders. Ilya even exclaimed, and hugged the neck of the powerful crocodile tightly, for fear of falling. Bang! In the sound of heavy step, the claws penetrated into the soil layer, and the powerful crocodile with its body bowed back slowly stood upright. Two groups of rough air sounded like a whistle, and a powerful crocodile with red eyes jumped over a distance of hundreds of meters, and put Joey, who was a little dizzy on his shoulders. Elijah let go. Subsequently, bang! Along with the obvious shaking of the ground, the muscle knot, the giant beast shadows like water blue demons fell from the sky, and the clasped fists were surging like Aragon. The fighting factor frenzy like weaving, carrying gusts of wind howling. In a bang, he smashed straight down. Brute force. Baizi's face was even colder. This blow did not leave his hand, and the mad, surging fighting energy was only condensed in the slightest. Although this will weaken a lot in terms of damage, the condensed skills are not much better than the newborn elf, but, with only the surging, like fighting element, and its powerful punching power, under this blow, I am afraid that within a radius of more than 10 meters, there is no one to live except Masha Duo, Baizi, Nazi, Cerulean, and a group of elves also arrived at this moment. Mashado, go all out, absorb the punch, give it back double. Baizi's watch, Goodly How, was unprecedentedly calm. After he quickly gave the order, he didn't need to say more, just relying on eye contact. Chilori understood instantly. Chiru tilde Kua. The lavender light in the eyes was bright, and the turbulent thought force immediately pulled everyone and the elves except Marshado, including Baizi, and floated up into the sky above the forest. Mild tilde. At the same time, with vigor surging all over his body, Marshado, who was rapidly incarnating in a full-strength posture in the ray of light, jumped head-on without showing weakness. On the small fist, a black energy stance suddenly rose, and it slammed into the hammer-like fists of the powerful crocodile that slashed down. P.S. Go ahead. OK tilde. Chapter 152. Fight and Win. Mutation. For full order. Big and small. The moment the fists collided with each other, a strange sound suddenly came out. The black energy stance was like a living creature, and it quickly absorbed the powerful crocodile. The fighting factor of fist no on was transmitted to Marshado. Mild tilde. In the next second, Mashadu's whole body vigor soared, and the surging fighting element surged out like flame. And in this unforgettable moment, Marshado made a push, suspended the petite body upside down, kicked up, and stomped heavily on the face of the powerful crocodile. Boom! The sound of a big drum like Hong Zhang suddenly rang out, and the force absorbed from the fighting attribute factor of the powerful crocodile itself, as well as the sudden increase of the double return move, completely poured on the top door of the powerful crocodile. A ring of gas explosions that were almost as real as they came in contact with each other rushed in all directions. The dust on the ground was swept up into the sky by the surging wind, turned into a smokescreen rising from all sides. The gust of wind blew the surrounding flowers and trees, and even boulders and trees with unstable ground were blown up from the ground, tumbling and flying into the distance, and as a powerful crocodile that directly took this blow. It was directly blown up by this powerful blow, rolled in midair, and flew upside down with vigor. Laplace, Ice, Stingray, Baizi 353, who was suspended in midair, waved Nazi to send away the wild elves that were affected nearby. His eyes were calm, and he gave the order concisely. When Nazi heard the word, she stretched out her hand, and the flashing green psychic power was immediately wrapped, and she took the wild elves who looked panic-stricken in mid-air out of Cerulean's lavender psychic power hood. The other side, Wu Tilda. After hearing Baizi's instructions, Laplace, who was also held up in mid-air by the lavender thought force, hummed slightly. In an instant, a mish ice flow appeared in the air. Beer Tilda. The big dinger rushed forward, and the cross arm was drawn forward. Suddenly, the flat-shaped ice flows flew out, heading towards the direction of Machado. Tread. Machado, who fell in the air, stepped on the ice flows that came from the lacing. His feet exerted force, and in the shattered ice chip, he used his strength to pounce on the powerful crocodile again. The powerful crocodile that flew upside down had slightly pale eyes, nosebleed, and left an obvious depression on the face. With the blessing of the absorption fist and the multiplication of double return, this blow is indeed strong enough, but more importantly, this kick just hit his heart. This made its tough epidermis almost so strong that a sword would be hard to hurt, as well as its skin appearance, that ACBH, fighting factor protection that could be called the power of God, were all broken by a single blow. It hurt. It hurt. This pain, which he had not tasted for a long time, made the crocodile even more violent. The pale eyes gradually turned back, and strands of crimson gradually came up, and in the powerful crocodile in the rage regained consciousness, and gradually control the body. Physical mobility. Feng speed dog. Howl. Ow Tilda. The wolf-like long howl suddenly rose, and in an instant, an inexplicable pulling force appeared on the body of the powerful crocodile, causing it to gradually regain control of the body, and the next second, Machado, Kixing's leg. Mild Tilda. Accompanied by Baizi's cold drink, a murmur filled with icy coldness suddenly came. Immediately afterward, the surging punches precisely hit the forehead, shoulders, chest and abdomen of the strong crocodile, forming a 7-star character, and the strong crocodile that had been flying upside down was fixed in the air. Subsequently, whoosh, one by one, a pitch-black phantom mixed with greenery rushed into the sky. A full leg kicked on the 7-star character floating on the body of the powerful crocodile. Bang Tilda. As if hitting a real object, a flame, light green flame, instantly invaded and exploded. Through this blow, the violent and giant force that Machado carried was completely poured out on the body of the crocodile, and it was accompanied by a strong explosive impact, forming a second terrifying thrust. The white, light beam that turned into an almost real substance completely drowned the crocodile. The air was continuously pushed forward, forming a circle of sonic boom cloud, with the body of the powerful crocodile going straight down, and smashed to the ground fiercely. The earth shattered inch by inch, collapsed or rose, causing a large range of terrain changes. Moreover, the strong force poured out all around with the moment when the powerful crocodile fell to the ground. Among the smoke green, the grass clippings, trees, rock, and even rivers in a radius of nearly 100 meters were completely shattered and exploded, overturning more than 3 feet. Everything around him was in ruin, was directly razed to the ground. You commanded Machado to leapfrog and defeated the powerful crocodile, and you have gained a little battle experience plus 60, strength plus 1, Machado level plus 1, absorption punch proficiency plus 5, double return proficiency plus 5, Kixing soul repelling leg proficiency experience plus 5. Your wind speed dog assist to defeat the strong crocodile, and you get a little gain. Wind speed dog experience value plus 70, roar proficiency plus 7, with the continuous prompt sound of the system starting. Next second, Machado, who deftly turned over and fell down, suddenly condensed, and entered a small stage upward, officially stepping into the 3rd level God Intermediate level 1 level, 3rd level God Intermediate level 93 25 100. And then, the wind speed dog, who didn't know when to disappear, rushed back like a streamer, put down the one in his mouth, and Joey, who was fainted. Elijah. Ow Tilda. He raised his neck and howled. His aura also skyrocketed, reaching the Champion Intermediate level 74 69 100. Not bad. Slowly falling from midair, Baizi nodded with satisfaction. Regardless of the process, but in terms of result, it is indeed a gratifying thing. Afterward, Baizi glanced at the little Joey, who was curled up beside him, still shivering in a coma, frowning slightly just as he was about to say something. Blue, lucky Tilda. 1, just following behind the crowd, Gili Egg suddenly squeezed out in panic, and threw herself at Joey, who was unconscious. Beside Ilya, she looked anxious and a little overwhelmed. Gili Egg, you know this bear, little guy? Baizi asked hesitantly, and then, his mind was like lightning and flint, and things were connected in series. Wait, this little guy said, Fufu, shouldn't it be you? Gili Egg. Tilda circled Operator Operator winking face. Lucky tilde. Gili Egg lowered his head with tears in his eyes. Because of his own reasons, Baizi was in danger. For this kind of thing, it simply sums up all the responsibilities on his own head, and blames himself extremely. It's okay, Gili Egg, it's not you. Seeing this, Baizi stepped forward with a light smile to comfort him. But he was not finished. Whoosh! Accompanied by the extremely heavy sound of the breaking wind, the mighty crocodile, which should not have sobered up so quickly, rushed in front of Baizi, wrapped in the strong wind. His body was covered in blood, and his chest was a huge blue monster with a groove the size of the mouth of a bull. Gloomy, pale eyes, muscle-knotted right arm raised high. Like a knife, he headed towards Baizi's top door and beheaded. P.S. Continue. Choo choo tilde. Chapter 153. Zoroark. We meet again. Split empty seat tilde. Please order all. Baizi. Beer. Ow. Lucky. Terry. In his ears were Nazi and Cerulean's slightly changed voices, and out of the corner of his eyes, he saw a group of elves who were madly rushing towards him holding them. Baizi's eyes were also tightened. The strong sense of crisis made his brain at this time like a needle-piercing tilde tingling. Subconsciously, he raised his waist and abdomen, and his leg slammed on the ground to burst back. But no matter how fast Baizi, Nazi and the elves reacted, it was too late to face this ferocious blow that was so close. And just at this juncture, Pucci one by one, the friction sound of energy piercing the air exploded from the sky. Immediately after that, there was the soaring and domineering voice of the dragon's roar. Roar tilde. The sound wave oscillated, resounding through the sky, and a black dragon shadow shining with green light was also accompanied by it, pouring down from the top of the sky in the sky. It brought bursts of gust of wind, like an afterimage, whistling past Baizi's ear. With one claw, he pressed it on the face of the powerful crocodile. Take it straight for hundreds of meters, and slam it into the ground. Bang ye! The ground suddenly shook violently. The impact shock ripples gushed out from the center like a tsunami, overwhelmingly pressing in all directions. Wherever he passed, sand and stones flew all over the sky, and trees were uprooted. In the next second, Baizi, who was pulled out dozens of meters by a group of elves on the left and right 3 floors, was also submerged by the gust of wind and dust, and disappeared in a chaotic air pressure storm. Baizi's expression was done. When he subconsciously wanted to get rid of the smoke and dust, he found that there was a gorgeous bright green honeycomb shield in front of him. It completely covered all the smoke and dust explosions on the periphery. Divine shield. Baizi raised his eyebrows slightly. It was not the first time he had seen this thing, and he recognized it in an instant, but still waiting for him to think about it. Ow tilde ow. In his arms, his eyes were firm, and Zoroha, who seemed to have made a decision, suddenly jumped into the air. At this moment, it was in midair, accompanied by bursts of low roars. White light bloomed. The silhouette of Zoroha in the ray of light continued to grow and elongate, and the posture that was originally lying on the ground turned into a human standing. When the light dissipated, a human-shaped demon fox with crimson hair on its head, covering its back like a long braid, appeared in the field. The sharp claws were scarlet as blood, and near the end of the long, fluffy, bushy mane, there is a blue rosary-like object resembling a flower. Eyebrows, mouth and corners are also outlined with a slightly bewitching bright red color. It looks extraordinarily enchanting and full of evil. On the whole, the evolution of Zoroark, just the change in temperament and appearance, seems to be a cute little loli who has grown into a charming and beautiful person with a graceful body. Zoroark. Baizi's expression was done, but he didn't step forward immediately, because he didn't know exactly what mood Zoroark was in to evolve. Having some guesses made him even more hesitant. What's more, the elf temperament and other aspect will have great changes after evolution. He didn't know if rushing forward would affect Zoroark, who had just evolved and whose mood might not have completely stabilized. However, subconsciously, the unseen brilliance in Baizi's eyes suddenly appeared. The next second, Zoroark's new data came into view. Race, Zoroark. Attribute, evil. Characteristic, illusion, exclusive. Level, Gym Beginner, level 39, 99 100. Potential, Quasi-God. HP, 60. Attack, 105. Defense, 60. Special attack, 125, 120. Special defense, 60. Speed, 105. Exclusive skill, Diablo Blast. Skill, Shadow Key, Tree Trial, Quick Return, Grab, Dare, Unreasonable, Claw Grinding, Catch, Ghost Phase, Provocation, Shoot Down, Fake Cry, Meditation, High Speed Move, Close Black Lens Bracket. Genetic skills, Imitate, Supernatural Power, Prop, Black Eye Socket, Open Black Lens Bracket. Status, Perfect Close Black Lens Bracket. Introduction, extremely talented. His mastery of illusion is far better than Zoroark of his family, and he can even deceive the various senses of humans and other elves to achieve certain substantial damage, although it is not as profound as the background Cerulean, who directly jumped from the elite high level to the quasi-king. But Zoroark still relied on the power of evolution to officially enter the gym level sequence. 0. As for flowers, it even came up later, surpassing Laplace, who was 1 to 1, and reached level 30 39, which was only one step away from the middle-level gymnasium. Baizi. Just when Baizi hesitated, the familiar voice of Yuji suddenly sounded in his mind. Afterward, he saw Zoroark approaching gently with catwalk, his arms wrapped around Baizi's shoulders. His tone was calm with a hint of pampering. In the future, I will protect you. Baizi's mouth twitched 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, until he couldn't control his expression any longer. Good guy, this is all of a sudden. On the side, Cherulian's double squeezed tightly, resisting the surging power in his heart, so he didn't paste the magic leaves that had been brewed in his heart on Zoroark's face. However, what she didn't notice was that all these movements were caught in Zoroark's eyes, like the corners of the lip painted with bright red lip gloss, and suddenly ticked. At this time, as the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, in the very center of the exposed, barren, cracked semi-circular pothole, in the bright green fluorescence rising little by little, slowly, the slender, jet-black dragon that exited the super-evolutionary state exerted force with one claw, pulling the disfigured crocodile with white eyes and twisted body out of the hole. The dragon body meanders and approaches. Then, he casually threw it not far from Baizi's body. One by one, all the elves suddenly looked nervous and stopped in front of Baizi's body, their whole bodies tense, not only because of the strong crocodile who had woken up once before, but also because of this only the unintentional spread of the dark dragon, divine power. Only Baizi pushed away the elves with a relaxed look, a casual glance at the powerful crocodile. Raising his eyebrows slightly, he stepped forward with a chuckle, and came to the front of the dark dragon, and said, "Meet again, split empty seat." A few. Chapter 154. The Wrath of Rejichka, Small Punishment and Great Commandment. The black flash cracked the empty seat at an extremely fast speed and skipped Baizi's whole body. Only then did he retract his gaze and respond slightly. Then, seemingly unintentionally, he explained, what drove it to act just now was the residual will of the crystallization of the internal fighting system law. I have cut it off, and it can't wake up for the time being. Oh, Baizi's eyes lit up. In fact, he didn't care too much about his own safety. As a top legend, the black flash cracking empty seat is on the side, not to mention the state of this powerful crocodile is already near death. Even if it is really doing something wrong, I am afraid that it will not be able to turn anyway. Therefore, Baizi naturally would not worry about his own safety. On the contrary, he was very interested in the residual will of the crystallization of the fighting law. That black flash cracked empty seat said. 353. The residual will of the crystallization of the fighting system law. Baizi's eyes were slightly blue, and he immediately asked aloud, "Can you talk about it specifically?" From the performance after the previous invitation and the timely rescue this time, Baizi could clearly feel the kindness of this black flashing Risikuza to him. Therefore, when facing the empty seat of black flash, he deliberately used a rather familiar tone. I want to test out how much tolerance this top legend has for himself. After all, in Baizi's view, the grace of healing comes first, the admiration for the battle comes after, and this time, such an act of rescue. In terms of favorability, the black flash cracking seat must have a 60-70% appearance to himself, right and neck. The performance of the black flash cracking empty seat indeed verified Baizi's idea. Of course, accompanied by the sound of a slightly ethereal and beautiful voice, the black flash cracked the empty seat dragon body winding, as if there was substance in the air. It was lifted and prostrate in the void. With a hint of lazy telepathy, it slowly emerged from the bottom of everyone's heart. The so-called law crystallization, in fact, can be regarded as the most direct manifestation of the attribute law, different from the artificially condensed blood of law, or the secondary law artifact derived from natural or unnatural sources. The birth of law crystals generally means stepping into the fall of existence in the realm of God. There was a wisp of understanding in Baizi's eye. Isn't the evil law crystal in his hand the only substance left behind after the fall of Dark Lugia? However, General, Baizi raised his eyebrows slightly, and immediately said, "May I think that there are unusual one?" "Of course you can." A glimmer of admiration flashed in the eyes of the black flash crack Kongza, because there is indeed another way to create a law crystal. Baizi's eyes flickered, and at this moment, the words in the introduction column on the attribute panel obtained from the previous declaration of the powerful crocodile suddenly appeared in his mind. Ellipsis inadvertently swallowed the crystal of fighting law that was lost after being condensed by the Holy Pillar King. Condensed, lost. Baizi's thought flew, but he didn't interrupt. At this moment, the black flash cracked the empty seat, which was still continuing to speak with a somewhat inexplicable voice. That is, by using his own perception of the law of attribute, forcibly condensing the crystals of the law of condensation outside the body. There are very few people who can do this in this world, and there is only one person who can do this. From ancient times to the present, there is only one existent, the King of Pillars, Rejichka, and this isn't the first time it has done so. The black flash cracked the empty seat said this. Here, Baizi's mind suddenly flashed some information like lightning. Regilock, Regay, Regis Hilu, 3 holy pillars, No, and Lagelagi and Regidorigo. Could it be? Baizi's eyes were slightly open, and he looked directly at the black flash cracking empty seat. Is that the crystal of the law of the fighting system? Is it a sacred object condensed by the holy pillar King Regichkas to make the sick holy pillar? It should be. Apart from it, there is no other top legend who will do such a thankless thing. Black flash split empty seat affirmed. So, Baizi frowned slightly. The so-called residual will of the crystallization of the fighting law is actually the residual will of the newborn holy pillar. Although there is nothing wrong with your understanding, it is not accurate. Korakuza shook his head and retorted, zero. Oh, how do you say it? Baizi raised his brows, a little puzzled. Sacred pillar King Regichkas thought that to create a new sacred pillar, 3 conditions need to be met. The crystallization of the law, the property substance sufficient to bear the crystallization of the law, and finally, in the fabricated body of the sacred pillar, inject spiritual power and life energy. The thing, west in it body should be contaminated with Regigigas, angry will. Thinking about it, it should be that Regichkas was interrupted by some other existence when he made a new sacred pillar, right? Otherwise, with the good-natured temperament of Regichkas, it is very difficult to generate such anger, and even the condensed fighting system law crystals are stained with this almost inextinguishable will of anger. The tone of the black flash cracked. The empty seat is inexplicable, but I don't know if it was Baizi's illusion. He always felt that he could hear a hint of eagerness to try from the words of the black flash cracking empty seat. That, as right. The black flash cracked. The empty seat suddenly raised head. Dragon claw bluff. The invisible airflow surged for a while, dragging the comatose crocodile directly to the side. Although the fighting law crystal in this guy's body is far from the one in your arms, how do you say it, is also the top-level law fetish. When I help you clear the residual will from it, whether it for the little guy hidden under the soles of your feet to improve his understanding of the rules of fighting, or to feed a new fighting spirit, it's a good choice. How is it? Let me help you with a small punishment and a big commandment. You shouldn't have any opinions, right? Zero winking face. Baizetian's eyes brightened. What opinion could he have? Of course there is no opinion. Well, then I'll trouble you. Praxi. The smile on Baizi's face seemed particularly sincere at this moment. Chapter 155. Token. Black flash cracking empty seat. Don't be stingy to use it. For full order. Seeing Baizi's response, the black flash cracking the empty seat is no nonsense, and immediately the dragon's claw is buckled, and the fluorescent green light immediately washes up on the body of the strong crocodile. Gradually, dots of tan light ooze from all over the crocodile's body. It turned into strands and gathered in the dragon claws of the black flash cracking empty seat. In the end, it condensed into a slightly incomplete brown diamond spar. Crystal of fighting laws. The top-level magical artifact, which allows elves to improve their understanding of fighting laws without any side effect. Note, the process is irreversible. Please choose the correct successor. The process is irreversible. Looking at the data panel that appeared in his eyes and the obvious defects on the spar, Baizi raised his eyebrows slightly. This irreversible, it seems, it should be said to be consumption. Slightly wink. Baizi's eyes swept away, and he looked to the side by the empty seat of the black flash crack and threw it to the ground on the body of the powerful crocodile O2. The starry blue pupils flickered. All of a sudden, race, strong crocodile. Attribute, water. Characteristic, forced, Monty. Level 3 God Elementary, level 80, 0-100. Potential, champion. HP, 85. Attack, 105. Defend, 100. Special attack, 79. Special defend, 83. Speed, 78. Skills, brute force, tile splitting, infuriating boxing, kicking down, genetic ill, crushing, open black lens bracket condition, good close black lens bracket, law comprehension, fighting department 0.1%, remaining. Introduction. The almost invincible crocodile in the championship stage. After the conflict of laws and force stripping, the road ahead is almost locked, unless the special power of light similar to the flame of Hwang Nirvana cuts the marrow, or swallows it. Higher level law crystallization. Otherwise there is no hope of further progress in life, but without the influence of fighting law crystallization, other attributes of skills can already be learned. Tis Hilda. Baizei sneered with an unintelligible face. The third level god who stepped into the realm of the gods was evaluated as invincible at the championship stage, and was still almost invincible. One can imagine what this powerful crocodile has become now. Not only that, the method of wanting to be cured or promoted again is also extremely pitiful. First of all, how much power is comparable to the flame of Ho-Oh Nirvana in the spirit world? As far as Baizi knows, this is only the place of Carlos, the light of Xerneas, who is known as the god of light. Thinking, not to mention the difficulty of finding Ho-Oh or Xerneas, it's basically a dragon that doesn't see the end. Even if you find it, why do you ask other top legends to cut the marrow for you? Is your face big enough? Then, let's talk about swallowing the crystals of higher level laws. The original fighting law crystals are considered to be lower level legends and second level gods. If you are more advanced, you must need top-level legends to match the law crystals of first-level god. The crystallization of this level of law, I am afraid that Arceus may not be able to rub it out casually, and the only way to be more realistic is to, just like Baizi, go kill a top legend in the realm of the first-level god, and use the disappearance of the other party to obtain the crystals of higher-level law. Good guy, this is even more unrealistic. Are you, a championship stage, almost invincible third-level god, looking for trouble with a first-level god? I'm afraid I don't know how to write dead words. So, all in all, this powerful crocodile is helpless. Well, it can't be said that it is hopeless. After all, it is a third-level god who is almost invincible as a champion, and his strength is enough to compare to the main force of a champion trainer. What's more, after this incident, the restriction on using only fighting skills was lifted. Therefore, it can be regarded as a blessing out of misfortune. 1_1. Baizi scolded in his heart. At this moment, the black flash cracking empty seat has already through the condensed fighting system law crystal. Ha! Baizi raised his hand to catch it. Then, he felt that the touch in his palm was a little strange. Just about to check it out. I will take a break in the ozone layer in the Kanto region recently. If you encounter something, you can call me with a token. If you encounter a strong enemy, such as a top legend, don't be stingy with it, because that's the best thing for me. Love. The stern but beautiful telepathy of the black flash cracking seat reverberated in the air, and the scarlet eyes stared at Baizi's face. Then, the body swayed straight into the sky, and for a moment, disappeared between the layers of cloud. The token. Looking at the clear sky, for a long time, Baizi lowered his head and spread his palm. In the palm of his hand, in addition to the fighting law crystal, there is a small and delicate black ale lying quietly in the palm of his hand. The dark ales have red edges, which are somewhat similar to the patterns on the body of the black flash crack. In other words, this is the scale of the black flash crack empty seat. The inverse scales of the black glitter rift. You can use this object to call the black glitter riser's arrival under any sky. This is the proof of friendship between the two of you. Proof of friendship. Slightly clenched, feeling the firm but warm touch in the palm of his hand. 353. Baizi's mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Well, it's time for us to continue on our way. For a moment, Baizi put away the spar and scales and looked at a group of elf partners with different expression. When he came into contact with the auspicious egg, he looked at the unconscious little Joey and rubbed his short hands in a tangled state. Immediately, he stepped forward with a smile. He rubbed the top of Gilly's egg slippery Nenen's head twice, and said with a chuckle, "Don't worry, even if I look at you and Joey Leon's face, I won't treat this little guy. It's like this. At most, a small punishment and a big admonition." Saying that, Baizi squinted his eyes and turned to Joey, who is in a coma, on the ground. Elijah swept away. As predicted, small punishment and big admonition came out. Joey was lying on the ground. Elijah felt as if she had been electrocuted. Her whole body twitched and shivered. Elijah. Dangerous. P.S. Continue. Kiki tilde. Chapter 156. The Battle of Double Dragon. Magic Nini tilde. Please ask for full order. Kanto region. The ozone layer above the stratus cloud. At this moment, one black and one green. The two are similar in appearance, and the two members of the same clan are facing each other in the surging cloud. Ow! Accompanied by the dragon roar that stuns the world, the green fissure seat is surrounded by layers of red light. The red light is like blood, with a desperate attitude like the enemy. Don't deceive people too much. Following the mysterious trajectory, cruising, reverse scale preparation. The dragon dance is also quietly running. No wonder it was not careful. As a fellow clan, the green cracking seat is too aware of the strength and style of this little girl who is only a fraction of her age. At a young age, his strength is like riding a rocket, surpassing most of his family and seniors, not to mention that, without the help of the seven-colored meteorite containing super evolutionary energy, you can carry out super evolution alone and learn to add the finishing touch. This will be put aside for now. The same as a superior, even a top legend, all of which have a profound background, but it can still fight beyond the rank. This genius is not incomprehensible, but if it has something to do, it will fight with the dragon, and when it starts, it will be a life and death battle. Who can stand it? Therefore, to be honest, although it is in the prime of life, and its strength is also considered to be the top of the group in the cracking seat, but I really don't want to have any conflict with this crazy girl like a martial arts madman. Otherwise, with its stinky temperament that is in the same vein as the crackling seat, other than the head of the clan, whoever has entered the territory of his own territory for so long, it is also the first to spray it with a dragon meteor. But if you don't want conflict, you don't want conflict. That doesn't mean it's muddy. Think about it. You were originally in the ozone layer under your jurisdiction, swallowing meteorites and humming songs, and suddenly you were woken up by a dragon-tailed Dobby Pocket. Then, the other party said to you with a natural look, "Your entire jurisdiction is temporarily owned by me. As for yourself, stay in another place for the time being." Can you bear it? The Sacred Pillar King couldn't bear it, but it bears it for now. There is no way. I can't beat it. I can only only endure it. As early as more than 10 years ago, it was no longer an opponent in the normal state of the opponent. What's more, right now, Fang Fang's aura is condensed, and his strength is obviously improved. Not long ago, he had witnessed the battle with the top legendary King Ho. Possible. So, don't look at it as a life-threatening posture. In fact, it really doesn't want to fight such a losing battle. Putting on this posture is just trying to tell the opposite party to retreat. But obviously, even as a member of the same clan, this cracksy stationed in the ozone layer of the Guangdong area still misunderstood the nature of the Black Flash cracksy. So, you don't want to let R. Very well. Through a special telepathy, the cold voice of the Black Flash cracking seat reverberated in the void. The next second, don't wait for the other party to reply at all. Roar. Along with the tyrannical and awe-inspiring dragon roar, the sky was stunned, and the colorful light of evolution suddenly surrounded the whole body. When the light dissipated, the pitch-black super void seat stood in the void. This is so special. The green cracking seat face turned black, but the green light arrows rushing from the corner of his eyes made it impossible for him to care at all. Roar. Therefore, I had to bite the bullet and end the stacking buff blessing of Dragon Dan with the blessing of the inverse scales. In the mad, crazy roar, a speed trick that wrapped around the blood mist was attacked. Dragon Dance plus inverse scale plus divine speed versus the finishing touch. Can't beat it. Can't beat it. However, there is no precedent for them to flee without a fight. Boom. All of a sudden, the clouds in the sky rolled back. And here, the battle of Sangyang has fully unfolded. On the other hand, Baizi is simply facing Joey. After Ilya carried out a small punishment and a big admonition, she simply cleaned up and prepared to continue to set off, heading in the direction of Yuhong City. Just as they were about to leave, headed by an overlord flower, a large group of elves of various colors surrounded them. Some of them were holding tree fruits that they had just collected, while others were holding some treasured treasures, gold beads or evolution stone. There are even some keychains that humans have discarded in the wild. The elves in order, under the command of the elite level overlord flower, piled the tree fruit and treasures into 2 piles. Then, Johnny looked at Baizi with anticipation. Hearing Baizi's question, these elves nodded and called out one by one. Seeing this scene, Baizi was also a little amused. He crouched down, looked at the overlord flowers and asked, "Why, is this the parting gift you gave us?" Ga tilde. Wong tilde. Just. Baizi's heart warmed. Elves are such simple creatures. Even if things happen because of themselves, as long as someone treats them well, they will spare no effort to repay him. Some elves will guard them for a lifetime as long as they identify a master, and even willing to practice their lives for the trainer's word. That's why, in this world above the power of elves can live in peace with human. The reason for even being completely human-dominated. East, west, I'll take some of it. Baizi didn't completely reject the good intentions of the elf, even though the most valuable things in this it were only a few gold beads. But in addition to their own value, the value of these east, west also contains a piece of the mind of the elf. Really, seeing that Baizi accepted their gift, all the elves jumped and cheered happily. However, Baizi wouldn't take it for nothing. After picking and training a few tree fruit, evolution stone, and gold bead, he began to take out boxes of energy cube from his backpack. There are all kinds of flavors and attributes. Although there is no top quality energy cube in it, it is also made by Baizi's daily practice. When it comes to appearance and utility, it is not inferior to the high-end products on the market. Of course, in terms of value, it may not be as good as a few gold beads, but for these elves, these high-quality energy cubes are not only easier to satiate but also more beneficial to their growth, and strength is the capital of these elves to survive in the wild. Therefore, the exchange of gift between Baizi and the elves is actually a win-win situation for both parties. Come on, this is yours, and yours. A few fast-talking family members held the box in their hand, and after taking a piece and tasting it, their eyes suddenly lit up. These things are all worthless snacks, but it's not easy to eat too much. Just eat one every day, you know. Baizi distributed the energy cubes according to taste and attribute, then smiled, exhorted, Puga tilde. Yeah tilde. Although at the level of these elves, it is still impossible to perceive the changes in the subtle attribute factors in the body like the king level overlord elves, so as to understand the benefit brought by advanced energy block. But it's just the deliciousness that comes with these energy cubes that Baizi has personally prepared. Just let them be, baby. At the moment, it was tightly holding the energy cubes in his hands in his arms, as if he was afraid of being robbed by others. This made Baizi's face Junin. Nobu, no. A smile rose. On the other hand, Nazi's lips pursed slightly, and a touching arc also appeared quietly. At this time, Moo tilde, accompanied by a slightly immature voice, a petite humanoid elf wearing a dark blue twisted clown hat and a pink body stepped out of a kind of elf with cute depth. Oh, Monini. Baizi blinked, recognizing this uncommon superpower. Goblin elf dual elf race. This is the unevolved form of the magic wall doll. In the Galar region, there are also ice and superpower double type magic wall dolls that can evolve into ice doll. This little guy has a very clear goal. It directs directly crossed by Z. In 3 steps and 2 steps, he ran to Natsu's body, and then, with a neat somersault, he rushed towards Natsu's arm. Goodly how. Natsu was slightly stunned, and subconsciously stretched out her hand, and the fluorescent green light suddenly rose, pinning this little guy who was throwing her arms in the air. Open black lens bracket rate. Monini close black lens bracket. Attribute. Super energy, fairy, spirit. Feature, filter. Level, novice, intermediate, level 15, 2100. Potential, quasi-king. Open black lens bracket. Close black lens bracket. Introduction. A female divinity with decent talent, strong imitation ability, and a unique talent for the ability to set up barriers in nature. Take back your gaze. Seeing that Natsu and Monini kept their eyes wide open, Baizi suddenly laughed and suggested, this little guy's talent is not bad. How about it? Do you want to give it a try? Try it. Submissive. Nazi was stunned when she heard the word. She pursed her lips in a daze, and when she saw that she caught her line of sight, she immediately responded to her with a well-behaved smiling Monini. The corners of the mouth are also not raised slightly. Chapter 157. Arriving in Yuhong City, the injured Baifeng incarnate for full order. After saying goodbye to the wild elves who were reluctant to part, Baizinazi and the others continued their journey, heading towards Yuhong City. And behind the two people was Joey, who was covering his buttocks with tears in his eyes, lying on the back of the windspeed dog. Elijah. Lucky tilde. Beside her, Geely Egg stepped on her little feet and comforted her softly. However, after hearing the consolation of Geely Egg, Joey, Ilya's expression became even more aggrieved. Even Fufu, do you think it's all my fault? Yes, I did ask Ah Shui to teach him a lesson to that gum. Joey. Ilya's expression seemed to be dark, but then, her face was flushed with blood, and she said with a bit of gnashing teeth, but he can't hit people there. Speaking of this, Joey. Ilya suddenly paused, secretly glanced at Baizi's back who was walking in front, and shrank her head subconsciously. His voice was obviously several decibels lower and continued, that is a bad guy, but I didn't expect to hurt him at all. And Ah Shui. I didn't even think that Ah Shui became like that. Thinking, I'm sorry, Fufu, but Geely Egg was a little sloppy for a while. It doesn't really care what that big crocodile with high self-esteem and stinky temper turns into. Even for the 353 powerful crocodile that almost hurt Baizi, it forcibly endured it, and did not put a bomb in the opponent's mouth. But for the little Joey who grew up together, although he also has blame in his heart, but as a girl, it is indeed embarrassing to be treated like that in the eyes of countless elves under the big public. However, lucky tilde. Geely Egg still understands the truth of the water splashed by the married daughter, so even if he knows that there is something wrong with Baizi's method, he still dances and argues for it. What do you mean by me? What I suggested. I didn't want to beat him personally. I didn't want to beat him. Lucky tilde. Ah, well, can you blame me for not making it clear? Fufu, I didn't expect you to change your mind so quickly. Tilde. I'll ignore you. Joey. Ilya's cheek suddenly bulged like a puffer fish. She turned her head angrily, and buried her little head in the dense sideburns of the windspeed dog under her. Baizi, who was walking in front, shook his head amusingly. With such a distance, for Baizi, whose overall physique is far beyond human, how to lower the volume is actually not much different from speaking in his ear. However, is it possible to communicate with Geely Egg completely without barriers because they are familiar enough with each other, or is there any special reason? Such thought flashed across Baizi's mind, but they were quickly put behind him. All the way, after passing through the heart of the forest, the road started to become gradually flattened out, and with the continuous progress, on the way closer to Yuhong City, all kinds of flowers and fruits that are competing for each other gradually increase. About every 10 minutes of walking, you can encounter large or small flower fields and fruit forests. Look out, come out. It has a unique growth environment, and the nearby forest resources are quite rich, and because of the abundance of forest, there are naturally more and more elves encountered. All the way, from time to time, Baizi and others could see mosquito coil swimmers exercising by the water, little Lotta running around, and from time to time, there are timid guys like walking grass and trumpet bud secretly watching them. Even, Baizi saw a flying mantis clan in a clearing in the forest that was holding a leader battle. A clean, white little head drilled out from the collar of Baizi's chest, looking at the fierce battle like a warrior with a curious face, and his little eyes were full of curiosity. Baizi turned slightly sideways, blocking Joey behind him. Ilya may have looked at the sight. Skillfully, he took out a topaz-colored energy cube with sparkling aqua blue and crystal embellishments from his pocket, and fed it to the little guy's mouth. Little Lugia went down with a mouth, and even wrapped Baizi's hands and fingers in his mouth. Then, ACBH spit out Baizi's fingers. His little cheek bulged, his eyes narrowed into a slit, and he shook his head and patted the little guy's head. Little Lugia suddenly retracted his head obediently, and after a while, the chewing sound disappeared. Baizi felt his chest being rubbed, and then a slight feeling of breathing and exhaling followed. followed Bai Zi's mouth, a hook. Speaking of which, the little guy's temperament is indeed very well behaved. Because there is an outsider, Bai Zi basically let the little guy rest in the pokeball, and he needs to be fed alone. The only way to let the wind out can only be like just now, hiding in Bai Zi's Liam, looking around, and always taking care not to be discovered. But, even so, the little guy is neither noisy nor noisy, and behaves very well and obediently. As long as you don't leave it in the pokeball for a long time, it doesn't have any opinion at all. It can hide in Bai Zi's arms and rest happily. On the side, Natsi, who is holding Mo Nini, showed no difference in this regard. Bai Zi didn't hide the existence of little Lugia from Natsi, and even last night she had already met and knew little Lugia. To be frank, for the fact that Bai Zi actually had a Lugia cub, even Natsi's cold state of mind was a little shocking. But now that I think about it, Bai Zi and Fang Yuan have a relationship with the shining figure of the sky, the god of the sky, and even if he tells himself now that he is still related to King Ho, she will not be surprised at all. At about 6 o'clock in the afternoon, a group of people finally passed through successive flower fields and fruit forest areas and came to the suburb of Yuhong City. The green hills are vast and the woods are lush. The twilight sun, which gradually fell to the west, shone softly in the wood. It was obviously artificially excavated on the Elven Main Road 1 Route 7, and because of the high terrain, from this direction, you can already vaguely see the prosperous city surrounded by green mountains. Huh, it's finally here. Bai Zi exhaled slightly just as he was about to say something. Swish, one by one, a familiar blue and white silhouette suddenly rushed to Bai Zi's body from nowhere. The blue gem-like headdress, surrounded by white wind-like streamers, and the flying purple temple hair, showed a light blue and white slender figure. It is Suzun. However, judging from the slightly vain aura of the other party, this Sujin is not the deity of Sujin among the three holy beasts. And, it hurt. P.S. Acute enteritis. I almost explained it in the toilet. The missing chapter. If there is no problem tomorrow, I will make it up. I will make up for another chapter after it is clear. I hope everyone will forgive me. I am guilty. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the image. Chapter 158. Which side is your ancestral grave facing? Please order 1. Open black lens bracket rate. Suicune close black lens bracket. Attribute water. Characteristic spiritual power Monty. Level quasi Tianwang P. Peak level 59. 75 tenths approximately 0. Potential quasi god. Status slightly injured. Exhausted. Introduction. One of the descendants of the Phoenix Guard, who is responsible for treating and purifying water sources around the world, was forced to flee from Chengdu area as responsible for purifying water sources. Bai Zi's complexion was positive, although the performance of the water dog during the journey made him less favorable towards Suicune, this graceful spirit. However, one size fits all, running all over the world, purifying the water sources in various places, and returning the sewage to the clear Suiman family, is indeed one of the respectable elves. As for the water dog, it can only be considered blind, and cannot rise to the top of the entire group because of this. Wu tilde. After discovering Bai Zi, the Sujin didn't move away immediately, but leaned closer and lowered his head, placing the jewel-like headgear in front of Bai Zi's body. This is, let me touch it. Hesitantly, Bai Zi put his palm on the Suicune jewel-like headdress. Immediately, a cool feeling like summer appeared all over the body. Wu tilde. Little Lugia, who was affected in her arm, also endured, couldn't stop, and let out a slightly comfortable dream. Her little head rubbed against Bai Zi's chest, and she slept more soundly. And then, the system's prompt sound followed one by one. Your body was washed by Suicune's purifying power. Slightly gain. Slightly cool buff 1 hour. Slightly the mental relaxation buff 1 hour. Get a slight body lightness buff 1 hour. Oh. Bai Zi raised his brows, but before he could say anything, this Wei Jun, who was obviously not in the adult state, raised his head slightly and rubbed Bai Zi's palm. Subsequently, with a soft moan, he jumped into the air and ran towards the dense forest behind Bai Zi. Soon, the trail disappeared. This is really, Bai Zi couldn't help crying and laughing. He could feel the closeness of this Suicune to him, which is probably the effect of up to 90% of the affinity of the water system. But he really didn't understand why Sui Jun showed his closeness, but he ran so fast. He originally thought about getting some good wound medicine to treat Suicune, and right now, Kyrim, a man with a yellow-haired gentleman's head wearing a purple swallowtail suit and a white half-waist cape buckled by a red bow tie on his shoulders, rides a cotton shuttlecock that swells up with cotton spores flying in the air. Fluttering, he came to the sky not far above Bai Zi and the others. The absolute memory ability made Bai Zi recognize the identity of the other party at a glance. That one who claims to be an expert in the study of the Huang Guard has a very obsessive pursuit of the incarnation of the North Wind, Sujin Hu Shuijing. Speaking of, come on, Sujing's friend, Matsuga, the owner of the Enju City Gym, is also the young patriarch of the Bell Tower clan who has been worshipping Hu for many years. It is a serious century-old family with with a history of about 700 years. This offering is not purely spiritual sustenance. Actually, about 700 years ago, when the Bell Tower and the Bell Tower, Scorched Tower, were completed in Enju City, they were indeed favored by top legends and became a habitat for Huan Lugia. However, about 150 years ago, the Bell Tower was struck by lightning and ignited a fire. Unfortunately, the three Pokemon were trapped in the sea of fire and burned to death. Later, the descending Ho-Wang was resurrected with the help of fire, water, and thunder, three type treasures, which is now the three holy beasts Yandy, Sujin and Leigong. After the resurrection, the three holy beasts recognized Ho King as their lord and acted spontaneously as an envoy under Ho King to observe human beings. But the people who witnessed this scene at that time were foolishly afraid of Ho-Oh, who possessed the power to control life and life, and tried to suppress Wikun, Entei and Leigong with violence. Therefore, they chose to leave Yuanju City, away from human beings, and wandered on the continent, running for their respective missions. Feng Wang. Since that day, the Bell Tower has not been descended again. Yuanju City has also lost the blessing of the gods since then. For a time, the tentacles of power almost played the role of the Bell Tower family in the nearly half of Chengdu area, and it gradually declined. Now, he could only be trapped in this 1/3 of Yuanju City, unable to spread. 0. As for flowers. And, speaking of, this Sujing has an almost crazy pursuit of Sujin in anime games or special chapters. The weight of its obsession, even far better than Song Yi, the friend of the young patriarch of the Bell Tower clan. Perhaps, I know why Suijun was injured and ran so fast. Baizi's eyes narrowed slightly, looking around to search for the shuttlecock, which had come to no avail. With an urgent expression on his face, Cotton Body jumped up and down, and walked towards Shui Jing, who was walking towards him and others. Hey, boy, did you see an aqua blue four-legged elf passing by? Slim and graceful, with purple sideburns and two white dreamers. Shui Jingyan Shen was infatuated. His tone seemed a little bossy because of his urgency, and the boss asked him politely, did you see which direction it went? If you will answer me, this is yours. Boom. Speaking, Shui Jing flicked his finger, and threw a gold coin with the portraits of himself and Sui Jun as front and back to Baizi's feet. Tilda. Baizi's originally calm expression suddenly raised an inexplicable smile. Beside her, in the eyes of Nazi, who had an indifferent face, there was a cloud like glowing green light. But he didn't wait for Baizi to say anything. Likewise, before Nazi made a move, following behind them, Joey, who has reconciled with Gili Egg, holding hand. Ilias suddenly frowned and pulled Gili Egg forward in 3 or 2 steps. He kicked the gold coin into the air, and said with a bad face, where's the upstart? Didn't your father teach you how to talk to people? You dress like a dog. How can you be polite? Can't write 2 words. Auntie, I'll give you a piece of gold the size of a brick. May I ask which side your ancestral grave is facing? Baizi's mouth, a hook. How can this familiar rebelliousness sound a little sweet now? P.S. Continue. Legend Group A few. Chapter 159. It's so funny please order. You. The blue veins on Shui Jing's forehead suddenly burst out, because of the support of a friend who is comparable to the heir of a top giant like Song Yi. Although the family is ordinary, Shu Jing always acts like a noble son, and his spirit is inexplicably high. Unknown. I am afraid that he will think that he is the young master of the Bell Tower. However, this person is still a bit of a brain. Joey. Ileana can almost be said to be a well-known appearance, and the auspicious eggs around him make Shui Jing instantly think of the Joey family, and the Joey family can be said to be the least provocative family in the elf world. As a medical family that saves lives and wounds, the potential connections of the Joey family can be said to be all over the world. Although it can't be said that it is a decision of life and death, it is easy to make you have no place in the wizard world. You can do 3-5-3 easily. Of course, with most of Joey's gentle and watery temperament, generally speaking, they won't do such a thing easily, that's all. But human beings have always saved others by themselves. Shu Jing itself is not a generous temperament. Therefore, it is naturally difficult to believe that other people will be more generous than himself. What's more, this little Joey who is always asking, which side of your ancestral grave is in front of you, is really hard to believe that the Joey family is really as gentle as the rumors. So, don't be angry don't be angry no one will take care of you when I get sick wipe it. No, still so pissed. Shui Jing's breathing were a little heavy. He gritted his teeth, thought to sneer, turned around and left, but when he saw Baizi's obvious smile out of the corner of his eyes, the man named reasonable in his mind, the root string suddenly broke. Hey, boy, you must have seen Suzune, right? Now, I challenge you. If you lose, just obediently tell me Sui Jun's whereabouts. Shui Jing's eyes were slightly red, holding a blue and white super ball with red decoration in his hand, and shouted in a gloomy tone. Nazi's expression became gloomy again, and Baizi, who was sharp-eyed, had even discovered the slowly forming, and ready to move, fluorescent green psychic rope on Shu Jing's neck. Flap! Baizi quickly grabbed Nazi's palm and shook his head slightly. Just a jumping clown. down, not to think about killing. Natsi pursed her lip lightly. The light in her eyes faded away, and at the same time, the thought power at Shui Jing's neck also annihilated. It Joey. Ilya has no intention of coming forward this time. Not only did not say a word, even, she pulled the auspicious egg back a few steps with an excited look, and the young lady just looked at the play. She knew how strong Bai Zi was. Even her invincible Ah Shui was beaten to the point of being almost powerless to fight back. She didn't think that this arrogant guy in front of her would be Bai Zi's opponent. Humph tilde another victim of overcomprehension is about to appear. Huh, why do you seem to be scolding someone together tilde, confused fate. Not to mention the not so smart Yazie's Joey. Ilya's head is full of question mark. On the side, Shujing, who had no idea that he had replaced him in a circle upstream of the death line, was seeing Joey. After Ilya's action, she felt a sense of peace in her heart. Mind you, immediately tossing the small cape hanging on his shoulders, he asked in a vicious voice, "Why don't you dare?" Bai Zi sneered suddenly. He actually knew that Shui Jing was not sure if he had ever seen Shui Jun, so he just wanted to take the opportunity to vent. However, if someone wants to abuse, he naturally has no reason to refuse. "I promise." "Okay." Shui Jing seemed to be afraid of Bai Zi's repentance, and almost couldn't wait to throw the pokeball in his hand. "Go, Hudi." Bai Guangzong. Hudi's familiar figure appeared in the middle of the number 7 road. He sat cross-legged in the void, and when his piercing eyes met Natsi's indifferent eyes, he seemed to sense something, and his heart was inexplicably cold. Wu tilde. Hudi's expression tightened. His orange-yellow beard twitched as if it had been fried. His hands clenched the spoon, and he took a defensive posture in midair. In the eyes, the blue psychic light of Yin-Yang faintly appeared, like an enemy. However, Shui Jing did not notice anything unusual about his elf partner. On the contrary, at this moment, he was showing off with a proud face. When my Hudi was nurturing, he received special training to fight against Suicune, and he especially improved his special attack ability. It and I growing up together as an important good partner to pursue legends and travel together with me. Quote, open black lens bracket rate. Hudi close black lens bracket. Attribute, super energy. Characteristic, spiritual power. Level, gym intermediate, level 44, 8100. Potential, quasi king. HP, 55. Attack 50. Defense, 45. Special attack, 135. Special defense, 95. BB, 120. Skills, reflecting wall. Immobilization, fantasy light. Genetic skill, mind power. Open black lens bracket condition. Good close black lens bracket. Introduction, reluctantly, it is a well-cultivated Hudi, but compared to the training of the strength of the mind power, it is actually more talented in the fine operation of the mind power. Wei straightened the small round-framed sunglasses on the bridge of his nose. Bai Zi couldn't help sneering in his heart. Special training against Suicune also specially improved the ability of Hudi's special attack. Ha tilde, this is just about to die of laughter. Not to mention that Suicune's physical defense and special defense are all unified. Could it be that there is something stupid that doesn't cultivate the special attack of Hudi up to 135 but instead cultivates it in the direction of only 50 physical attack? Not to mention, growing up together since childhood, but even the direction of cultivation is wrong. So what are you embarrassed to say 1.7 to pursue legend? Why pursue? Is it just because of this Hudi who doesn't even have a quasi-celestial king? Oh, funny. However, how did Hudi, a middle-level gymnast in a mere gym, hurt Sujin at the quasi-Tianwang Peak Day? Could it be that he still has some unknown card? Or, what else is there in this? For other reasons. P.S. I think to arrange a new demons or a low-level legend for Kai and Green at the core competition. Do you have any candidate? Continue. Legend Group tilde. Chapter 160. Talent. Tree test. For full order. Bai Zi's eyes narrowed slightly, and while pressing the doubts in his heart, he put his palms to his waist. Hand, fingers swipe all the way back. In the end, it stopped on the second luxurious ball of the elf belt. This is the Pokeball with Zoroark, a talent reward system. Bai Zi's battle mentality is naturally more practical for him, unless it is a life and death fight in the wild. Most of the time, he will choose to be similar in strength, or use a slightly weaker elves to fight and win the victory. This is the best use of the talent reward system. It can also be more conducive to the growth of itself and the handheld elf. And Zoroark's level is only a little short of experience point from the middle level of the gym. This Hudi in Shujing, it can be used as a stepping stone for Zoroark to the next level. Zoroark, just use this guy. Test your new power. With Bai Zi's hand, finger tap, a red light flashed in the middle of the yellow and black luxurious ball, and immediately after the light hit the ground, it turned into Zoroark's bewitching gray-red figure. The thick sideburns like long hair rise without wind. The bright red mouth corners are slightly raised, and under the red line of eyeshadow, the jade-like eyes reveal obvious contempt. Wu tilde. Even after playing O2, it still held up its nails in an intact appearance, without even looking at its opponent. Bai Zi looked at this posture with a wry smile. Compared with with the clingy Zoroha before. The evolved Zoroark has changed in the direction of Lingao Yuji regardless of his posture or temperament. The phantom tyrant Zoroark. Shujing's eyes narrowed, and he recognized that it was also an extremely rare type of elves in Chengdu. After recalling some basic information about Zoroark in his mind, Shui Jing's face was a little ugly. HMPH, do you want to use the advantages of attribute to win? Shui Jing's ugly expression looked at Bai Zei. For a while, it was inexplicable. Although he didn't specifically think about it, the idea of using attribute to gain advantages. However, elf fight, isn't it reasonable to use attribute? Besides, although Hudi is more dependent on the superpower attribute moves of this school in terms of skills, it does not mean that he has no way to take evil type elf. Not to mention other skills used for reinforcement. Even if you specialize in superpower, owns Hudi. In the face of evil spirit, he also has a countermeasure. Unless you didn't even let your Hudi learn the Eye of Miracles, did you? Baizi had a strange expression. Eye of Miracle. The function is to make the target fall into a state of being seen through. The evasion rate of the spirits in the detected state will be nullified, and they will be forced to be attacked by superpower attribute move. That is to say, equipped with the Eye of Miracle, the superpower system will not be affected by the attribute restraint and will be invalidated at all. Therefore, as long as the trainers specializing in the superpower system have the conditions and ability, they will learn the Eye of Miracles, a superpower change type skill. But, although it is a very practical trick in the superpower system, but there are not many super type elves that can be learned. Count Genetic, and Mewtwo, who has not yet been officially born. In total, only 9 types of elves can learn the Eye of Miracle, and Hudi, exactly one of them. Whether this Hudi of Shujing has an Eye of Miracle is actually clear to Baizi after a brief recollection. The answer is that he did not learn it. So, where on earth did you say the word special training, following legends, and so on? Is it purely on the face? Then I admit that, except for Guhao, you are invincible for the time being. Baizi's expression, like looking at an idiot, made Wei Jing's face even more ugly. He couldn't care less about his demeanor, and even shouted, "What if there is no miracle eye? Hudi, use your mind power. Expel the object." Wu tilde. Hudi moved when he heard the sound. His hands holding the spoon crossed his chest, and the blindfolded blue thought force spread through the spoon. Immediately, the rock and soil layer on the side of the number 7 road was immediately pulled up by the power of thought, gathered into a ball, and slammed down in the direction of Zoroark in front of Baizi. Opposite, Baizi and Zoroark looked at each other, and immediately chuckled. "Alright, let's end it off early. Use the claws." Wu tilde. Zoroark responded gracefully and stepped out. In an instant, the ignored Zoroark was all over the number 7 road, densely packed, completely wrapping Hudi. All of them walked towards Hudi like an echo. Boom! The earth and stone suddenly hit the ground, bringing up bursts of dust and smoke, and those Zoroark who were hit also walked out of the smoke and dust as if nothing had happened, accompanied by the sound of sharpening minions like the clash of gold and iron, as well as the uninterrupted footstep continue, slowly approaching. The magic sound fills the ear. Although there was no harm, the impending storm made Hudi agitated. The Phantom Overlord Shui Jing gritted his teeth, but still quickly gave an order. "Hudi, don't worry, these are all Zoroark phantoms, they are fake. Defend with reflective walls." Wu tilde. The instructions from the trainer made Hudi feel relieved, and immediately fell to the ground, raising his overlapping hands to the sky, propping up a hemispherical transparent shield to completely cover himself. Baizi's face was speechless. The reflection wall, also known as the halving reflection, can block physical damage for 5 rounds, having the damage of physical move. From a performance point of view, this choice is no problem. After all, Zoroark claw sharpening skill is an enhanced attack, and the next move must also be a physical attack. Moreover, the semicircular reflective wall 353 can also effectively prevent Zoroark from approaching, so as to avoid being attacked by unexpected approaching. But you, a Hudi who only has psychic power and can fly in the air and can move instantaneously at any time, will not play guerrilla warfare with me. Instead, sacrificing mobility and staying in place, wanting to use a reflective wall to resist my attack for a full 105, and the Zoroark, which has been enhanced by grinding claws. Why are you, with yours, only the physical defense of Hudi less than 50 and the reflection wall that can only reduce damage but cannot resist? Thinking of this, Baizi couldn't help but slightly raised his forehead. What can he say? All I can say is, talent. Forget it, Zoroark. Let's just try it out on the street. With a melodious chanting, countless Zoroark dissipated like dream bubbles, and the next second, Zoroark's real body appeared in the protective cover behind Hudi as if it had withdrawn its disguise. His eyes were indifferently squinting at the lower Hudi, bloody claws and fingers raised. One by one, there was a sound like tearing the wind. In the sound, like a scarlet waning moon streaking across a string, it went straight down. P.S. Continue. Legend grew tilde. Elf I am the protagonist template. Invincible Chapter 161 180. Chapter 161. Chill, Masked Man. For full order. Hootie. In Shui Jing's scream, the street test knife flashed Hootie's back with a shrill voice and blood splashing. And Hootie's body was also slammed into the air by the force of this powerful blow. His eyes rolled, his body spun and smashed through the reflection wall that could no longer be maintained, and he fell to the ground. Even, the remaining momentum is unabated. A blood line slipped out on the ground. The evil system has restrained the super energy system in the first place, and this attack has no defense at all, and it has been strengthened by the claw grinding skill. In addition, Hootie's own physical defenses are extremely fragile. Therefore, even if Hootie's level was a little higher than Zoroark, he still had no resistance at all, and he was instantly killed on the spot. You command Zoroark to leapfrog and kill Hootie in Shujing in second, and gain a little battle experience plus 10 times 2. Zoroark's experience value plus 8 times 2. Claws sharpening proficiency, experience plus 1x2. Street test knife proficiency plus 1 times 2. With the system prompt sound on. Next second, an elegant one turned over and jumped back to Bai Zi. Zoroark breath in front of him instantly condensed, climbed up, and stepped up a small stage, officially promoted to the middle level of the gym, level 40, 15-100. Promoted. The corner of Shui Jing's eyes twitched, and after clenching his teeth and retracting Hootie, he squeezed out a pokeball directly from his back waist. Fierce face. Without saying a word, he threw it toward Zoroark in the field. Go on, Naughty Thunderbolt. Self-destruct. With the sound of breaking wind one by one, Naughty Leiden flew out of the Pokeball and came to Zoroark's body with the momentum. Immediately afterward, Naughty Leiden's body first emitted a hot red light, and then the dazzling yellow light lit up with a burst of dazzling white light, bringing with it bursts of yellow spark violently surging up. Open black lens bracket raise. Naughty Thunderbolt close black lens bracket. Attribute: electricity. Feature: soundproofing. Level: elite heat level 34, 45-100. Qualification: gym level. Introduction: dazed Naughty Bomb. Seeing this, Bai Zi, who had obtained the information on the Naughty Mine Bomb for the first time, suddenly turned cold. This blow obviously counted him as well. The range of the explosion included the trainer, so he wanted to make Zoroark unavoidable. Really self-inflicted. Move at high speed. Turn back quickly. Ow. Almost at the moment when Bai Zi gave the order, Zoroark, whose face was equally gloomy and cold, was already surging high with bursts of pitch black mist, and the surging electric light all over his body made it beat the speed as fast as lightning. Electric. Pop. A crisp sound. When the Naughty Thunderbolt has not reacted, Zoroark had already dodged in front of this Naughty Thunderbolt before it exploded. Afterward, he suddenly leaned down and squatted down, the red electric arc flashing in the ferocious eyes stretched out in the air at the corner of his eye. Then quickly turned around. He swung his body quickly at a delicate angle, raised his left arm facing outward, and slammed it hard on the red and white center line of Naughty Lei's body. Beep. I didn't expect that the other party's actions would be so fast. The Naughty Thunderbolt suddenly hit a heavy blow, and suddenly let out a scream, and the intense pain made his muscles tense, and his body the surging electrical factor suddenly became chaotic. The thorns and the lightning flashed instantly, mixed with the general energy factor of the self-destruction trick surging, causing a violent conflict. Therefore, at the moment of flying backward, the already powerful self-destruction skill seems to have caused a chain reaction when it is mixed with electrical factors. Save. Under Shui Jing's terrified gaze, the Naughty Thunder Bomb that flew to him exploded. Boom. Amid the thorns and violent explosion, the surging flames mixed with the violent thunder light completely covered the violence of more than 10 meters in a radius. It even formed a small mushroom cloud. The dust, fog, and smoke also spread out in a turbulent direction in a ring. No need for Bai Zi to put out a hand. Na Zisu, who was not far from her side, pushed her hand, and an invisible barrier suddenly rose up, preventing the incoming smoke from going any further. And then, you command Zoroark to kill Shujing's Naughty Thunderbolt in second. Gain a little battle experience plus 1. Zoroark experience plus 1. High-speed movement plus 1. Rapid reversal proficiency. Practice plus 1. Your Zoroark defeated the Ghost Stone of Shujing, and gained a little battle experience plus 1. Zoroark experience plus 1. High-speed movement plus 1. Rapid return to mastery. Practice plus 1. Well, Bai Zi raised his eyebrows lightly. Ghost Stone. Now, the smoke faded away. The scene in the field was immediately revealed in front of everyone. Shui Jing, who was scorched black and flew out far away, was obviously not injured. At this time, he was lying on one of the grounds not far from the center of the explosion. In front of him, a sluggish ghost stone fell on his back, lying beside the Naughty Leiden with double eye circle. Behind it, a circular white ground that was obviously not completely affected by the explosion was revealed in front of everyone. Wow! Zoroark's face turned cold. He jumped right up, and crossed over Natsi's unrevoked psychic barrier, and his scarlet claws were like knives, stabbing straight at Shujing. Zoroark. Bai Zi frowned suddenly. Swish one by one. Zoroark's movements are stagnant. If he moves forward forward an inch, the scarlet claws will pierce Shui Jing's eye mask. Come back. Bai Zi's voice was flat. Zoroark turned his head and met Bai Zi's irresistible eyes. God. Then he slowly retracted his claws and jumped back to Bai Zi's side. Let go. Bai Zi's voice couldn't hear any anger, so he directly put Zoroark back into the Pokeball, and took Natsi and Joey, who muttered something. Too cheap for this guy. Ilya walked in the direction of Yuhong City. When passing through Shujing, the two looked at each other. After discovering the resentment in Shujing's eyes, Bai Zi's eyes narrowed, and his potential, which had been restrained to the extreme, climbed to the top in an instant, pressing towards Shujing in an instant. The two people crossed each other. After Bai Zi and his party, Good Li Hao, gradually disappeared on this forest trail. Shui Jingshuang, who was frozen in place, rolled his eyes madly, and then fell straight to the ground. Soon, a masked man carved out of ice slowly walked out of a tree, rolling Shujing's eyelid. After a brief inspection, I couldn't hear the low, deep voices of the man and the woman in the dim twilight. A means of retaliation that makes no one fault at all, and it's also cautious enough. However, did he find me? P.S. Continue. You demons grew. Chapter 162. Arriving at Yuhong City. Crisis sensing. Why did you stop suddenly? On the way, Natsi's telepathy suddenly connected and asked Bai Zi. Although they have been with each other for a short time, Natsi does not think that the teenagers around her are harmless curly-eared. Instead, he is a wolf. There is an old saying in the elf world, from a person's elf, it is enough to see part of that person's nature. And the spirit of Bai Zi, whether it's the giant stinger, who has the heart of a warrior but is decisive in killing it, or the performance of Cerulean, who is even more savage than the giant stinger in the Golden City Siege event, all of them show the attitude of Bai Zi's character that can't help but kill. Therefore, Natsi was somewhat puzzled why Bai Zi would keep a scum who intends to involve him in the range of kills. According to her idea, even if little Joey is with her, after the big deal is directly destroying the corpse and destroying the traces, she will help make up for a superpower and change the memory of the little girl. Wouldn't it be good? Why use such a troublesome method as chi? Anyway, as long as no one sees that person, it cannot be said that they killed him. Someone. Bai Zi, who was playing with a crystal black ale in his hand, looked solemn, and replied simply, I feel it. Just now, there was a pair of eyes nearby, staring at 353 me. This. Nazi frowned slightly. Are you sure you're nearby? But my super perception doesn't notice at all. It wasn't that she didn't want to believe what Bai Zi said. With her super sense strength, Natsi is confident that as long as it is a living body, even a ghost-type elves who are good at concealment, who have not reached the top of the championship rank, can't hide her super perception. And in the Kanto region, the only trainers who have champion-level ghost-type elves are not necessarily alike. For Bai Zi's calm voice interrupted Natsi's thought. His thumb stroked the lines on the black ale, and after a while, he muttered to himself, maybe I have some clues. Not a living being. Well, just not quite sure yet. After the words fell, Bai Zi actively disconnected his spiritual connection. Natsi frowned slightly, but seeing that Bai Zi didn't want to say more, she didn't ask any more questions. Just to be able to deceive my super perception, even if it is not a living body, it is not something that can be done casually. ACBA. And also, even I concealed it. How did Bai Zi find out? Could it be that Bai Zi's super sensing ability has surpassed me unknowingly, but his current superpower level, it should be slightly inferior to me, right? Natsi is confused, but it's true that Bai Zi didn't discover the peepers by virtue of his super perceptual ability. System. Open the properties panel. At this moment, Bai Zi put away his thought, put away the black flash cracking empty seat inverse scale in his hand, walked steadily, and meditated in his heart. Immediately, a light curtain that only he could see appeared in front of Bai Zi's eyes. Name, Bai Zi. Ability, Bai Zi's power of exploration, discrimination between good and evil, soothing the mind, purifying abnormal state, vulnerability, insight, crisis sensing, superpower, telepathy, instant, moment, psychic shaping, physical, 22-10, spirit, 10-12-10, strength, 24-10, agility, 20-10. Note, the values in parentheses are the normal human peak values in the elf world. Skills, cultivation, intermediate, 501,000, battle, advanced, 885,000, cooking, advanced, 372,000, kick, master, 1,220, 100,000, superpower, advanced, 1,012, 5,000. Item, conch kong, crackling sea gale, rainbow feather, evil law crystal, fighting law crystal, small blue earrings, evolution stones, or pink diamond. Warehouse, sigil of awakening, exclusive to wind speed dog. Title, divine bird shelter. Passive, ocean affinity, Lugia's blessing, Suikun's purifying power blessing, temporary. Skill proficiency, proficiency level division, novice, beginner, intermediate, advanced, top, master. Sure enough, is it a sense of crisis? Bai Zi looked at the new ability derived from the power of Shang Bai Zi on the personal attribute panel, and a glimpse of clarity flashed in his eyes. It was because he sensed the invisible and intangible threat with a sharp edge on his back, like sitting on pins and needles, that Baizi turned around and left so neatly. To know, although he doesn't dare to say that he is at the top of the trainer today, but with the guardian elf Machado and the champion level wind speed dog, there is no problem in stepping into the first sequence. But even like this, he felt the sense of horror that was almost invincible in an instant. As you can imagine, how strong is that guy? Otherwise, Baizi wouldn't have put the inverse scales used to summon the black flash seat into his hand. The first thing he did, and followed. The sound of the system is long overdue. Your power of Baizi has been independently optimized, and the ability to sense crisis has been derived. There is a little gain. The power of Baizi has increased adaptability, mental stability plus 1%, and reached 1.8%. Feeling caught by the coolness and warmth that emerged from the pupils, Baizi blinked slightly and got used to it. Then, with a thought, closed the personal panel. The curtain of light that no one could see immediately dissipated. Several people moved on. As the so-called Wangshan ran dead horses, it seemed that Yuhong City, which was in front of them, took them half an hour to arrive at the city with the title of Fragrant City when the sky was getting dark. Entering Yuhong City, Baizi stopped slightly and clicked on the elf bracelet in his hand. After the last operation above the flickering virtual light curtain, he waved away the virtual city map that rose above the watch. I have already made a reservation for the hotel. I will go to the elf center first, then rest at the hotel for a night. I will challenge Yuhong Dao's Hall tomorrow. Baizi glanced at Joey, who was holding hands with Gili Egg, looking around like a curious baby, and whispering. Elijah decided. Good. Natsi is the leader of Baizima, and Joey. Ilya has no say at all, and the schedule is naturally set like this. P.S. Continue. You demons group tilde. Chapter 163. Chao Yi-chun. The change of the night tilde. Please order. Yuhong City. Spirit Center. Little Elijah. As soon as she entered the elf center, Miss Joy, who was standing behind the counter with a smile, immediately covered her mouth in silence. Then she trotted from the counter to Joey, in front of Ilya. Slender Jade nodded on the other side's forehead, and said with a strange face, you little troublemaker, where did you run to make trouble this time? You haven't been with us for several days. Contact. Hey tilde. Joey. Ilya scratched the back of her head, trying to make a fool of herself. Sister Chun tilde. It's no use acting like a spoiled child. Chao Yi-chun stretched out his hand and pinched the little guy's nose again, but his expression softened a lot, obviously not as annoyed as before. This little guy's parents were both rare prosecutors in the Joey family, and she died in an exploration accident when she was 3 years old. Since she was a child, she and the two sisters Lien took care of them together. Therefore, even though she knew that this little guy had power unmatched by most trainers, but without any news for several days, she still felt a little worried. But fortunately, I finally returned safely. That's right. Seems to be remembering something. Joey. Ilya quickly broke away from Joey Chun's leaning arms and introduced. Sister Chun. They are. This guy is the trainer of Fufu that I met when I lost my way. Next to the trainer. It's his companion Nazi. That's right. And Fufu. Sister Chun. I brought Fufu back. After vaguely introducing Baizi and two people, Joey. Ilya took Gili Egg's little shorthand. Her eyes were full of stars, and she raised her hand in high spirit. Lucky tilde. The auspicious egg was pulled forward, squinting his eyes happily, with a moist expression on his face. It and Joey. Like Ilya, she was photographed by the sisters Joey Chun and Joey Lien since childhood, and they were naturally close. Hello, Fufu. Chao Yi-chun squatted down and hugged Gili Egg, stroking the pink tentacle hair on the side of Gili Egg's head with a doting expression. Come over for a while. She just let go of the auspicious egg, looked apologetic, got up and said, I'm sorry. Baizi, the owner of Nazi. I'm sorry. Welcome to Yuhong City. The temperament in his bones was immediately evident. Even with Baizi's concentration, he was stunned for a moment, where Baizi shook his head with a chuckle, and couldn't help but sigh. No wonder Miss Joy is the dream lover of countless young trainers. This charm is indeed amazing. Miss Joy knows me, and, Fufu. He had no opinion on the nickname of Gili Egg, so he simply followed the local custom. Of course. Chao Yi-chun covered her mouth and chuckled, pulled the broken hair around her ear, and Joe, Lien and I are twin sisters. Didn't you realize that we look alike? Baizi. Similar. Do you Joey have that one that doesn't look alike? I complained in my heart, but on the surface, Baizi didn't show any strangeness at all, relying on his absolute memory ability. After careful observation and comparison, he answered with a raised corner of his mouth. It is indeed very similar, although I have not seen many Miss Joy, but they can be so similar, almost identical twins. It is still the only thing I have ever seen in my life. If I observe it well, Miss Joy's eyes are a little darker than yours. Miss Joy, I said, it should be right. Sigma. A tilde. Joey Junichi. Stunned expression on his face. As the Joey family, they naturally have special means of separation. However, as Chao Yi-chun herself said, she and her twin sister Chao Yilian are rare imaginations even in the Chao Yi family. Like the distance between the eyebrows and the eyes, the height of the bridge of the nose, and even the number of eyelashes, the two are the same. It's dress almost as if it was copied. The only slight difference is the slight difference in pupil color. To know this is a lot of sisters in the clan, and even the elders can hardly tell the difference when they know this. Didn't you know it from Lian? Joey-chun was still a little unbelievable. Bai Zi lightly smiled and shrugged without explaining anything. Chao Yi-chun's cheek bowed, and finally sighed. Some childishly said, okay, you win tilde. Oh, yes. As if remembering something, Chao Yi-chun stretched out a slender finger and said slyly, since you have come to my place, then this is the first time you have returned to the door. Why don't you leave the auspicious egg to me? How about I have one night? Lucky tilde. When Gili Egg heard the word, his eyes lit up, and he also cast his expectant eyes on Bai Zi. 0. As for flowers, speaking, it also has some friends whom it is reluctant to see for a long time, as well as Joey-chun. Before going far away, it would be great to be able to accompany them for one night. Bai Zi smiled slightly and lightly nodded his forehead. Of course there is nothing wrong with that. In fact, after the Yuhong Gymnasium, I should continue to stay in Yuhong City for a few days. Lucky tilde. Gili Egg happily twisted and rolled around, came to Bai Zi's side, and rubbed his left leg around Bai Zi intimately. Bai Zi, you really are a good man who is considerate and considerate. Joey's your eyes flowed, looking at Bai Zi Juni's face. A flash of brilliance flashed. I do need to stay in Yuhong City for a few days. Bai Zi rubbed the top of Gili Egg's soft head and chuckled. Although there are many reasons for auspicious egg, he also needs to rest and deal with the windspeed dog, stand of awakening mark, and the crystals of the two laws. Night. The kindness was hard to resist. In the end, Bai Zi left the hotel and stayed in the VIP suite specially provided by Chao Yi-chun, the second floor of the ferry center. In this suite, Bai Zi pulled open the curtains of the floor-to-ceiling window and moved a chair to lie down on the open-air balcony outside the floor-to-ceiling window. It was still early, and he was not in a hurry to go to bed early, so he lay quietly on the armchair, looking at the extraordinarily bright moonlight tonight, and fell into contemplation. Speaking of, come on, it's almost time for the iron dumbbells to start formal training. And buzz, along with the roar of the car's motor, Bai Zi suddenly saw a familiar lavender in the corner of his eye. Subconsciously looked back. The pair of violet-like cowardly eyes that happened to meet immediately burst into the brilliance of hope. Through the car window, the familiar petite figure reluctantly compared his tender little hand with a chicken claw-like gesture, placed it on his forehead, as if passing something, and suddenly drew it in the direction of Bai Zi. P.S. Calamity Beast. Absolute tilde a few. Chapter 164. Absol. Hassan Moore. For full order. Bai Zi suddenly sat up straight, and stared at the moving vehicle with furrowed brows. That one just now, was that little girl from the Rampart Hotel. And that one, a movement, action and an eye look, while thinking. Whoosh. A slender figure with white hair and a unicorn-like scythe on the right side of its forehead. It was also in the direction of the vehicle, passing through Bai Zi's eyes without making a sound. If it weren't for Bai Zi's amazing eyesight, plus the conspicuous white fur under the moonlight, I'm afraid that Bai Zi might not be able to spot it. Is it Absol? Bai Zi recognized that, the elf only known as the disaster beast. As a rare moderate among the evil elves, Absol will use the horn on his head to predict disasters and show up to convey information about disasters and crises to people. However, because of people's ignorance and 353 superstition in the past, a spirit full of justice like Absol was not recognized by people. On the contrary, it was considered that it would bring disaster and was hated and driven out. Arrived in the middle of the mountain. But even so, when disaster strikes again, Absol will still take the initiative to show up to wake up the world. Open black lens bracket rate. Absolute close black lens bracket. Attribute. Evil. Characteristic. Sense of oppression. Heart of justice. Monty. Level. Quasi Tianwang intermediate. Level 55. 85 100. Potential. King of Heaven. HP. 65. Attack. 130. Defense. 60. Special attack. 75. Special defense. 60. PP. 75. Skills. Lightning flash. Stare. Shadow clone. Treat test. Shoot down. See through. Provocation. Split. Gather energy. Raid. Sword Dan. Predict the future. Death Song. Genetic skill. Black eyes. Status. Poor. Tired. Introduction. He used to be one of the elf overlords on the outskirts of the Chunghua forest in Fangyuan. He has a very keen sense of danger and aura, and is agile in action. He is an expert in stealth. Are you a wild elf? Besides, this is still an elf overlord from Fangyuan. The light in his eyes stopped for a while, and Bai Zi's eyebrows raised unconsciously. The Fangyuan area is located in the southwest of the Chengdu area, and is separated from the Kanto area by a sponge extension. It is another large continental area. Interesting. The elf overlord from the Fangyuan place traveled thousands of miles to the Kanto land, and, even though his state was not very good, he tracked a vehicle driving on the wild street. No matter how you look at it, it all shows that there must be hidden secret. However, now is not the time to think about that. Huo pushed the chairs away one by one, and Bai Zi got up immediately and took out a luxury ball from his waist. Red light flies, and he himself also pressed the balcony and simply turned down. People are in the air. That red light has transformed into a four-legged canine, which is the windspeed dog. Immediately afterward, Bai Zi, who fell from the air, also jumped from the windspeed dog, straddled firmly on its thick broad back. Feng speed dog, go after that black car, followed by a Absol. Wu tilde. A low, deep whimper sound started. Then, a stream of orange-red shadows flashed under the moonlight. At the same time, in a presidential suite of the Yuhong City Hotel, Mia stood in front of a floor-to-ceiling window that had been cut open, holding the delicate letter in her hand tightly. There was no blood on her beautiful face. Dear Mia, Miss Moore, Miss Lily is now in our hand. If you don't want your lovely daughter to have an accident, then I hope you can contact your biological father, Mr. Hassan, and let him call XXXXXXXXXXXX to come and talk to us. Close black lens bracket. Remember, don't call the police. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Otherwise, we cannot guarantee that Miss Lily will be intact. Close black lens bracket. Lily, the young woman with short, capable hair, bit her lower lip, hesitated for a while, and finally gave up her plan to call the police. He took out the communicator and dialed the number in his mind that he had remembered many times but had never called. She doesn't bet what's going to happen to Lily. She's going crazy. Beep. Click. Although it was late at night, the call was quickly connected. Mia opened her mouth lightly, and when she really wanted to say something, a tired but obviously excited old vibrato came from the other end of the phone. Woman, daughter, are you finally willing to call me? I'm so happy. You and Lily are okay. Lily was kidnapped. Mia's voice was cold. Because of you. On the other hand, as the world's largest shipping company, Hassan, the former chairman of Moore Group, now renamed Lily Group, Moore, standing there like a sculpture at this moment, a daughter who refuses to recognize her, finally take the initiative to call, but not so happy, but brought him such a thunderbolt news, or because of yourself, Hassan. Moore subconsciously wanted to defend the matter. However, as the chairman of one of the largest corporations in the world, there is no shortage of temperament and wisdom. His granddaughter Lily, whom he has not yet successfully recognized, is just an ordinary little girl. The only thing that made her no longer ordinary, it's your own identity. Chairman of the world-class group, Hassan, the identity of Moore's granddaughter. They came after me, Hassan. A flash of red light flashed in Moore's eyes, resisting the guilt and anger, and said to Mia on the other end of the phone as calmly as possible, Mia, now tell me the whole story. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to Lily. Moment. Hassan. After listening to Mia's narration, Moore hangs up. He looked at the series of numbers on the paper, resisting the urge to dial it right away. Walked quickly to the wall, roughly ripped off a dark frame, and slapped the red button in the dark frame with a slap. Flying sharp. Immediately summon all the armed forces of the group, and let the people from the Security Response 1.7 emergency team come and pick me up immediately. Quote, yes, sir. A crisp answer came from the dark cell. Hassan. Moore retracted his hand, put on a coat at will, and reached out to a built-in elevator in the room. Ding dong. The elevator suddenly opened, and Hassan. Moore stepped in and dialed the communicator number in his hand, without the slightest busy tone. The call was directly connected. Hello, ha. Don't talk nonsense. Just tell me what you want. What you want. Chapter 165. Little Mouse, I caught you. For full order. Kanto, Yuhong City. Darkness shrouded the whole land, and under the moonlight, a car drove away from the city center at a high speed and drove into an abandoned underground parking garage on the outskirts of the city. Squeak. After passing through layers of light and dark levels, the vehicle stopped only after driving to the underground 3 floors of the parking garage. Immediately afterward, a sturdy man in an ordinary blue worker's uniform pushed the door and came out. Afterward, a blue ecstasy eye with a short stature and jewel-like eyes jumped down from the shadow above his head and crouched on the roof of the car, head down, through the glass of the car window, turning her eyes that could not be seen clearly to Lily in the backseat of the car. The corners of her mouth opened wide, revealing sharp razor-like teeth. 0000 tilde. The little family shivered all of a sudden, but they held back their fear, shrank their bodies, and bravely stared back at this ecstasy with misty eye. Although he was trembling all over, he didn't show any signs of flinching. The ecstasy's eyes suddenly became interested, and the surging, like evil factors rose like smoke, and a strong malice was about to oppress Lily. 02 in the car. Enough. A hoarse, air-leaking sound like someone strangled the throat suddenly sounded. The movement of the soul-sucking eye suddenly stagnated. The smoke slowly dissipated, and the ecstasy eye immediately turned over, jumped straight from the roof, and landed next to the sofa in the center of the open space. Reigning in his fierceness, he rubbed the trouser legs of the man sitting on the sofa, like a cat. How did the old man agree? Mark. The hoarse voice sounded again, and under the dim light, a thin man with long black and white hair slowly raised his head, revealing his unusual appearance. It was an extremely pale face, with slender eyes like foxes, scarlet pupils and lips as if stained with blood, just like a vampire from a horror movie, or the one that is extremely malnourished, and on his slender neck neck and throat there is a scar that can be fatal. On the chest of his silver gray uniform, a reverse S character similar to the number 2 printed on it. Reverse S. This is the symbol of the underground organization Silver Club, which was prosperous in those days and whose main activities were in the Chengdu area, but was later destroyed and annexed by the rocket. And this thin man with long black and white hair who looks like a vampire is the last leader of the Silver Society who was wiped out back then, and is known as a ghost. Charles Chief Hassan Moore said, as long as we can guarantee the safety of his granddaughter, in addition to the 2 billion Union coin amount we asked for, he is willing to pay 3 billion more after we hand it over, and the money will be paid immediately. It will be transferred to the account we requested in batches. Mark, the sturdy uniformed man, replied respectfully. Oh, you're so sensible. Charles' sullen eyes flashed over Lily in the car, and a smile appeared on his face. He turned his head and gestured with his eyes to a few members of the Silver Club who were sitting in front of their laptop. Several people immediately understood. Cracklingly manipulated. Soon, Boss Charles, the account on my side has already started to receive transfers one after another. Me too. And on my side, I have already started to receive payments of varying amounts. Several members of the Silver Club said one after another. Very good. A flush rose on Charles's face, and he tried his best to suppress the excitement in his heart, and asked, how much have you got now? How long does it take to transfer the money successfully? The chubby-eyed member made a quick operation, and then immediately replied, Boss Charles, now in more than 130 million in hand. It is estimated that in another 20 to 30 minutes you will be able to get all the money, or within an hour you can transfer all of them successfully. Very good. Ha ha ha. Charles couldn't bear the emotion anymore. He got up and walked around in the middle of the room. The crisp sound of da 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 kept coming. Until this time, only then can it be seen clearly that Charles's legs below the knees are all assisted walking prostheses. The semi-metal material and simple shape are obviously not high-end good, but the most common walking aid on the market. This shows that the Silver Society, the largest underground organization in the Chengdu area at the time, is now in a state of embarrassment. Good. With the injection of this capital, our silver will usher in resurrection when the time comes. Speaking of this, Charles's originally excited expression gradually turned into a ferocious one, almost as if a substantive low pressure appeared around him. When the time comes, Team Rocket, Sakagi, destroy the revenge of killing people. I will definitely repay you well. Definitely. Haha 370 haha ha 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 ha. It's so stupid to attack the major cities of the League. Sakagi, you are all so dizzy. This time, the rockets have to be ripped off by the League. And such a godsend opportunity. Exactly. My silver will launch revenge and re-emerge. Charles roared wildly, and under his feet, a ghost image gradually spread as he kept walking, until, when it spread to the side of the car where Lily was. Mark, you were too careless. The faint hoarse voice suddenly turned calm, and Charles turned his head abruptly to look at the entrance of the garage on the 3rd floor of the basement, with a ferocious smile raised at the corner of his mouth. Little mouse, I caught you. Next second, a pitch-black ghost rose from the ground, turned into a ray of dark electric light, climbed over the roof of the car, and with a sly smile, headed towards the white silhouette. I didn't know when it was approaching, and went straight to kill it. Hidden Spirit Assault. P.S. Dream Demon Tilda. Chapter 166. Strange Phenomenon. Please complete order. Under the dim light, a round dark purple shadow with a sinister and terrifying smile suddenly revealed its figure. The short hand, feet and tail look a little funny. At the back, it is a thorn-like protrusion like a thorn. The scarlet eyes, the raised corners of the mouth and the white teeth all reveal the identity of the other party. It is known as the first generation Ghost King, the ghost poison dual-type elf. Gengar. At this moment, in a dark billowing thick fog, Gengar's figure in midair suddenly disappeared, and the next second, a circle of dark corridors appeared there just behind the white figure next to the car. Straight at the Gen ghost who had drilled out, he hooked it towards the throat of the white figure. It was faintly purple, with a corrosive aura. Poison attack. At this juncture, Twitch, Hoochie, although the white figure avoided the key point of the throat dangerously, the difference in level and exhaustion also prevented it from completely avoiding the blow. The sound of the sharp weapon into the meat, the sound together. Jumping up, the white figure that fell to the side was no longer covered by the car. Finally, he showed his stature in the eyes of the members of the Silver Club, and on it back, from the shoulders and neck to the lower back, 3 deep visible bone wounds spread side by side over almost the entire back. The wound glowed purple, and the dripping blood almost dyed its nearly half body red. It poisoned, and hit hard. It turned out to be an absol. Charles blinked and saw that his left eye, which was no different from ordinary people, suddenly shrunk, layered upon layers, and flashed with an electronic luster. This is an electronic eye. Wild elf. Interesting. The corner of Charles' mouth raised a smirk, and his hoarse voice suddenly fell in a low voice. Eyes the soul split the tile. He tilde. A strange swindling laughter sounded, and in the next second, the ecstasy eyes that had already finally reached Absolute's body jumped into the air, and the white-lighted palm slashed straight down like a knife and axe. Absolute had to retreat immediately, but the ecstasy eye in the midair suddenly swept his gaze towards it not far behind. Lily in the car, the threatening smirk on his face was very obvious. Absolute clenched his teeth, and there was a low growl from his throat. 4 feet on the ground, the scythe-like horn on the top of the head suddenly burst into light, and attacked the claw that was slashed by the eye of the soul. Super horn versus tile split. Bang! One by one dull crashing sounds rang out in this empty underground space. After a brief stalemate, the soul-hunting eye jumped up and quickly flipped down in midair. With a heavy kick, it swept the face of Absol, and kicked it directly to the wall at the end of the underground space. Deep inlaid in it. After a while, it fell to the ground from the wall, completely lost the ability to fight. Big dog. Lily, who was sitting in the car, seemed to recognize this Absol, and she was about to open the car door in a hurry. Bang! The soul-hunting eye slid on the door, and suddenly, an obvious dent appeared on the door. Lily was also frightened to the point of trembling, and she looked at the eyes of the soul with tears in her eyes. The little fist clenched tightly, eyes full of fear, but he still stubbornly stared at the eyes of the soul-eating eyes, unwilling to bow his head. And the eyes of the soul seemed to enjoy the fear of others. After touching Lily's eyes, the corners of the mouth immediately rose, like a throat-wiping action. The surging malice suddenly rushed to the face. This surging malice made Lily's little face turn white, and the panic in her heart could no longer be suppressed. Tears flowed from the corners of her eyes, her lips pursed tightly, and she choked up in a low voice. Actually, if it weren't for the existence of some kind of dependency in her heart, she would have been unable to persist. Okay, Charles stopped in time. After all, this is the present day of their silver club, and it may be the money bag in the future, but nothing can really happen to her. Koji emoji tilde. At this time, Gengar also dragged one of the half-conscious Absolute's hind legs and walked towards Charles. Above the ground, bright red blood lines were drawn. Witnessing such a tragic scene caused a great shock to Lily's young heart. Breathing suddenly hurried up. A feeling of tightness in the chest like suffocation suddenly came, and Lily's consciousness gradually became blurred, and her vision also blurred. That is at this time. Don't be afraid tilde. With a soft soothing sound, Lily felt a large pair of gentle hands embrace her. Immediately afterward, an incomparably warm current spread from both palms to the whole body. Breath suddenly calmed down. Leaning in the warm embrace, Lily raised her head slightly. In his eyes, silver white broken hair, dazzling cloudy blue eyes, small round sunglasses, and a gentle and familiar face were instantly imprinted into the pupil. His eyes suddenly lit up with a slow brilliance. Big brother. On the other side, it seemed that nothing was out of the ordinary. Charles calmly looked at Absol, who was dragged by Gengar, with admiration, being able to withstand the blow of the ecstasy in a state of injury, even if it is not full strength. But as a wild elf, come on, you do have great potential. How about you? Would you like to follow me? Before he finished speaking, Charles, who swept in the direction of the car from the corner of his eye, suddenly condensed, and the electronic sound in his pupils shrank violently a few times. Suddenly stepped towards the car, opened the door, stretched out his hand, and grabbed Lily inside. Very suddenly, Lily Wei was stunned and didn't react. In the same way, Charles suddenly grabbed the air and put his hand on it, and there was no touch that should have existed. Boss, you are good job. Mark on the side hadn't reacted for a while, and said with some doubt. Charles ignored him. Out of the corner of his eyes, he looked towards the members of the Silver Club. The air is quiet, except for the abnormally uniform rhythm of the keyboard tapping. The members of the Silver Club, one by one, did not even make a sound of breathing. Zhang Gishan. Charles looked extremely gloomy, and immediately shouted loudly, use the black mist. Koji tilde. Zhang Gui smiled grimly, his round body bulging like a balloon. Next second, the dark mist spewed out from its mouth, and it didn't take a moment to spread to the audience. P.S. No maiden tilde. Chapter 167. By Z. Then guess why. Please complete the order. The black fog spread and soon covered the entire underground space. Well, what's going on here? At this time, the tough young man named Mark finally realized that something was wrong. Under such a dark fog, the expressions of his colleague did not change in the slightest. One by one, like puppets, those who were on guard continued to stand guard, and those who operated the computer were still operating the computer. It seems that all changes in the outside world cannot affect them. Such performance let Mark only feel a hair in his heart. Come out, come on, Heluga. Panic. He could only feel a little at ease by releasing the elf. However, this Heruga, known as the Hound of Hell, was not fierce at all, but looked rather dejected, and on its neck, even more tightly around a metal collar that is constantly shining red. And just when Mark released this black lugar, Koji tilde. On the other side, Jane Ghost had already passed through the black mist gap to the strangeness in the underground space. Without Charles's instructions, he even squeezed out a shadow ball and smashed it towards an empty space. Chirulian. Stop. 300 170 Chiru tilde. Buzz followed by a strange sound, and an invisible barrier suddenly appeared, facing the attacking shadow ball. Go. Immediately. Boom. One by one is accompanied by a violent explosion. Because of the energy reaction, there was a lot of fog all around, and with a burst of invisible hot wind blowing, the smoke, and even the black mist that Gengar spewed out, were quickly blown away. The shadowy figure suddenly appeared. Really alert, the silver-haired boy with sunglasses walked out with the smoke, his face innocent. I originally wanted you to leave in peace. And behind the boy, a petite, bewitching, or handsome figure also followed, standing in front of Charles. Your special size. One. The young man named Mark saw this, and his face suddenly became hideous. He pulled out an honest live ammunition firearm from the back waist, and as soon as he pulled the barrel, the went to lift, but it was pressed down by Charles' neck to him. Chi. Charles didn't answer, just glanced at his subordinate. Mark was suddenly startled and looked around. I see. The members of the Silver Society who were supposed to surround them all collapsed to the ground silently, including the members who operate the computer. They all lay on the desktop in front of the computer as if they were asleep. Mark wadded slightly. He put his finger on the neck of a member of the Silver Club who was soft to the ground. There was no pulse at all, or the soft touch feels like it has no bone. Mark suddenly retracted his palm. Pupil suddenly shrank. When Charles next to him saw this, he didn't need to explain it. He had already expected this, and his expression also sank. Boy, who are you? This question. Baizi's eyes swept over the Zhenggui, Soul Evil Eye, and Heluga in the field, and then he slowly raised his head and said with a chuckle, actually, whether you know or don't know, it doesn't make any sense anymore. Now, between the words, a series of data panels also appeared in Baizi's eyes in turn. Race, Gengar. Attribute, Ghost Poison. Characteristic, Cursed Body. Level, Heavenly King Intermediate. Level 54, 4100. Potential, King of Heaven. Status, Extremely Poor. Hurting the Origin. Introduction. The source was injured by the insect-type factor that could touch the quasi-god field, and the strength dropped sharply. It took countless treasures of heaven and earth to barely stabilize the level of the middle-level King of Heaven. Insect factor. It will be difficult to advance again. Open black lens bracket. Race, Evil Eye. Close black lens bracket. Attribute, Evil, Ghost. Characteristic, Sharp Eye. Level, Quasi-ACBH. Heavenly King P. Peak. Level 59, 75 100. Falling continuously. Potential, King of Heaven. Open black lens bracket. Close black lens bracket. Status, Extremely Poor. Hurting the Origin. Introduction. Being bombarded by the ground basics of the profound meaning level one after another, injuring the source, barely saving one's life. The strength falls to the rank of Heavenly King, and if you don't spend enough time every day to absorb the evil factor, the strength will continue to fall. Open black lens bracket. Race, Black Ruga. Close black lens bracket. Attribute, Evil, Fire. Characteristic, Fire. Level, Quasi-Tianwang Intermediate. Level 55, 5100. Potential, Quasi-King. Open black lens bracket. Close black lens bracket. Status, Poor, slightly injured. Introduction. He used to be the elf overlord of the Darubi family, a small elf group commanded by the middle of the Silver Mountains, with a strong sense of responsibility and family. Baizi squinted slightly. The information he got from the data of Gengar and Evil Eye, combined with what he had heard before, related to the cause of the demise of the Silver Society. It's not hard to guess who's the culprit in all of this. After all, the combination of the 3 points of Team Rocket, the insect-type factor of the God Domain, and the ground-type trick of the profound meaning level, in Baizi's eyes, is almost equivalent to clearly pointing to a man, the current leader of Team Rocket, Sakagi of the Earth. However, this Black Ruga, it doesn't make any sense. Charles's eyes narrowed slightly, and he glanced at the computer screen that was still running not far away, with a smile on his face. Young man, don't you think that you will kill me with some small trick? Chirulian, the Windspeed dog, and just now, everything should be the ability of the Zoroark by your side. The Phantom Tyrants are indeed very good elves, but elf battles aren't about rarity. Young man, are you sure you have made the decision to fight our Silver Club to the death? The word fell, and a bloody and tragic momentum emerged from Charles's body. This momentum is a little vain, but no doubt, enough to show his power. After a moment, the momentum dissipated. How? Let's each take a step back. You take this little girl and I don't care about your affairs today. How about we won't break the river from now on? Baizi suddenly laughed. He winked at Charles, and the raised corners of his mouth were very obvious. Having said so much, you should be ready, right? Charles's complexion changed, and Baizi continued to chuckle and said, then guess, why did I know this and listen to you? Charles, P.S. Wind Speed Dog tilde. Chapter 168. Uncle Lou's Messenger Bird. Massacre. For full order. Not good. Zhenggui, hurry up. Charles's complexion suddenly changed, and he responded immediately. But a pity, he hasn't finished speaking yet. Snap. Wu tilde. With a crisp finger snap, Shenjun's Wind Speed Dog slightly twitched the tip of his nose, and in the not-so-bright light glow, he quickly sniffed out the opponent's scent and detected the location of the sneaking opponent tilde location. explosion. Afterward, he rushed forward suddenly, the canine teeth filled with pit black mist daggered, the dog head swayed, and suddenly bite down in the void not far from Baizi. Bite. PFF. In an instant, a round purple ghost was suddenly torn out of the air. This is obviously a Gengar, and with the appearance of this Gengar, the figure of the Gengar that was suspended above Charles's head suddenly became illusory and disappeared. Kogia tilde. The canine teeth full of evil factors penetrated deep into the body, and the fatal sense of crisis and pain caused this Gengar to struggle violently. But the huge gap in strength and Tionki's evil energy fixed it firmly in place, and it was difficult to break free. You bastard! Charles's face changed suddenly. Even if the attributes were incompatible, he was able to catch his own Gengar so easily, and make him unable to break free at all. Even the ghost-type energy factor in one body seems to be completely suppressed and sealed. Such strength. Championship. Charles, pupils tighten. You're only a teenager, so where did this little monster come from? Mark next to him also endured. No. Swallowed. Mouth water. His throat rolled, and a wisp of cold sweat slid down his temple. Championship level. This is an existence that cannot be underestimated even in the heyday of the Silver Club, let alone now. Charles took a deep breath and glanced at Gengar, who was unable to break free from the Windspeed dog. Clenched fist. He tried his best to calm down his expression and said, "Little, my friend, there's no need to do things like this, isn't it? Although you have the upper hand now, I think you shouldn't want to offend AA Elf Leader, right? You're young, and you obviously have a better future." "I'm still saying that. The enemy should be resolved but not knotted. You take that little girl with you, and we won't break the river water from now on. How about that? But shouldn't the best solution be to let one side of the feud disappear altogether?" Under the sunglasses, Baizi's eyes were dark. However, as if remembering something, he pulled down his sunglasses slightly and looked inexplicably at the man facing the enemy. "Master of the Elf, are you sure you are awake? I know what to say. The vernacular is hard to believe, but what I say is true. That guy with an ice mask is really strong. Too strong." Saying that, Charles endured a shudder, and his expression was still unbelievable. The messenger bird he used, with just one blow, directly froze the entire barren plain. A barren plain. Baizi closed his eyes slightly. In the body, inside, Baizi's power of crisis sensing ability was operated to the extreme by him, even if it's just a few words. But the ice mask, the messenger bird, are enough to make Baizi think of a bug-level trainer in the Pokemon worldview. The little boar suppresses Dialga, the messenger bird Tapo and Lugia. Lubo, a top trainer who intends to reverse time. Judging from the record of the special chapter, the head of the elf can be said to be fully deserved. However, this is a real world after all. In fact, Baizi didn't have a very clear concept of how strong Lubo was, but now Charles's words have given him a little enlightenment. Barren Plain. This is a small peninsula plain located on the southwest coast of the Chengdu area, isolated due to the leakage of the experiment, with a total area of nearly 50 square kilometers. 50 square kilometers. That's almost equivalent to 10,000 football fields, and Lubo's messenger bird completely freezes it with just one blow. Even, this is not necessarily the full force of the opponent. Baizi opened his eyes and looked at Charles with a slight sigh. "Masquerade man, I really don't want to provoke such a troublesome guy." Then, Charles's eyes lit up. "Then for the sake of safety, I can't let you go." Baizi put his arms around Lily, who had already fallen asleep under the exhaustion, turned around and walked towards the entrance and exit. "Zero. Ask for flowers." Then, an indifferent order came out. "The Windspeed dog. Bite it." Woo tilde. The Windspeed dog made a dull whimper, and a strong evil factor suddenly rose from the mouth. Gia PFF, accompanied by Zheng Gui's real scream. The Windspeed dog suddenly closed his long kiss like a balloon, and bit it directly. "Your Windspeed dog killed Charles's Gengar. Slightly gain. Battle experience +1. Windspeed dog experience value +1. Smell detection skill. Skill +1. Bite skill. Skill +1. Bite proficiency. Proficiency +1. You bastard." Charles's eyes were split, and he grabbed Mark's hand. The gun was about to point at Baizi, who had his back turned to him. Chiru tilde. An indifferent groan sounded. Subsequently, kacha. Under the dim light, the shadow of Charles's arm suddenly folded upward, followed by the leg, body, neck. He tilde. The ecstasy's eyes trembled slightly, and it didn't even think about it. It ran directly from the bottom of the car with the idea of revenge for its owner, but just got out of the car, and before he had time to continue to escape, when he looked up, he saw a strange face, and the scarlet energy long knives lashed straight down, like hot knives cutting butter, leaving a bloodline in the center of the body that was stunned by the eyes of the soul. Street test. Stepping on one by one, Zoroark jumped back, lightly avoiding the splashing blood. The surging evil energy gathers in the claws, removing the stench from it. That's right. And Baizi, who was walking to the entrance and exit, suddenly stopped, and in the radiant eyes of Mark, who was pulled into the air by Cerulean's thought force, he urged, "Remember to save that. Only Heluga's life. ABO brings Solu and the rest of the Pokeball. Also, remember remember to clean up, whines Big Dog. The sound fades away, with the sound of bones breaking one by one. Cerulean's lightly raised plain hands suddenly clench. Several. Chapter 169. This. A scumbag. Please complete the order. Underground garage. Second floor. Beard tilde. As soon as Baizi appeared, a silhouette with a shimmering light flashed from the darkness. Metal skin. The sharp and dangerous needle arm as the giant needle bee. Tick, tick. The sound of water drop hitting the ground echoed in the empty room. The scarlet blood fell on the ground drop by drop along the hanging needle arm. In no time, a small puddle of blood gathered. Baizi glanced at the big needle bee that flew to his side through the dim light of the entrance and exit, and immediately laughed and scolded. Go and go. The blood is not too dirty. Clean it up and come to me. Big needle bee smelled. Yan lowered his head slightly. Next second, a layer of splendid purple energy armor spread from its needle arm to the whole body. After 370 click 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 dissipated in the successive sound, and took away the bloodstains on the outside of the large needle bee's body that were opened by the emerging energy armor. Seeing this, Baizi was stunned for a moment, and when he saw the gaze of the giant needle bee, he couldn't help but laugh. Cough. Have you used your gauntlet skills so well? Amazing. Saying that, Baizi gave a thumbs up to the giant needle bee with a look of admiration. The big needle bee had an extremely flat expression, as if he didn't care about it at all, but after nodding lightly, his wings shook across Baizi, and flew towards the first floor of the entrance and exit. This guy. Baizi lightly smiled and shook his head, then followed. Come to the ground warehouse on the first floor and stop. Soon, there was a slight tremor on the ground. After a while, Zoroark, Wind's Big Dog, and Cerulean with several red and white balls suspended by their sides walked out in order. The bright moon hangs high. At about 1 o'clock in the morning, in a wood not very far from the center of the elf, after Baizi had detoxified Absolu and applied the wound medicine. After Cerulean's translation and Lily's confirmation, Baizi probably figured out the reason for Absol and Haruga. Let's talk about Absol. The reason why it has followed from Fengyuan to the Kanto region is to repay its kindness. A year ago, Lily happened to meet Absol, who was seriously injured and unable to forage and almost died of starvation in the outskirts of the Orange Forest. The little guy is kind-hearted, and he doesn't care about Absol's notoriety as a disaster beast, even if it is found that it is unwilling to go to the human world for treatment. But he still rushed to the forest every day to bring it food. For the first time in his life, Absol, who has always been hated by people, feels that he is treated with kindness. An evil spirit that is easily misunderstood and not popular with the general public, coupled with the disaster beast notoriety. If Absol wasn't yelled at by everyone, it wouldn't be much better there. But at that moment, Absol felt the tenderness and kindness that really belonged to him and was completely released for himself. Dry souls seem to be purified. It's like finding a real home. Soon, relying on Lily's feeding and care, Absol survived with his quasi-king level powerful physique. That is, from that day on, it identified Lily in its heart, and after they parted, they hid in the dark, all the way from Fengyuan to Kanto, guarding Lily's safety. And why not show up to follow? I just don't want to affect Lily because of my reputation as a disaster beast. It turns out that the big dog is the only one protecting Lily. Lily's eyes were shining brightly. She broke away from Baizi's embrace, threw herself on Absolu's body, and said in a muffled voice, "Thank you, big dog." Woo. This time, it obviously affected Absol's injury. However, it only twitched the corner of its mouth slightly, then propped up slightly with a gentle face, stretched its head around Lily's neck, embraced the other's small figure as if in its arms, and let out a low whimper. The movements are gentle and careful, like a figure in his arms, a peerless treasure. Haruga glanced in the direction of Absol and Lily. There was a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Compared to Absol, he had almost the same experience with him, but he didn't meet a trainer who could really treat him. The man named Mark, after discovering that he had been seriously injured and dying in order to cover the group, immediately put an electric shock collar on it. Immediately after, it is brutal forced domestication. Original. As the arrogance of the overlord of the group, even if it dies, it will never succumb to such a trainer. But it knew that one day, it found the corpse of the nearly half-eaten Darubi. Hilugia recognized it immediately. That is, the corpse of its clan. Violent, anger, crazy, but still cannot get rid of the control of this circle. In the end, it had to live on the sidelines and send it to be able to get rid of the bondage one day and return to the group again. Satilda. The sobbing sounded again. Lily let go of Absol, and in Heluga's somewhat bewildered expression, he hugged him with a golden face. The big dog number 2 is so pitiful. Don't cry, don't cry. Cry, be strong, mother said. Being strong is a good boy. Hilugia was not used to trying to break free, but after feeling the wetness of his neck, when he turned around, he met Lily's clear eyes. Hilugia stared blankly at Lily's eyes, and his body froze. Elves are very sensitive creatures, and they are far more sensitive than humans, so they will be willing to fight everything for the people they love, and even burst out with incredible power. This is the bond between humans and elves that has been passed down since ancient times. Haruka felt the same at this time. I felt the pure heart and sincere heart from this little girl who met for the first time in front of me. Its eyes softened unconsciously. On the side, looking at Absol, who subconsciously tensed his whole body, with an expression of his beloved being taken away. Baizi's expression was a little weird. Ah, this. Why do I feel that your rank is a little high? Lily, this wave of operations is a classic 1 and 2. It's just a scumbag. 1. R. P.S. Bite the Shartilda. Chapter 170. The Rotten Sword. Fearless. For full order. Neck. Baizi just stared at Lily, a little lowly, with his soft and cute little cotton voice and clear eyes that couldn't be rejected, to completely control the two quasi-king level elf overlords in front of him. Let Absol finally agreed to accompany her to live with her. He also made an agreement with Helluga to go to the Silver Mountains to find a group for resettlement. So, the people in those Pokeballs shouldn't be your clan. I originally guessed that you were forced to bear the humiliation and burden of the clan's hand. Baizi touched the tip of his nose. He turned his gaze to Cerulean's direction. However, this time, Cerulean did not act immediately, but rather was in the midst of a tangled expression. Seeing this, Baizi suddenly raised his eyebrows slightly, and reminded aloud, Cerulean. Cerulean was stunned for a moment, and then saw Baizi gestured with his eyes to the Pokeball in his hand, and then woke up a little. Following Baizi's gaze, he turned to the Pokeball floating beside him. Some ignorant blink, but in love, there is an obvious stage. This guy. Baizi couldn't bear it anymore, raised his hand and clicked on Cerulean's little head, and said bluntly, open all these Pokeballs and see if there are any of the Heluga's kin in there. Cerulean shrank her head, and with a wave of her hand, she opened the Pokeball floating next to it. Alados. Among the dozen Pokeballs, all of them were the poisonous spider Alados. The strength is also very average, basically in the novice, middle high level, under. It doesn't look like. He waved his hand and used telepathy at will to let Chilean wash the memories of these dozen Alados, and then use instant movement to release these guys. Subsequently, Baizi got up straight, glanced at Lily who was getting close with the two black and white big dog, and said with a chuckle, okay Lily, you should go back too. The provincial family is worried. Yes. When Lily heard the word, she suddenly opened her mouth with a stunned expression. Suddenly she seemed to remember something, trotted to Baizi's side, tiptoed, and tugged at Baizi's sleeve. What wrong? Baizi squatted down along the string, and then, he put his arms around his neck, and printed a fragrance on his left cheek. Woo. Thank you big brother. Also, there is this. Xiaojia. The guy smiled innocently. Afterward, he rummaged through the small yellow bag that straddled his dress, and took out a toy dagger that looked like wood and iron. This is Lily's thank you gift to big brother. Oh. Baizi took it with a smile on his face. The weight was neither light nor heavy. It felt like iron to the touch, but it didn't have the slightest cold touch. He looked at him casually, although there was some familiar sense of sight, but Baizi didn't care too much. Well then, I'll be more respectful than obedient. Just casually shaking the dagger, which didn't even have a sharp edge, I put it in my arm. Then, he hugged the little guy in front of him. Okay, we should go too. Wordfall. Baizi glanced at Absol and Haruga, who stood on either side like guardians. Finally, he turned his attention to Absol. You should know where Lily lived. Absol, lead the way. Absolu nodded when he heard the word, and rushed forward. Baizi, on the other hand, refused the invitation to ride Helluga. Pulling up Cerulean, who was still a little out of his mind, wrapped in his burning white thought power, he chased after Absol. Lugia flicked the triangular long tail, and followed up with a single step. Mom. At 1:25 in the morning, Mia, who was waiting anxiously at the door of the hotel, didn't get Hassan, who was guaranteed to arrive in 2 hours more, but a familiar immature cotton sound. Mia froze, turned her head for the first time, and saw Lily, who was rushing towards her. Mia rubbed her eyes in disbelief. It wasn't until Lily called out, Mama, again with some doubts, that she burst into tears. Soft enough to the ground, he hugged the little guy in front of him in his arms. Lily, it great, talking. He hurriedly looked up and down again. Lily, are you alright? Giggle, cluck, it's so itchy. The little guy avoided his mother's big hand, patted his wealthy airport recklessly and said, Mom, I have nothing at all. It's my big brother. Halfway through the conversation, Lily covered her mouth while covering her ear. Big brother. Mia was taken aback. Not big brother. Not big brother. It has nothing to do with the white-haired big brother. Yes. Lily blinked hard, recalling the good words she had with Baizi on the road before. The light bulb on the forehead lit up. By the way, Big Dog number 1 and Big Dog number 2 rescued me. Right. Saying that, Lily turned her head and said to Absol and Haruga, who were protecting her, woo tilda. Absolu and Haruga looked at each other and nodded helplessly. Mia frowned slightly, but following her daughter's line of sight, she noticed two handsome elves standing beside her. Like door god, this is Absol. Helluga. Da. Just at this moment, the sound of a helicopter's propeller rotating came from the sky. Looking at the clan emblem composed of two folded wings on the slow landing falcon, Mia's eyes flashed a ray of complexity. Wings logo. More group. Behind a tree not far away. Baizi frowned slightly, recognizing this group logo that can be said to be world famous. Afterward, 370 looked at the burly old man with purple eyebrows and hair who jumped out of the falcon-shaped aircraft. Baizi frowned even more. Hassan. More actually came in person. Tis. It seems that Lily's life experience is not simple. No wonder it will be targeted by Silver. But, one last glance at the little guy who was looking left and right looking for his figure. Secretly, Baizi couldn't help but slightly raise his forehead. I feel that within a few days, my documents will be placed on Hassan Moore's desk. Quote, and once some secrets are known, it's hard to keep them. But, it's exposed. Even if it caught Uncle Lou's attention because of this, he wouldn't really be timid because of it. The big deal, just fight. Although he may still be far from Lubo in terms of hard power. But no matter what, urgent. He is also someone who can barely pull out several top legendary battle powers. Not like the previous time. The reason why he chose to back down was because he didn't want to let his control fall into the opponent's hand. And this thing, regardless of the reasoning, he is completely tenable. P.S. Master Itachi tilde. Chapter 171. Electric Cat. Zeraora. Storm. For full order. Wind Festival. The wind comes to the city. The cool breeze was blowing, and the night was like water. Walking on the road back to the center of the elf paved by the brilliance of the silver moon, Baizi muttered these two terms in his mouth. This is the promise Lily made with him before she left. She promised to participate in the festival of the Wind Festival together in Fenglai City this year. The Wind Festival is an annual large-scale celebration event unique to Fenglai City. It is said to have started from an agreement with Lugia. In the past, Fenglai City was a barren land, but people and elves lived here supporting each other. Lugia was moved by this bond, and promised to send the Wind of Grace to this land. People used this wind to develop Fenglai City, so Lugia came here once a year, and used the Holy Fire platform as a mark to send the Wind of Grace to the people and elves here every year. The coastal area north of the Chengdu area to which Fenglai City belongs. The official date of the Wind Festival is 3 days from the end of May to the beginning of June. Let me see. Baizi clicked on the elf bracelet on his left wrist. The virtual interface rose, and a blue light curtain was reflected on the sunglasses. It's already the beginning of May, and this year's core conference is scheduled for September. But the time is different. There's plenty. Putting away the watch, Baizi pondered for a while, and finally decided to accept the appointment. In addition to not wanting to disappoint Lily, a cute little loli, he also has the idea of finding time to play and relax. After all, according to his ideas, after challenging the Yuhong Gym, the next stop, the light red gym, is almost halfway across the entire length of Kanto. So space. Baizi intends to focus on the cultivation of elves. A group of opponents holding hands, especially a little guy who is in a high-speed growth period like iron dumbbells, will conduct a new round of training for about half a month. In this way, the Wind Festival at the end of May and the beginning of June is just the right time for everyone to relax after the training camp. It is also a combination of work and rest. Of course, in addition to these reasons, Baizi himself is very interested in Fenglai City. Or, he is very interested in Zeraora, the phantom beast that exists only in the outskirts of Fenglai City and hides in the mountains and forests, according to what he learned in the Pokemon theatrical version of our story. To be frank, aside from some cute parties of different types, Zeraora, the electric cat, is Baizi's most handsome and favorite Udemon. Zeraora in our story is still a bit stretched, but in the Sun and Moon chapter, the parallel world Zeraora, who fought against the evil Eater King, the exclusive trick of volleying, the plasma lightning punch, is really handsome to him. So, the Wind Festival. The corner of Baizi's mouth was lightly raised, and he still had a decision in his heart. While thinking about it, Baizi and Chirulian have returned to the downstairs of the Elf Center. Now, the streets were empty. Baizi glanced at the balcony of his room on the second floor, and suddenly with a lot of interest, he took a few steps back, and after a few run-up, his body was like a civet cat climbing up the wall. To Baizi, the nearly 4-meter-long balcony was like a small earthlope. He jumped up after 3 or 2 steps. Moreover, he didn't use his arms throughout the whole process. He just flew with his feet. Step on the ground with your toes, and squat lightly. Then, take 2 steps forward with an upright leaning forward. Almost silently, he returned to the balcony, turned his body, and lay directly on the rocking chair behind him. Soon, Chirulian slowly floated up under the lavender psychic wrap. Just landed. Then he met Baizi's cloud-like blue eyes. Tell me, Chirulian, what's going on? Tonight's Yuhong City is bound to be lively enough, because a specially modified falcon-shaped aircraft slammed into the urban area, and emptied the entire garden hotel with a domineering attitude, and entered with a large number of private armed forces. Dee-doo. At 2 o'clock in the morning, after receiving a report from the night patrol, Miss Junsha from Yuhong City immediately notified the elite police members to go to this little-known chain hotel. At the same time, the news was reported to the headquarters repairs as soon as possible, and a first-level warning was issued to the Alliance. She couldn't help being cautious. First, the rockets attacked Golden City, and then there was an unknown battle that spread to Lampolchi City, causing huge floods. Recently, in the Kanto region, accidents have occurred frequently. If I hadn't seen the news report, I would have learned that the other party did not take any other drastic actions except to settle in the Garden Hotel. What Junsha issued is not a first-level warning, but the highest special-level warning in the Alliance. Squeak! 5 police cars arrived in front of the hotel one after another. There was an orderly sound of footsteps, and the Yuhong Special Forces members, fully armed and armed with stun gun, rushed out of the car and quickly used the vehicle as a bunker to prevent a sudden attack. Subsequently, snap, 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 the white light flashed one after another. As Yuhong City's highest security force, the Yuhong Special Forces consisted of 35 members. It can be described as luxurious and extravagant to the extreme. Actually, the security forces in Golden City are also quite luxurious. However, the Golden Special Team was completely attacked from the inside and was caught off guard. In addition, the opponent was a veteran powerhouse of the Heavenly King level, and all of them rushed to the street without any splash. This issue, being shamed by Junsha in Golden City, the same as the Junsha family, Yuhong Junsha naturally dare not forget this past experience. Since the Golden Siege incident, the Yuhong Special Team has been almost ready to fight, and it is precisely because of this that they can respond so quickly in this operation. Good Jiaos is Jun Shakshun, the captain of the Yuhong City Special Forces Brigade. The people inside listen. Immediately, Miss Junsha in a tight-fitting jacket with a wind-speed dog approached the hotel door under the support of the transparent explosion-proof shields of 2 special operators holding a revolver, and the awe-inspiring word came from the loudspeaker behind her. Joey called 3 or 4 times in a row, but no one answered. Immediately his face turned cold. Bend your elbows, point your forearms vertically to the ground, make your arms L-shape, and then swing forward. This is a gesture to advance the attack. P.S. Seriously, this electric cat's aura is really handsome to me. I love it. V-degree. Awesome. Chapter 172. Lizard King vs. Fire-breathing Dragon. Immediately, for full order. At this moment, there was a heavy sound of stepping on military boots. A middle-aged man with an inch head, black hair, and a jet-black combat uniform with a reversed wings carved on the back of the clothes rode out of the hotel door. There is a height of nearly 2 meters or more. Muscle twitching. The X-shaped scar that runs across the entire face from the center of the eyebrows made his temperament even more fierce. And as the man walked out of the hotel, Skyrim, one by one, accompanied by a sharp whistle like a whistle, a shark-like shark, whose arm and fins outstretched its wings far outstripped its kin, rushed into the arena, like a small jet plane, standing beside the fierce man. Ka 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 ka. The almost undisguised aura of tyranny immediately swept the audience, making all the Special Forces players feel like they were facing a big enemy, and the grid guns were raised. There were even several Lizard Kings who came out of the crowd and set up leaf blade spontaneously. The whole body is tightly locked on the whole body of this fiercely biting land shark, guarding against the opponent's attack, and ready to attack at any time. Okay, bite loose shark fiercely. Restrain yourself. Don't scare these little cuties. The fierce scar-faced man patted the old man beside him. Subsequently, he completely ignored the group of Special Forces and the Lizard Kings who were swaying around him. He strode forward and came to Jun Shakshun. Without waiting for the other party to speak 370, he took out a certificate from his arms, raised it to a position parallel to his face, and then handed it forward. My name is OL, codenamed Fei Xia, and I am currently the leader of the security emergency team of the Moore Group. Miss Junsha, this is my certificate. You can ask the backstage staff to log into the company's official website to check. Moore Group Security Response Team. Jun Shakshun repeated a sentence, and she did not relax her vigilance for the first time, and she motioned for a Lizard King to take over the other party's certificate. Check it out. Tap the communication device in the ear socket. Correspondent, make sure. Moore Group Security Response Team. Flying Shark Owl. CC. Jun Shakshun's expression loosened, and she patted the Special Forces team member holding the explosion-proof shield in front of him and walked out. Politely handing back the document, he saluted. Mr. Ors, right, I'm Jun Shakshun, the captain of the Yuhong City Special Forces Brigade. Why did you break into our city for no reason and forcefully expel the citizens in the hotel? I hope your company can give us an explanation. Otherwise, I have to ask for an order to have your chairman, Hassan Moore, come to our Yuhong police station to talk in person. Ors narrowed his eyes slightly, and the tyrannical color in his eyes flashed away. But soon, he adjusted his mood, with a grinning expression on his face full of scars. ACBH, we have already applied for a flight permit for the Kanto region. I believe you will soon receive. As for the violent eviction of guests from the hotel, I'm sorry. This hotel happens to be the hotel chain under our Moore Group. I don't need to inform you about the temporary closure, right? Moreover, we also paid enough compensation to the guests in the hotel, and also arranged the Yuhong Hotel in in the center of the city as a substitute. So, Ors looked down condescendingly. Miss Junsha, you don't need to bother you to receive our boss in person. You. Junsha Zunxing opened her eyes and quickly confirmed the truth of the matter. She took a deep breath, waved her hand, and used the special forces to put down their firearms and temporarily disarm. Turn the revolver in your hand and insert it into the holster. Then, he walked right towards the hotel door. But just 2 steps, he was stopped by Ors directly. Miss Junsha, what are you doing? I'm going to see Hassan. More. Why? You want to stop me? As an Alliance citizen, he has an obligation to assist our police in their investigation. Junsha looked coldly. To be frank, she is on fire now. Allowing the group private armed forces to enter the urban area on a large scale, especially in such a sensitive period. What kind of brainstorming Alliance high-level worm gave this pass? Isn't the matter in Golden City worth the wake-up call of those who are vegetarians? Shira Group has a problem. Even a special operations captain of hers can see things from it. Jun Shakshun doesn't believe that those politicians who are all alone in their heart can't see it. The same is true of large local group. An alien. A large group in the Fengyuan area. Such a rampant, unannounced intrusion into their first-year cities in Kanto. Will they be released and given a permit? To be frank, after confirming the matter from the headset, Jun Shakshun almost couldn't help wearing. What kind of permission is given by which XXX and XXX? Is the brain fed X? However, just when Jun Sha turned around, intending to bypass the other party, stepping on one by one, Or stopped Jun Shakshun with a big stride, frowning, and hummed, Miss Junsha, please don't make it difficult for us. Why? Are you obstructing law enforcement? Jun Shakshun's face sang, ka ka ka. Just after the words fell, the sound of guns being loaded sounded one after another, and the Lizard Kings also walked up in a light arc and surrounded them. The command came from Ya Li's ear. Jun Shakshun frowned and removed it directly. The other palm also touched the gun holster beside her leg. She didn't have any personal grudges. The matter of the Golden City was right in front of her eyes, and for the safety of Yuhong City, she couldn't be too careful. Wait for a group. There or even unnecessary conflict. It's better than putting Yuhong City in unknowable danger. Jun Shakshun has already made up her mind. Today, she must enter this garden hotel. Hassan. More is also a must-see. Kachaol's face was also not good looking. He didn't expect the Junsha in front of him to be so disrespectful. He couldn't help clenching his fists and making a crackling sound. Hey Tilda. The strong white blue shark behind him also seemed to feel the trainer's mood. In the dull roar, his arms were like sickles and slowly raised. Immediately after, Fang Fang, a sound of wings flashing. The head was covered in orange-red, and the huge dragon beast waving a pair of bat-like wings slowly landed down, and stayed on the top of the head behind Or. These are the final evolutions of the 3 small fire dragons of the fire department in the Kanto region, the fire-breathing dragon. And on the backs of these fire-breathing dragons, they are all seated one by one. The members of the Moore Group Security Emergency Team who are fully armed and have face-covering helmets with reversed wings printed on them. As a member of the Yuhong Special Forces in the Kanto region, it is formulated by the 3 families of the Grass family in the Fengyuan region. As the Security Emergency Team of the Moore Group in the Fengyuan area, it was the 3 fire-based imperial families in the Kanto area. Lizard King versus Charizard. Have to say, this is a wonderful coincidence. And this moment, both eyed, at one touch. At this moment, the walkie-talkie on Ors's chest pocket suddenly made a sound, and then an old voice came. Flying Shark, don't be rude. Please come up this Miss Junsha. P.S. What do you think? Lubo's strength is probably set to be better. Let's talk about it first. In the end, I tentatively set the big boss to be Sakagi of the Rainbow Rocket team from another world. This Lubo is the boss to be pushed in the midterm. Let's talk about it freely. Let's just follow the special chapter, or just cut it out. It's very easy to cut. I have already buried the thread in advance. Illusory body, injury, etc. 13 Chapter 173. Mysterious gift. Please order. Yes, Chairman. Ors responded in a deep voice, then turned to his side, raised his hand, and said, Miss Junsha, please. Junsha didn't give the other party a good look. She walked silently over Ors and walked towards the hotel door. However, don't be embarrassed. The chairman only said that he wants to see Miss Junsha, and, for safety's sake, I don't want other people waiting to enter. Just after Jun Shakshun passed him, Ors took another step and stopped a few members of the Yuhong special team behind him who were trying to keep up. Jun Shakshun frowned, and finally said, you guys stay here and be alert. As long as my communication is not interrupted, stand by where I am. Meaning in the word, if the communication is interrupted, it will be directly attacked. Afterwards, she took out a police red and white pokeball, put away the wind speed dog that was also stopped outside, and then turned her head and continued walking towards the hotel gate. Behind him, Als raised his eyebrows, picked up the walkie-talkie and asked. Soon, an old voice came from the walkie-talkie again. Don't worry about her, just let her up. Yes, Ors responded respectfully, but the moment he put down the walkie walkie-talkie. He also withdrew the fierce bite of the land shark and followed closely. Garden Hotel, top floor. Tatata. Yijun Shakshun completely ignored Ors, the flying shark who came up behind him, all the way to her on the top floor of the hotel. At this moment, I can't help but be secretly shocked. Because of a deliberate inspection, Jun Shakshun found that on every floor of this hotel, there were at least 5 sturdy trainers, and beside them, they all followed one by one covered in armor. Armored bird. The breadth of each one is in no way inferior to the elite members of her special team, at least the elite high level. Jun Sha's eyes narrowed slightly, and after she was not as good as the top floor, in the corridor in front of the 1002 door on the left, there were 10 trainers who were more powerful and also carried armored bird. At the end of the corridor, 3 trainers with Nighthawk standing on their shoulders stood in a triangle. In the eyes, the ray of light blooms in turn. Jun Shakshun can recognize it. It is the trick to see through. What a tight garrison. Jun Shakshun frowned. A group's private armament, even if you don't count Ors, who is like a fart behind him. The strength and number of its members have completely crushed Yuhong City's official special forces team. However, these capitalists, one by one, were really afraid of dying to the extreme. A trace of sarcasm flashed in Jun Sha's eyes, and she immediately walked towards the left side of the stairs. One by one, however, just as she got a little closer, 10 pairs of yin prey bird eyes immediately stared at her whole body in a neat and uniform manner. Just around the corner, it seems that as long as she takes a step closer, she will attack directly. Jun Shakshun became alert subconsciously. Her right hand touched the holster beside her leg, and the elf ball in her left palm also made a trembling sound. The wind speed dog also detected the danger signal from the outside world. However, Jun Shakshun knows very well that once the wind speed dog is allowed to come out at this time, things may really get out of hand. The elves who are anxious about the safety of their masters never care about the occasion or not. What they will do immediately is the only option to eliminate the danger. Therefore, she clenched the quivering pokeball in her hand, took a step back, and asked in a deep voice, "What do you mean?" "Ha tilde." With a chuckle, Aar's voice came from behind. "Miss Junsha, if you don't know the way, please don't rush in. The chairman's room is here." As he said that, Ors raised his palm and pointed to room 1001 on the right. Jun Shakshun looked down as Ors pointed, eyebrows raised lightly, because compared to the extremely tight guard in room 1002 on the left, in front of room 1001 on the right, there was only a trainer with a Nighthawk standing on his shoulders guarding the door. In contrast, it can be said to be quite simple. Are you sure you're not mistaken? In fact, Jun Shakshun of course knew that the other party couldn't make a mistake. The reason why she said this was just to take the opportunity to get some information. After all, she was really curious about what exactly could make Hassan Moore made such a garrison arrangement. But Ors had no intention of answering her words at all, and just continued to point his hand. "Please." Jun Shakshun frowned slightly, and finally glanced at the room at the end of the corridor on the left. In the end, there was no further entanglement, and he turned to the other side. After being scanned by Nighthawk, he entered the room in room 1001 under the guidance of Ors. "Hansen." "Mr. Moore." "I, Miss Junsha." "Hassan." As soon as Moore raised his hand, he stopped Junsha from questioning, and calmly closed and deleted the interface with an avatar displayed on the tablet in his hand. After a little manipulation, 0. Ask for flowers. With a solemn expression, he handed over the shield in his hand. "Miss Junsha, I like that you can listen to this thing. This is..." Jun Shakshun took it with a frown. Just as she was about to say something, a sinister voice suddenly came out from the tablet. "Hassan, Mr. Moore is really a cheerful person. If he wants your granddaughter to come back to you completely, then the price is 2 billion. Close black lens bracket. Joey Shuan's pupils suddenly tightened. "This is kidnapping. Something big." "Hassan, Mr. Moore, don't worry. We will be safe and expensive. Come on." Jun Shakshuan's words were interrupted again. "If your Yuhong City is really reliable, then I won't let my granddaughter be kidnapped by gangsters in Yuhong City. 0 inches if it weren't for..." Hassan Moore's word paused, and then continued. "Because of a trainer's righteous action, this time, even if I fight against the Moore group, I must turn the entire Yuhong City upside down." Jun Shakshun was done. After a while, he said with a sigh of relief, "So, has the person been found? This is the evidence I left behind. I will find someone to talk to you about specific matters. Now, it's getting late, and I need to rest." Hassan Moore snorted lightly, got up and retrieved the tablet, and after throwing it to Jun Shakshun for a USB flash drive, he opened his mouth to see off the guest. "This, Hassan, Mr. Moore, we Yuhong police will give you an account of this matter." Jun Shakshun frowned slightly and glanced at the USB flash drive in her hand. After a loss, she finally got up and left. After Junsha went away, Hassan Moore clicked on the previous character interface again, and after thinking for a while, he finally deleted the information completely. He took out a translucent blush jade bead from his arm, dawdled twice, handed it to Al's neck to him. "Flying Shark, go there in person tomorrow and send this to the Damu Research Institute in Junshin Town by post. P.S. This one, without checking the serial number, can guess the number of the elf. Chapter 174. Man of Destiny. King Shang. I want to go out, please book all. Yuhong City, Elf Center, balcony on the second floor. Tell me, Cerulean, what going on? The azure pupils shrouded in clouds and mists of Baizi were beautiful, but the light in the pupils made Cerulean feel like he was completely seen through. Cerulean's cowardly voice sounded slowly. Her fingers intertwined for a while, and she finally said, I was like when I was in the warehouse before. Could it be Baizi hates it? Before. Baizi was stunned when he heard the word, but in a second he understood Cerulean's concern. Looking at Cerulean, who couldn't see the graceful and ethereal appearance on weekdays at all, it seemed that at this moment, it had degenerated into the soft and cute appearance of Lelora's. The corner of Baizi's mouth couldn't help but raise a doting chuckle. Are you talking about the scumbag you used to deal with? 370s. Cerulean's telepathy was weak in Mosquito Kang. I just saw that person wanted to hurt Baizi. So, thank you. Thank you, Cerulean. Baizi repeated it again, and then he hugged Cerulean, who was a little stunned, into his arms. Can't tell what the smell is. Petite and soft to the touch. Baizi pressed his chin on Cerulean's lavender hair, and said softly, thank you for being so considerate of me. Thank you for being able to do this for me. Cerulean, like this you. How can I hate you? Baizi. A slightly sobbing voice came out from Baizi's arm. Immediately after, Baizi could feel it. The body temperature of Cerulean in his arms was gradually rising, like a furnace. After Lelora's captured the warmth of people and spirits with his red horn, his whole body would also get slightly warmer. Stand up. Cerulean. The same. The night is getting darker. The moonlight is slightly cool, and a stream of light is passing quietly above the starry sky. Under the bright moon, one person and one pet, relying on each other, seems extraordinarily harmonious. Soon, a slight snoring sound came from his arm. The corners of Baizi's mouth were slightly raised, and he cautiously walked into the inner room, placing Cerulean in his arms on the bed and covering it with a thin quilt. He gently flicked the lavender hair tips on the little guy's forehead a few times. He quietly left the room. On the balcony again. Sit down gently, leaning on the reclining chair. Although it was late at night, for some reason he had no sleepiness for the time being. Speak up. Awakening memory. Living in this world with the same sense of reality. It is not long or short, and it has been several months. But, although the time is not very long, he seems to have a lot. Crimson, Qinglu, Xiaomao, Huang, Sharona, Shaolin, Dr. Ogi, Hanako, Joey Love, Lily, friend, rival, admirer, and my own family, my own elf. How wonderful, this world. Slowly dazed, the corners of Baizi's mouth rose slightly unconsciously, and under this gentle moonlight quilt, he entered a predictable sweet dream. And in this very moment, the spiritual perfection also seems to have touched the energy of Baizi in the body. Floating slightly, a mist-like colorless light curtain appeared around Baizi. At the chest, the dagger that Lily had given him was wrapped in this light curtain, and slowly floated into the air from Baizi's coat, more than 3 inches. On it, one side of the sword body, like a pen walking a dragon and a snake, lit up a series of characters that shone slightly. Soon, as the light curtain faded away, the dagger, which had already changed drastically, also fell as if it had lost its power, lying between Baizi's chest and abdomen. Only those characters on the sword are still under the moonlight, shining with a faint light that fades away. Ellipsis, ellipsis, ellipsis. At the same time, in the Galar region, in the southwest corner, in the misty forest, this is a blue wolf-shaped elf sleeping soundly in the thick fog suddenly got up as if awakened by something. The special telepathy echoes with the beauty and elegance of a noble female knight with pale blue fur. His posture is also noble and awe-inspiring. Although her body is covered with scars and disabilities, it will not conceal her luxurious bearing in the slightest. Walk lightly, like the flowers of the battlefield blooming in the temper of blood and fire. Beautiful and inviolable, she is one of the top legendary spirits in the Galar region. 0. The hero of 100 battles, known as a hero, is known as the King of Swords who can cut everything in the world, also known as the Sword of the Fairy King, King Shang. At this moment, King Shang jumped straight up to a high platform, looking suspicious, over the dense forest, the wasteland, and even the endless sea, and threw it in a certain direction to the southeast, looking far into the distance. Sister, what's wrong with you? Accompanied by a slightly thick telepathy sound, a wolf-shaped elf with saffron fur that looked somewhat similar to King Shang slowly walked out of the dense forest behind him. Then he jumped up and stood side by side with King Shang. It is another brave warrior in the Galar region. He is also a top legend, the King of the Shield with the title of the Fighting King's Shield, King Zhang's younger brother, Zhangmaran. I sense the existence of the sword, and the man of destiny who awakened the sword. King's voice was unhurried, but as a sister and brother who got along with each other day and night, Zhangmaran could hear the imperceptible throbbing in her sister's calm voice. So, are you going to find this person, sister? Not bad, King Shang simply said. Since humans have developed the Galar region aggressively, they have rarely walked out of the sleepy forest, especially the latest leaf. Not only did they lose their perception of the poisonous dragon Wuji Taina, but even the sword and shield that were stored on the altar in the center of the Wai forest have disappeared. To know that is the key for their siblings to stimulate their potential power and transform the form of 1.7 feet King of Sword and King of Shield. What's more, the person of destiny who can fully stimulate the power of the sword has also appeared. You guard Galar, I want to go out. Kang Shang quickly restrained his thought. As an activist, after instructing Zhangmaran, he seemed to turn into a blue streamer, broke through the thick fog, and quickly disappeared in front of Zhangmaran. Zhangmaran silently stared for a moment in the direction where the sound disappeared. Then he jumped off the high platform and slowly disappeared into the dense fog that closed again. Chapter 175. Baizi, who is speechless. Please complete the order. Early the next morning, after having breakfast together, Baizi said hello to the auspicious eggs left behind, and took Natsi out of the elf center, heading towards the Yuhong gym. As for the dagger that caused a change last night, because Chirulian, who got up early in the morning, packed it up and put it in the backpack, Baizi temporarily left it behind. After all, this short sword, which looks like a handicraft, is just a return gift from this little guy Lily in his heart. Could it be a treasure given by a little loli from a few years old? As far as he knew, the only items in the shape of swords were Kang Zhang's exclusive item, the Sword of Decay. Not always. The treasures of Galar, which are far away hundreds of millions of miles away, will end up in Kanto, and it happened to pass through the hands of Lily, and finally fall into his hands. Right. This possibility, Baizi didn't even think about it at all. When passing by a store in the downtown commercial street, Baizi smelled all kinds of strange aromas from the store. He raised his head slightly. On the signboard of the store, O2 is lined up with several large characters composed of neon light. Lija Perfume Shop. Baizi read it out slowly, and a flash of clarity flashed in his eyes. Speak up. Almost all the masters of the most important 8 great avenues in the Kanto region regard the position of the official gym master of the alliance as a sideline. Not to mention the Victory Gym. The owner is just a vest on Sakagi Akira, whose main job is the leader of the underground organization Rocket Team. Then there is Xiaogang from Nibi Gym, who is a housewife and male, and his dream is also a logistical auxiliary occupation such as elf caregiver and elf nurturer. Then there are the 3 sisters of Wallen Taoist Hall. Not to mention, people mainly perform water ballet performances, gym trainers. By the way, there are also people like Mazishi, who is in charge of city security. The retired soldiers speak out, and the gym owner is just a place for him, which belongs to the second re-employment. A Jew of the light red gym is a ninja. Shabo of the Red Lotus Gym was the fire king of the previous generation, and as an elf doctor, he still had a somewhat ambiguous relationship with Team Rocket, and now he mainly manages the Red Lotus Bat. Gym owner. This is a part-time job at best. Even Nazi, who was beside him, just used the Golden Gym as a shelter, and by the way, he used the air conditioner to teach a few unlucky ghosts. Then there is Lija, the master of Yuhong Gym, who he is going to challenge today. Speak up. This should be the most competent gym trainer in the position of the gym owner. However, Lija also has several roles. She is an honorary lecturer at Yuhong University, and she is also a very famous perfumer in Kanto and even in the world. Her perfumes are more than just ordinary scent. It has the functions of increasing intimacy, relaxing and calming the mood of humans and elves, even soothing the mind and curing abnormal states. The function is very powerful. Of course, the price is not cheap. It can be said that Lija's talent in making perfume is much stronger than that of a trainer, and it is no exaggeration to say that she is a perfume master who was delayed by the gym owner. What wrong? Seeing Baizi stop, Nazi tilted her head and asked, the special effect perfume in Yuhong City is a must in Kanto. Since I have encountered it, there is no reason to miss it, Baizi said with a light smile. In addition to the high price, the special effect perfume of Lija Perfume Shop can indeed be regarded as a rare good thing. Whether it is for daily use or in the wild, it can be used many times. As for expensive, for Baizi, who is worth millions, this is not a problem. As for Baizi's decision, Nazi has never had any objection, and she nodded immediately. Okay, welcome. Pushing open the glass door, as soon as he entered, there were several sweet welcome sounds in his ears. All the employees in Lija Perfume Shop are Lija students, each of them spring chrysanthemum and autumn orchid, each with their own characteristic, and they are all beautiful and temperamental beauties. Sir, thank you for your praise and liking for our Lija Perfume Shop. I can make the decision and give you a 15% discount on the perfume you bought today. Baizi followed the voice. Between the words, a gentle woman in a kimono with a princess hair came towards her. The store manager. The previous 3 opened their mouths to welcome the guest, and the young ladies and sisters with their own characteristics immediately shouted. Baizi touched his nose. Obviously, what he said at the door before should have been heard by the beautiful store manager. Then I'll be disrespectful. Baizi smiled heartily, but did not pretend to shirk. So, what type of perfume are you going to choose? The beautiful store manager walked to Baizi Zi's side and asked softly, soothing the mind, eliminating abnormal state, increasing intimacy, or adding charm. The beautiful store manager glanced at Nazi, who had not said a word since entering the store, not even the slightest reaction. Although it is a cold temperament that refuses people thousands of miles away, the beautiful store manager also has to admit that this is a beautiful girl whose appearance is far superior to her, and is on par with their boss, Miss Leja. Speaking of which, although this little guy is wearing sunglasses, he can still tell that he is a very handsome and super handsome guy. 370. After leaving the door of Leja perfume shop, Bai Z, who was leading a large bag of perfume, couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. He just pulled the frame slightly. Then, the enthusiasm of the beautiful shop manager and the 3 shop assistants suddenly increased abnormally. It just made him a little bit overwhelmed. If it wasn't for Nazi, the natural freezer that kept releasing air conditioning, Bai Z wondered if he would be swallowed alive by 4 tigresses. Don't use your eyes to look directly at other women at close range and for a long time in the future. Otherwise, people with weak mental strength or low defense will easily be overwhelmed by sudden feeling. Nazi Ching Lang, the voice suddenly came from beside him, making Bai Zhen stunned. What do you mean? Simply put, it means that you used a charming skill, and the other party was charmed by you and fell into an abnormal state of fascination. Nazi said concisely. Bai Z, speechless. P.S. Hachi Liz, a little cute tilde. Chapter 176. Challenge Yuhong Jim, Leja's Overlord Flower. For full order. After coming out of Leja perfume shop, it didn't take long for Bai Z to lead Nazi to Yuhong Taoist Hall. Speak up. The shape of Yuhong Jim is also unique. It is a building that looks like a stinky flower. This look is obviously a continuation of the style in the anime. According to the plot in the anime, Leja was attacked by stinky mud because she got lost when she was very young, and a passing stinky flower rescued her. It is for this reason that a bond is established between the two. It was for this reason that Leja was determined to become an excellent grass-type L trainer. Same. After taking over as the head of the gym in Yuhong City, in order to commemorate the smelly flower, Leja also transformed it into what it is today. However, according to the progress of the anime, wasn't this gym set on fire once by Team Rocket? Bai Z touched his chin, wondering in his heart, because as far as his eyesight was concerned, there was no trace of being burned by the flames around the building at all. Or maybe it's because of the butterfly effect. With this thought in mind, Bai Z walked across the lawn in front of the building, took Nazi up the stairs, and came to the gate of Yuhong Taoist Hall. The automatic fencing glass door slid open to both sides. The first time they entered, the 2 girls in business attire with good body and beautiful appearance, wearing red scarf. Welcome. Are you here to visit, study, or challenge the gym? Thank you. I'm here. Challenge the rainbow badge. Bai Z said politely. As that's so. The blue short-haired girl at the head nodded clearly, and raised her hand very enthusiastically to lead the way. This way, Miss Leja happens to be in the flower room in the backyard. The interior of the gym is mostly plant. It is known that it was specially transformed, which is very suitable for the life of grass elf. On the way, from time to time, some walking grass will be encountered. The little guys either ran and played as if no one else was there, or secretly hid behind the plant, observing the 2 strangers. Bai Zenazi. Miss Leja, a challenger is coming. Following the blue-haired girl's voice, Bai Z, who walked into the backyard, also met Leja, the owner of the Yuhong gym, for the first time. T-hair, yellow jacket sleeve, red roof skirt waist, full of youth and beauty. To be frank, in terms of appearance alone, it is indeed comparable to Nazi. However, compared to Nazi's coldness, Leja's temperament is more gentle, as if she is a well-educated eldest lady, and at the same time, she is also pure. Just T-hair. A hint of surprise flashed across Bai Z's slightly astonished expression. After all, Leja in the anime should have blue hair. According to the appearance of the building, he thought that Leja was also the version in the anime. Are you here for a challenger? Leja was stunned when she heard the word, turned her head slightly, smiled apologetically in the direction of Bai Z and Nazi, and then gently wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth for the smelly flower beside her. Okay, let go play. Rubbing the buds of the smelly flower with a silly expression rubbed against Leja's knee, and walked away staggeringly. And only then did Leja get up and apologize. I'm sorry for making you wait for a long time. It's nothing. Bai Z shook his head with a smile, and then said, I'm Bai Z from Junxin Town. I'm here to challenge the rainbow badge of Yuhong Gym. Excuse me, can we start now? True New Town. Leja looked slightly startled. Is there a problem? No, it's just that I met a few trainers from Junxin Town before, and they were all impressive. Leja covered her mouth and chuckled. Is that so? Bai Z touched his nose, but when he thought about it carefully, the fighting maniac, the arrogant monster, the young master's illness, the reckless ghost, all of these are not impressive. Soon, under the guidance of Leja, the few people came to a spacious battle room surrounded by green trees with a bright ceiling. Nazi and a few girls from the Yuhong Gym made their way up the observation ladder. One of the girls with green double ponytail stood in the middle as as the referee. Bai Zi and Li Jia stood on the left and right of the opposing battlefield. The rules of the game are 3-on-3. Only the challenger can change the elf. If one elves lose their ability to fight, it means the other team wins. The green-haired twin-tailed ponytail read out the rules of the game loudly. After it is determined that there is no objection between the two parties, immediately waved his hand and said, "Then, the Yuhong Gym Challenge, which is based on the rainbow badge, officially begins. Go on, Overlord Flower." As the voice of the green double ponytail fell, Li Jia threw a red and white special Pokeball into the field without hesitation. Red light flashes. Standing on one foot, with an indigo blue bulbous body and leg, a genie with a flower composed of 5 hued petals with bright red round white spots and an orange spindle in the middle on its head, appeared in the field. The Overlord Flower is the final evolution of the walking grass, which is the most common grass-type elf in the forests of the Kanto region. There is also a stage of smelly flowers in the middle. Compared with the weak walking grass, as the final evolution after the second stage evolution, the strength of the Overlord Flower belongs to a relatively excellent class of dust among the many grass elves, especially the unique odor attack at the stinking flower stage. The Overlord Flower has not only inherited it perfectly, it has even become more terrifying in terms of range, efficacy, concentration, etc. Hao Jiao's, and, compared to the timidity of the walking grass and the solitariness of the smelly flower before evolution. Although the Overlord Flower is still a grass elf, hidden under the harmless expression is the brutality that is not inferior to other top predators in nature. Its poisonous spore-sprinkled petals are used to attract prey, and once the prey is paralyzed, the Overlord Flower will grab it and devour it directly. Overlord's name is worthy of the name. P.S. As shown in the picture, I personally feel that this version of Li Jia is more beautiful. Chapter 177 vs Overlord Flower, Amazing Grass Life. For full order, it kind of interesting. Feeling the awe-inspiring fighting spirit that came from Li Jia on the opposite side, Bai Zefeng raised his eyebrows. Originally, he thought Li Jia was that kind of gentle player, but did he expect that his fighting spirit would be so high? Immediately afterward, the voices of the girls from the Yuhong Gym in the stands also followed. It turned out to be the Overlord Flower. Did Miss Li Jia go all out in the first battle? This is her initial spirit. I don't know, maybe it's because of the fighting spirit. After all, the trainers who came out of Junxin Town before are not easy. It's the initial elf. Go all out. This little temper doesn't look like a grass-type trainer at all. Open black lens bracket race. Overlord Flower close black lens bracket. Attribute grass poison. Characteristic chlorophyll. Level quasi king peak level 59 8100. Potential king of heaven. HP 70. Attack 80. Defense 85. Special attack 110. Special defense 90. Speed 50. Skills falling flowers. Sweet scent. Paralysis powder. Poisonous powder. Hypnotic powder. Green grass light. Sunny day. Green grass. Dissolving liquid. Ultimate absorption. Growth. Sunbeam. Genetic skill. Photosynthesis. Item black sludge. When the carrier has a poison attribute of 370, he will recover 1/16 of his maximum physical strength at the end of each round. Open black lens bracket status. Perfect close black lens bracket. Introduction. The Overlord Flower with excellent qualifications has a talent different from that of the usual flower in the use of powder, and the coordination is amazing. Are you at the peak of the King of Heaven? Bai Zi pushed up the sunglasses that had slipped down, and a wisp of doubt flashed across his dazzling eyes. He could understand everything else, but what does this amazing coordination mean? With a few exceptions, grass sprites are notoriously slow, and the action power of Overlord Flower is even more touching. In that case, what's the point of this so-called stunning coordination? At the same time of doubts in his heart, Bai Zi also determined the elf he was going to play next. The Stingray fight. Plain word, and there is no special release action. Tap the button, raise the arm horizontally, and in the red light that spurts out, a mega-shaped giant needle be like a metal creation deformed, quietly suspended in the field. His scarlet cold eyes stared at the opponent in front of him. This is an alienated and flashing giant stinger. Li Jiadan opened her mouth slightly, her eyes filled with brilliance. Although she liked grass elves, but in the world of elves, precious and rare elves have always aroused people's amazement. The young ladies and sisters in the stands were already talking about it at this time. Bai Zi nodded slightly. After a brief exclamation, Li Jia quickly recovered and said, "Then, let's officially start. According to the rules of gym battle, the challenger will attack first." Good. Bai Zi nodded slightly, and immediately ordered without politeness, "Big needle B, move at high speed. Use double needle attack." Li Jia is indeed a charming beauty, but as long as it is fighting, Bai Zi will not deliberately keep her hand. Go all out, but also respect your opponent. Not to mention, Shangwanghua is extremely rich in transforming skills, and also has the 3 powder skills of annoying, poisonous powder, and paralyzing powder, as well as the unique odor flower powder. Once dragged into the opponent's rhythm, let alone a field battle with limited space, at that time, the other party will be sprinkled with pollen. The giant stingrays lacking the restraint powder flying skills can be uncomfortable. The best way to restrain a changing elves like Overlord Flowers is to use various ACBH psychic attack moves against the state class, especially Evil Provocation. Blocking the opponent's changing skills directly for a certain period of time can be said to be the most suitable first-hand skill for Overlord Flowers, but unfortunately, all the above method can't be used by the Hornet. Because of its current skill pool, almost all of it is used for attacking skill. Therefore, Baizi simply wanted to be a little bit more straightforward. Is it difficult to deal with? Can't stop. Then I will attack directly, without giving you a chance to react, and strive for a set to take you away. The large needlebee fluttered its wings in an instant, completed the change from static rotation, directly pulled out shadows in midair, and its irregular route crossed half the field in the blink of an eye, and bullied the Overlord. The front of the flower. Everyone just felt a blink of an eye. At the beginning, the phantom of the giant hornbee had not dissipated, and another giant hornbee had already appeared behind the Overlord flower. Double needle held high. Like two deadly spears, they stabbed right towards the indigo body under the huge flower of the Overlord flower. So fast, Li Jiaxing opened her eyes, and the speed of the giant stinger was really beyond her expectation. However, even if the first mover was lost, the reaction of Li Jia and Bawangwa made everyone present brighten their eyes. Grasslight. Shua. In this sudden loud shout, Overlord flower fell forward as if the soles of her feet were slipping. At the same time, the bright green halo lit up at the feet, as if the soles of the feet of the king flower were smeared with oil, keeping the body leaning back and drawing out at an angle that was almost rubbing the ground, rubbing shoulders with the giant needlebee, and past. Sting. But even so, the so-called world's largest petal on the head of the king flower was still cut to not small gap by the needles quickly cut by the giant needlebee. However, this injury is optional for Overlord flower. The huge petals are not its main body. The petite indigo blue body underneath is the root of the Overlord flower, and in the same way, after paying the dispensable price, it also took this opportunity to distance itself from the giant stingerbee, and successfully escaped from the deadly double needle of the giant stingerbee, and, after sliding for a certain distance, you spun in place, and then stood up steadily again. Wonderful. Quote. Seeing this, Baizi couldn't bear it, and secretly applauded Li Jia's improvisation and the action of Overlord flower. At the same time, he finally understood what the stunning coordination above the data panel meant. This Overlord flower has indeed been cultivated quite well. P.S. Miss Gert Tilda. Chapter 178. Rainbow Aura. Do you want to change the elf? Please complete the order. In the field, Baizi and Li Jia looked at each other, and immediately ordered at the same time. Large needle bee. Continue. Move at high speed. Bawangwa. Use the mic powder. One by one saw the big needle bee, flicking the needle arm, and then a few layers of invisible ons appeared and quickly spread throughout the body. In the next second, the big needle bee turned into a streamer, and went straight in a zigzag shape in the direction of the Overlord flower, as fast as lightning. But the huge petals above the head of the Overlord flower shook, and the pink, sparkling hypnotic powder suddenly swayed from the petals and spread all over the body in an instant. A natural protective net composed of powder is formed, but it's not over yet. After swaying a layer of hypnotic powder, the petals on the top of Bawanghua's head continued to shake. Following that, the orange mist-like paralysis powder, the gorgeous lavender poisonous powder, and the thick yellow-brown stench were swept out one after another. The four kinds of powders complemented each other, and they were mixed together to form a rainbow light dreamer, like a tidal wave, surging. With the Overlord flower as the center, it began to spread towards the entire battlefield. Is this what is called a mic powder? Baizi's eyes narrowed slightly. Without any instructions, the big needlebee calmly and slowly retreated, and was stuck 1 meter away from the rainbow aura, neither in a hurry nor in a hurry. How is it? Li Jia's eyes were bright, and her tone was not bragging, but a kind of expectation. I have been running in with Overlord flower for a long time with this trick, and the previous trainers from Junqin town faced this trick completely, and they have suffered a lot. Li Jia is undoubtedly full of enthusiasm for elves. Although he looked very demure, he appears to be very leisurely on weekdays, a person who even falls asleep while sitting. It becomes very cold during battle, and after a good fight, he will be in high spirit. Li Jia, longing for a strong opponent, and a wonderful duel. Oh, Baizi raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Needless to say, Xiaoji, as the #1 accidental trainer in Junqin town, this guy's example does not have a normal analogy, but neither Chalu nor Xiaomao looks like a guy who will be stumped by simple powder skills. Unless this powder is not simple, it has a particularity that is difficult to solve by ordinary methods. Thinking of this, Baizi's eyes narrowed slightly, and he immediately shouted in a deep voice, Big needle bee, try it out. Use a missile needle. Beard tilde. The big needle bee immediately understood, and slightly retreated for a distance. The needle arm swung, and the action of stabbing with a long spear. Next second, as the white light floated, the large-scale needle-shaped energy body in the shape of a triangular pyramid detached from the needle arm raised by the giant needle needle bee and flew towards the colorful mist in front of him. Only one, but it was like a blocking bullet that came out of the chamber, propelled wildly in the exploding sonic boom cloud, and with the tearing sound of the air, it went straight into the powder swayed by the overlord flower. Dabla 1. After witnessing the scene after the missile needle was plunged into the powder, Baizi's eyes suddenly shrank. The missile needle, whose kinetic energy is comparable to that of a bullet, not only passed through as he expected, but it was as if it was caught in an amazingly dense glue. However, after flying 3 to 5 meters, it was unable to move forward, and these powders also appear to be surprisingly corrosive. After the missile needle entered the powder rain, it continued to disintegrate the energy body composed of insect energy factors. After the missile needle managed to fly 3 to 5 meters, only the size of a rivet was left. One more moment, it was already eroded away, and only a wisp of blue smoke rose up, submerged by the gorgeous mist that followed. Amazing density and corrosiveness. There was a ray of admiration in Baizi's eyes, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "It's really not a simple mixing skill. It can mix 4 different powders into one, and produce such an amazing chemical reaction. To accomplish such a trick, I am afraid that only a perfume master who knows all kinds of powder ingredients. Miss Lija, you are alone." Where 0. As for flowers, Baizi's praise was completely sincere, and Lija couldn't help but blushed when she heard it. It's certainly not something to be teased about. It's just that Baizi's praise just scratched her itch. The ability to fight was recognized, and the achievements in perfume were also revealed, and normal people would feel happy. Not to mention, the one who praises himself is a super handsome guy like Baizi. This is like the readers and gentlemen walking on the road. Suddenly the fairy sister came to face, and said, "Yanzu, long time no see." It's the same. Alright, back to the book. After complimenting, Baizi's expression was still indifferent in the face of such a difficult powder, and his eyes were full of victory. 0. This made Lija murmur a little in her heart. The kid named Ash did her a little favor, so she put a little water in the second battle and gave out the rainbow badge. As for the remaining 2, after the arrogant eldest young master changed the spirit, the red teal flying insect she didn't know happened to have the rain-seeking skill. Although her powder is special, it is not waterproof after all. After being broken by the wet, under the storm-like attack of the opponent, she made a short move and finally lost the game. The one with the red eyes in the back is even more extreme. After replacing the sprite, in other words, it is a Kirby beast that is obviously oversized. She directly used her strength to break the trick. She emerged from the Pokeball and appeared in midair. An earthquake smashed it down. The field of her previous number 1 battle room was still in a semi-collapsed state. However, these 2 points are obviously not something that the giant stinger can do. So, do you want to change sprite? The flow of Li Jia's eyes. Several. Chapter 179. Cut off. Win. Advance again. For full order. Big Dinger. Gauntlet. The Big Dinger couldn't use the rain to neutralize it, and it didn't have the weight of Kirbymon, but it still had a solution to the current predicament. Therefore, it is of course impossible for Baizi to change the spirit. Now, following Baizi's order. Next second. A layer of splendid purple energy armor rose from the needle arm of the giant needlebee, and quickly began to spread throughout the body. In no time, a large needlebee wrapped in a lavender translucent energy armor appeared in front of everyone. Baizi had a glimpse of him in the warehouse before, but now he looked carefully. Mechanically metallic finish, plus this layer of translucent lavender energy armor, filled with a mechanical punk-like sense of technology, it can be said to be very cool. Even Baizi couldn't help but light up. Not to mention the ladies and sisters in the stand, including Li Jia, couldn't help but let out a short exclamation of 370. And on the field, opposite, after the giant stinger, who had completed the full body of the gauntlet, looked at Baizi, it had a tiny worm head as if it was enlightened. It did not rush directly into the approaching powder. Pull back a little distance. Sword dance. In the sound of the command, the big needlebee lowered his eyes and meditated, and all of a sudden, layers of arrogance surged up. It didn't take a moment for a circle of energy sword to emerge and surround itself. Sword dance complete. With the armor on, the sword dance is complete. The big needlebee, who had no worries at all, flickered with scarlet ons in his eyes, and charged a little bit of energy, then put a high-speed movement on himself, and rushed up suddenly. Whoosh. One by one, due to the sudden burst of speed, in the sharp air hissing sound, the large needlebee directly pulled out a afterimage like a clone. In an instant, he turned his head and rushed into the splendid rainbow curtain. Thorn Yi, like the sound of cloth being torn. The thick powder was chopped apart by the high-speed impact of the giant needlebee with all its strength, like a drill bit that was drilled into the viscous glue. Although it was hindered by constant pulling, it still rushed towards the overlord flower. The corrosive power in those powders infects the energy armor on the surface of the giant needlebee, making a rustling sound of corrosion. Light smoke rises and is quickly dissolved. This level of erosive power is enough to imagine the horror of this powder. If it is thrown into someone, I am afraid that the skin will break open and the flesh will be light. But, although the erosive power of these powders counters is strong. It cannot be done in a short period of time to break the energy armor on the surface of the Hornby. Before it eroded the energy armor of the giant Hornby, at the speed of the giant Hornby, it had already rushed to the front of the King Flower, giving it a fatal blow. Bai Zi saw this very clearly, and Li Jia also noticed it. Bite your lower lip lightly. Li Jia's expression flashed a ray of determination. Overlord Flower, use growth, then destroy the dead light. The protection of the energy armor, coupled with the impact of the rapidity, made the outer protective net under her Overlord Flower cloth vulnerable. And once the protective net is breached, at the speed of Overlord Flower, even if she has had special training for this, no amount of excellent coordination ability can prevent Overlord Flower from being exhausted under the pursuit of the giant stinger bee. But the same, if you want to break through the high-density protective net under her Overlord Flower cloth, the giant needle bee must maintain enough straight-line impact. As a result, the giant stinger also loses its own flexibility. Once turned, the giant stinger will be unable to break through the defensive net composed of powder in a short time like a deep quagmire. And if you don't turn, you can only choose to take this blow hard. Li Jia's translucent eyes shone with scorching brilliance, her fist clenched tightly, and she stared at the arena. In her opinion, this giant stinger, who should be slightly inferior to her overlord in rank, has been forced into a dead end by her. But the white-haired boy with sunglasses on the opposite side was too calm. Although I can't see clearly, but the kind of calmness in her gestures made her subconsciously dare not have the slightest carelessness, even produce one. Now it is not the other party who is in deep trouble, but his own delusion. In fact, this is not a dilemma for Bai Zi. On the contrary, this is the situation that he deliberately facilitated. A head-to-head match, a situation where the outcome is decided by one hit. Now, on the field, following Li Jia's instructions, the Overlord Flower bowed her head slightly, and the huge petals above her head quickly absorbed the grass elements in the air like a solar charging panel. Suddenly, Bawanghua's body expanded rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the height of the original 1 meter 2 grew to 1 meter 5 in the blink of an eye, and the double attack also rose a step. Immediately after, the enlarged Overlord Flower lowered its head, and a white energy ball with a pink energy halo as the center was gathered at the orange axis in the center of its petals. Wait until the energy ball expands to the size of half a flower. Whoosh! A huge pink-white beam of light suddenly shot out, and the strong recoil even pushed Bawanghua's body backward by a few meters. The huge beam of light also quickly crossed the distance between the two sides, and in the blink of an eye, it burst into gorgeous beauty. The powder hits it head-on in the direction of the giant Hornby. It's now. Bai Zi narrowed his eyes. Cut it off. Use the extinction needle. Beer tilde. The big needle bee let out a soft chirping, and in the face of the oncoming destructive death light, it did not retreat but instead advanced. At the same time, blue-green energy surged from the needle arm on its right side and wrapped around it. Like a spear swinging, it stabs at the huge beam of light that is close at hand. Swish! Just like a hot knife cutting butter, the needle arm surrounded by azure energy cut straight through the oncoming destructive death light. The energy formed as like a drill bit straight through the beam of light, dashed into a place less than an inch away from the Overlord Flower. Side right. Following Bai Zi's loud warning, the big needle bee's needle arm swung horizontally, turning from stabbing to sweeping, and with a bang, the side of the needle on the right side hit the azure blue torso of Bawanghua heavily. It was swept away directly, knocked out of the field, and planted into the bushes on the periphery of the battlefield. The smoke dissipated. The large needle bee slowly retracted the needle. Behind, the beam of light that broke the dead light suddenly collapsed into pieces of tiny light spots, and the gauntlet around the giant stinger was also broken, turning into little purple stars. The starlight points add radiance to each other, and the icy metal giant needle bee with such a background. For a while, there is a beautiful feeling. 1.7 inches so beautiful. Li Jia couldn't help sighing, and the young ladies in the stands were even more dazzled. And then, you commanded the big needle bee to defeat Li Jia's Overlord Flower, and you have gained a little battle experience +1/2, big needle bee experience value +1/6, high-speed movement, double needle, sword dance, gauntlet proficiency +1, extinction acupuncture proficiency +2, beer tilde. A low-pitched insect chirping sounded, and a circle of chi like a substance rose from the body surface of the giant needle bee. The momentum kept rising. Soon, the big needle bee officially entered the sequence of the peak of the Quasi-King. Level, Quasi-Tianwang Peak, level 59, 15100, chapter 180, get the rainbow badge. Miss Joy's secret location, please order. After the big needle bee defeated the King Flower, the next two duels were like a cutscene. The frog grass in the second game is not bad. At least it is only a 20th level junior elite. The third field of walking grass. Even if Bai Zi has already sent out the iron dumbbells he has the weakest in his hand. He has just passed his infancy and is only level 6 iron dumbbell. Other side still didn't even survive the impact of a special dumbbell. You commanded the extra dumbbell to kill Li Jia's walking grass in second, and gained a little battle experience +1. Extra extra dumbbell experience +10, impact proficiency +1. Terry tilde. Looking at the walking grass hiding in Lija's arm, Baizi touched the tip of his nose and withdrew the iron dumbbells that danced in the field as if he had ADHD. The walking grass is incapacitated, and the final winner is Baizi, with the green hair and double ponytails as the referee. The final verdict. Lija, who coped the walking grass and put it back into the pokeball, also stepped forward, took out an 8-petal badge with rainbow-colored petals from the waistband of the red skirt, and handed it to Baizi. "Oh, as proof of defeating Yuhong Jim, this rainbow badge will be handed over to you." And, saying that, a red cloud appeared on Lijia's face, and she said a little embarrassedly, "It's not that I fooled you in the next 2 game, but my main force is now out of the Overlord flower, and all of them are still in the recuperation stage." Convalescent. Baizi raised his eyebrow, took the rainbow badge, and put it in his arm. "Yeah." Lija nodded and said with some resentment, "The 2 trainers who came to Junshin Town before were not as measured as you." Baizi blinked, his expression a little weird. "Obviously, Rika should be talking about the 2 guys Crimson and Green, but it's normal. You can't expect a fighting madman who only has the pinnacle in his heart, and an arrogant monster who doesn't want to be weaker than others to talk about pity, because in the eyes of the 2 of them, trainers are only divided into strong and weak, gender or something, meaningless." "That's right." Saying that, Lija suddenly smiled at Baizian and said, "Thank you for your mercy before. Also, I wish you a good result at this core conference." Looking at the warm and beautiful woman with a sweet smile in front of him, a ray of surprise flashed across Baizi's eye. Immediately, he stretched out his hand to hold the slender jade finger raised in front of him, and said with a chuckle, "Thank you, I will win the championship of this court conference." Lija was stunned when she heard the word, because the tone of the young man in front of him was too determined, as if this was not a goal but a declaration to inform him of victory. "Then I'll look forward to it." Lija withdrew the palms of the 2 parties that were separated at the touch of a button, and smiled sweetly. "Please look forward to it." Unconsciously rubbing his thumbs twice, after completing the challenge to Yuhong Jim, Baizi quickly left with Natsi, who got up, and returned to the elf center together. "Welcome to." As soon as he entered the door, Chao Yichun's voice suddenly came. It's Baizi. "What, have you successfully challenged the Yuhong Jim?" "Yes, I have successfully obtained the rainbow badge." Baizi nodded when he heard the word, then squatted down slightly, hugged the auspicious egg that rushed over, and rubbed the other party's soft little head. Watching it wiggle its chubby figure, went to the side to help. "Miss Joy is really good at calling people. Fufu only came last night and has already worked with you today," giggled Tilda. Miss Joy was immediately amused by this sentence. Her shoulders trembled, and she said overjoyedly, "It's only been a few days since I've been through the door, so I'm just protecting it. From now on, my maiden family, can't be called Chan or Elf." Baizi spread his hand. Immediately, the 2 looked at each other and laughed together. Baizi has always paid attention to interpersonal communication, just like the previous Jiro and Rika. Without affecting their own interest, it will not be a loss to form a good relationship. There is no doubt about Baizi's sincerity to Gili Egg, but, using words, expressing this sincere and cryptic use in an impressive way, and using this to bring the relationship closer, what he gained was an invisible network of relationship. After joking for a while, Baizi returned to the topic. "By the way, Miss Joy, do you know where there is a better concealed personal training venue nearby?" Although Gili Egg was assigned to work, but Baizi could see that the little guy was completely enjoying it. What's more, Baizi had promised Gili Egg to stay in Yuhong City for a period of time before, and it happened that Baizi also planned to use this time to start the first stage of training. As for why choose a more hidden personal venue, on the one hand, the elves in his hands are more sensitive. More important, it was Baizi who wasn't sure what kind of movement would happen when he used the Chief Awakening mark on the wind speed dog. Therefore, a sufficiently private environment is necessary. Is there a better personal training venue with better privacy? Chao Yichun nodded his chin, and after thinking for a while, his eyes suddenly lit up. "By the way, I know a place. It's secluded enough. No one is there for many years. The area is vast. There are all kinds of simulated environment, and it's also habitable. It's definitely suitable for you." "Oh, there is such a good place." Baizi suddenly became interested. "Of course." Chao Yichun smiled mysteriously, rummaged through the counter, took out an electronic card and handed it to Baizi. "Hey, the location is in the suburbs south of the city. The only building there is the place I introduced to you. Say it first. Don't be too surprised when you get to the place." "Really?" Taking the electronic card, Baizi raised his eyebrow. To be frank, at this time, he also became a little interested in Miss Joy's half-concealed secret location. P.S. Shishi Blue Bird Tilda. Elf. I am the protagonist template. Invincible Chapter 181 to 200. Chapter 181. The Symbolic Bird. The Moment of Awakening Tilda. Please complete the order. Yuhong City. South of the city. Outskirt. Baizi looked at the gate of the tall courtyard. In front of the front yard, which was at least 5 or 6,000 square meters in size, size. The huge old castle towering among the trees was speechless. Dark green vines crawled over the tall gray city wall. There are many thorns and roses around. The rose flower in the wind also has a clear smile, which is so simple and fascinating, as delicate as silk white, and the morning dew on the petals is like crystal, reflecting the colorful rays of light in the bright morning sun. Like a dream, like a fantasy, regardless of the structure, only the area. This castle manor is also very valuable. Not to mention, Baizi turned his gaze to the pillars on both sides of the gate of the manor. Those are two unique totem-like decorations. The main body is round, with a black attachment similar to a head on the top, on both sides and below, mainly yellow, with red and blue wings and tails. On both sides of the body there are black double claws like a fork. Overall, it is like a sculptural pottery that symbolizes the shape of a bird. But Baizi is very clear. These two hang on the pillars on both sides of the gate, like things with no signs of life, not sculpture pots at all. It is a rather rare bird-like Pokemon that is mostly stationed in ancient ruins or cities, and is almost difficult to find in today's human society. A symbolic bird. Open black lens bracket race. Symbolic bird close black lens bracket. Attribute: super energy, flying. Feature: miracle skin. Level: Quasi Tianwang Elementary, level 50, 5100. Potential: Quasi King. HP: 72. Attack: 58. Defense: 80. Special attack: 103. Special defense: 80. Speed: 97. Skill: Psychic, Wind, Gravity, Hypnosis, Air Blade, Fantasy Light, Blowing, Cosmic Power, Air Slash, Spiritual Power, Light Wall, Reflective Wall. Genetic skill: Spiritual Transfer. Status: Half-Leaf. Introduction: the elves who are in a semi-sleep state and guard the castle, after special cultivation, even a little malice will wake them up. Open black lens bracket slightly. Close black lens bracket. In addition to different characteristics, one is a miracle skin that reduces the hit rate of changing move, and the other is a magic defense that does not take damage other than attack. The data panels of the two symbolic birds, both in a semi-dormant state, are almost astonishingly consistent. And take two quasi-king level symbolic birds to visit the home and nursing home. Tis, this is really extravagant. Baizi sighed in his heart. At the same time, he was also curious about Chao Yichun's identity. It is possible to have such a garden castle, and it has also prepared two quasi-celestial king symbolic birds to guard the house. Obviously, Zhou Yichun's identity in the Zhou family is probably not simple. Baizi touched his chin, but he didn't think too much about it. He took out the electronic card, took 2 steps forward, and stuck it directly on the scanner on the left column. Beep. Pacha. With a light sound, the iron gate suddenly opened to both sides. And then, ZZ, the transparent display screen on the code scanner suddenly lit up. And then, Chao Yichun's bright face suddenly appeared on the screen. Miss Joy, looks like you've already arrived. Chao Yichun's pretty face came closer, blinking, and said, how is it? Were you startled? Baizi touched the tip of his nose and said nothing. And Chao Yichun didn't care. After laughing for a while, he continued, this ancient castle is under my private name, and there is a small closed ecological area in the backyard. The main control room is at the door, and you can enter by swiping your card. Okay, I'm busy. I hope you can stay happily, and I'll ask Ilya to bring Fufu to you when I'm free. That's it. Saying that, Zhou Yichun waved his hand, and immediately, the screen went black. Let go, Nazi. Baizi greeted Nazi, who was following indifferently behind him, and then walked towards the manor first. When passing by the pillars on both sides of the gate, the two symbolic birds seemed to have no response at all, but waited until Baizi and Nazi walked away. A layer of blue thought force suddenly appeared and wrapped around the iron gate. Pacha. With a crisp sound, the door closed, the blue light disappeared, and the gate of the manor fell into piece again. Passing through the front yard and entering the castle, 8, 5, 6, 1, 0, 9 inches 7, 8 inches 2 feet long. The interior decoration is full of technology. Baizi didn't look much. It took me 2 steps to find the small, ecological area in the backyard. To be frank, beaches, lake trees, swamp, grassland, there are all kinds of ecological terrain, and the total area is probably several times larger than the front yard. This is hardly small at all. Tis. There is no humanity in the trenches. There is no humanity in the trenches. Baizi shook his head and sighed, took out a pocket watch-like instrument from his arms and tapped it lightly. Suddenly, a beep sounded. Another moment. With a beep, 2 green dots appeared on the radar interface of the pocket watch. This thing in Baizi's hand was an anti-surveillance radar customized by Dr. Damu at a high cost. No sound is heard, which proves that there are no bugs and monitoring equipment nearby. If it rings, the green dots indicate whether there are monitoring devices turned on nearby, while the red dots indicate that there are monitoring devices turned on nearby. According to the position displayed by the radar, Baizi turned his head and saw 2 cameras installed on the left and right of the gate inside the ecological park. Snap. Baizi hooked his hand, and the lines behind the 2 cameras that were not turned on were immediately pulled out of the interface. Subsequently, he released the wind speed dog, ran around the entire ecological area and temporarily unplugged all the ports of the surveillance cameras. It's not that they don't trust Joey-chan. Good Jows, it's just some secret. Unless there are people around, Baizi doesn't want to reveal some secrets to outsiders. Finish all this dust. One after another, the elf companions were released by him, and various different roars resounded in the ecological garden. Woo tilde. As soon as little Lugia came out, he rubbed Baizi's neck affectionately, and then after discovering the lake water not far away, his eyes suddenly lit up, flapping his wings, and running straight away. Baizi smiled dotingly. Subsequently, he aimed his gaze at the windspeed dog lying beside him. Next, it's time to use the Chief Awakening mark on the windspeed dog. The system. Chapter 182. God's Enemy. Black Flash cracking empty seat. Get out. For full order. System. Use the Awakening mark for the windspeed dog. Ding. Start to awaken the sigil of the servant. Target. Windspeed dog. Start to record and record the power of all authority in the elf world. Open black lens bracket. Record complete. Close black lens bracket. Select immediately whether to start. Yes, no. Yes. With a slightly condensed expression, he took the windspeed dog to a sandy field. With a slight movement in Baizi's mind, a semi-illusory planet phantom suddenly appeared in the void in front of him, spinning slowly. It doesn't take a moment, as the phantom of the planet slowly rotates. Spots of light, big or small, lit up from the surface of the planet, adorning it. Immediately afterward, the illusory planet scattered with light spots smashed into pieces, turning into light clusters of different shapes, sizes, and colors that danced and spun around him. Baizi grabbed his hands and a crimson light ball like a flame suddenly fell into his palm. The rest of the light clusters also dissipated, obtaining the awakening mark of the director. Burning, exclusive to windspeed dog. This is the awakening mark of the director. Burning. It beautiful. There was a hint of fascination in Baizi's eyes. In this light group floating in the palm of his hand, he seemed to see the beauty of the world. It was the concept of the burning world, the scorching beauty of light and heat intertwined. 370. However, what Baizi didn't know was, just when the system recorded all the power of authority in the wizard world, an invisible special fluctuation spread wildly centered on the ecological park behind the castle manor where he was located. With an indescribable rapid expansion, it instantly covered the entire Yuhong city and even the Guandu continent, and spread in a farther direction. Countless mysterious beings are attracted by this inexplicable force. Slender, shiny green shadows in the ozone layer. A behemoth with a tyrannical aura in the ice cave. The titan sitting on the stone chair in the underground pyramid. A beautiful figure swiftly passing over the sea. The swaying bright giant tree. Trembling stone egg. There is also the mysterious phase space. The gap in time. The gap in space. And the three elves awakened in the reversed world. As well as, at the end of the world, an alpaca-like elf floating in the void. The creator of the world, Arceus, has experienced betrayal and deception thousands of years ago. In order to give mankind a chance, and also give himself a chance, Arceus fell into a long slumber, waiting for the unknown fate to come. And this time, Arceus, who was sleeping, moved his eyelids lightly. ACBH, all over the world. Therefore, those who have ascended to the first level god, or have the legend of the official position, feel this all-encompassing, wonderful power. They all turn their attention to the direction of Yuhong City, doubting, inquiring, curious, and so on. The rest are low-level legends that do not go deep into the realm of the gods. Except for a moment of dazed panic, he didn't feel anything. There is only one exception. That is, it is located on the altar under the volcanic town stone, out of the volcanic core of the harsh mountain in the Sheno area. A tortoise-like elf with a reddish-brown skin covered with brown and orange mixed spots, and a gray metal-like protective structure on its head, face and foreleg. With heavy and scorching step, he stepped on the cross marked one by one. Climb out of the crater below the lava-filled altar. The solid stone on the ground seemed to be unable to withstand the high temperature, and was directly stepped on with scorched black concave impressions, just like a soldering iron printed on rubber. It is a lower-ranking legend known as the Fire Steel God, a harsh mountain king who has entered the realm of the gods. Sidoran. Tick-tock. Hot lava slid from Sidoran's body, smashing into the ground, igniting spark in the air. From time to time, battering sparks rose and burst from the surface of Sidoran's body, and in the whistle-like sound, white air flowed out from Sidoran's nostrils. Whoosh tilde who is it? For a moment, Sidoran, who could no longer control the anger in his heart, let out a furious roar. The telepathy like a heavy artillery agitated in the mountain. Bang ye! A firestorm mixed with magma surged wildly around it, and harsh mountain suddenly shook. The raging lava flame storm spewed out even more. Push the mountain above your head away. And Sidoran also rushed out of the crater of harsh mountain following the impact of this huge lava fire column. Hundreds of years of effort, relying on the unique environment of severe mountain and the origin chi of earth fire within it. Sidoran reluctantly comprehends a trace of burning, residual chi from heaven and earth. Gain authority and become a cleric god, so as to break through the barriers of second-level gods. Sidolan was full of energy. Today, the burning authority authority is even more active, and it seems to be transformed into reality. But that wonderful feeling that seems to be at your fingertip has just arisen. It instantly disappeared like an illusion. Immediately after, before it could react from its loss, relying on the traces of residual energy in its body, it sensed the change of ownership of the burning authority, or an ordinary elf who has not even reached the realm of the god. Afterward, the powerlessness of being forcibly deprived of the remaining chi in the body made it even more crazy. Hundreds of years of hard work have all been lost, and Sidoran swore that it would never let go of the guy who cut off its path. This hatred will never be shared. Shout tilde. The low roar sounded again, and the giant beast wrapped in lava jumped straight down the cliff, ramming like a tyrannical locomotive, and pulled out a dark ravine in the forest below the mountain. Thick smoke immediately roll over. At the same time, the ozone layer, which is located 9 days above the Kanto region, suddenly swept away like a cloud. The dark dragon swam in the cloud. This is the black flashing cracking sea suddenly widened his pupils, sensed for a moment, and immediately frowned, and his expression sank when he noticed the seemingly invisible eyes in all directions. Suddenly, roared tilde. It let out a shocking low dragon groan. The sound shook for 9 days. Special telepathy is conducted at a unique frequency. The meaning of it made many top legends agitated one by one. Go away. Yuhong City, the southern suburb, in the ancient castle ecological park. When Baizi woke up from the burning beauty of the essence of the world, Baizi merged the light ball in his hand into the body of the wind speed dog. Coaxing one by one, along with the golden orange flame, rose from the surface of the wind speed dog, and when it quickly turned into a huge beam of flame that wrapped the whole body of the wind speed dog, the prompt sound of the system also sounded. Ding. The wind speed dog is awakening to the commander. Burning. It is detected that some of the residual gas of the burning commander has leaked, and it is being recovered. Open black lens bracket successfully recovered. Close black lens bracket. Hint. Cut off the road ahead. The enemy will be born, and you will never die. Close black lens bracket. Ding. Whether to give up awakening. Yes, no. Looking at the red dreamer that flew from the sky and merged into the flaming golden orange flame beam, Baizi's eyes narrowed slightly. Without hesitation, he said, no. Chapter 183. The Seal of Authority. At this moment, Ibrahimovic, who has completed the control of electrical attribute tilde, please complete the order. What about the enemy? To this day, it is no longer the time for him to have concerns before. With his back to the black flash crack and the entire Lugia tribe, as long as it is not the god of creation, no matter which official legend, he has the courage to touch it. What's more, according to the description of the system, this is not a conflict of duty, just a guy who comprehends part of the power of burning power. Therefore, the top legendary elves and eudemons can be included first, because the power of authority at this level is just breath, and for them, it is too cheap. As such, combining it with the authority of burning, it must be the legendary spirits or phantom beasts with fire attribute. Then the range is very small. Firebird, Yandi, Victini, Colkinian, Sidoran, tilde. To be honest, if it's just these few, even if he doesn't summon the Black Flash Crack and the Lugia clan, and rely on himself, it's completely enough to deal with it. Therefore, the wind speed dog burning authority has been secured. Arceus. Well, change another one. You can't keep it even if you can't fly. I said 1A1. And this moment, in the field, as the word Baizi fell, the flames became more intense. Coaxing a raging fireball rose up, and the fiery red chains rose from the void, spun and circled around the periphery of the beam of light, and at the same time, a quaint pictographic flame pattern imprinted on the beam of light floated up and down, exuding strange fluctuation. A circle of golden red ripples is visible to the naked eye, spreading in all directions, layer by layer. This is... Baizi frowned slightly, and just as he was about to say something, a elf ball on his way suddenly shook. Ha! Boy tilde. Underscore. A white light bloomed with a familiar low-pitched murmur of obvious excitement. An overall brown, petite with bunny-like ears, creamy neck down, and a fluffy, heart-shaped tail. Elves appear in deformed white light. It is the sleeping Ibrahimovic. Boy tilde. With a windproof appearance, Ibrahimovic took a breath of fresh air, rubbed Baizi's trouser leg, and expressed his closeness. He began to look left and right looking for something. Buoy. Ibrahimovic, who didn't find the target in the first lap, suddenly raised a row of question marks on his forehead, and then he quickly turned his attention to Zoroark, who was sitting beside his subordinate. So, next, Baizi saw Ibrahimovic's change of expression, which could be called the face-changing face of Peking opera. Like this O, then this S, O V O A, then this, closing parenthesis ellipsis. In the end, it was a pair of nostrils gasping for breath. Such an expression. A TT, nosebleed. This look give Baizi a strong sense of sight. It's like a guy who writes as a black child and reads as a pervert, fantasizes that he has successfully used the computer accessories medicine to knock down Sister Cannon, and he can do whatever he wants. This guy is really... Baizi stroked his forehead helplessly, and Zoroark, who was stared at by Ibrahimovic's seeing eyes as if he was actually looking at him could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. And right now, trick, along with the golden color of Ibrahimovich's body, the system's prompt sound also sounded in Bayezid's mind. Your Ibrahimovich successfully used the core spar of electric property to charge the electricity in his body. The system factor is fully controlled. The electrical attribute adaptability reaches 100%. There is a little gain, and an exclusive trick is obtained. Multi-attribute evolution, and the acquired skill 100,000 volt. Currently mastered attribute electricity. Zila zila. Boy tilde 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 noisy tilde. At this time, the electric light on Ibrahimovich's body became more and more bright and lush, and with a gradual hiss, bursts of white light suddenly erupted on Ibrahimovich's body. Evolution. A gleam of brilliance flashed in Bayezid's eyes. That determination and perseverance. Finally, for the first time today, will it blossom and bear fruit. At this time, the blooming white light completely wrapped Ibrahimovich's body until it covered the whole body. Over time, in white light, Ibrahimovich's figure was gradually stretched and deformed. His body became larger, his limbs were elongated, and his thick side hair and long tail were also gathered and sharpened. Soon, the dazzling white light seemed to have reached a certain critical point, and after it suddenly bloomed, it slowly dissipated and turned into little stars. And in brilliant light, a head is very similar to Ibrahimovich, but it is more stern. The whole body is golden, the neck is white, and the hair like thorns stands upside down, and the lightning flashes like a snake. The thunder elf. The corner of Bayezid's mouth raised a smile, and in his mouth he murmured the other party's name at this time. 0. As for flowers. At the same time, under the slightly sliding sunglasses, a cloud-like light flashed slowly. Next second, the new data panel of the thunder elf appeared in his eyes. Ray. Thunder elf. Read. Attribute. Electricity. Characteristic. Power storage. Scud. Monty. Level. Elite advanced. Level 30. 5100. Potential. King of Heaven. HP. 65. Attack. 65. Defense. 60. Special attack. 110. Special defense. 95. Speed. 130. Exclusive skill. Multi-attribute evolution. Mastered attribute. Electricity. Skills. Electric shock. Desire. Cry. Impact. Tail wagging. Sand splashing. Lightning flash. Round pupil. Electromagnetic wave. Double kick. High-speed star. Lightning teeth. 100,000 volt. 0. Genetic ill. See-through. Status. Perfect. The fire attribute factor is abnormally active. Introduction. Talented. With unique genes that can adapt to various environments. Has fully adapted to the electrical attribute energy factor, and can freely switch between the two forms of Ibrahimovich and Thunder Elf. Not bad. After reading the attribute panel of the Thunder Elf, the smile on Bayezid's face deepened. The gene has been stabilized, and the exclusive move, multi-attribute evolution, has been obtained, which can be freely converted between the two forms of Ibrahimovich and Thunder Spirit. In terms of strength, he has also entered the elite high-level step by step through accumulation. It can be said, Ibrahimovich, the best seventh man, in his mind, has taken a solid step. However, the fire attribute factor is abnormally active. Bayezid frowned slightly, and looked at the little guy who quickly changed back to Ibrahimovich's form in a burst of white light after getting used to the Thunder Elf form. Crouched down, he held Ibrahimovich, who was about to pounce in Zoroark direction, and pinched the back of its face. Lift it up, you bastard, what are you running for? Rolling his eyes, Bayezid pointed Ibrahimovich at himself and said, come on, answer me a question first. P.S. Read anthropomorphic tilde a few. Chapter 184. You are the devil, aren't you? Please complete. Ibrahimovich, who was pinched by the back of Destiny's neck by Bayezid, fluttered a few times subconsciously. Seeing that he couldn't break free, he turned his eyes on Bayezid with a dead expression on his face. What's your expression like? Bayezid shook the back of Ibrahimovich's neck and asked, tell me, what's the matter with your current state? The fire element is abnormally active. 5. A. tilde. Ibrahimovich looked surprised, looking at Bayezid with a face full of how do you know? Seeing this, Bayezid's mouth twitched. He couldn't help but stretched out his hand and gave Ibrahimovich a brain break, and said, come on, what going on? Booye, ask me about this. That fire pit has been triggering a high concentration of fire element, but any fire element will directly benefit, not to mention an elves like me who are particularly sensitive to attribute energy. Closing parenthesis. Quote, Ibrahimovich's shoulders collapsed, and he muttered 370 twice. Subsequently, glancing at Bayezid with a slanted gaze, he whimpered, booye. Again, I said, can you understand? What do you say? Bayezid gave the guy a blank look again, and immediately put his other hand into the backpack to grope. Boy, boo, I said of course. Halfway through the word, Ibrahimovich reacted and said with a shocked expression, booye booey. Can you understand what I said now? A little skill I learned not long ago. Bayezid replied casually, and glanced at the windspeed dog that was still surrounded by visions not far away. Then, a crimson irregular crystal was taken out of the backpack and handed to Ibrahimovich. SOVOA. Looking at the familiar crystal in front of him, except for the different color, colors, and feeling the more active fire element in his body, Ibrahimovic felt bad. This thing, it's too familiar. This is not. It just digested an electric property a few minutes ago, but now it has only been freed from the hard work of analyzing attribute factors for such a short time, and you have taken out another fire attribute. Good guy. The mud donkey in the production team next door can't do this. Are you the devil? This is what you said. In this case, the elves with fire attributes will directly benefit, especially you. However, I will not force you. Whether you want to seize such an opportunity or not is entirely up to you. I respect all your choices. Saying that, Baizi let go of Ibrahimovic and placed the fire-type core spar beside it. Get up. Coming to Cherulian, who was on the side. The next second, one person and one pet disappeared in place. He needed to determine how big the movement caused by the wind speed dog was. CC Baizi left. Ibrahimovic looked at the fire attribute core spar in front of him and fell into deep thought. And the other side, above the canopy at the periphery of the eco park, in the slight waves of air, the figures of Baizi and Cerulean appeared here. Immediately after, one person and one pet flashed again and came to the top of the minaret at the ancient castle. It seems that the affected area is not large. Baizi had a bird's eye view of the entire ancient castle manor, and after confirming that the vision of the wind speed dog integrating the power of authority did not spread to the ancient castle, he was a little relieved. After all, according to what Ibrahimovic said, if there is too much movement, I am afraid it will attract a lot of fire elves. At that time, there will inevitably be unrest. At this moment, Cherulian's ethereal telepathy suddenly sounded in Baizi's mind. Baizi, is it really okay to treat Ibrahimovic like that? Oh, Baizi was stunned when he heard the word, but he didn't answer immediately, but rubbed Chilian's little head with relief. I didn't expect our cold little Princess Chilian to care about her companions too. I didn't. Cherulian subconsciously wanted to speak like this, because she was just worried that it would make Ibrahimovic resent and hurt Baizi. But when she saw the smile on Baizi's face, she was silent, swallowing the words that she almost blurted out. But Baizi obviously didn't notice this. He rubbed Cherulian's little head. His eyes were a little sluggish, and he said as if he was recalling something. Speaking of which, in my team, there is actually no shortage of hardworking people. The giant stinger that will seize every moment and every second of opportunity to strengthen itself. Laplace, who like to secretly train alone. Of course. And you little girl, as long as you have free time, you will take me as a training target, and use invisible spiritual power to coat my body with a spiritual shield. Bang tilde. Boom. Speaking, Baizi tapped 0 on his left chest with his fingers lightly. Burning white thought flashed from his fingers. Next second, like a stone cast into lake water, a layer of lavender mental ripples immediately made this invisible shield appear. Cherulian's face was slightly red, a little embarrassed, and Baizi retracted his fingers and let the shield disappear into the invisible again. To be frank, Cherulian's movements are indeed very secretive. If it weren't for the prompt of the talent reward system, I'm afraid he wouldn't pay attention, and it would be difficult to find this mental shield. It has to be said that Cerulean's manipulation of mental power is really becoming more and more refined. While sighing in his heart, Baizi quickly turned his thoughts and asked with a chuckle, however, Cherulian, which one do you think is the hardest among these partners? The meaning of Baizi's words self-evidently. Cerulean would not fail to hear it, but it was precisely because she heard this answer that she hesitated deeply. You said, shouldn't it be Ibrahimovic? Baizi chuckled and didn't answer directly. He turned his attention to the direction of the ecological park. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. It seems that he once again recalled the perseverance hidden in those timid pupils when he first met Ibrahimovic. The process of using the energy factor in the attribute spar to master and enhance the adaptability of the attributes in the body is not necessarily an overnight process. Wordfall. As if to verify what Baizi said, the system's prompt sound also sounded at this time. Your Ibrahimovic is trying to control the fire energy factor in the body with the power of the fire attribute core spar. Can hold. Ibrahimovic's fire attribute adaptability has been enhanced. Open black lens bracket current 0.5 close black lens bracket. Ibrahimovic passively accepts the concentration of the fire element to refine, and the fire attribute adaptation speed is enhanced 1%, 1.5%, 2%. PS. Fire elf anthropomorphic figure tilde. Chapter 185. Burning in office. Controlling light and heat. The training is over. For full order. Wind speed dog. Use jet flame. Out tilde. In a small Gobi desert area in the ecological park. Following Baizi's order, the dog canine teeth opened slightly at the wind speed, and a crimson flame suddenly spewed out of his mouth. This flowing flame is like a laser, and the speed is astonishingly fast. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to the opposite side as a target and erected a wall of Urgo-type energy factors in front of him. Sheila, as if fire and water were connected, bursts of white smoke rose up, and at the same time, an astonishing heat suddenly emerged, causing the entire Gobi wilderness area to be like a scorching sun spreading fire, and the air distorted like an ancient anxious one. Machado. The heat wave rolled and hit his face, and Baizi immediately waved his hand to force him away, and at the same time reminded him aloud. Mild tilde. When Machado heard the word, he raised his hand and clenched it, and the energy factor wall composed of ghost attributes suddenly turned into a large net to wrap the flame. The dark orb with a red heart made of it was held in the hands of Masha Duatsu. Immediately afterward, Machado raised his left arm, and the petite O2 fist, which was covered in frost, directly hit the palm of the right palm that was holding the ball. Ha! A crisp sound, and a wisp of blue smoke suddenly rose from the closed fist. At the same time, the cold chill spread, directly pressing down the scorching heat wave that rose, turning into a wisp of warm cool wind, blowing past Baizi's ears and blowing around. Your wind speed dog has a deep understanding and training of the jet flame trick under your guidance, and has gained a little, the application proficiency of the power of burning authority +1, the jet flame proficiency +3. Your Machado has undergone auxiliary training under your guidance, and has gained a little, the basic application proficiency of ghost factor +1, and the proficiency of frozen fist +1. Hearing the system prompt sound in his ear, Baizi's mouth wit. In addition to kicking skills, some daily training, Machado is almost difficult to mobilize. However, this is not difficult for Baizi. If the front does not work, then take the side route. With the talent reward system, as long as you put in the effort, you will surely reap the reward. And with this, using the sparring as an excuse, Machado is also passively accepting his own training. He, let you be stubborn like a ghost, and you don't want to drink my foot wash honestly. After a moment of pride in his heart, Baizi turned his attention to the windspeed dog, which had grown in size again, and was already close to 2.2 meters. Raise. Windspeed dog, basic form, solar mode, attribute, fire, characteristic, intimidation, ignition, unextinguishable flames, exclusive, not disturbed by the opponent's characteristic, and bring continuous burning damage to the opponent. Level, champion intermediate, level 75, 2100, potential, level 2 god, HP, 92, 90, attack, 110, defense, 81, 80, special attack, 102, special defense, 81, 80 feet, 102, 95. Exclusive skills, burning flame shock, let the armored flame cover the whole body and slam into the opponent, and generate a violent linear shock wave at the moment of receiving. Junion, instantly heat the air to a rare high temperature, then shrink and spit out explosive flames. Attack the opponent. Open black lens bracket skill, slightly close black lens bracket. Inherited skills, morning light, dangerous flash. Open black lens bracket authority, burn close black lens bracket. Claw of preemption. Open black lens bracket status, perfect close black lens bracket. Introduction. The director burn controls the light and heat, and awakens the pure flame that belongs to him. It is an inextinguishable flame that burns everything out. In the hot sun mode, the power of fire attribute moves will be increased by 20%. The windspeed dog, who has awakened the power of authority burning, has not changed much on the attribute panel. Exclude the 2 points of special attack racial value and 1 point of speed racial value added by the training camp. In terms of level, it has only increased the experience value of less than 1 level, and is still in the middle of the championship. But the awakening of the authority has made the windspeed dog have an extraordinary qualitative change in some characteristic. Combustion is a reaction that produces light and heat, and that's why the fire attribute skills used by the windspeed dog take into account the speed of light and the extraordinary terrifying high temperature. At this point, the bonus to the windspeed dog is quite amazing, and this is an instinct-like talent. Therefore, in the process of using it, not only does it consume almost nothing, but also like an arm command, it can easily be used by the windspeed dog on fire attribute move. And this kind of improvement is only in strength, not including some invisible improvement discovered by Baizi, such as the comprehension of fire skills, and the increase in the absorption speed of the fire attribute factor, etc. Is it already this time? Baizi raised his head and glanced at the single-sided ceiling that could only be seen from the inside to the outside. The gap was gradually falling behind, and he confirmed the time one by one, 18 hours 12 minutes and 56 seconds. Only then did the spiritual power spread out. The grassland area, sitting cross-legged in the void, in a state of meditation, Cerulean had 3 uses. The iron dumbbells that staggered in midair and flew back and forth while exerting gravity pressure with the psychic skill. The other side, it is the use of tyrannical mental power to gather super energy system factors, gather erosion and stand on the ground, and use the feather habitat that I learned not long ago to continuously restore physical strength. In the lake area, Laplace, who used his excellent ice attribute manipulation ability, was concentrating on carving a family portrait. Baizi sat in front, hugging Laplace's neck and leaning on it, and the large needle bee, Cerulean, Zoroark, iron dumbbell, Machado, wind speed dog, auspicious egg, Ibrahimovic, and a petite Lugia, like a guard, surrounded by one person and one pet around. Seeing this, little Lugia next to him swam around the ice sculpture with a look of excitement. Subsequently, eloquently. Lying beside the ice sculpture with a silly face, he applauded with his white 370 wings. In the forest area, Yanjira, who was brought in for training, and who had successfully evolved into Hootie, was alert to the looming figure in the dim forest. The majestic elf power spreads everywhere, and the eyes of miracles like magic lenses are framed in front of them. From time to time, there will be one or two mental shock fantasy rays of light piercing through the phantoms that appear in front of it one after another. But unfortunately, these are all illusion. I suddenly felt the touch of a sharp object on my forehead. Immediately afterward, a human-shaped fox with a whole gray body and red temples appeared on its left side, and its scarlet claws were quietly placed on its forehead. And at this time, Baizi's gentle voice suddenly sounded in the hearts of the elves who were still in the training camp. Okay, that's the end of today's training. Let's take a rest and have dinner right away. P.S. Recently a book friend said that I am water. I reflected on it. I made the old problem of burying the thread, so I decided to speed up the progress. After the Zeraora theatrical version is finished, I will start the strongest war conference in history as soon as possible, and finally present the beautiful picture of the water elf girl. Thank you, Tilda. Chapter 186 Micro Manipulation Jingwashuiyu. For full order, it has been more than half a month since Baizi came to this ancient castle for retreat training in Yuhong City. Specifically, today is the 16th day. This time, Baizi almost revolves around a group of elves to carry out 3-point and 1-line layout plan, observation and correction, and after training recuperation. And other than that, at night when everyone slept peacefully, Baizi also needs to coordinate and observe the progress and status of the elf. It can be said that the whole person is completely rotating, busy like a top with a foot hitting the back of the head, and there is no time to rest at all. It's really overwork. If it is not far superior to the physique of ordinary people, I am afraid that Baizi will not be able to persevere. And, in the past few days, apart from some simple stretching and relaxation, he has hardly done any exercise. The physical fitness has also increased by 6 points unconsciously during this period. This is enough to see Baizi's hard work. Still, it's all worth it. 16 days of intense training. The results of the harvest are also quite gratifying. Needless to say, the Windspeed dog has successfully mastered the power of authority, and the level has been increased slightly. At level 75, the racial value, special attack +2, speed +1. In a main battle among the elf handheld, its data is the least improved, but the Windspeed dog, who awakened to his duty and controlled the power of light and heat, was said to be reborn, but it was not an exaggeration at all. And then there was Cerulean. Seriously, Cerulean is the least weak among Baizi's hand. None of the 6-dimensional attributes of race value is lower than 100, and it different from the weaker sibling. Cerulean inherited the strong melee ability of Cheomong, and the thought wave gun composed of the exclusive skill spirit breaking is simply a proper battlefield Valkyrie, coupled with the already strong special attack. It can be said, almost no weaknesses. Therefore, her training is also the most worry-free for Baizi. Meditate, enhance special attack, and by the way, while helping the training of Big Needlebee and Iron Dumbbell, exercise the control of super power factor. And with this, in these few days of training, her special attack increased by a full 5 points. The manipulation of mental power has reached the level of subtlety. Put it this way, most of today's super power-based direct attack skills can be turned into free cruise cannonballs by Cerulean. Even, only the rank of the two sides is not much different, and the opponent's super type move she can even disintegrate remotely. Is it scary? As for the level, it was also slightly increased by 1 level. Right, it first order, not first class. Now, Cerulean has officially entered the high-level Quasi-King, and is only 1 step away from the peak of the Quasi-King. There's no way. Who's called Cerulean's background is too strong. The genes of the two-top legend, the superpower orb bracelet of the heaven and earth treasures, and the mental power that jumps like a triple jump at every turn. Seriously, although the current level of the giant Needlebee is stable, it is difficult for Baizi to say which of them will be the first elf in his hands to break into the Heavenly King level. Who knows if Cerulean will leapfrog the breakthrough with the sudden increase of spiritual power. What's more, with the current level of Cerulean, it has fully met the requirements of evolution, and once it evolves into Shinado, it goes without saying that it must be a steady promotion to the Heavenly King level. Next up is the Giant Bee. As I said before, Baizi is more inclined to the enhancement mode with extreme points than the comprehensive hexagonal warrior, because, in this way, it can expand infinitely on the advantageous side, directly opening the gap with other elves, and quantitative changes cause qualitative changes. Of course, this is also one of the reasons why it can quickly become stronger in the early stage and form combat effectiveness. Now, the level of the Giant Stinger is close to the King level, and the two racial values of the specialization attack and speed have been raised to an astonishing level of 166 and 172, respectively. If you want to improve again, it is no longer possible to do a short training camp. Therefore, after some deliberation, operation, Baizi decided to take this opportunity to strengthen the giant hornbee to a certain extent. The focus of reinforcement is on special defense. As a crispy insect-type assassin elf, the giant stinger can resist contact and direct attack gills with the help of exclusive gill gauntlet. However, the sonic gills are just the shortcoming of the hornet's defense, so Baizi used the superpower system to restrain the hornbill to carry out the training of attribute adaptation so as to enhance the special defense. And the big stinger bee is also not to be trusted. 16 days of training. Enduring the erosion of the super energy system energy factor, the special defense abruptly increased by 12 points, reaching a level of 92. Then there are the iron dumbbell. The elves who have passed their infancy will have a rapid growth stage. In the past few days, although there is no special training in combat skills, the iron dumbbells have also stepped into the middle novice level step by step. At the same time, this little guy is really ruthless. When under the pressure of Cerulean's psychic power, the iron dumbbell completely ignored the difference in strength and used magnetic force to fight against Cerulean's own psychic power. And the more oppressed it is, the more tenacious it is. It is completely a steel and iron bone that can't be beaten and can't be crushed. Here, it refers to the mind. Under the blessing of the talent reward system, such perseverance is naturally impossible for nothing. In the training against oppression, the iron dumbbell not only increased the original defense racial value by 20 points, reaching the level of 100, but also increased the attack by a full 30 points, reaching 100.85. The improvement is not too big, but this is also because of the low racial value. Not to mention, Baizi is also quite willing to spend money on logistical supplies. Just the little guy with iron dumbbells, all kinds of nutritional product, herbs and special ingredient. At the end of the day, at least, it is a few thousand large and a small 10,000. Although the detailed account Baizi did not specifically calculate. However, in the 16 days, he spent almost 1.2 million for the express delivery of various materials and herbs. It can be said that the money is like flowing water. Finally, there are the two elves Laplace and Zoroark. Laplace usually focuses on his comprehension of ice laws and his excellent ice attribute manipulation ability. After Baizi's guidance, combining training and interest, using the method of carving ice sculptures to increase concentration, thereby training the ability to manipulate ice attribute, but also subtly deepening the understanding of the laws of ice. Under the accumulation of thin hair, the effect is also very gratifying. The special attack racial value has increased by 12 points, reaching 100, and the understanding of the law of the ice type good jows has also advanced to the level of 0.1% thus. Although it doesn't look like much, it's a solid step. The improvement of Zoroark is similar to that of Laplace. However, it has reached 125 in special attack, and it is more focused on the choice of training. Only one, that is to be proficient in the actual use and mastery of illusion. With enough focus, Zoroark has also harvested enough result. On the basis of the two senses of shape and sound at the beginning, the remaining three senses of smell, taste and touch have gradually become fruitful. Believe that one day, Zoroark's hallucination ability can be compared to Aizen's Zanpakuto, manipulating the five senses to completely immerse the opponent in the mirror. P.S. Ice Elf Anthropomorphic Figure tilde. Chapter 187. Psychic Plastic Operation. The eve of departure, please order. After Baizi greeted the elf, he directly stepped on the back of the wind speed dog and came to the special place for daily meals, on a grass that was cleared out near the lake. Tables, chairs, tablecloth, etc. are already well placed. Natsi, on the other hand, stared attentively at the kitchen utensils that were flying up and down not far away. The monini held in her arms had a cute expression on her face. She opened her mouth lightly, and you could vaguely see a glittering color oozing out. Not far away, medicated meals, bone broth, charcoal grilled steak, fruit plate, nutritional juices. Each dish seems to be manipulated by invisible hand, and is brought to the dining table one by one under the burning white light curtain. And all of this is actually achieved by Baizi through remote control of mind power. At the beginning, because he is not yet proficient, although the strong mental power will not make him fail, but the cooked things are indeed somewhat unsatisfactory in terms of taste. However, after these days of practice, Baizi has almost been able to fully demonstrate his advanced cooking skills under the condition of dual purposes. As for Naz, well, she did show a strong interest in cooking, and her strong mental power can completely make her grasp the time limit. But what she did was weird. Obviously the dishes, styles, and processes are exactly the same, but the taste, how to say, you can't say it's unpalatable, but it has a strange, completely indescribable 370 strange taste. It's hard to describe. Baizi shook his head with lingering fear. After serving the last big bone broth in the very center of the table, you have made a total of 12 delicacies, and you have gained a little cooking experience plus 4-5, psychoplastic operation proficiency plus 1, the system prompt sounded in my ear. Soon, Yi Laula, accompanied by a rush of water, Laplace, who was holding little Lugia, took the lead to swim from the lake. Wu tilde. When little Lugia saw Baizi, she immediately flew up from Laplace's back with a light moan, flew over the shore staggeringly, and plunged into Baizi's arm. Immediately afterward, the three elves, Big Needle Bee, Cerulean, and Iron Dumbbell, came together, and Zoroark appeared silently and slowly behind Hooty, who appeared in a flash of light. Okay, let's take your seat first. Baizi clapped his hands and waited for his friends to surround the dining table. Then he beckoned to Big Needlebee alone and said, "Come on, Big Needlebee." Big Needlebee approached with flapping wings. Soon, there was a small round glasses on the bridge of the nose, and Gilly Egg, holding a medical book in his arms, ran over with small step. As early as 10 days ago, after saying goodbye to Ilya, who returned to the Joey family, Gilly Egg also moved here, but it usually stays in the main control room. Use the special machine inside and the authority under Joey Pure Special to enter the internal medical network of the Joey family for further study and study. Lucky Tilda, panting in small mouth, after waving naively at Baizi, Gilly Egg swayed her lovely round body and approached the giant Needlebee, whose body was covered with slight erosion marks. The two small short hands opened, and the pink halo wrapped the palm. Gilly Egg's face became serious. His arms moved forward, and he pressed the sky above the head of the big Needlebee. The pink halo is even more dazzling, and the halo continues to spread, completely wrapping the entire body of the large Needlebee, visible to the naked eye. Those eroded traces were quickly removed and dissipated like handwriting erased by an eraser. The big Needlebee closed his eyes slightly, only feeling that his whole body was wrapped in a warm breath, and the lost physical strength also recovered most of it. Immediately after, Lucky Tilda, with another soft moan, Gilly Egg folded his hands together, and a drop of sparkling water condensed in the void above the head of the big Needlebee, and slowly dripped down. Beer Tilda. Immediately, a cool and comfortable feeling spread from the top of the head to the whole body, and the big Needlebee couldn't help trembling all over, and let out a sound of insect. And then one by one, your auspicious egg healed the hornet. A little gain. Healing wave proficiency +1. Life water drop proficiency +1. Sitting down again, he picked up the little Lugia who was drilling into his arm. Baizi looked around and chuckled lightly. Then, let's start. Ooh Tilda. Ow Tilda. Terry Tilda. As soon as the voice fell, a group of elves suddenly began to wind and swirl the cloud. After all, the consumption of training is indeed not small. Even the giant Hornby, who always pays attention to its posture, ACBH, did not devour it, but the speed at which the double needles cut the beef into the mouth created an afterimage. Not to mention things like iron dumbbells. The whole body is sunk in Baizi's special rations mixed with high-quality minerals, tree fruits and homemade energy cube. Twisted and twisted, showing the true nature of foodie. If I hadn't seen it many times, I would have thought it was a drowning meal. Baizi couldn't help shaking his head. Head down. Meat pieces cut to the same size have been placed in front of their own table. This beautiful night gill is obviously the masterpiece of Big Needlebee. Soon, a glass of rainbow-colored juice that was still spinning floated over. Baizi smiled lightly at Chilean and took it. And then, a single serving of soup, which is separated from flesh and bone, is like magic, and slowly emerges beside his left hand. Baizi suddenly laughed. He forked a piece of beef, took a sip of the thick soup, and picked up some fruit pieces and put them in his mouth. Looking at the companions around him, Baizi felt inexplicably relaxed, as if all his troubles had gone away from him. Ooh Tilda. At this moment, the soft voice of little Lugia in his arms sounded. Baizi suddenly woke up. He picked up a bowl of milk soup that had been made a long time ago from the table, scooped up a spoonful, tested the temperature, and then carefully fed it to the mouth of the little guy in his arm. Come on, open your mouth Tilda. Ah Tilda. Little Lugia wrapped the spoon in one bite, her cheek bulging, and her eyes narrowed immediately. Cerulean and Zoroark saw the scene, and couldn't help but flash of memory in their eyes, and after subconsciously looking at each other, they suddenly deviated from it calmly. After a sumptuous dinner, the sun is fading. Soon, the moonlight slowly climbed from the side, and the first ray of stars also dotted the night. On the grass, all the elves and Byzinazi lay down together, including Ibrahimovic, who absorbed the element of the fire attribute, was also released, and he was cradled beside Zoroark temples, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. In Byzi's arms, he was holding the little Lugia, who was apparently sound asleep. In the middle, along with Nazi and Cerulean, who were hugging Monini, they were leaning on the fluffy fur of the Windspeed dog. Zoroark was half reliant on Byzi's lap, and Laplace lying beside him and in it. Iron Dumbbell sleeping on the back. The auspicious egg also leaned on Laplace's neck, and the giant stinger was on the other side of the Windspeed dog. In the shadows, Marshadow floated half of his body as if lying flat on the water, drifting with the current. Byzi looked around, and refocused his eyes on the bright moon and star screen that was reflected by the translucent ceiling. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but slowly rise. If this rebirth is really controlled by some god, then, thank you for letting me have so much. P.S. Anthropomorphic drawing of Grass L. Tilda. Chapter 188. The Sealed Orb, the Blood of Creation. For full order. Early the next morning, Byzi Baizi packed up and went to the elf center and asked Chao Yi-chun to leave. So, are we going to leave officially? Joey Chunmei blinked lightly. Baizi nodded and said solemnly, thank you Miss Joy for your care and help these days. This is my personal communication number. If you need anything in the future, please feel free to contact me. Saying that, Baizi pushed a note in front of Chao Yi-chun. Baizi did not lie. The borrowing of the venue is easy to say, but it is not a small favor to delegate the authority of the Joey family's medical database to Gili Egg. To know, in any world, knowledge is priceless. Take an example. Gili Egg obtained a medicinal formula from this database that can slowly heal and clear the body's dark wound. And this medicated diet is exactly where Baizi dared to use ultra-high intensity training in this training camp. Say nothing else. The value of this medicated formula alone is completely immeasurable. To be clear, on the market, the efficacy of compound decoction, which is not very similar to this medicated diet, costs 50,000 to 80,000 for a dose the size of a thumb. If you want to clear the dark wound, at the very least, you need to use a full course of treatment during the recuperation period. Twice a day, one dose at a time, and a course of treatment is 15 days. In other words, to use it once, it will cost at least 1.5 million, and the effect is far worse than the medicated diet. The medicated diet only needs to be taken once a night, and the next day will be full of vitality. It will not affect the high-intensity training at all, and even the residual medicinal properties can also play a role in promoting. Where? Chao Yi-chun covered his mouth and smiled. After all, I also borrowed your blessings for a lot of days, so it's a matter of balance. Baizi smiled slightly and didn't speak. Others regarded him as a friend, so naturally he wouldn't reject his friend's wishes without emotional intelligence. However, he will keep it in his heart. By the way, Chao Yi-chun suddenly raised her slender fingers as if she had remembered something, and then took out a tightly wrapped small box from the counter and said, you have a video from Dr. Damu here. Please sign for the message and the courier sent by him. Oh, Baizi took it casually, and without any shyness, in front of Chao Yi-chun. While dismantling it, he clicked on the video message. Sheila, the flat screen on the counter suddenly lit up. Then, Dr. Ogi's big face that almost filled the screen appeared. His low, while chatting about the instant noodles, he said vaguely, Xiao Baizi, I have a person here who has signed Lily's grandfather to send you something, saying that it is as a thank you. Let me forward it to you. Zilu, it's probably not a simple thing to be so careful. If there is no problem, you can keep it. If there is any problem, you can call me back. Zilu, Gululu, well, I'm still busy. That's it. After speaking, he drank the instant noodle soup in a suffocating mouthful, and wiped it with his cuff at will. Fingers stretched out. Next second, the screen went black immediately. Ah, Chao Yi-chun blinked, her big eyes white. Her charming face was puzzled, and her eyes were full of disillusionment. Dr. Damu, is this usually the case? It's good to get used to it. Baizi lightly smiled and shrugged, making Chao Yi-chun unable to help muttering, why are you used to this? And at this time, Baizi finally did not open the mysterious courier. Inside is a wooden box. After opening the box, a crystal clear, translucent jade bead with a blushing color inside appeared in front of Baizi's eyes. Sealing orb, blood of creation, an orb that can permanently seal anything, including living creatures, and keep it in the state before it was sealed. It contains parallel world, single attribute, and the blood of dragon attribute Arceus. Supplement, break the orb to take out the content sealed inside. Note 1, after being broken, the sealed orb will lose its effectiveness. Note 2, there is no dragon law or special power in the blood of creation, but it can be used to comprehend part of the realm of the creation field. Seeing the virtual panel that appeared in front of him, only he could see, Baizi's pupils shrank suddenly. Lily's grandfather. This title, Baizi thought about it, and guessed that it should be Hassan, the current chairman of the Moore Group. Moore's pseudonym. Through this, he also understood that his apparent identity should have been known to the other party, and this behavior of the other party also made him very fond of. After seeing that he didn't want to reveal his identity, firstly, he didn't bother himself, and secondly, when he sent something to himself, he not only spared a circle, but followed the path of Dr. Damu. And from the signature, it can be seen that the other party should also hide his identity when he sent it. It can be said that in practice, it is quite sincere. However, Baizi took the sealing orb containing the blood of creation in his hand, and felt the warm touch from the jade-like material, without pondering in his heart, does the other party know the value of this thing? If you know, to be able to send such a treasure, that's a lot of courage. However, presumably I don't know. With this thing, it is almost equivalent to holding a top legendary favorability amplifier. It may be a bit difficult to find a top-level legend of the dragon family and offer this item to make the other party follow, but in exchange for shelter, it shouldn't be difficult to think about. Also, this so-called parallel world and Arceus with a single dragon attribute. Baizi's eyes narrowed slightly. He is not too surprised that there is a parallel time and space in the elf world. After all, in the original TV animation, Xiaoji and the others had only experienced a peculiar landform on their way to the Carlos area. Mirror Cave. 0. As for flowers, the mirror hole is filled with large and small crystals of various shapes, which are like mirrors. Each piece of these crystals actually represents a mirror world, like the parallel time and space of the elf world. And Xiaoji, it is in this mirror hole, traversed one side of it, entering the land of mirrors, whose back is similar to the original world but completely different. Then, does this sealed orb containing the blood of creation come from one of the mirror world in the mirror cave? Also, even if it is a single attribute of Arceus, its blood, and how is it stored in the sealed orb? Baizi's eyes narrowed slightly, and he unconsciously fell into the sinking. At this time, what? Do you recognize something? With a fragrant wind blowing across his face, Chao Yichun did not shy away from bringing his pretty face close to Baizi. His sandalwood mouth opened slightly, and he exhaled. Oh, it's nothing. I just thought about it for a long time because I don't know each other. Baizi shrugged, dismissed the matter lightly, put the beads back in the wooden box, and stuffed them into the backpack at will. Chao Yichun just asked casually. Naturally he didn't care too much. After noticing his posture, his pretty face flushed, and he hurriedly probed Junsho back. Although they have been together for a short time, the young man in front of him seems to have an amazing sense of intimacy, and he can pull him unconsciously. The relationship between neighbors, so much so that she inadvertently made a move to break the safe distance between her and the opposite sex. Baizi's eyes flickered. However, he didn't say much, just took out a long prepared gift box and pushed it in front of Chao Yichun. Thank you for your care these days. A small gift. I hope you don't shirk. After speaking, Baizi waved his hand. Without waiting for Chao Yichun to react, he strode out of the center of the elf, pulled up Nazi who was waiting at the door, and turned over to ride the windspeed dog. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared at the gate of the elf center. Huh. Chao Yichun raised his hand subconsciously and looked up to see where Baizi was still there. I couldn't help but puffed my cheek. Really? With some thoughts in his mouth, he looked curiously at the simple gift box on the counter. Pull off the ribbon and turn it slightly. Immediately, a crystal clear pink rhombus diamond the size of a pigeon egg, under the illumination of the light, flashes a mesmerizing dazzling brilliance. So beautiful. P.S. A collection of Arceus tilde a few. Chapter 189. The four seasons circulate, arrive at Fenglai City. For full order. From Yuhong City to Fenglai City, it spans 2 districts and passes through mountains and ocean. The journey is naturally not short. Therefore, when going to and from the 2 places, you will basically choose a plane or a ship. However, in the past 2 years, the Alliance has also opened a train that shuttles between the Guandu area and the Chengdu area 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, to and from the Maglev train station between Manjin City and Jinwang City. In terms of pure speed, this Maglev train is much faster than the Shui Shihao that sails between Q City and Onion City, and it is not far from the average civil airliner. But, because there are too many platforms in between, unless you stop by the way, generally speaking, it is more convenient and faster to take a plane. As one of the largest cities in the Kanto region, Yuhong City naturally has no shortage of airport. After Baizi and Nazi left the Elf Center, they went to a nearby mainframe 370 inches field in the west of the city. However, after the security check, after purchasing the 2-seat first-class cabin for the inter-regional long-distance airliner to Fenglai City, in the lounge, Baizi and Nazi just sat down on the front feet, and on the back feet, a tall woman wearing a light blue business suit walked in hastily. Her eyes lit up when they saw Baizi and the two. Excuse me, is it Mr. Baizi and Miss Nazi? The tall slender woman stood about 1 meter away from the two and asked respectfully. Baizi and Nazi looked at each other, got up immediately, nodded and said, yes, is there any problem? That's right, because we made a mistake for a while and didn't find that Mr. Baizi was the most senior VIP specially marked by More Airline. It's really our dereliction of duty to make you work hard, said. The tall slender woman bowed and said, apologize. To be honest, this attitude really has the meaning of treating customers as God. But Baizi is also clear. Such a gesture is obviously not something that ordinary people can enjoy. It should be the effect of the special marking of the so-called most senior VIP. More Airline. It's interesting. A flash of brilliance flashed in Baizi's eyes, and he also responded, it's okay, just arrange the plane to take off as soon as possible. Thank you very much. The tall slender woman bowed deeply, and then asked cautiously, that's right, Mr. Baizi, if you're in a hurry, we can also arrange a non-stop flight. I don't know. Oh, Baizi raised his eyebrows, pondered a little, then nodded and said, that would be troublesome. No trouble, no trouble. Mr. Baizi, and this lady, please come with me. The tall slender woman hurriedly waved her hand and drew the palm of her hand. While leading the way in front, she took out the walkie-talkie on her shoulder and arranged it. Immediately arrange a special plane, clear the runway, and adjust the route to Fenglai City. This armored bird is really luxurious enough to be honest. Inside, refrigerators, color TVs, sofas, everything is available, and even the compartments have private bathrooms and a small bar. The dining places are also separated separately, and there are special ingredients and and chef, and there is also an entertainment area at the rear of the cabin. In addition to the driver and chef, the 6 flight attendants prepared are all beautiful and charming. To be frank, the experience is quite good. Anyway, Baizi took Nazichi Lulian's little ones to eat and drink leisurely on the plane, and after a fairly plain nap together, unconsciously, they spent their first day on the plane. Day 2. Early morning. The morning light that was about to be bright came in from the curtains on the right side and at the feet. With the faint roar, Baizi narrowed his eyes slightly, and after a haste, he finally woke up from his long sleep. A soft and wide duvet covers the body. Bowing his head, it was the pretty faces of Cerulean and Nazian sleeping. Carefully get up from the square bed. Get out of the bedroom compartment. He raised his hand to stop the blonde flight attendant who was waiting in front of the door from blurting out greeting. Baizi was not in a hurry to wash up, so he came to the front of the cabin and sat down near the window. Opened the curtain, looking at the floating clouds that are constantly passing by, and the water elf flying up from time to time in the blue ocean below. He has a leisurely expression. As the plane continued to move forward, the unique natural features and climate of the elf world were suddenly revealed. The island that was skipped 10 minutes ago was still a green spring scene, and the next island not far from it turned out to be a pair of silver. The winter scenery is covered with light and snow. In just a few hours, it seems to be constantly passing through the 4 seasons. It's like a corridor through time in anime. Baizi was fascinated by this scene for a while. Like the neighboring Kanto area, the Chengdu area has a mild climate, but it is slightly wetter than the Kanto area. At the same time, compared with the Kanto where the Alliance headquarters was established, the Chengdu area is more rural. Besides, the Chengdu area is also the birthplace of many traditional cultures. For example, Buddhism and Shinto culture are prosperous around Uenju City and Kikyo City. Hanoki Town has a culture of worshipping dumb beasts, and the ancient ninjutsu is also from Kaji Town in Chengdu. In Yanmo City, which is located between the mountains, the culture of dragons also arises here, which is very unique. Finally, in terms of topography, the Chengdu region is also a bit more complex than the Kanto region, which is mostly forest and plain. The western region is mainly low-lying and forested, where most of the city's population reside. Its center is the technological, industrial and economic center of Chengdu, which is comparable to the Golden City of Kanto. There are abundant water sources in the west and south. Its Onlan City, which connect 2 waterways, faces the mainland of Chengdu across the sea and is located on an independent island far away from the mainland. In addition to the Blue City in the east, the island in the east between the cliff in the west is the entrance to the largest hunting wild area in Chengdu, and the south coast, the place surrounded by mountains, is the destination of Baizi's trip. Fenglai City. 1.7 What is completely different from other towns in Chengdu is that Fenglai City, which has only emerged in recent decades, has a style that is not as full of local flavor and antiquity as the Chengdu area. High-rise buildings and heavy traffic. There are many windmills dotted between the cities. There are also man-made islands specially used to hold the Wind Festival and a long winding bridge connecting the urban area across the sea, making Fenglai City look modern as a whole. The afternoon of the 3rd day, May 27, on the eve of the Wind Festival, Baizi and Nazi finally set foot on this Wind City, which is surrounded by mountains and faces the sea. P.S. An overview of Fenglai City. Chapter 190. Take off Nazi and explore the mountains and forests at night. Please order. Phew. Standing on the street outside the airport in Fenglai City, Nazi took a deep breath, and after slowly exhaling it, she said with a smile on her face, the sea breeze in this city is completely different from that of Lampolchi in Kanto. It has a warm feeling. Taste. Quote, warm taste. Baizi was stunned when he heard the word, and after a few sniffs, he only felt that the coastal areas in the Kanto region were more humid and hot. But he didn't make a bad scene, but nodded in approval, took Natsi's jade hand, stood in a shady place, pinched the tip of Natsi's nose and said, there is indeed a different feeling. Okay, let's wait here. Someone will come and pick us up soon. With that, he raised his wrist and sent Lily a position. Then he forgot to glance at the beauty beside him, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Having been in the same room for 3 days with a beautiful girl who has feelings for him, if Baizi can stay completely unmoved, then there is really something wrong. Therefore, on a beautiful night, Baizi meticulously picked O2 off Nazi, the purple and glamorous no plum, and after this, Nazi's heart, which seemed to be completely open, was like a delicate blooming flower, which changed from the indifference of the past and became extraordinarily bright. I didn't make Baizi and Nazi wait too long. Squeak, accompanied by the rapid braking sound of the vehicle, a silver-gray sedan with a golden-yellow 2-winged elf standing on the front of the car parked on the side of the road, attracting the attention of many passing passengers and citizens. The golden Lugia head logo, the streamlined appearance of silver gray. Baizi recognized this Flying Wing automobile group, which is owned by Chaluf, and only recently released the top limited edition luxury sedan, the Flying Wing 3. Moreover, this special silver gray paint extension with no reflection in the sun is also a limited edition of this series. Only 200 units will be sold worldwide, with a starting price of 220 million for the Flying Wing 3 Phantom. Tis a big toy for the rich. Speak up. Since the Golden City siege incident, the news has often been seen on the news that the rockets' up bases have been pulled out. However, the arrests were basically small minions, and the rockets disappeared completely from that day. Immediately afterward, Shuru continued to move. Not only the internal equity has been mobilized, its pharmaceutical, clothing, automobile and other industries have begun to launch various new products on the market on a large scale. To be honest, such an approach is completely the style of the sunset industry. In a healthy industry, it is impossible to put all kinds of products on the market like this. They will be upgraded bit by bit, giving you the feeling that the product is slowly being updated. In this way, although the money is a little slower, it can be repeated, cutting leak back and forth, and maintaining a stable market output frequency within the group. What Shirov is doing now seems to be facing a huge funding gap, so it feels like he is desperate to gather funds. As this approach because Cheomung is about to be fully born, a thought flashed in Bai Zi's eyes. You must know that at the time of the Golden City battle, the rocket secret warehouse and rampant amplifiers were on the top floor of Shirov. To say that Shirov and the rockets are innocent, the real ghost will not believe it. Now, the rocket's various light and dark industries have been hit so badly, and the huge cost of making Mewtwo must be made up from other places. And to achieve this level, it is obviously a kind of desperate feeling. Therefore, it is not difficult to guess that the birth of Cheomung has come to the last moment. Kacha, Big Brother, Flying Wing 3. The Phantom's car door opened, and a soft and cute little voice interrupted Bai Zi's sudden thought. I saw Lily crawling down from the open back door of the car with a small leather drum, throwing off her two calves, and running towards herself with a bright expression on her face. Be careful. Bai Zi hurriedly stepped forward to catch the opponent, got up and picked up the little guy, and rubbed the opponent's head. Hee Tilda. Lily stretched out her small round hand and scratched the back of her head, giggling. The joy on his face was about to overflow. He also raised his head and arched in the direction of Bai Zi's palm, obviously enjoying the head touching and killing that Bai Zi gave, showing a very intimate expression. And at this time, a young woman with short violet hair the same color as Lily got off the other side of the car. Also, from the cab position, a well-dressed woman in a suit stepped out. Rescuing Lily was indeed an easy task for him, not to mention Lily's grandfather, Hassan, the top business tycoon in the Fengyuan area. A gift of Moore's level. The young woman stepped forward quickly after getting out of the car, looked at Lily who was tired of Bai Zi's arms, and then suddenly bowed 90 degrees to Bai Zi with a trembling tone of gratitude. Said, really, thank you very much. If it weren't for you, if something happened to Lily, I really don't know what to do. It's okay, don't be so polite. Lily and this little guy is also very compatible. Bai Zi chuckled and shook his head, but he didn't take credit. Anyway, we will definitely remember this kindness. The young woman with short violet hair was obviously a kind-hearted person, so she decided to put the matter to a conclusion. Waiting for Bai Zi to refute, he directly changed the subject and stretched out his hand to Bai Zi. By the way, I don't know your name yet. My name is Mia, Lily's mother. Okay. Reluctantly, he touched the tip of his nose. Afterward, he moved Lily 370 in his arms to the left, also stretched out his right hand, grabbed the other's fingertip, and parted with a touch. At the same time, he said politely, my name is Bai Zi. I'm from Junshin Town. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Mia. With this good relationship, and Lily, the little cutie who was a matchmaker, the two sides quickly became acquainted. Sit in the extended version of the Flying Wing 3 Phantom series sedan. Drive all the way into the Fenglai Hotel in the city center. After a sumptuous meal, I accompanied Lily, the little guy, to the amusement park on the artificial island for an afternoon. After dinner, I accompanied Natsi to discuss the new usage of the bathroom, until the dead of night. Only then did Bai Zi get up quietly, and after putting a small sip on Natsi's forehead, he quickly disappeared into the night. In fact, he didn't hide this from Natsi, but it was obvious that Natsi had no strength to act with him now, and tonight, he just wanted to find the way. After all, Zeraola has been hiding his whereabouts for nearly 50 years, so I'm afraid it's not so easy for him to find it. Chapter 191. Yayi. No. For full order. At the same time that Bai Zi went deep into the mountains and forests outside the urban area by himself, located in the Kanto region, an estuary of Honglian Island, under the moonlight, three figures, one big, two small and three small, struggled to climb out of the shoreline. Then, regardless of their wet body, they all turned over and lay on their back in rows on the reefs on the shore. A girl with a brown ponytail head, a purple beast with painted fragment, and a small turquoise snake. The three of them are May, Poison Babe and Ivy Snake who came across the ocean. Speak up. These three little ones are really unlucky, but they are also lucky. After the ferry arrived in the waters near the Kanto region, it was very unlucky to encounter a convoy of sea smuggling spirits. When a luxury ferry encounters a robber, it goes without saying that he is forced to stop and board the ship to loot the finances. Not to mention the unfortunate May, with a rare elf like Poison Babe who was unwilling to enter the elf ball. The hunter gang who transferred to smuggle elf was naturally targeted. Yayi don't look at her usual naivety, but as one of the protagonists of a generation, excellent traits are never lacking. After realizing your situation, May jumped off the ferry with almost no hesitation, and drowned into the sea with the two elves, and with her falling into the water. The sudden storm also hindered the opponent's pursuit. Yayi was also swept into an unknown place. How to say she was lucky, because even so, May and Dubé were not swept away by the wave, and they were not even in danger of life and death. Along the way, either the migration of Laplace gave them a ride, or they encountered some ocean flotsam that happened to be edible, although embarrassed. But in the end, it was safely sent to a shallow sea area at the mouth of Honglian Island. After saying goodbye to the Laplace ride, after several days of training, May, whose swimming skills have become a mermaid in the water, swam ashore with Poison Babe and the Vine Snake. As for why you don't have to fly or enter the Pokeball, well, Poison Babe is for fun, and the Vine Snake is for PFF. On the shore, May and Dubé, who were waiting on their back, spit out a short fountain from their mouth. Afterward, one person, one pet, turned his head and looked at the rattan snake on the far left, the corner of the rattan snake's mouth, which he resisted the urge to slap the water in his mouth onto this man's pampered face. Tears in eyes, with a miserable face, a spray of water was sprayed out. PFF. Water column splash. Immediately. He. May and Poison Babe immediately rolled around happily, as if they had accomplished something very powerful and very gratifying. The rattan snake, who was left alone, reluctantly pulled out the rattan and covered his eyes. Played around for a while. As she got up and twisted the seawater on her clothes, she asked casually, Dubé, according to the direction indicated by that thing, we should be not far from that guy, right? Dubé nodded affirmatively first. Then, he glanced in the direction of the vibrating and pulling feeling of the painted fragments in his arms, and then turned to look at Mei, who had a questioning face. Moment. The purple little bee spun and aimed the needles on the top of its head on the ground, and the purple liquid sprayed out, and began to paint and paint. After a while, a purple arrow drawing appeared on the ground. Yayi glanced at the arrow on the ground pointing to the northwest, and took out a wet picture book from the pocket of her hot pants. Thorn, let me see. This is Red Lotus Island. Wow. Hot Spring Resort. Clicking on the picture book with some water in, connected to the internet, and the first step in determining the geographical location, Yayi's eyes lit up, and she looked a little eager to try. Yeah, Seeing this, the poisonous babe next to her hurriedly pulled the hem of her shirt to remind her. Okay, I got it. Yayi pouted, retreated the interface to the world map, and compared it with the compass in the upper left corner for a while, and saw that the cute little face suddenly crossed. This is clearly pointing in the direction of the Silver Mountain. The Silver Mountains are so big, how can I find someone? And if it is not in the Silver Mountains, then it will be the Chengdu area. It's far away. Quote, Mei looked on, but then she clenched her fist with a look full of energy. Never mind, the Yayi search team must take a rest. Hot Spring, and Odin. With star eyes, Yayi clenched her fists excitedly, but then, when he reached out to touch the direction of his pocket, he suddenly felt empty. W winking face tilde. There was a wisp of sweat on Mei's temple. 1 catch, 2 catch, 3 catch. A very bad premonition arose in Yayi's heart, who was constantly feeling the air. After stiffening her neck and bowing her head, she found that there were still traces of the pockets containing wallet, clothing, document, and other items. Yayi pursed her lip, glanced at the picture book in her hand, and said happily, fortunately, it's okay, good jows, I still have the picture book. The big deal is to pay electronically. Not finished. Gotcha. CC. Swish. One by one, snowflake quickly flashed from the elf picture book in his hand, and then, after a few quick flashes, the screen suddenly went black in a burst of smoke. May, Poison Babe, Vine Snake. There was silence for a moment. This desolate estuary suddenly raised a scream like a defeated dog. No. P.S. Han Yayi beautiful picture tilde dust. Chapter 192. The second person with the eyes. Zeraora. For full order. The mountains at night are quiet, and under the moonlight there is a sense of tranquility. But if you are careless, you will easily lose your life in such a late night wilderness. Because many snake, cats and carnivorous elves hunt in the middle of the night, and an unarmed human being can easily die in the hands of these silent hunters. But Bai Zei is bold, not to mention that his own physique and superpowers are enough to compete with the general quasi-king elf in the shadows under his feet. But there is also a guardian beast, Marshadow, who has set foot in the realm of the gods. Wu tilde. A dull low roar came, and along with the trembling of the grass and trees, a awakened ring bear stood up. The moment the sleepy eyes swept across Bai Zei, they sharpened. Double palmed, white energy claws stretched out, facing the moonlight. A huge shadow shrouded Bai Zei, and the bear's body leaned slightly, with the intention of attacking immediately. Circle Bear, Elite Advanced, Level 30, 5100. Bai Zei squinted grunted and glanced at the circle bear on the left side of the path under his feet, who had clearly made an attack intent. His blue eyes like 370 clouds and mist under the sunglasses flickered slightly. Subsequently, he directly ignored the opponent and walked forward. Roots of blue veins suddenly burst out from the forehead of the circle bear, and the body of the circle bear, who was surging with anger, was about to roar and make a random grab. A pair of jasper-like eyes suddenly appeared in front of its eyes, which made the circle bear couldn't help being stunned, but haven't waited for it to respond. Next second, the world scene changed, and the pair of jasper eyes that looked at him seemed to be rendered, instantly turning red as blood. Immediately afterward, a strong sense of tightness came from the surface of the body. The hard touches like dragon scale. The enormous force pressing against his throat made it unable to groan. Effortlessly raised his head. Enter the eye. A pitch-black dragon shadow like a dragon hangs down from the sky, and the dragon's claws are like iron hoops, clasping itself tightly between the claws. Immediately afterward, the burning white energy rose from the opponent's opening and burst from almost zero distance. Hiccup. The circle bear's pupils shrank, and the fear of the sudden attack, accompanied by the huge pressure on the chest and throat, suddenly made it roll his eyes, and he fainted from the lack of oxygen. Follow the circle bear on his back. The system's prompt sound also sounded. 1. Your Zoroark killed the wild circle bear in seconds. Slightly gain. Experience value +1. Hallucination feature proficiency +1. The levels of the two sides are too different, therefore, Tiandao rewards for remuneration are naturally dispensable. Bai Zi didn't care about that. Going deep into the forest all the way, there were at least 7 or 8 wild elves who woke up. No matter how small a mosquito was, it was considered meat. Apart from that, Zoroark also took this opportunity to master his innate ability to evolve again. Just like just now, Zoroark, who used his hallucination ability to defeat the circle bear, didn't even raise any illusion. From the outside, it was just a look at each other, and the circle bear was frightened and fainted as if he couldn't breathe. This is Zoroark's new and deeper use of the hallucination feature, using special energy to deceive the opponent's human perception, and throw the illusion directly into the opponent's brain. This is the prototype of mirror, flowers and moon. But now, in order to achieve such an effect, not only must there be a close look or touch, but the gap between the two sides must be at least one level higher than the other. But there are still plenty of flaws. This is also a capability direction with very high development prospect, especially in the suddenness and concealment. The scene just now has already been fully expressed. Well done. Bai Zi glanced at Zoroark, who was following him, and after complimenting him, he asked with great interest, by the way, Zoroark, what kind of illusion did you use this time? It's just the image of the black fisher sea. Zoroark's somewhat lazy and familiar voice of the royal sister rang in Bai Zi's ear. This was not telepathy, but also a use of hallucination. The sound was actually fake. It just deceives the phenomena presented by the sense of hearing. However, it also gave Zoroark a new and special way of communicating. What, do you want to see it? It's very exciting. Zoroark's voice always seemed to have a hint of provocation in it, just as it was about to continue to say something. Bai Zi looked up with a feeling of feeling, and Zoroark also stopped in front of Bai Zi with a flickering figure, and between his claws, the pitch-black evil energy factor instantly condensed. I saw it under the bright moonlight. A golden yellow, gray and black humanoid figure flew against the moon. With the slightest thunder of lightning, it struck straight down, and landed on the ground more than 10 meters in front of Bai Zi and Zoroark. He got up slowly, revealing the face that looked like a cat and leopard. Its whole body fur is mainly yellow and black. The calf, lower body, upper arms and face are black and thin, and the rest is more golden and fluffy. On the yellow fluff of the thighs and forearms, there are zigzag black stripes shaped like lightning. The forehead and chest are blue. The beard is also blue lightning shaped, and the exposed pad of the right paw is also blue. Behind its head, a long tuft of golden yellow ponytail-like fur extended from between its shoulders, and it looked very handsome like a ribbon fluttering in the wind. Zoroark. Bai Zi narrowed his eyes and called out the name of the handsome big cat elf in front of him. He didn't expect that the other party actually appeared in front of him on his own initiative. However, according to the information in the theatrical version, because of the mistreatment of the environment by the people of Fenglai City after the fire decades ago, Zoroark seems to be quite hostile to humans. So, it's here to expel me. Bai Zi's heart turned back and forth, but the blue eyes surging like clouds were also aimed at Zoroark for the first time. Immediately, a series of data panels appeared in Bai Zi's eyes one by one. PS. Big cats appeared. Chapter 193. Phantom Fox vs. Electric Cat. Plasma Lightning Pun. For full order. Raise. Zoroark. Attribute. Electricity. Characteristic. Power storage. Level. Gym Intermediate. Level 42. 95-100. Potential. Level 2 God. Extreme. HP. 88. Attack. 112. Defense. 75. Special Attack. 102. Special Defense. 80. Speed. 143. Exclusive Skill. Plasma Lightning Fist. Skills. Lightning Flash. High 5 5 surprise attack, enhance hunt, electric light, loud roar, random grab, quick defense, split, volt replacement, charging, thunder and lightning punch, close combat, open black lens bracket condition, good close black lens bracket. Introduction. The meat pads of the hands and feet emit a large amount of current, thereby creating a strong magnetic field. The power of this magnetic field can also make it overcome gravity to float in the air and move at high speed. It has a lonely personality and has a strong willpower. It actually reached the limit of the second level god. It's a good qualification. It's a pity. Baizi's eyes narrowed slightly, and he sighed slightly in his heart. The data panel of the Zeraora in front of him is indeed excellent to the naked eye. The qualifications of the second level god limit, the thunder and lightning punches and close combat learned by leapfrogging, and the strong willpower it shows. But the same. This one is at least a few decades old. Even among the Eudemons, the level of a young and middle-aged electric cat is only level 42, not even a quasi-celestial king. To be honest, this is too wasteful for strength training. The thorns were accompanied by bursts of lightning, and Zeraora let out a low roar towards Baizi and Zoroark. Although Baizi, who had not turned on telepathy, couldn't understand what it meant, but from the attitude look, the other party is obviously very unwelcome to him. It seems that it is not an easy task to conquer this big cat. Baizi pondered in his heart, but said in his mouth, Zeraora, we have no evil. But the words were not finished. Stabbed one by one, in a burst of blue lightning, Zeraora turned and rushed like lightning, and the two claws wrapped in the lightning popped out, directly facing Baizi and Zoroark. The direction has launched an attack. Electric light. Flap. Fraud. Baizi's face sank, and he raised his hand and snapped his fingers while shouting loudly. There was a twinkle in Zoroark's eye. Next second, the surrounding scenery changed drastically. The bright moon was still hanging high in the sky, but the path in the forest suddenly turned into a steep cliff, and Zeraora, who flew up, just rushed out of this cliff, and was about to fall into the abyss under the cliff. Ow! Zeraola's expression was startled, but fortunately, it responded fast enough, and bursts of blue electric light erupted from the pads under the soles of the feet with the help of the powerful magnetic force generated. Stomping in the air, shoot twice towards the cliff behind you, but just as it was about to hit the ground again, the evil low roar suddenly sounded in its ears, and then, the long sideburns extending from its shoulders were suddenly pulled by a huge force behind it. Afterward, his vision slammed as if the sky was turned upside down, accompanied by a dull sound. Zeraora turned upside down and was smashed directly on the ground. Fraud. The huge force was accompanied by the invasion of evil element, making Zeraora couldn't help but let out a painful groan. And then, Baizi's instructions followed. Pursue the victory. Blast the dark. Accompanied by the gathering of surging evil energy, a purple-black shock wave with the thickness of an adult male's arm condensed from Zoroark's raised and folded hand. It turned into a dark energy ball, and the majestic energy fluctuations even broke through the surrounding illusion. Like a canvas being torn off, the scenery returned to the quiet forest path. But then, the huge dark energy ball that was several meters in diameter and shone with black-red electric light was also smashed by Zoroark head-on. Dark blast. The stabbing blue electric light burst out, and Zeraora didn't even think about resisting, and immediately wanted to use the magnetic force mobilized by the electricity to escape. But just as the body jumped forward a little, a pulling sensation from the vest suddenly came, causing its body to stop suddenly, and it fell back to the ground again. Ow! The dark orb of energy expanded in Zeraora's blue vertical pupils. Zeraora's pupils shrank suddenly, stabbed one by one, blue light shining brightly. At the same time, Zoroark also released the soles of his feet on the golden horsetail of Zeraora, leapt into the air, and pressed his palms down. The pitch-black shock wave rushed down like a tidal wave, slamming down heavily. Zeraora. Call. Rumble. The sound of continuous explosions sounded, and the ability of darkness like the night burst open in an instant, turning into a surging energy shock wave raging in all directions. Immediately afterward, the turbulent evil-type energy factor was like a riot, spinning and rising into a semicircular energy area raging, completely engulfing the original location of Zeraora. Zero. Ask the flowers to turn into an upside-down bowl and keep expanding, crushing and repelling all the grass and soil along the way. Thorn. Thorn. A little electric light still exploded in it, shining, disappearing. Like Zeraora's last struggle, Baizi's expression was indifferent. He took a few random steps back, and his movements were sensitive to avoid the raging range of energy. Slightly pulling down the sunglasses on the bridge of his nose, Baizi's power quietly operated, his blue eyes shining like a nebula staring at the situation on the field. Not far ahead, Zoroark appeared looming on the branch of a tree. One hand stroked the trunk of the tree, and the black mist filled the naturally hanging right paw. His expression was light, but he was always vigilant about the situation on the field. The influence of a good trainer on the elves is profound. This vigilance, it also gradually integrated into Zoroark bones and battle. Crackling, crackling and crackling, one by one, the sound of lightning shock began began to sound from the evil-type energy factors that gradually spread into mist. Immediately after, one by one, blue lightning bolts like sharp arrows pierced the sky, and Zeraora, who was covered in bruises and wounds, rose into the sky like a thunderbolt flash. When it reached the highest point, it held the thunder and lightning, and the two claws pulled two lightning bolts connected to the ground, Zeraola, and shot out suddenly. Like a thunderbolt, it rushed right in front of Zoroark, shaped like a tiger. Dazzling lightning flash, and Zeraora's forehead, beard, chest, and pads all shone with scorching blue light. Owla ola o ola o ola o ola ow, followed by a loud shout. Immediately, centered on the claws that it suddenly struck out, a large dazzling and magnificent azure electric light burst out, forming a waterfall that fell vertically like a chain. The Zoroark, which was wrapped in a wrap, was completely enveloped, and suddenly tightened towards the center. The faint blue electric light shrouded around it, like the silent thunder of judgment in nature, seems to be angered but unwilling to be lonely in this deserted jungle, and it suddenly disappears, giving people a strong and desolate stillness, a feeling of lightning flashes, plasma lightning punch. Several. Chapter 194. Zeraora's hesitation, uninvited guest. For full order. After a while, Lei Guang converged. The verdant giant tree that Zoroark was standing on had turned to ashes, including a few meters around it, leaving only a piece of scorched earth. Zeraora gasped heavily, and shook her body. It was almost exhausted, and it couldn't support it after using this full blow. Legs are soft, kneeling directly to the ground. However, even so, it still looked a little worried and looked towards the scorched earth in front of it. Forced by the previous situation, under the sense of crisis, it didn't have time to worry too much, so it used a full-strength plasma lightning punch. Zeraora is withdrawn and stubborn, but it is kind in nature, and even it is just a move to drive away the human beings it hates, let alone the elves. Therefore, it really does not want to take the life of the other party because of its own mistake. But, when it tried to raise its head, 370, it was suddenly surprised. OVOA. In front of him was a dark scorched earth. It seemed that the opponent who had caused him a lot of suffering had already been torn apart by the endless lightning shock of the plasma lightning punch. But then, before the sadness rose in Zeraora's heart, a fatal sense of crisis suddenly came from the back of his head. Zeraora's heart was beating violently, and it only had time to tilt its head to the left front. Whoosh! A sharp claws that shone with cold light immediately swiped across Zeraora's right face, and the mist-like dark evil element surged around, like a razor, with a splash of blood. Treat as here. After Zeraora tried his best to dodge the blow, he immediately rolled forward, and his movements were very embarrassing. After hitting a tree trunk with his back, he stopped with a groan. Raising his head and looking not far away, Zoroark, whose fur was smooth and tidy, was completely unscathed, and Zeraola's pupils tightened. This guy, is it the ability to create illusions from before? So tilde. In the white light, Zoroark's scarlet claws lit up with bursts of white light, and his body bowed slightly, obviously preparing to pursue the victory and completely disintegrate the opponent's combat effectiveness. However, Zoroark, that's it. Baizi called out and stopped Zoroark's pursuit, and walked slowly from the other side of the forest to a short distance in front of Zeraora and stood still. Touched his chin. Glancing at Zeraora, who still did not give in even so, he said with a chuckle, good eyes, not just eyes. Judging from the battle just now, although Yeluzi has a lot of problems, its responsiveness and handling of crises are also good, plus excellent willpower and its aptitude. This Zeraora is quite satisfactory to Baizi, both in terms of internal potential and external performance. To be frank, he is even more excited. My name is Baizi Zeraora, and I sincerely invite you to be my family and partner. How's it going? Baizi approached the vigilant Zeraora without any precaution, put his palm in front of this handsome big cat, and sincerely invited him. At the same time, the power of Baizi's power to soothe the mind suddenly poured out, revealing his full heart to Zeraora. According to the rules of the elf world, Baizi didn't need to do this at all. Throw the ball directly, then slowly acclimate, because after all, this world and elves are actually not equal. Even if there are a bunch of so-called public welfare people who advocate the so-called equality theory, who can fully understand the hearts of elves. All kinds of advocacy, all kinds of slogans. However, from some perspective, when such propaganda is carried out, the status of the elves has been invisibly lowered. After all, most people's positioning of elves is just pets and weapons. Even for most trainers, elves are just a way to gain fame, fortune, and status. They may say that the elves are like their own family, their own partners, but in fact, will they train together when the elves are training? When eating, will they be served together, and will they be prepared with food that can only satisfy their appetite? Will you care about their heart, respect and care about their thought? In fact, most people don't. Of course, Baizi does not deny that there is a sincere heart in this world, and treats elves as real family members, and there are people who love elves, such as Chalu, Xiaohuang, and even Uncle Lu. But such people, to be frank, compared to the overall human being, it is really too little. Baizi really loves the world of elves, and for his elf, he also sincerely treats them as his family. Therefore, for him, subduing the elves is not only a conquest by force, but also an interaction between minds. It may be a bit hypocritical to say this, but Baizi is really sincere. For his elf, he is willing to give 100% of his sincerity in exchange for his sincerity, instead of forcibly subduing Zero. Looking at the outstretched palm of the young man in front of him, and feeling the sincere intention that wrapped his body and mind, Zeraora fell silent for a while. It has been alone since its birth, with no parent, no kind, and no friend. Although upholding the inner justice to maintain this forest and the elves in it, but it has always acted as a solitary protector. Zeraora took this forest as her home, but its heart is lonely. Family. This warm word touched Zeraola's heart. The warm power that seemed to wash the soul, and the heart that actively approached its cold heart, which made it even more indulgent. But are humans really credible? Is it really worth entrusting the kind of humans who wantonly destroy and capture elves regardless of the lives of others? But it can feel the sincerity of the young man in front of him. But Zeraora, for the first time in her life, fell into confusion. And in this quiet waiting and silence, Susu, one by one, the sound of trembling of plants and trees suddenly came. Then, a tall, rough man in a dark green camouflage combat uniform with a shawl with curly hair like seaweed stepped out, and on his side, two giant black dogs with a height of more than 1.4 meters at the shoulders guarded the man's left and right. The double horns are bent back 1.7, the tail is slender and the tip is a triangular cone. The shoulders, back, chest and limbs are covered with this exoskeleton-like armor and stomach. It is the evil, fire canine elf, Heluga, on the shoulders of men. A main body is blue, with black wings, a pink nose in the shape of a heart, and at the end of the lower body, a bat elf with two pink tails intertwined and twisted in a spiral hangs upside down on its shoulder strap. This is a heart bat with both superpower and flying. Their special nostrils can emit sound waves of various wavelengths, and even have powerful ultrasonic waves that can even destroy concrete. Chapter 195. It is always easy to use heroes to save beauty. Please order. It actually exists. The green seaweed-headed man raised his wrist as if no one else was there, and after a few operations, a virtual screen suddenly appeared on the mechanical armguard. On the slightly blurred screen, in the sea of fire, an unreal golden yellow phantom leapt into the air. It's Zeraora. Baizi's eyes narrowed slightly, and the green seaweed-headed man who suddenly appeared in front of him was not a good character at first glance. As soon as the two Haruga with saliva in their mouths appeared, a thick bloody aura spread over. Not to mention the man in front of him. In Baizi's perception, the surging maliciousness that is barely concealed. Poacher, Baizi was thinking, and at the same time, the left hand hanging by his side waved to Zoroark, who was quietly disappearing behind him. Zoroark, who was about to touch it slowly, moved for a while, and after a little thought, he quickly understood what Baizi meant. And then, familiar voices are transmitted through telepathy. Zoroark, don't be in a hurry for a while. I need to use this guy to play a show. But you see, the moment I succeed, you will take the lead to get rid of that heart bat. Understand? Oh, too. Zoroark didn't hear back. Baizi could feel its reluctance to put him at risk, but it didn't appear to disrupt the situation, and he obviously acquiesced. Seriously, the suspected target in front of him was the time when the poachers from Zeraora came. Although he is sincere enough, he believes that he can impress Zeraora in the end, but in the same way, he can also see that Zeraora has a very serious heart disease because of the fire decades ago. If I want it to regain its trust in human beings, I am afraid it will take a long time to grind it. As the saying goes, strong women are afraid of entanglement. Baizi made a plan at the beginning to be prepared to make a brown sugar candy and move the other party a little bit, but now it seems that someone has set up a stage for him to save the beauty by a hero. And Heluga, Quasi King P, level 59, 75-100. Heluga, Quasi King P, level 59, 80-100. Heart Bat, Gym Advanced, level 44, 50-100. 2P Quasi Celestial Kings Helugia and a Gym High level Heart Bat. Seriously speaking, this strength is not weak, but obviously, it's not far enough to make Baizi roll over. Well, you can be a little arrogant here. With this rank, you want Baizi to roll over. That's really overthinking it. But obviously, the other party didn't think so. As one of the most famous elf hunters in the Chengdu area, the man named Jik also belongs to the Hunter Guild, a semi-public underground organization that spreads all over the world. It is naturally far from the 4 special A-level bounty hunters with alphabetical title. He didn't even get an A-level selection. But the old Quasi-King's strength, as long as it's not too jumpy, most of the time, it's enough to make him run wild. Although Baizi is tall and slender, Jiake can see at a glance that the other party is not old. How strong can a young man be? All his attention at the moment was on the big golden cat beside Baizi. Zeraora, this is a cherished breed that has not been circulated at all, a brand new breed. Capturing it, with the cherishment of this guy, perhaps I can exchange for a fully domesticated third stage quasi-god within the organization. At that time, I will no longer stop at the B level. A level, even better than A level. It's not a bad idea to get a letter title. Jake's heart was hot. He didn't care why the Zeraora was injured, nor the identity of the young man in front of him. Anyway, in the wilderness, as long as his hands and feet are clean enough, who can find his head? After thinking about it, a wicked smile flashed on Jake's face. Heart bat, use ultrasound. Wow tilde. In the strange cry like a baby crying, a circle of heart-shaped sound waves that seemed to be materialized urged out of the heart-shaped nostrils of the heart bat. The heart-shaped sound waves welled up immediately after it was separated from the body of the heart bat. The circles that turned into heart-shaped circles quickly advanced in the direction of Baizi. The vegetation along the way was directly min. In the blink of an eye, he approached Baizi and Xylaula. Ow tilde. Zeraola's pupils shrank, and he subconsciously struggled to get up to stop him. And Baizi couldn't help but feel a hint of warmth in his eyes when he saw Xylaula's arm in front of him. But he was quick enough to respond. Bang! The short figure stopped Xylaula's weight. I have to say that it is very thin, and the touch also has a crisp and numb plush feel, and it feels great. Messy, thought flashed through my mind. Baizi also stepped on the tree trunk behind Zeraora. Subsequently, bend your knee. Baizi jumped up with his feet like sticking to the tree trunk, and avoided the strong sound waves that swept across. Rumbling, the trees were directly smashed, and the affected ground was even more like being plowed. On the other side, Baizi, who was out of the ultrasonic range, suddenly twisted his waist when he was about to land, using himself as a meat pad, and smashed it hard on the ground. Even without losing his momentum, he slid a few meters on the ground before he could stop. Humph tilde. To be honest, this is not light, but looking at Zeraora staring at him in his arms, Baizi felt that everything was worth it. Hidden away. Jiakei's face was startled. Then he stepped out and said with a smile, "Boy, your reaction is very sensitive, but treat test." Baizi has no intention of listening to his 387 nonsense at all. He is just a tool person. He has completed his mission. Then, naturally it is time to leave. So, I don't know when I have touched Zoroark, who is behind Jik. A ray of scarlet flashes in his eyes, and the evil energy factor on the raised right claw condenses into a knife, and it cut right down. Puff and die. Woo, woo. The blood splattered, and the two Hylugas who couldn't react at all suddenly turned red. Thick flame pillars spewed out of their mouths, but Zoroark had already disappeared into the air one step ahead, letting the two Harugas who were madly breathing out the blazing sun swept away. And wait until they react a little bit. When he turned his vicious gaze in Baizi's direction again, Kang Yo, in the crisp sound like the clash of gold and iron, the cold insects and bees that attacked directly were like guns, piercing their eyes. P.S. White Cat tilde. Chapter 196. Never the same choice. For full order, you command Zoroark to kill Jake Heartbat in second. Gain a little. Combat experience +5. Zoroark experience +8 times 2. Treat test proficiency +1 ×2. Your big needle be killed Heluga ×2. Slightly gain. Experience value +8 +10. High speed movement proficiency +2. Trait drill proficiency +2. Fatal needle proficiency +2. Accompanied by the system prompt sounding in his ear, the figure of the giant needle became quietly, and the figure of Zoroark slowly emerged from Baizi's side. The speed and stealth skills of the giant stinger became more and more outstanding. So do Zoroark. The hallucination characteristics have almost been used as instinct, and the use of it is superb. Of course, all of this is naturally inseparable from God's reward for hard work. Whether in wartime or in normal time, they will treat all this as daily life and integrate it into their own instinct. Good job. Baizi praised with a chuckle, took out the wound medicine bandage, and was about to treat Zeraora's injury. Ow tilde. Zeraora struggled to get up, staring at the cluster of flames on the battlefield not far away. Baizi was stunned when he saw this. When he followed Zeraora's gaze, he immediately understood. Okay, I know, leave it to me to handle it. You can just stay here, talking. With a strong attitude, he pushed Zeraora down again and took out a poke ball from his waist. White light flashed, and Laplace's figure suddenly appeared in front of Baizi. Woo tilde. Listening to Laplace's murmur, Baizi smiled and slapped the big head that Laplace stretched out in front of him, and pointed to the small cluster of flame. Laplace, put out the fire. Use the freezing beam. Woo. Laplace was taken aback for a moment. Shouldn't it be a water-based skill to put out a fire? It's not that it doesn't have water skills. However, after seeing Baizi squeeze his eyes and gesture towards it, it became clear to Lapraston. Cha-cha-cha. One by one, an astonishing chill rose, and a layer of ice rails suddenly appeared. With a four-legged throw, Laplace quickly followed the ice rail to the battlefield where the flames were rising. After witnessing the tragic scene on the field, Laplace turned his head and suddenly understood. Wow. Factory tilde. The long neck was easy, and an extremely cold freezing ray suddenly spewed out of the mouth, and the strong freezing force instantly suppressed the flame. A radius of several meters was completely frozen and thawed. Crack, and soon, as the chill grew, a crack rose. Immediately after, at the moment when Laplace closed his hand, this frozen land suddenly turned into pieces of crystal and shattered. Looking at Laplace's winking expression, who was shaking his little head and slid back down the ice path, Baizi suddenly chuckled and shook his head, and continued to deal with Zeraora's injury. The first is simple disinfection and cleaning. Because Zeraora's trauma was not serious, Baizi just dealt with the wound on its face and brushed a wave of favorability. He called out the professional doctor in the team, Gili Egg, Lucky Tilda. As soon as the auspicious egg came out, they first looked at Baizi, and the round hands glowing with pale pink light patted Baizi's torn coat on the back. Immediately, a cool feeling rushed into Baizi's heart. At the same time, the slight swelling and pain on the back also quickly subsided, and Baizi could feel it without looking at him. The little fall injury just now had completely healed. Thank you, Gili Egg Tilda. Baizi lightly smiled and hugged Gili's oval body, and then gestured towards Zeraora. Lucky, lucky. Gili Egg beat his chest with some reproach, as if he was admonishing Baizi, and then turned his gaze to Zeraora. In the face of Gili Egg's soft and cute eyes, Zeraora, who has always been arrogant, seemed to have done something guilty. Her eyes wandered, and some did not dare to look at Gili Egg. Seeing this, Baizi couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth lightly. He didn't expect Gili Egg to seem to be able to restrain Zeraora. What is this? Does one thing overcome one thing? And this time, with a familiar pink light rising, Gili Egg folded his hands together, and then slowly pushed the light in the direction of Zeraora. Under the treatment of auspicious egg, Zeraora recovered quickly, especially after eating a lucky egg, and even his physical strength almost made up half. How about it, Zeraora? Would you like to be my partner? Baizi sent an invitation again, and this time, although Zeraora was still a little hesitant, the movement in his eyes was very obvious. But just when Zeraora was about to put her raised paw into Baizi's palm, the rustling was accompanied by a trembling sound of grass and tree, Heracross, natural bird, Mary Lou, fearless boy, shuttlecock cotton, tailstand. All kinds of elves emerged from the grass. They all looked at Zeraora silently, and after reaching these gazes, the claws that Zeraora stretched out suddenly stagnated in the air. Baizi frowned slightly. Combined with the description in the theatrical version, Baizi probably guessed Zeraora's concerns at this moment when his thoughts changed. Zeraora, who regards himself as the guardian of this forest, is afraid that after he leaves with Baizi, no one will be able to guard this forest, and the elves in this good money Jiao forest. This sense of justice is exactly the same as that of Hoga's ninja frog in the future. But Baizi would never make the same choice as Xiaoji. P.S. I am going to make a big one for the core tournament. After all, it is impossible for the protagonist to continue to challenge the gym to play the alliance in the later stage. It is also a world tournament, a championship tournament, etc. So please tell me what supporting characters you want to play. I'm going to give the whole fight a big fight, and I'm thinking of Shinji, Lei Si, and the Beast Man for the time being. Everyone please speak up, so I can collect 131. Tilda Island, Chapter 197. Bear your name in the spotlight. For full order. Snap. Baizi grabbed Zeraora's frozen claw with his backhand. His eyes were firm, and the meaning was very obvious. I will not give up on you. Ow. Zeraora, listen to me first. The two pairs of blue pupils with similar colors looked at each other for a while, and only after realizing the seriousness in Baizi's eyes did Zeraora nodded. Baizi breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he didn't make a decision to leave, his brain was running fast. Brew up. After finishing the draft, he said in a deep voice, Zeraora, have you ever thought that Fenglai City is located in a remote place and hangs in the far land? Why are poachers often visiting? Wen Yan shook his head. This is really not clear. It's because of you. Baizi didn't go too far, but said bluntly, your existence, the unknown news of Treasure Elf, is the reason why this forest is frequently visited by various poachers and trainers. How? Zeraola's pupils shrank suddenly, and some did not want to believe such an answer, because if so, it is equivalent to denying it protection of the 387 mountains and forests for decades. In the end, the root of everything is because of itself, so what exactly is it protection? But Baizi's eyes didn't seem to be lying, and, looking back on the past experience and the poacher he met before, Zeraora suddenly discovered that most of the people came to Fenglai City with the goal of finding unknown treasure elf deep into this forest. In fact, although Baizi had the idea of taking a powerful medicine, but it wasn't a reason that was deliberately made up to take Zeraora away. Fenglai City is located in a remote location. Although it looked lush and lush, the types and numbers of elves living in the mountains are not very rich. Most are driven and abandoned elves left by some accidental migration and various reasons. After all, if it weren't for the wind of grace brought by Lugia 100 years ago, Fenglai City was nothing but a barren land. Not to mention, Chengdu's largest hunting wild area, a hunting area, is located in the north of this land island. The main elves have basically been relocated to this real land of material abundance, and the mountains and forests in the urban area. In the final analysis, the background is still a lot worse. But even so, because Lugia is a top legend, Fenglai City has a very special status in the Chengdu Alliance. The elf world is a municipality Generally speaking, the Elf Alliance will not interfere in the internal affairs of local urban areas, but, in order to ensure the safety of Fenglai City, the Alliance not only set up an emergency office in the suburb but also dispatched a main Special Forces team to stand by at any time. What is the configuration of the main Special Forces team? Just look at the configuration of the Fire Falcon Special Team supporting the Golden City. The team leader at the level of Tianwang has around 60 members. Below the gym level, the Alliance is directly under the combat power. This is not just talk. Completely rely on tempering in blood and fire. Although there is no special dispatch from the mayor of Fenglai or the Alliance directly, the special forces generally do not easily set foot in the urban area to perform tasks. But this deterrent, it's enough to scare off most poachers. Who knows if this kind of preparation will suddenly make a taboo and cause the special forces to hunt down the violent organs directly under the Alliance are not as gentle as Miss Junsha. They just reprimand and detain them. ACBH was targeted. Basically it's a small light. If you don't die, you have to peel off the skin. Therefore, if it wasn't for the mysterious unknown elf Zeraora attracting many trainers or outlaws who would choose to come to the mountains and forests of Fenglai City to find a needle in a haystack, it's all because of me. Zeraola stared blankly ahead. Its eyes were out of focus, and the bitter and incomprehensible taste suddenly came to my heart. At this time, his heart was full of confusion, and he didn't know what to do for a while. And right now, Baizi's voice suddenly came. The root cause is of course not because of you, but because of human greed. Zeraora, there is no right or wrong in the existence of life, but the path you have practiced has always been right. Fenglai City a few decades ago did not have enough protective power. It was your existence that guarded the tranquility of this mountain forest. And now, Fenglai City is strong enough. Although the exposure of your identity has aroused people's greed and coveting, but in the same way, isn't this the time to release the bond between you and this forest? Zeraora, it's time to let go and join me. Get on the stage of the world and announce your presence to the world. And I, ellipsis quote. Baizi pulled Zeraora from the ground, released his palm, and solemnly handed it out again. I will bear your name, and all your greed and coveting. Zeraora, my name is Baizi, and my dream is to become the strongest in the world. Would you like to walk with me? Zeraola stared blankly at the young man in front of him, and suddenly, a small smile appeared on his handsome cat face. This time, without the slightest hesitation, it gently placed its paw into Baizi's palm. Out Tilda, in the future, please give me more advice. Baizi, one person and one cat, suddenly looked at each other and smiled. Chapter 198. Are you sure it's not murder? Please complete. The next day, the morning sun had not yet risen. Although he stayed in the forest for a long time last night, the precise biological clock made Baizi wake up on time at 5:30. He glanced at Natsi's delicate little face in his arm, gently pull the arm out. After getting up and getting dressed, Baizi put on his sunglasses, shook his head casually, and let the silver white hair fall down, and then he turned into a small Tilda single room covered with ore. After a while, he walked out the door lightly. At this time, the sky was not yet bright, and there was basically not a single pedestrian on the road. Facing the biting cold wind in the early morning, Baizi found a grass in the public garden not far from the hotel. Little sisters who didn't care about a few morning jogging exercises. After a simple warm-up, he released the iron dumbbells alone. Among the current main battle elves, Ibrahimovic will not talk about it. According to its ideas, at least it will not come out easily until the three basic attribute forms of electricity, fire and water are completely analyzed. The current situation of the Windspeed dog is similar to that of Ibrahimovic. The blessing of the Burning Authority has made it go 1,000 miles in the understanding of the fire law, and the level has also grown slowly. The remaining stingrays, Cerulean, Zoroark and Laplace have gradually found their way. In normal training, Baizi doesn't need to worry too much. He just needs to find a suitable opponent to improve his level. Not to mention, during this time in Fenglai City, Baizi deliberately left everyone to relax, except for Marshado, who is inseparable from himself. There are also Ibrahimovic and Windspeed Dog who are temporarily in the Pokeball. The remaining few elves, Baizi, were released when they came back last night. The room that Lily's mother Mia booked for them was similar to that of Baizi's temporary residence in Nibi City on the manor-style flat floor, and the reservation lasted for 1 week, and it could be renewed indefinitely. Tilda this time, at least hundreds of thousands went out. Treasure, it's so embarrassing, but there is a reason for being expensive. This manor-style flat floor has mountains and rivers, and all kinds of bathroom rooms have their own characteristic. Bamboo hut, underwater bedroom, etc. On the day of Baizi's day, he and Natsi experienced a few places in person. Well, there are many tricks, and they are very useful, and this large flat area is also sufficient. Don't say anything else. It's more than enough to arrange a room that suits the spirit. Since it's relaxation, in these few days, even if they all sleep until the third day, Baizi won't take care of them too much. This kind of treatment is basically there. However, considering that the iron dumbbells are still young and their self-discipline and habits have not been fully developed, Baizi is not prepared to let them fall in the daily morning exercise. Of course, this has been discussed with the extra dumbbells before, and it still paid. Terry tilde. As soon as the iron dumbbells came out, they shook their heads and swayed so that they could not maintain the magnetic suspension. But when Baizi took out a piece of silver white drip that looked like jelly and was inlaid with dense black bot from his pocket, the little guy suddenly became energetic. He swooped in front of Baizi, and his nearly round little head leaned into Baizi's arms and rubbed it hard, causing Baizi to roll his eyes. It's alright, it's okay. Of course I won't be missing you. Come and open your mouth. He pushed the little guy who was pretending to be good-natured away, and then handed over the black-botted and silver white drip in his hand in the one-eyed stare at him. Terry. The iron dumbbell spun happily, and then turned upside down, using the back of the torso, the golden claws that were different from ordinary extra dumbbells to hold the jelly-like drip. The sharp teeth hidden in the claws suddenly opened, and they bit into one bite. Humming. This thing looks like jelly, but the extra dumbbells are crunchy. But from its narrowed eyes, it can be seen that the little guy's mood at this time is quite beautiful. Could this be beautiful? To know what the little guy with the extra dumbbell eats is the soft gold energy cube that Baizi developed with a lot of effort. The size of a palm, cut into 3 squares the size just now. It will take Baizi to cook for 3 hours, cool it, and then freeze it into shape. Not to mention the effort spent. The materials alone are also expensive. It is developed by combining soft gold, no less than 5 or 6 special medicinal materials and special energy cubes in a special proportion. Oh, and also added some obsidian shavings for garnish and flavor. 0. As for flour, if nothing else, just talk about this soft gold. This stuff is sold by the gram, and 1 gram is 300 or 400 alliance coin, which is not much cheaper than gold. Adding other medicinal materials and energy cube material, the iron dumbbell is almost the price of 3 parts of gold of the same weight. Well, it is almost the same as eating money. To be frank, this quasi-god is really not something that ordinary people can afford. Don't call it a late bloomer either. Anyway, with the Heaven's Tao reward system, the shortcoming of the slow formation of the quasi-god combat power is completely equal to none. But in terms of cost, it's even more expensive. Therefore, let's just call it the gold-swallowing beast. After all, each of them either need special meat with high nutrition, or they can easily eat up a mountain or something. Gold-swallowing beast is so appropriate. Here, the extra dumbbell's eating speed is very fast. A soft gold cube the size of a small goldfish does not hold in its mouth for more than 10 seconds, and only a little bit of obsidian or debris is left as an ingredient. Carefully sucking the debris that Baizi had caught underneath, the little guy raised his head and blinked at Baizi with the big eyes above his head. Then a look of intimacy rushed towards Baizi's face. Thanks to Baizi's timely response, he avoided the coquettish attack of the iron dumbbells like an iron bridge. Otherwise it is hard to say whether the magic sealing glasses on the bridge of the nose will be kept. His handsome face, which is comparable to that of the readers, is afraid that he will suffer. Tilda straightened up again, looking at a solid ironclad wooden board with the slogan, "Welcome to the City of Wind," written on the back half of his body. Baizi couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Wait, are you sure this isn't murder? Decided. In addition to the warm-up every morning, as expected, coordination training at noon, coordination in the afternoon, coordination training in the evening, coordination training before bed, and coordination training in the middle of the night are all indispensable. Chapter 199. Magnetic training. Much attention. For full order, go on. Use ram. On the grass, following Baizi's order, the metal torso of the iron dumbbell dashed forward, with a white light shining on the top of his head, hitting him in the direction of Baizi. But Baizi made a mistake, and with 2 very easy step back on tiptoe, he avoided the impact of the iron dumbbell. Immediately after, with the forefoot of the left foot as the bearing, the waist and hips exert force, and a scorpion swings the tail, which accurately hits the ball and socket joint at the front end of the extra dumbbell torso. This foot is not heavy, but it directly destroys the balance point of the extra dumbbell. Terry tilde. With an exclamation, the iron dumbbell flew out 2 or 3 meters in a whirl, and planted one end into a cluster of trees. Baizi slowly put down his high leg, jumped on the spot and said, "Did you see? Coordination is very important. You have to imagine the magnetic force is your hand. Move forward, backward, and turn, all using 387 inches. These hands grab the ubiquitous magnetic fields of the planet itself, materialize them, and use them as steps and focal point. Also, don't be so rampant. It's not a close-range sprint. Remember to keep 3 points. Don't be so obvious about your route. You are so straightforward. Who do you want to hit?" While instructing, Baizi stepped forward slowly, and gradually approached, until the iron dumbbells were planted, in front of the bushes that had been silent for a while. Susu in an instant, accompanied by the trembling of the grass and trees, a black shadow suddenly shot towards his face. Baizi raised his eyebrows. His body did not move. His head deflected slightly and swiftly, and he immediately immediately avoided the rushing branch. Good. It's the twig. The real iron dumbbells only moved when Baizi turned his head to avoid the branches. Boom! Accompanied by the substantive magnetic surge, the Konoha flew away, and the iron dumbbell fired a galloping missile that hit the ground, with a bright white halo surging all over the body, hitting Baizi's ankle directly. Seeing that it was about to hit Baizi's ankle, the iron dumbbell was just about to mobilize the magnetic force. I saw Baizi suddenly stand up and jump up. It was actually a direct volley flip, and at the time of the head and feet, a sea fishing moon, the burning white thought power light flash, and the iron dumbbell of the path was directly caught in the hand. When he stood up again, the extra dumbbell, which was a little dizzy, was already in his hand. You little guy, you are quite good at learning and using it. Baizi nodded with a funny face on the small silver white head of the iron dumbbell. Seeing Xiaojia Guy's flattering expression, he took out a soft gold cube from his arm. Terry tilde. Iron dumbbell's eyes squinted into a slit, twisting his body and breaking away from Baizi's palm. The sharp teeth under the tail claws snapped after the soft gold square was buckled. The who eats the sea and plugs it up. What Baizi trains is the most basic of special dumbbells, the use of magnetism. The world of elves is vast, and there are all kinds of elves who hold magical powers, but the vast majority of trainers only focus on the level of the elves and the use of attribute move, but completely ignore the most essential talents and basic training of elves. You know, basic does not mean not powerful. Instead, it is a powerful cornerstone, just like iron dumbbell, with the same level and individual value. 1-by-1 special dumbbells with sufficient grasp of magnetic force can completely rely on the mobility and coordination brought by this to form a crush. Although the iron dumbbell is a shield battle in his positioning, his own defense and resistance are indeed talented, but no matter how strong the defense is, cracks will appear under the continuous attack. It is undoubtedly the most stupid way to rely on one's steel and iron bones to not care about any attack. When experiencing the future combat power before, he was really impressed by the super defensive power of King Kong, which was shown by the giant gold monster. But the same in the two battles with the top legend, especially in the duel with the Black Flash cracking empty seat, a battle master who can be called the pinnacle in terms of attack strength, frequency and skill. The super explosive power and coordination displayed by the giant golden monster made Baizi couldn't help but praised in his heart. Light as a reflection wall is played out by it. Not to mention that the giant golden monster uses power out of thin air. In mid-air, it is as stable as Mount Tai. This is completely the most basic use of magnetic force. The magnetic field of the planet is a solid backing for the giant gold monster. Okay, let's continue. Seeing that the iron dumbbells were finished, Baizi clapped his hand. Baizi's unique training method naturally attracted the attention of the young ladies and sisters who did not have early morning exercises, especially Baizi's slender figure and handsome appearance, coupled with the various movements that are full of strength during training, the full hormones and the muscle lines highlighted under the clear sweatshirt. No, little girls and sisters are completely dry-mouthed, not to mention that he was training with a shiny quasi-god elf iron dumbbell. Seriously speaking, Baizi is the most beautiful boy in this public garden at the moment. Most of the people who exercise or get up early in the vicinity focus on him and the iron dumbbell. After the filming is over, what will they do when they take it back? But Baizi didn't care about it. Flash quasi-gods are indeed rare, but exposure is also exposed. Absolute strength has absolute confidence, even if it's a legend. The reason why he didn't want to take the initiative to expose it was just because he was afraid of trouble. Otherwise, with just one wind speed dog, as long as the firepower is fully activated, in a short period of time, he is completely worthy of the absolute main force of any 4 Heavenly Kings champion. What's more, in 1.7, Baizi is not only a wind speed dog, not to mention Machado, the guardian elf who has set foot in the realm of the god, but also has 2 P, the first level gods of the sea god Lugia and the Black Flash cracking empty sea. Now that Xiaoji's relationship network has not been rolled out, he can be said to be a related account of number 1 Tianzi in the elf world. Not to mention, after all, at the Wind Festival in the near future, for the sake of Zeraora, he is bound to attract everyone's attention. Now this little attention is just a drizzle, just pay attention. P.S. Continue, Fairy L tilde. Chapter 200. I can't pretend I didn't hear this. For full order. Fresh takoyaki. 20 yuan for 3 skewers. As long as 20 yuan for 3 skewers. Delicious and cheap. Delicious not to be missed. Look at it. Let's take a look. The special ancestral candy people's craftsmanship, shape and style can be chosen arbitrarily. Fried potato balls. Fried potato balls. Today is the official day of the Wind Festival. Walking along the street, there are all kinds of entertainment venues and food stalls all around, which is very lively. The crowd was crowded around. Lily straddled Baizi's shoulders, enjoying a high angle of view she had never experienced before, looking around with excitement on her face. Behind him, Natsi, whose expression was much more vivid, was chatting with Lily's mother Mia in a low voice. These days, except for the early morning warm-up, Lily, the little guy, was sticking with Baizi almost all day long. Roller coasters, pirate ship, goldfish fishing, crane, hot air balloon, one big and one small with two partners, almost played all the entertainment facilities in Fenglai City. The relationship between the two quickly heated up. Natsi, who was following behind her, gradually became acquainted with each other under Mia's initiative to strike up a conversation. Down for a few days. Although the temperament is still cold, it is also becoming more and more popular. Big brother, where are you looking? Those dolls are so cute cute. Suddenly, Lily's soft and cute little cotton sound came from the top of her head, and her calf on her shoulders was kicking straight, showing the little guy's urgent mood. Baizi looked in the direction of Lily's finger. It was a competitive game booth. In the center of the booth stood a wooden pole with a height of 7 or 8 meters. On the wooden pole, 3 rings of different colors were distributed from low to high and from large to small. And in the prize area in front of the booth, there are all kinds of cute elf dolls on display. Pai Bao Bao, negative positive Pai Pai, Pichu, Ibrahimovic, Fat Ding, Milipwa, Meow Meow. I have to say one thing. The workmanship of these dolls is quite good, and they are not cheap at first glance. Don't even think about it. The difficulty of this game should not be too easy. As expected, after witnessing the previous yellow-haired youth who failed one after another, he was chased by that red pepper-like girlfriend and ran away. After he stepped forward and asked about the rules, Baizi finally knew why none of the elf dolls that the boss had placed on the counter were taken away. Thanks to your patronage, little handsome guy, our batting game only costs 50 at a time. If it is successful, you can choose a plush doll worth more than 5,000 plus. The rules are very simple. Look at the post behind me. As long as you can kick or throw the ball from top to bottom, or from bottom to top, through 3 rings at one time, then you can choose a plush doll to bring with you. When the business came to the door, the boss naturally smiled happily, and quickly explained the rules clearly and eloquently. How about you, brother? How many balls are you going to come? Buy 10 balls at one time, and we will give you 1 ball as a gift. It really is the devil's difficulty. With such a rule, even an ordinary fighting elf, if they don't reach a certain level in terms of skills, I'm afraid they can only hope and sigh. However, for Baizi, who has master level kicking skills and has reached the pinnacle of skills, it is completely the same as Baiji. Lily, how many dolls do you want? Baizi put Lily down and asked softly. Lily nodded her chin when she heard the word, and after she glanced over the counter, her eyes sparkled and pointed out that round pink one with brown ears. Also, there is that gray kitten. I just want these 2. Turning her head, Lily raised her head and said with a cute expression, then these 2 gestures. Okay, then 2. Baizi nodded when he heard the word, took out the 100 banknotes he had picked up in advance, and sold 2 balls with the boss. After handing the ball to Baizi, the boss with a mustache took 2 steps back, looking at a joke. He naturally heard what the handsome guy and the little girl next to him just said, but can he not know what difficulty his own game is? To be frank, in the years since it opened for business, he has never seen anyone who hit the ball with his strength, except for a very rare chance to hit a ball. Not to mention hitting 2. I'm afraid I won't be able to hit 1. The mustache boss was thinking that after Baizi casually flipped the ball twice, he directly volleyed. The ball draws an upward arc, 1, 2, 3, without the slightest error, going from bottom to top, piercing 3 rings one after another. Oh tilde. The cheers all around woke up the boss, looking at all the colorful lights on the column, the corners of his mouth with, guys, is this in? Although I didn't see it, but all 3 lights were on. It was obvious that the opponent hit the ball successfully. Needless to say, heartache. After all, the price difference of hundreds of times is there, but doing business with integrity, when even got up and asked, little brother, which one do you want? Baby pie and meow meow. Of course, it is all, boss. Don't worry. Baizi chuckled and threw another ball, let go, and kicked again. 1, 2, 3. There was no error at all, and the lights were lit again. The mustache boss covered his heart, and his heart was so painful that he couldn't breathe. The 2 custom-made high-end dolls were almost gone in one fell swoop. Oh, 2 days of work in vain. With a mask of pain on his face, the bearded boss still stood up very simply and took the 2 dolls, Baby Pie and Meow Meow, and handed them to Baizi, and then greeted another tourist. Thank you. Baizi raised his hand, and after taking Lily out of the crowd, he put the doll in his hand to the little guy. How is it? Do you like it? Lily had a beaming smile on her face, holding Pai Bao Bao in her left hand and Meow Meow in her right hand, and said crisply, that's great. Thank you, big brother. I will definitely cherish these 2 like Dubai and Xiaohei. Doll tilde. Haha, as long as you like it tilde. Baizi was obviously in a good mood. However, big white and small black. Shouldn't this be about Absol and Heluga? 387. Don't say it. It's quite appropriate. Baizi thought with a black belly. And right now, open black lens bracket ding ding dong. Close black lens bracket. Accompanied by a burst of other music, a broadcast announcing the whole city sounded one by one. We will hold the usual event of the Wind Festival on Central Street later. The Pokemon Conquering Contest. Close black lens bracket. At that time, all Pokemon trainers trainers are invited to sign up actively. Finally, I wish you all a happy time in the City of Wind. The way to register for the competition will be marked on the electronic billboards at major intersections. Please pay attention to reading. Close black lens bracket. Have you begun? Viz's footstep pause, and a gleam of light flash in the cloud-like blue eyes under the sunglasses. Big brother, it's the subjugation competition, so you can go too. I believe that Big Brother will definitely win the championship. Of course. Viz lightly smiled and rubbed Lily's little head. In an inexplicable tone, he said somewhat vaguely, "This stage is just for me and, but right now." A somewhat annoying voice suddenly came from behind. "Ha tilde, the stage prepared for you. I can't pretend I didn't hear this."